This is Audible.
Unbreak My Heart. Written by Klein. Narrated by Nick J. Russo for Falcon Sound Company. Chapter 1. A noise from somewhere in the darkness of the house startled Brett Taylor into a sudden, uncomfortable state of wakefulness. He lifted his head from his arms where he dozed off at, or rather on, his desk. He flinched away from the harshness of the lamp glaring blindingly at him, curling his fingers around the base as he twisted it so it would shine in the opposite direction. Scrubbing a rough hand over his face, he wiped at his sleepy eyes and the dot of drool that had formed in the corner of his mouth. He slid his stiff body to a sitting position in his old leather chair, ears straining to find whatever noise had snapped him from his half-buzzed doze. Or was it half-dozed buzz? Brett was positive he'd heard the slamming of a door, but what the hell did he know anyhow, with a half-pickled brain and a head so heavy he could barely hold it up? There didn't seem to be anything amiss, and suspecting he'd merely been caught up in one of his booze-induced dreams, he didn't bother hurrying to check it out. Resigning himself to the fact he was too damn old to be passing out on his desk, he righted his skewed reading glasses, then pushed himself from the chair and stumbled to a standing position. He clutched the edge as he fought the slightly spinning room in his wobbly knees until everything seemed less jelly-like. The yellow paper he'd been resting on caught his eye, the tip of his favorite pen still pointing at the last of the jottings on the page. He cursed at the tiny wet spot, his own goddamn drool, that had soaked and smudged the lines of ink near the top. His mind flip-flopped from moving to his bedroom, where he could sleep off the headache already niggling at the base of his skull, or rewriting the page and finishing it off. His decision was made for him when the voice behind door number 3 shouted loudly from the other room. "Brett! Where are you, son? You've got visitors! Don't make me come looking for you!" Brett groaned, screwing his eyes shut while his fingers swept through his tangled hair. What in the hell was his mama doing here in the middle of the goddamn night? He contemplated keeping quiet in hopes she'd just assume he wasn't home, but his mama hadn't raised a stupid child, and he knew there'd be worse hell to pay if he tried to avoid her. Plus, in his heart of hearts, he knew he could never do that. "Brett!" "God's tarnation, woman. Keep your knickers on," he muttered before carefully placing the pad of paper in the long drawer of the desk. He traced a finger over the image in the small picture frame just beyond the desk blotter, a sad grin curling one side of his mouth as he picked it up. "Guess I'll have to finish up after I've gotten rid of her. You know how she is. I'll be back, darling." In the beginning, he'd been embarrassed, or maybe thought he was slowly losing his mind by talking to the photo when he was alone in the office. But those times had passed, and it wasn't anyone else's damn business if he talked to a photograph or to himself for that matter. If that was what he needed at the end of the day to fill some kind of hole inside him, he'd do as he damned well pleased. When he heard footsteps in the kitchen, his mind hesitantly circled back to the present. He placed the photo carefully on top of the yellow paper before he shut the drawer again. One more swipe at his face to clear the cobwebs and memories from his head, and he exited the office to meet whatever the hell was waiting for him. "Brett!" Her voice warmed when Brett came into view. "You look a mess, son. Didn't wake you up, did we?" "Just a little doze, Mama." The irritated-as-fuck thread running through him thinned when he took in her familiar sweet smile and loving blue eyes. "Kinda late for a visit, ain't it?" "It's barely 10 o'clock. I swear you're turning into your daddy with all your darn grumping." But he was positive she'd be the death of him one day. The tension in his head eased a little as he quirked his lips into a self-satisfied smile and crossed his arms over his chest. He planted his feet shoulder-width apart for balance, then winked at his grinning mama. "And just which daddy would that be, ma'am?" Millie Taylor Montgomery Allen jutted out her hip, laying a ring-abundant hand over it while she narrowed her eyes at him. "You watch your mouth, boy. You're not too big or old for me to hang a beating on. You best remember that." His smugness turned into a full-out crooked smirk. "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Now where are your manners? Give your mama a hug and politely greet your guest." Brett's adrenaline rose, involuntarily sobering him in a way he didn't appreciate. He scanned the kitchen while he frowned and stepped into his mama's embrace. Guessed? He caught a slight movement from the corner of his eye and peered into the shadow of the doorway. Why the hell was there a man, a stranger, in his house, and with his mama yet? He wound an arm around her waist, squeezed gently, then kissed her cheek before stepping back. He kept watch on the figure standing behind her. Millie motioned for the shadow to step forward, wrapped her fingers around his forearm, and pulled him into the light. Brett did a quick assessment, his gaze traveling from head to toe as he contemplated whether the guy was a threat in any way possible. Fisting one hand in the hem of his t-shirt, he forced back a protective growl that tickled the back of his throat. It was a habit he'd never been able to completely rid himself of, protecting the woman who'd raised him and taken care of him his whole life. He guessed if there was one inbred instinct he'd never been able to shake, that was the best one possible to hang on to. Plus, he wasn't accustomed to having strangers, or anyone, in his house. The guy was young and around 6 feet tall, though his build was far slighter than Brett's. He was wiry but toned, if the ropey biceps and cut of his jeans were any indication. His dark blonde hair was curly, falling just past his ears, messy and giving him a scruffy look that matched the stubble on his jaw and cheeks. His eyes were the color of brown velvet, almost black in the shadow of the overhead light. Wide, deep, frayed around the edges with uncertainty. And, if Brett wasn't mistaken, the kid seemed to be a little worse for wear if the bruising around his right eye and the redness beneath the stubble of the left side of his jaw were any indication. People told Brett all the time that he looked younger than his 41 years, but if this kid was any older than 23, then Brett was surely ready for the old folks' home in town. The purple shirt he wore had seen much better days, stained or maybe spattered with something dark, possibly blood from his cut lip, with a rip at the collar. It was snug across his noticeably toned chest and hung loose over the waistband of a very tight pair of black jeans. The black and purple striped kicks completed the trying too hard city boy category Brett automatically put him in. He hoped the kid hadn't been doing any drinking in the local bars because, damn, he stuck out like a pinto in a herd of quarter horses. "Brett, this is Johann Terrence." Brett's suspicious nature eased up a bit while he hid his smirk behind his hand, and heard Johann groan low in his throat. "That his first name or last?" "I think it's his first." The kid, Johann for Christ's sake, finally spoke up, shifting from foot to foot as he cut Millie off. His cheeks were flushed, and his tongue slid nervously over his lips. "JT Campbell. JT is fine." He held out his hand, and Brett had to give him points for having the balls to interrupt Millie. Of course, he didn't know her all that well yet either, at least not that Brett knew of. Millie slapped Brett's shoulder lightly. "JT, this is my mannerless son, Brett Taylor." Brett let his mama's comment slide off him. He wrinkled his forehead and gave her his best all-lips fake grin. Practiced, perfected, and used often when it came to her, a fact of which she was highly aware. He shook JT's hand, immediately noticing the softness of his fingers and palm. Definitely city. "Hey," he said, his voice curt but firm. He glared at the kid, sending his own brand of, "Don't you be moving too quickly or I'll lasso your ass faster than you can say hogtied." He eased off a little, quirking an eyebrow before moving to look at his mama and back again. "Now if it's not too much trouble, could y'all tell me why you've come calling in the middle of the night?" JT's lips parted, but Millie was faster. "It's Tan. I swear you're older than I am these days." Brett rolled his eyes, the action making the dizziness in his head slip back in for a stay. He leaned against the marble countertop, flicked his hair from his face, then crossed his arms over his chest again. The kid unsuccessfully stifled a half grin. Bad move, since Brett didn't think anything was particularly funny about the situation. He shot fire at the kid, then turned to his mama. "Well, just maybe I am. And since you never answered my first question, how about telling me why the He paused at his mama's stern look. "Why the goddamn hell? Just tell me why you're out driving on the highway in the dark with a stranger in the car. I'm assuming his politeness isn't covering up some nasty business he's trying to pull on y'all, 'cause I'll nip that sucker in the bud before he knows what hit him. Brett Samuel Weston Taylor! He winced, his whole body tightening up. Letting his lids slide closed, he squeezed the bridge of his nose so hard he felt the pressure all the way down to his toes. She hadn't even said it loudly, but god damn it, he hated it when she pulled out all his damn names. Mama. Please excuse Brett's rudeness, JT, he's always a little cranky when he's been spending time with the in his office. Her voice smacked of sugar and vinegar at the same time, but Brett saw the disappointment in her face. Mama. Brett hissed through clenched teeth. He couldn't believe he'd lifted himself from a puddle of his own drool to put up with, well, this. He sought out the bottle of Jack Daniels on the bar in the attached family room, his mouth watering for another shot. Hell, if she was going to advertise his drinking habits, he might as well not disappoint her. Of course she interrupted his yearning intention before he could make it a reality. She must have spotted his not-so-stealthy look, because she nearly shot him straight to the fiery gates of hell with one of her own. Quit fussing and fidgeting, Brett. I had that cancer fundraiser tonight and didn't feel like listening to Dorothy yap about her arthritis and gout for the ride there and back. She brushed her fingers over JT's arm. JT is looking for work, and I told him that was just the sweetest coincidence since you were looking for help around here. Brett scowled as he shoved his reading glasses farther down so he could get a better grip on the bridge of his nose. He fought against the booze in his system to control the what the fuck that really wanted to make its way past his lips. Why in God's name had she taken some young buck to a goddamn fundraiser? And offering a job Brett didn't have. What the goddamn fuck was going on? I'm not looking for... You know that old barn is going to just fall over if you don't give it that overhaul you keep talking about. It's a darn health hazard and eyesore. And since JT has some experience in construction, I thought he'd be perfect to help you get it fixed up. Brett's heart dropped into his stomach, his jaw twitching as he prepared his answer. Leave it to his mama to sober him up real damn quick. I don't think we ever talked about any such. 3 years is a long time to keep everything the same, Brett. With an irritated vibration to his voice, much the same as the one currently squeezing his guts, Brett growled, Can I have a word with you, Mama, in private? He was halfway across the kitchen, his arm looped gently, but firmly, around Millie, before he remembered the kid standing still and silent behind him. JT, right? Go ahead and help yourself to something to drink or, yeah, whatever. He shut the door to the office behind him with a shaky hand as he released Millie so she could perch against the desk, arms folded across her body in a very familiar pose. Her brows knitted together, and despite her stance, worry clouded her features. I didn't mean to upset you, son. Brett opened his mouth but paused, sweeping a hand through his long hair, then taking off his reading glasses. He strode toward her, set the glasses on the desk, then tilted back against the wall, mirroring her position. Dipping his head, he looked his mama straight in the eye. I know you mean well, but I never said I was ready to do that. Yet. Millie returned the look, determination mixed with love and a little pain joining the concern that shadowed her normally bright eyes. About time someone said it for you then. You need a little extra help around here anyhow. Ray isn't getting any younger, you know. Her voice softened when he didn't answer. It's time, son. Would you push aside your stubbornness for a minute? Unwind yourself a little and do this for me and yourself? Blinking back the buzzing emotion behind his eyes, that surely had to be caused by the alcohol, Brett drew his mama into his arms before attempting to hug the stuffing out of her. This isn't about Walt's foreman. My foreman, and you know it. Damn it, why can't you just let this go? I'm a grown-ass man, Mama. I don't need you always trying to fix things. She petted the back of Brett's head in that soothing way she'd done since he was a child. Brett felt the tension melt away, the knot in his belly easing a little. Don't matter how old you are. You'll always be my boy. Now stop being a jackass and give the kid a chance. Won't hurt you to take him in for a bit. Brett pulled away, his heart lightening as he kissed Millie on the forehead before releasing her.
You're a pain in the ass. Do you know that?
She nodded with a knowing but unapologetic smile.
So just where did this miracle worker come from?
She looked away for less than 3 heartbeats before peering at Brett again. But just as he couldn't hide a damn thing from her, the familiarity went both ways. He smirked at her hesitation, his pulse quickening despite his forced politeness.
What you do, Mama? Pick him up from the pound or something?
He tried for light, but his heart twisted with instant worry at her hesitation. Millie's expression didn't falter this time as she pursed her lips, then spoke clearly, precisely. I picked him up because he looked like he needed a mama's love, and it was too late for anyone to be walking alone on the road, especially a nice boy like that. Brett's mouth dropped open, his wisdom battling with the mountain of sudden explosive rage inside him.
You picked up a hitchhiker, on the highway, in the dark?
He forced himself to pause, struggling to lower his voice and contain his angry what the fuck tone.
Please tell me this is exactly what you did not do.
He wasn't hitchhiking, just walking.
For the love of fucking... He's a stranger you let get into your car with you. How in God's green earth...
Brett's jaw arched from grinding his teeth so hard. I'd seen him in town a few times, so he wasn't entirely a stranger. He's perfectly harmless.
That's what everyone says about crazy serial killer types too, Mama.
Millie clucked her tongue. He's a nice boy down on his luck, Brett. Where's your compassion? Flattening his palms over his thighs, Brett clutched at the material of his sweatpants, balling up the fabric between his fingers. It was the only thing keeping him from pounding the wall behind him.
My compassion is all caught up with the fact you picked up a goddamn hitchhiker in the middle of the night.
She barely let him finish his rant. Oh, get over yourself. I'm fine, and it's not like I took him home with me. I brought him here. Brett's eyes slid closed. He was fighting a losing battle, one he knew he'd never win, had never won when it came to his mama. He rubbed his hands over his face, pausing to massage his throbbing temples and loosen the cramps all the clenching and clutching had caused in his fingers.
You're going to be the death of me, woman.
Millie stroked her fingers across his bristly cheek, her hand lingering as she peered deeply at him. That wouldn't be natural now, would it? Brett managed a half smile. Give the boy a chance, son. Give yourself a chance to heal, even just a first step. I love you, baby, but I still worry so much. Brett covered her hand and leaned into her touch. A quiet moment passed, his mama's so familiar eyes pleading with him, as he struggled to hold her attention without letting his own emotion break free. His brain said, no, fuck it. The kid wasn't his goddamn problem, and the barn was his business, not anyone else's. Just no. But his heart saw the love pouring off Millie, saw the sadness and worry creasing her face, saw through the haze of the alcohol and ridiculousness of the situation, and recognized the truth in her words. The mournful, goddamn heartbreaking truth. He pulled her into his arms, wrapping her tight to his chest while he silently thanked and cursed God for her persistence, meddling, stubbornness, and love.
It's been a tough day.
I know. I saw Walt's daylilies on the table, but sweetheart, you have to know that damn bottle ain't helping you any. You know it's not gonna take away the truth. They stood a while, letting the comfortable silence wash over them both after the rush of emotions cleared. Finally, Millie pulled back. She stroked a hand through his hair, a sad smile teasing her lips. At least you having all this wild hair makes it easier for me to pretend I got the daughter I always wanted. Brett snorted and squeezed her again, thankful for the way she'd always had of trying to make things right between them.
That's why I keep my shaving to a minimum, so you don't start buying me frilly pink dresses or try to braid my hair with ribbon and bows.
You braid your own damn hair, Brett Samuel, so don't bother denying it. I know everything there is to know about my baby boy.
I think most times that's my biggest problem.
Millie chuckled into Brett's hair. So JT can stay? You'll give him a chance? He kissed the side of her head before releasing her and palming the air in a gesture of surrender.
Fine. There's stuff around here long overdue for attention, and I guess he can stay in the bunkhouse. I think everything's still in working order.
It wouldn't really hurt any to have some extra hands around the ranch for a short while. Want me to go make the bed? Brett held back a chuckle.
Nope, I think between the two of us we can figure it out. All I want you to do is get home safely. Why don't I drive and you can get your car tomorrow?
Don't be ridiculous. Millie flicked her hand at him. She turned toward the door, but Brett's fingers curled lightly on her shoulder.
I'm not making any promises, Mama. There are plenty of jobs to do around here for sure, but the barn? Just not gonna promise it's in the cards, you know?
I know, baby. One step at a time. That's what they say, right? Your steps are just smaller in some directions than others. After assurances were made with regards to two grown men being able to reach an agreement and make a bed all on their own, Millie left. Brett watched the red glow of her taillights as her car climbed the winding gravel driveway back to the main road. His instinct was to follow her to make sure she got home safe, but he knew that would get him nothing but grief if she found out. And she always did find out. Besides, she'd promised to call when she reached her own house in town. JT didn't appear to have moved from his original position even after Millie had left. Brett frowned at the backpack at his feet.
That all you got?
It took some time before JT seemed to realize he was being spoken to. Yeah. I travel light.
And where might you be traveling from?
Brett tucked his hair behind his ears, then crossed his arms over his chest as he leaned back against the counter again. California. Brett whistled low.
Long way from home, kid.
JT nodded, tilting his head toward the flowers on the table. I hope we didn't wake your wife. Your mom didn't say anything about dropping in on you. I thought she was just talking to hear herself talk and would drop me off in town again, but I sure didn't want to wake anyone.
I don't have a wife.
Brett knew his words were cold and flat, but it was late, and he was already losing a battle with unwanted sobriety. The kid nodded again. Look, I appreciate you going along with your mom, but you really don't have to let me stay. I'm fine on my own. Brett shook his head.
Are you kidding me? Did you not just meet the woman who still treats me like I'm in grade school? Damn it, can you imagine the kind of shitstorm I'd have to wade through if I didn't keep my word to her?
He smiled a little too wide at JT's chuckle.
Besides, Ray and I get tired of staring at each other all day long anyhow. Some new blood helping around here can't hurt, right?
Ray?
My foreman.
Oh, okay. So you need your barn fixed up? Brett's answer was swift and probably a little harsh.
Guess we'll talk about that if the time comes.
He breathed deep. The tingle of feeling too damn sober when all he wanted to be was numb, making him ache even more. He forced himself to concentrate on his words so they'd at least come out normal and not all shaky, like he was feeling.
You don't mind bedding down in a dusty bunkhouse, do you?
As long as I'm not in anyone's way.
You can consider it your private accommodations.
Brett pushed off the counter and held out his hand.
Welcome to the Sharp Tea Ranch, kid. We're small, usually polite, and don't stand on circumstance. If that's good for you, then we can get you settled in.
JT replied by slinging his backpack over his shoulder, causing a sharp grunt to tumble from his lips. Brett raised an eyebrow.
You need anything before you bunk down? Water, supper, ice pack, painkillers?
He flashed a reassuring smile at the obvious reddening of JT's cheeks. How sweet was that? Maybe his mama was right. The kid needed some looking after. Not that Brett was offering to mother him, but a place to stay and a job were good places to start the healing. Like he knew anything about healing. Once it was decided that JT didn't need anything but sleep, Brett gathered some sheets, a couple of blankets, a pillow, and a clean towel from the closet upstairs.
There's a toilet, sink, an old shower in the bunkhouse. Last time I checked, they all worked, but it certainly ain't the Ritz-Carlton.
He said matter-of-factly while he pulled his boots on and shrugged his bare arms into his jean jacket.
But if you need anything else, the door's always open, and unlocked. Just don't tell my mama.
He winked, then led JT out into the night. He found himself involuntarily heading for the old barn, but veered the other way after a confused pause in his steps. JT followed wordlessly behind him, moving to stand beside Brett when they reached the bunkhouse and stepped inside.
It's probably dusty and dirty, but it's sleepable. I can give it a thorough cleaning tomorrow, but it should be fine for the night, yeah?
It's fine, JT said softly. Brett reached back to scratch his head before bundling his long hair in one hand and trying to smooth it over his neck.
Got your choice of beds. None of them probably too comfortable, but I'm guessing they're better than the cold, hard ground.
He was stalling, but he couldn't figure out why. He certainly had better things to do, mostly get back to his bottle so he could regain the steady buzz he preferred to spend the evening with. Whether he understood it or not, he was curious. Best to get himself out of the situation before it actually became a situation.
You can make a pot of coffee in here, but I'm not sure there's any supplies since no one's lived here in a while. Besides, coffee's always brewing in the house anyway. The water's drinkable too, and I'll plug in that little fridge if you want to keep anything cold.
He handed over the load of linens he'd carried from the house. Thanks. Brett scratched over his chest, his feet seemingly rooted firmly to the floorboards. Was he really that starved for company that he couldn't resist the pretty face of a man now in his employment? Or was it the reality of heading back into his office to finish what he'd started?
Damn it, just move it, boy. Okay, well, I'm, gonna head on to bed then. It's pretty quiet out this way, so as long as you don't mind that, you'll be fine. I guess we can talk about the job in the morning. I'm an early riser, so feel free to wander into the house when you get up. There's usually coffee already made and food in the fridge. Yeah, okay. Well, good night then.
JT's gaze seared his back when he finally walked out the door and headed to the house. He'd be damn surprised if the kid would even still be there in the morning, since the whole night seemed so goddamn odd and fucked up. No matter. Nothing would change whether he stayed or went, most especially anything to do with the barn, despite his half-assed promise to his mama. After shucking his boots and coat, Brett parked himself at the old desk in the office. The open bottle of Jack Daniels he always kept there sat snug against his elbow, so he forewent the glass because it was damn late already. He needed to get things rolling again after the interruption. He always slept better, usually in his bed, not on the desk, with a belly full of whiskey. The numbing properties of the alcohol made his dreams stay away and his restlessness fall to the wayside. He rarely experienced any kind of hangover anymore, and assumed his body was just accustomed to the amount of liquor he fed into it a few days a week. He slugged back a couple of shots, then stared at the full moon out the window before pushing his chair back a little and opening the long drawer in the front of the desk. He stood the picture frame up on the far side of the desk blotter, positioning it just the way he liked it, before reaching in for the stained yellow-lined pad of paper. He smoothed over the top sheet before he grabbed his pen, his left hand still wrapped securely, protectively around the bottle. Another couple of shots and the darkness outside didn't seem as black or lonely. His hands were steadier than when he sat down, something he realized was probably not altogether a good thing. But he didn't give a crap. With his reading glasses in place, he poised the pen over the paper and took a moment to peer at the face in the photo before dipping his head and closing his eyes. The alcohol whistled around his brain until he found his focus, regaining the train of thought that he'd been working on when he fell asleep, or, more than likely, when he'd passed out. He scratched the pen over the paper, not caring whether he stayed in the lines or how legible his writing was. He didn't allow himself another drink until he'd finished. Once the words in his head were doused out onto the page, his former scribblings complete, he felt like he could breathe again. The late-night occurrences and urges had been getting fewer and farther apart as time bulldozed along without him. If he didn't have to worry about Ray still being under his employment and now possibly some kid, he'd never need to know what time it was or what day or even what year. But he'd been trying to be at least a partially responsible man in the current life he was living. For now, that meant keeping hold of the ranch and shoving aside his own need to be alone and to shut himself away with only his thoughts and the picture in the frame to hold court to. Plus, his mama would tan his hide if she caught him even considering such a thing. Damn woman still thought he was a rabble-rousing teenager, not a 41-year-old man. But he loved her anyhow, and truth be told, it was her who kept him grounded in the world he wasn't so happy to live in anymore. Besides which, giving up the ranch would definitely add another layer of guilt to the heaping pile he already had.
Hello, darling. Happy anniversary. If you were here, you'd shake your head and tell me I was being too sentimental. But we both know you were full of shit. You'd want to go out to eat, but supper would already be on the table. Then you'd give me some lovey-dovey card and a stupid bunch of flowers, or some sappy gift. After we cleaned up, you'd pull me into that damn hot tub you love even more than you love me. We'd spend the night just making each other happy. If I was even home, that is. Damn it, it's been a hard day. I got you some of those daylilies you like so much, just so you know I didn't forget. I miss you so much it hurts.
Chapter 2. JT pulled himself from a slumber that was way too short, rolling to his side and shading his vision against the pain of too much light way too fast. He was stiff and sore, his back protesting loudly against the thin mattress he'd tossed uncomfortably on all night. The least he could have done was get blitzed the night before, so he had a reason to feel like shit in the morning. But in the greater scheme of things, he felt rested, relaxed, and ready to start the next chapter of J.T. Campbell, This Is Your Life. Of course, the brawl could have had a lot to do with just how freaking crappy he was feeling, and not just the bed. He'd managed to escape with only minimal damage, but there were more than a few aches and bites of pain he recognized as being caused by one of the redneck Neanderthals he'd pissed off at the bar. He figured the bruises would be more apparent in the light of day, and hoped they wouldn't make him look completely unemployable. Brett had already made it known that he recognized the state of JT's face, and he didn't look the type of man to shy away from any kind of fight himself. That was a Neanderthal assumption on JT's part. He'd need to tamp down that bigoted reaction and strike the word redneck from his vocabulary if he was going to work for Brett or anyone else in this neck of the woods. Pun intended. He squinted into the deadly sunlight, sitting up as he chastised his internal complaints. He'd slept in worse beds, in worse places, with worse opportunities in his immediate future. He admitted to being a little confused and a lot curious at his sudden hiring, and with Brett himself. And how could he not be completely taken with Millie, as she had insisted he call her, and her take-no-prisoners spunk and attitude? It wasn't every day a nice lady stopped to pick him up, and not want to get into his pants, especially on a pitch-black highway in the middle of Texas. Damn, if he'd had a mother like that, he might have ended up with a stronger sense of family and home. Brett hadn't seemed all that thrilled with his mother's force of nature power, but also not surprised by it either. Maybe it was true what they said about Southern boys and their mothers. Mama's boys to the end, no questions asked, just a lot of yes ma'ams and ingrained respect. It was a nice thought, actually, foreign and unimaginable to JT, but nice nonetheless. After pulling himself from the narrow bed and his rambling thoughts, JT stumbled across the bunkhouse, finally righting himself when he reached the small bathroom just outside the bedroom. He relieved himself, splashed cold water on his face, then pulled on the jeans he'd discarded to the floor. The purple t-shirt he'd been wearing was a little torn at the collar, undoubtedly from the pissed-off redneck, rather asshole, who'd grabbed him at the bar. The front was littered with dark droplets and the bottom with a larger smear where he vaguely recalled wiping his bloody mouth. Unfortunately, he hadn't washed any clothes for over a week, maybe 2, since he'd been on the road most of that time, but the purple was still the cleanest and least offensive-smelling shirt he had. "Fine way to start a new job, Johann," his mother whispered inside his head. He shoved her away as he'd been trying to do for the past year and a half, or from the time he'd reached adulthood if he was honest. He turned the shirt inside out, then tugged it over his head. The rip was obviously still visible, but at least it didn't seem so crusty with blood anymore. It would have to do. After straightening the pale blue sheets and gray woolly blanket on the bed, JT turned to take in the room. It had been dark when Brett had left him here, the light outside and the dim bulb in the bathroom illuminating his way to wash up before he pulled the chain to extinguish it, then crawled into the bed in complete darkness. He wondered if there were in fact any other lights that worked, or if he'd need some old oil lantern to light his way through the dingy abandoned mess of the bunkhouse. He chuckled as flashes of stereotypical cowboys and campfires in the Old West flooded his brain. He moved out of the tiny space, more of a walk-in closet really, to the kitchen/dining room where a small wooden table and 4 chairs stood dusty and in need of repair, and an old metal mug sat lonely and forgotten in the center of the table. There was a dirty sink beneath an even dirtier window, also without curtains or blinds, a cracked wooden butcher block countertop, a single-burner hot plate, and a fridge no bigger than a cooler. JT guessed its history had involved keeping beer cold and nothing else. He gave his head a shake at his judgmental thoughts while he walked out into the southern morning. The day was new, the sun having peeked over the horizon for barely more than a couple hours, but there was already a snap of warmth in the air. The smell of summer, warm grass, flowers, maybe even a nearby river or creek, exhilarated JT, bringing him into a greater, more pleasant state of wakefulness. The fresh scents reminded him of California at the beach, without the salty smell of the ocean, of course. He couldn't remember having been up so early in the past few years, perhaps even his entire life, except maybe to surf. He missed the crashing waves and the anticipation that quickly grew into radiating excitement, but there was more about home that he didn't miss. The fresh air also brought out the secret hippie poet he had buried deep inside him. His mind soared with all the cheesy adjectives and overworked cliches he could think of regarding new, sunshine-filled beginnings and days of promise and light. Maybe he should have just chosen hippie poetry as a profession instead of bothering with the degree that sat unused and unwanted on an expensive piece of paper in an expensive frame. In all honesty, it was a really beautiful place he'd woken up in. He sighed when a gentle breeze tickled his face, bristling the tiny prickles of stubble on his chin and jaw. He hadn't shaved in a couple of days and was contemplating going back to the bunkhouse to do just that when a hint of the most perfect aroma known to man assaulted his nose. Coffee. The thesaurus in his head automatically slammed shut, his impending rugged look quickly forgotten as he sniffed out the source of the godlike scent. He turned in a circle, slightly disoriented despite his abrupt evening tour. The old barn that Brett had almost shown him stood to his left, but the coffee was drifting from the opposite direction. JT vaguely recognized the house on the other side of the bunkhouse. He started toward it, blinking into the sunlight as he observed the peeling paint and rusty rain gutters. It was a majestic, sprawling home, or at least had been at one time. Now it stood in dire need of repairs and more than a little TLC. JT tried hard not to judge, but he wondered why the old barn seemed more a priority to Millie than the house itself. He knew it wasn't any of his business, and he needed to remember he was only there to do whatever job was intended. His thoughts and suggestions were only appropriate if he was asked his opinion, and he knew from experience that he was oftentimes a little too blunt and straightforward when he opened his mouth without regard to his actual words. The confrontation that had left his jaw aching, his right eye blurry and puffy, and his knuckles bruised and smarting, was just one perfect example of how his mouth and mind didn't always connect. He clicked his brain back to the sweet, wafting aroma, and the mystery behind a stranger hiring him without a single objection, practically in the dead of night, and simply on the advice of a very assertive and awesome woman. Things like that just didn't happen in any world JT had been a part of. And it wasn't that he thought Brett was some sort of pushover or hadn't taken the time to consider the situation even in his obviously sleep or drinking interrupted, or both, state. He'd been a little off-kilter, a little jerky and short in his actions and words, maybe due in part to the booze on his breath and the sleep-addled creases on his face, but he'd been far from helpless or unaware. JT had seen the old rifle hanging over the fireplace, had seen the darkness of suspicion cloud Brett's expression, and the wary twitch of distrust in his chiseled jaw. He didn't remember much else about the room or even the house itself, since he'd had an issue with looking away from the owner of said room and house. Brett was gorgeous, and not in the usual manner JT would have used to define the word. Rough, rugged, and disheveled, but not in a purposeful, planned way, was not JT's normal cup of tea. In fact, there wasn't much about Brett Taylor that screamed JT's type at all, from the length of his hair and the tiny silver hoops in his ears, to the fact he lived on a ranch and had one of those black monster trucks in his driveway. Maybe not a monster truck at all, but the freaking thing would take a stepping stool to climb into. JT wasn't ashamed to admit he had a shallow and generally unyielding taste in men. He'd always preferred the less alpha side of his gender. Men who liked romantic comedies over shoot-'em-up action flicks, air conditioning over a light summer breeze, sushi instead of meat and potatoes, razors and scissors over beards and hair ties. His mother had called his dates pretty boys, and in his past circle of acquaintances, JT was often referred to as too masculine and brutish. That was certainly not the case in the southern towns he'd already visited, or at the ranch where he intended to spend the next part of his journey. He'd never felt connected to any of his fly-by-night so-called friends or lovers. They'd all had their noses stuck too far up their own perfectly toned and groomed asses, too content to stay in their familiar stereotypical boxes. They never contemplated stepping outside their comfort zones for anything less than someone exactly like themselves. JT had grown up in the upper end of society where judgment had been an easy trap to fall into, and was also encouraged, especially by his parents. It made him angry to be assigned a specific type, yet that was exactly what he'd done with Brett. He had no way of knowing whether Brett actually fit into the categories or boxes that JT had involuntarily forced him into at all, but even the small triangle of goatee and the few days' growth of stubble on his chin would have been a deterrent on JT's usual attention radar. He hated that he'd allowed that silly bullshit to seep into his brain, shuttling him uncomfortably and maddeningly back into his old life. Because, yes, he'd lived that life of always looking his best, primping and preening so he'd be accepted by people he didn't even really like. It was highly possible he just never allowed himself to take a closer look at men who didn't immediately make his cock stand up and take notice, or fit into the closely defined parameters of his life. He'd never bothered to look beyond the stubble and scruff and unfettered masculinity. Seeing past his judgments and overcoming them were two of the main reasons he was so far from home in the first place, and he obviously needed a lot more work in those areas. Once he'd left that old JT behind, he'd begun to see things and people in a different way. A better way, he hoped. Being thrust headfirst into a situation and having such a strange, lustful reaction to Brett had thrown him off balance, though, and sent him sprawling back into old patterns of thought. And Brett? God. Brett was the epitome of everything JT had never considered attractive before. All gruff-voiced, roughly defined, hard-planed, masculine-lined beauty. Brett wasn't a tall man in any stretch of the imagination, 5'8" or 9 tops, but what he might have lacked in height he made up for in a build that was positively drool-worthy. He was obviously a man who took care of himself, and could take care of himself and anyone else he chose. And that right there, the whole drool-worthy body and face that JT could stare at, let alone touch for days, that thing, it had to stop right on the first step of Brett's porch. JT needed to file away the image of Brett, his brand spanking new boss, with his long flowing, please run your hands through me and tug on me at inappropriate times, chestnut hair and sexy bedhead disarray. He needed to ignore the tight, white tank top that perfectly displayed the steely muscles of Brett's arms, chest, and back, and the low-slung gray sweatpants that left absolutely nothing to the imagination. Yeah, just file it all under the heading of Do Not Touch. After realizing he was still poised on the bottom step of the porch, JT took a deep breath, then slowly, methodically, exhaled. He smoothed a hand down the front of his jeans, checking for any obvious bulge that was not appropriate for the situation. His body was reacting like a horned-up teenager looking to get laid, and though the latter part of that equation was certainly true, and fuck, it had actually been several months since that had happened, the former was just too ridiculous to even consider. He'd seen Brett once, and for a very short period of time, and despite the only freaking country song he knew running around his head on a loop, Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy, JT was not attending some sex-filled hoedown, and Brett was not his cowboy to be ridden. The fact he'd said he didn't have a wife certainly didn't mean his taste pointed in the other direction, JT's direction. Perhaps the gruff, annoyed, forced politeness that Brett had asserted wasn't a toe-curling turn-on for women, like it had been for JT, or he was just happy with the single life. Those thoughts were neither here nor there, and the fact JT had barely said 2 complete sentences to Brett didn't make him feel any more assured of his presence. He'd allowed Millie to speak for him the entire time, so he half expected Brett to decide he was a mindless idiot, laugh in his face, and say,
"Y'all don't come back now, you hear?"
or something blatantly stereotypical like that. JT paused outside the old screen door, unsure whether he should knock or just walk right in. The scent of coffee and toast sent a message to his empty belly, and it growled accordingly. He made a hasty decision, knocked softly on the door, and waited.
"We don't knock around here. Just come on in."
Brett's sexier-than-fuck drawl, also not on JT's usual list of stand-up-and-take-notice qualities, drifted from inside. He pulled the door open to find only 2 men sitting at the wood and metal kitchen table. Both had empty plates pushed to the side, steaming mugs of coffee warming their hands, and bowed heads that rose when JT entered the room.
"Morning,"
Brett said, meeting JT's shaky vision with the iciest, most beautiful, long-lashed eyes he'd ever seen. Damn, he didn't remember them being so stunningly blue. Maybe the adorable rimless glasses from the night before had taken away from their awesomeness? Or was it the fact Brett's hair had been loose and distractingly amazing around his face the night before, but was pulled back into a low ponytail today, allowing so much more of his sharp, perfect features to be on display? Holy hell, get a grip.
"Y'all didn't have to get up with the birds, especially since I know those beds in the bunkhouse ain't so comfy. Sleep all right?"
JT managed to nod, but remained rooted to the floor. Had Brett's voice been so whiskey smooth but gravel rough both at the same time before? And was it absolutely necessary for him to wear a t-shirt that showed off every asset it was supposed to be covering? JT's instantly half-hard reaction didn't seem to think so. Or, yeah, it clearly did. He flicked his tongue over his dry lips, his throat working double time to wet the inside of his parched mouth. Quickly averting his gaze when Brett cocked his head to the side and frowned, JT stroked a hand over his t-shirt, sweeping away some imaginary dust that he hoped Brett wouldn't realize was imaginary at all. He'd never felt so out of his comfort zone, out of his league, before in his life.
"You okay, kid? You look a little pale unless that's your normal color."
I'm fine, thanks. Am I, interrupting? Come on, Johann. You're a goddamn college man who's traveled the country, so pull your dick, or whoever's happens to be shoved up there, out of your ass and complete at least one coherent sentence. The man across from Brett, who JT had barely acknowledged as being anything more than a distraction, snorted and rose from his chair. "Nothing to interrupt around here." He stuck out his hand, and JT quickly cleared some of the lusty fog from his brain to shake it. "Ray Durant. Nice to meet you." "JT Campbell." Brett pushed his chair back.
"I apologize. I guess my manners slept in. Ray's the foreman of the Sharp Tea. He runs the place while I just pretend to know what I'm doing."
Ray snorted again before sitting back down. "He ain't lying." He took a long slurp of coffee, drained the cup, then wiggled it in Brett's direction. "Got any more, son?"
"Like you gotta ask, bossy bastard."
Brett's words didn't match his tone, and he pulled a smile that could have lit up the moon. JT shook his head in disgust. He had to get that damn cliché and poetry book out of his head real quick.
"JT?"
Somehow, without JT's knowledge, Brett had gotten closer, his body less than 2 feet from where JT stood paralyzed. The fresh scent of pine, hay, and something fruity wafted from Brett's damp hair, encircling JT, and making him a little dizzy, and a whole lot dumb.
"Hey kid, you're freaking me out."
It was only then JT realized Brett had been talking to him.
"Do you need to go to the hospital or something?"
"No," JT spat out, too loudly, too quickly. Sorry. Must have been lost in my head." Brett's fingers seared hot and heavy when they wrapped around one of JT's biceps, his other hand skimming with whispered heat over his jaw. He squinted as he examined JT's face.
"You got a couple good bruises there. Sure you ain't got a concussion?"
JT fought to not react to the touch that left his skin tingling and his breathing labored. "You're acting like a total idiot," his brain chastised. "No, I'm probably still half asleep." Brett's hands fell away, and JT could breathe again, reluctantly.
"Need a steak to put over that eye?"
JT's brain snapped to attention in a what-the-fuck kind of way. People actually do that? Soft, melodic laughter rolled from Brett's mouth, and Ray joined in with his own hearty chuckles.
"Nope, but I can offer you a frozen bag apiece."
JT's face burned, and he wanted to crawl under the floorboards.
"Leave the boy alone, Brett. Make yourself useful and get the goddamn coffee pot." "All right, don't get your breeches in a twist. Sorry, JT. You drink coffee?"
JT frowned at the odd question. "Of course. Why?" Brett's full lips quirked into a teasing, crooked grin.
"No offense intended. Some of the city boys I've met before didn't approve of simple coffee without some fancy name, or sometimes without no coffee at all."
"I'll have mine black, please." JT felt his wavery composure, brain, and maybe even a touch of control slowly slip back into place as he watched Brett nod, grin, and turn away. He had a perfect smile, on top of a lot of perfect everything else. JT pulled out the chair between the two men and sat down, one leg tucked under him as Brett returned with another mug and a stainless steel coffee pot. But wait, what had Brett said? Had he just shoved JT into a stereotypical box of his own? Touché. City boy? Why would you think that? Ray was the one who answered while Brett raised his eyebrows and busied himself with filling all 3 cups.
"You've just got that look about you, son. So, I hope you gave the other guy as good as you got."
He lifted a hand to gesture toward JT's eye. "What? Oh, you mean the bruises?" He nodded, bringing the cup to his lips and blowing lightly at the steam. "When I walked away, one of them was on the floor, so I think I did all right."
"Damn straight,"
Ray said. A wide grin took over his wrinkled face. JT thought he looked to be in his 50s, his sun-weathered skin darkened in patches. He wondered how old Brett was. He didn't think he could be any more than 7 or 8 years older than JT's 28. But then again, that didn't matter, nor was it any of his business. He needed to fixate his brain less on getting laid by his hot-as-fuck boss, and more about the actual job.
"I can cook you up some eggs and toast if you like,"
Brett said as JT tried hard not to look directly into his piercing blue. No eye contact seemed like the best course of action, at least until his interested dick got the do not touch memo. "Oh, I can do it myself, or, whatever. I'm not really sure about how things work around here."
"Scrambled, poached, or sunny side up? And what things would you be asking about?"
JT was at a loss for words. Luckily, Ray piped up.
"Don't have to worry about Brett cooking for you. He likes it. Some kind of Zen calming bullshit thing he picked up on the road. Not saying he's any good at it, but—" "Asshole,"
Brett muttered as he swept a paper towel over the inside of a big frying pan. Damn, the man could even make the slow drawl of an insult sexy. JT really had a problem.
"But he's not completely wrong. Now, what would you like, kid?"
Scrambled would be fine, or poached, or, whatever. Brett turned from the sink, holding JT hostage with a single glance.
"One thing you gotta know if you're gonna stick around. Ask for what you want, and if you're damn lucky, you might even get it. Don't ask or specify. You're more than likely to get fuck all."
Holy shit. If that wasn't a loaded statement, then JT's mother wasn't a high society snob, and she most certainly was. JT ate a hearty breakfast, listening in while Brett and Ray chatted about this and that, insulting and badgering each other in turn. They even strayed to actual ranch conversation once or twice, and sent the odd question or comment JT's way. The simplicity and casual atmosphere left him feeling surprisingly more comfortable with the whole situation, and with Brett in general. He seemed like a different man than he had the night before, less gruff and frustrated. There was also an easy, laid-back way both men had about them, and it soothed the nervous butterflies in JT's belly, as well as turning his attention away from looking at Brett as simply a slab of meat to be devoured. Oh, he was still interested, but he felt more positive that he could get past those lusty thoughts and be able to work for Brett without wanting to push him flat against a wall and touch every square inch of him. Brett was almost as mysterious as he was hot. He didn't reveal a lot of specifics about himself, But JT sensed some underlying sadness and insecurity beneath and entwined with his quick, witty, often sarcastic comments to Ray. JT's classes had given him both book knowledge and hands-on experience in assessing someone's words versus body language. He'd excelled in those aspects of his courses, and he was pretty sure his empathetic feelers were still alive inside him. At least he hoped they were, or else he'd quit medical school for nothing. He wondered about the relationship between the two men. They were obviously at ease with each other, and there was a subtle protectiveness between them that seemed to go past friendship. It came across as almost a father and son sort of respect, despite JT's assumption they were no more than 12 or so years apart in age. Brett had laid out the verbal contract he'd come up with for JT's employment. It was fair. More than fair, to be honest, especially after JT admitted to never having worked on a ranch before. Brett had simply swept his concerns under the welcome mat.
You'll be working under the best teacher a man could ask for.
Brett winked, then flicked his thumb toward Ray. JT's mind hadn't flinched or fluttered at the phrase, working under, one bit either. Nope, not one bit. He was a little disappointed that he wouldn't be working with Brett as much as Ray, but then Brett mentioned JT was welcome at meals any time he liked, and JT did really like that.
I'm not all that exciting,
Brett claimed.
But like Ray said, I don't mind cooking, and I guess I can throw shit together as good as the next guy.
Brett smiled warmly at JT, completely focused on him in an already familiar pattern of attentiveness that made JT uncomfortable in a very good way. Of course, he had lost his ability to speak again. Fortunately, he was soon saved by some teasing remark from Ray about Brett's cooking, so Brett's focus was immediately taken away as he laughingly cursed up a storm. It had been decided that JT would work on a needed-to-be-done basis, so whatever Brett or Ray decided needed to be done, JT would do. The bard didn't even come up in the conversation, and not wanting to ruffle the feathers of his new boss, JT didn't mention it. Brett had said he'd only need a few days' notice should or when JT decided to leave, just enough time to get his final paycheck and papers together. It was the strangest contract JT had ever heard of, but it sounded completely win-win to him. So they shook on it, with JT trying hard to ignore the swift but firm one-armed hug Brett dragged him into. After a hard slap to the back, he was sent outside to help Ray unload supplies. Ray showed him around a little more before they got to work, pointing out the corral and pasture, then taking him into the stables. He was introduced to the horses as they were fed and watered, and JT was surprised to discover there were only 5. He didn't claim to know anything at all about ranches, but he'd assumed one as large as the Sharp T appeared to be would have more, or at least some cattle or other animals. But the horses, a small coop of chickens, and an old dog named Sal, who raised his head for a scratch and then contentedly fell back asleep on the porch, were the only breathing things besides the 3 men on the ranch.
Used to be more,
Ray said as he offered one of the bigger horses, Tay, a carrot from a bucket by the door. Ray tipped his cowboy hat back and scratched his forehead.
Likely there'll only be 4 by next week. Think Brett's found a new home for Daisy, just pondering over his final decision, as he's known to do.
JT ran the names through his head, trying to match them up with the horses in each stall. Daisy, Trinity, Tay, Knight, or possibly Knight, since Ray had introduced the large stallion as the Black Knight, and Matilda. If his memory served him correctly, Daisy was the smallest one near the back, the quiet one who had readily nuzzled against Ray when he approached her.
Why so few?
Ray finished what he was doing, clapped his gloved hands together to shake off the dust and straw, then tossed an old pair of gloves to JT.
Things change, but some just stay the same.
He turned and led JT from the stable without another word. With an accepting tilt of his head, JT pulled the gloves on and followed along. They passed the old barn twice, once going to the stables and once on the way back. But Ray never diverted his path, and it definitely added to JT's curiosity about the old building. They quickly fell into a rhythm when they started unloading the feed and supplies. JT stood on the truck bed and hauled everything to Ray. In turn, Ray stacked it all in piles on the ground. It felt good to be working with his hands again. The simple repetition movement and straining of his body clearing JT's brain and sending spikes of adrenaline through him. He felt invigorated, revitalized even, and it was a bonus to be outside in the sun and sweetness of the fresh air. He never got much of that in the city, rarely bothered to go outside at all unless it was a way to get him from point A to point B. At least not after his school world had become too busy to sneak away to the waves. Most of his jobs since then had been inside as well. He and Ray worked in silence, the only noise the chirps and twitters of birds or squirrels, the whinnying of the horses, and eventually the sound of their own panting, exerted breaths. When the truck was empty, JT swiped the sweat from his forehead with the bottom of his shirt and sat heavily on the back of the truck, his legs dangling over the edge. Ray sauntered over, parking his butt beside JT. He pulled the old cowboy hat from his head and passed a hand through his damp, thinning hair.
Nice to see you aren't scared of a little hard work. Think you'll work out just fine.
His smirk spoke loads, but his head only fell a tad to the side, his whole face searching JT's.
Mind me asking how you came to be hired? Never heard of you before first thing this morning. And Brett, well, Brett ain't always all that forthcoming.
JT flashed a contented smile, his comfort level with Ray easy and enjoyable. I think Millie did more of the hiring.
Ah, really? That makes more sense then. She's been pushing him to make some changes.
Ray dipped his head, playing with the gloves he'd laid in his lap, while JT waited for him to continue. It never happened, so he grabbed hold of the conversation himself. Brett seems kind of old to be taking orders from his mother. Ray snorted and tipped his head back for a moment, his mouth opening in a full-out guffaw.
You met her, son. She can be very persuasive. It's all good, though. It's about time he moved on.
Moved on? Curiosity ran amok inside JT.
I've probably said enough. Don't want to be telling someone else's business, especially someone that gives me my pay.
But JT wasn't so easily discouraged or all that bright at times. Do you mind me asking if you've known him long? Ray nodded, his tone softer when he spoke.
As long as he's been around here. I was Walt's foreman before he ever met Brett.
Walt?
See there, you did it again. You some kind of spy or something, kid? Sure do know how to get information from a fella.
Ray slid off the truck, stretching backward, hands kneading his lower back. No, just curious who I'm working for, and Millie said something I didn't quite understand. Turning to look at JT, Ray jutted out his chin.
And what would that be?
JT moistened his bottom lip, then dropped his feet to the ground. She said 3 years is a long time to keep things the same. Ray nodded, dropping his line of sight and kicking up dust with his boot.
Brett say anything back?
No, but he practically yanked her into the next room and shut the door. After a few moments of uncomfortable silence that completely contrasted the easiness of before, Ray sighed loud and long.
Brett lost someone just over 3 years ago. We all did, but Brett's still having a tough time moving on and dealing with how things have to be.
JT felt a remote sadness well up inside him. He knew he was being way too snoopy for his first day, but how things have to be? Another sigh, and Ray turned toward the house.
How they have to be without Walt.
Ray paused, one hand moving to rub the back of his neck.
I'm gonna grab some water, kid. Want a bottle?
He didn't wait for an answer, simply walked away, leaving JT impossibly more confused than before. JT turned slowly, his own disappointed sigh rolling from between his lips, before he followed along behind Ray, with Sal close at his heels. Chapter 3. It had been hard for Brett to think of the day as being like any other, with his skittering nerves and mild paranoia stirring the pot. There wasn't a tangible reason for the way he felt, other than a restless, insomnia-infused night, and the day before being one of the hardest of the year. Add the surprise of having an extra body around the ranch, and he supposed he did have damn good evidence to support his irritation. His tolerance for himself was at an all-time low, and he knew having a stranger around would only add to the aggravation. It had been 3 years since he'd had to deal with anyone unfamiliar in his personal surroundings, since he'd felt like he couldn't be himself in his own house. Sure, there'd been the regular hands underfoot over the years, familiar faces that Brett had liked, despite eventually letting them all go. He'd helped to find them new jobs, of course, but in terms of strangers, they definitely didn't count. This new kid, though, damn it. He knew he had to stop thinking of him like that. Brett had been on the receiving end of the kid nickname with both Walt and Ray in the beginning, and he remembered very clearly not liking it much. Rite of passage, experience versus inexperience, or what the hell ever, it still had a derogatory and disrespectful sound to it. Unfortunately, it was a hard habit to break. This kid, JT, seemed like a nice enough fella, and Brett had been telling the truth when he said there was lots to be done around the ranch. Hell, anyone could see the sad state Brett had let the place fall into, and that was a goddamn shameful realization when it actually hit home. So part of Brett's post-hiring apprehension was likely just that, embarrassment. It didn't matter a hoot that Brett didn't know JT from Jack, bad pun aside, but it did matter that having him around opened Brett's senses to something he hadn't really wanted to see, feel, experience. But Brett knew in his heart that even if shame played a tiny part in his misgivings and worry, it certainly didn't come close to being the real cause. And that right there was a whole different, more fucked up can of worms. He'd come a long way in the past year, at least with regards to relying on the bottle to get him through most nights. But despite the progress he'd made, despite the nights not being as ghost and guilt-ridden as they'd once been, Brett still wasn't comfortable having anyone else see into the private hole he dug for himself. Old habits didn't die easily, especially if they'd been formed out of desperation, and the desperation still twined around him. Brett started his day by preparing sandwiches in a crock pot full of homemade vegetable soup so lunch was ready whenever Ray and JT wanted it, and so he didn't have to be around to get things ready. It was the cowardly way out, but the way he chose nonetheless. Ray's claim that Brett liked to cook and feed everyone wasn't so much bullshit but embellishment. He didn't necessarily like it or hate it, but it made him feel useful even on days when a flashing useless sign burned between his ears. He went to the bunkhouse next, further shame and embarrassment burning his face when he saw the dusty mess JT had spent the night in. Words he hoped his mama would never hear tumbled from his lips as self-disgust pecked at his brain. It was a damn disgrace how he'd let everything fall by the wayside, despite Ray and his mama reminding him time and time again to get his damn act together. The bunkhouse had been an eye-opener in a very bad way, but by the time he was done, there wasn't a surface in there that hadn't gotten a thorough going over, and gol darn it, Mama herself could have eaten off that floor. He also settled some of the accounts he'd been avoiding, then gave a little attention to the horses, his happiest task of the day by far. He even cursed his way through a frustrating session of pulling the damn weeds in the garden his mama was growing at the side of the house. She'd been on his ass about doing it for a couple weeks, but he kept telling her it couldn't be so bad or as vital as she made it out to be. Damn it, he hated it when she was right. Before contemplating supper, Brett made a call he'd been dreading because of the stony indecision that weighed heavy on his mind. After almost dialing the numbers several times, he'd eyed his ever-present friend Jack on his desk. Licking over his lips, he wrapped his fingers around the coolness of the bottle, his mouth watering and throat clenching. Instead of going with his urge, he opened the long drawer of the desk where he was careful to always stow his most prized photo, slowly tracing the smooth edges of the silver frame until the feeling passed. When he finally shut the drawer again, it was with a long, grateful exhale, and his fingers already dancing over his phone.
Mr. Dawson? Howdy, sir. It's Brett Taylor over at the Sharp Tea. Fine, sir, thank you. Yourself? That's mighty fine to hear. Yes, well, the reason I'm calling is to apologize, because after some serious thought, I've decided I won't be selling Daisy right now. No, sir. It was certainly not anything personal on your part.
Brett tossed his dusty cowboy hat onto the desk, fingers threading and pulling in his unkempt hair.
I just realized I hadn't considered my decision as carefully as I should have. Yes, sir, she is a sweet little filly. I'll definitely let you all know if circumstances change. Thank you, sir. Please give my best to your wife. Good day.
Afterward, he bowed his head to the desk and let his lids slip closed until his heartbeat calmed to its normal pace. He was happy to have finally manned up and made the decision, even though he was still unclear as to why he'd changed his mind. It was true that Daisy was the first and only horse Brett had helped bring into the world, and he'd even been the one to name her, but until the Dawsons had approached him with an offer to buy her, she'd never been anything special in his mind. Walt had always called her his miracle baby, though. That was something Brett had never considered, what with his brain trying to avoid anything in the past having to do with Walt. But it was the truth, and a damn good reason to keep the pretty girl.
I guess I'm not too old to still learn a thing or two,
he grumbled into the emptiness of the office. He smiled at his sudden outburst, then pushed the bottle of whiskey aside and bundled the loose strands of hair back into its tail. His spirits lifted, shoulders not so weighed down for the moment, and he decided that despite his anxiety, it had been a productive day. Maybe he needed to have different people around more often. No, that was a definite no, productivity or not. Spaghetti with his mama's homemade sauce was Brett's next big decision. He slathered up some thick slices of bread with garlic butter, added a sprinkle of Parmesan cheese on top, then threw them in the oven. It wasn't elegant cuisine by any stretch of the imagination, but it was hearty and easy after a busy day. He never knew if he was feeding Ray or not, since sometimes he liked to spend his evenings in town. He wasn't the solitary creature that Brett was, but Brett tended to make more food than he needed, and leftovers were always appreciated. Ray and JT wandered into the house just as Brett had taken the bread from the oven and was setting it on the table. They'd already cleaned up and looked ready to end the day, both of them tired but relaxed in their postures. Brett was thankful to have Ray joining them, since it alleviated a bit of the tension he was feeling when he looked at JT again. He caught the kid staring at him several times during supper, and they quickly looked away each time. Brett sincerely hoped he hadn't come across as rude or impolite in a way that made the kid wary of him. Despite a few strange meetings of glances, once they'd all dug into their heaping plates of food, Brett's nerves had calmed. JT hadn't wasted any time, and as anyone who makes a meal would agree, Brett was happy to see his meal eaten with gusto. The kid had a healthy appetite, a very good thing if he intended to work on the ranch. There was a little talk of the events of the day, the weather, or what have you, but mostly it was simply eating in comfortable silence. JT offered to do the dishes, and neither Brett nor Ray objected. They left him to his task and retired to the porch to have a beer and let their meal settle.
Better day today, son?
Ray asked once they'd taken their usual places on the big bench, side by side, facing forward as they enjoyed the breezy evening air and changing colors of the dusk sky.
Only asking, 'cause I know yesterday was a tough one for you.
Brett nodded as he drew a long draught of his beer.
Better today. Kept busy. How'd the new hire do?
A cold nose nudged his hand, so Brett leaned over to reciprocate the affection. Sal was in his normal spot on the porch, tucked in close to Brett's side of the bench, with his tail a-wagging.
Think he's gonna hang around, or did you work his little city ass off?
Ray met Brett's attentions for a moment, a tinge of amusement wrinkling the corners.
I worked him hard, but never heard a complaint. Don't think he's as city as we expected. It's good.
Brett's eyelashes dipped to the bottle between his legs.
Been kinda nervous all day. Not accustomed to having strangers around.
He carefully peeled the label off the bottle, then tucked behind his ears the strands of hair that had escaped his ponytail.
Think maybe I'm getting a little too set in my ways. Age'll do that to a fella, Ray teased with a grin. He seems like a nice enough kid. Hard worker and stronger than I would have given him credit for. Guess we all have our expectations or biases of others, yeah?
Ray nodded as a wider smile curled his thin lips.
Oh, I'd say so. Was pretty sure I had you pegged the first time I met you. Me?
Brett scowled. He turned and saw the big-ass teasing look on Ray's face, his own grin barely contained.
Well, do tell, sir.
Swiping a hand over his face, Ray chuckled before answering.
Sure you want to know?
Brett's reply was the gentle nudge of his shoulder against Ray's.
Gotta be going on 10 years since we met. Maybe a little longer? You're stalling, old man, and you know damn well it's been almost 11.
Brett smirked and bumped him again.
Come on, I can take it. Pretty boy.
Brett's mouth dropped open, his brows knitting together so fast he felt dizzy. He had to have misheard because there was no way in hell Ray had said,
Pardon me?
Ray laughed out loud, his cowboy hat nearly falling from his head when he tipped his face to the twilight sky.
Hell yes, a pretty boy. You were way scrawnier back then. Hadn't yet worked out any of those muscles you're so damn proud of. Piss off.
Your hair was short and kind of spiky or messy, like you'd been in some sort of windstorm or didn't own a comb. And son, you were wearing a long-sleeve shirt that was trying to say country, but only said trying too damn hard.
I was not, Brett scoffed. I was from the goddamn country myself.
Ray placed his free hand over his heart. I swear on my mama's grave, you look like you were dressed up for some prissy square dance hoedown. Your shirt was some horrible shade of orange. Coral, I think is what Walt tried to pass it off as.
Defended my honor, did he?
Not much he could say, 'cause damn, that thing had shiny silver snaps up the front with little decorations on each one, and some kind of fancy embroidered pattern on the sleeves. It was god-awful.
Must have been my mama's doing.
I think you were a little old to have your mama dressing you even back then.
Shut it, old man.
Brett squinted an eye in Ray's direction.
You sure remember a lot about fashion for a supposed straight guy.
Ray ignored the comment. You can maybe blame Millie for the shirt, but not them damn pants you was wearing. Brett was starting to think Ray had sunk into senility or was lying through his teeth. Why would he remember a pair of pants after 11 years? He crinkled up his nose and played along.
What pants? How in the hell do you remember someone's pants?
Because they were goddamn iron blue jeans with rips and tears that had not been earned, but manufactured right into the damn things. Ray paused to wipe away some joyful tears. Brett wanted to smack him on the damn head. You had some sort of big gaudy belt buckle almost hiding the fact that had those fuckers been any tighter, it would have cut off the circulation to your dick. Brett blushed and searched his memory.
You positive you aren't mixing me up with someone else? I know memory is the first to go when you're older than the hills.
He actually remembered the jeans. Hated the damn things, but back then things had been all about image. Of course, he'd been pretty horned up that day, which could have explained part of the tightness. Ah, the stupidity of youth. He didn't miss it. At least, not much. Positive as your mama's pregnancy test 9 months before she had you. Weren't no other pretty boys coming around here until now.
You think JT's a pretty boy? Seems kinda big for that. He's damn pretty, though.
Brett reprimanded himself for the thought. It wasn't something he liked to consider, and it certainly didn't sit right inside his heart. He's a good-looking kid. Face fits the pretty, if not the body. Had a lot of questions about you, too. Reckon you know how much you're gonna share yet? Brett let his head fall back to the top of the bench, his eyes slipping closed while he pondered the question.
Nothing around these parts stays quiet for long. He'll find out some stuff when he goes into town anyhow, if he doesn't already know.
Nothing about Brett was an all-out secret if anyone did a little digging, except what was hiding inside him. And that wasn't nobody's business, nor was Brett planning on revealing it. Don't think he knows much.
Then if he asks, I'll tell him. You answer any of his questions?
Told him I was Walt's foreman before you took over, but I don't think he knows just who the hell Walt was. He knows you lost someone, too, but I never specified who. Didn't trample any boundaries, did I? Brett shrugged.
It's fine. Most of the bad reactions come from the revealing of the gay part, anyhow.
Don't think you'll have a problem with that, Ray said with a throaty chuckle.
What's that supposed to mean?
Brett squinted at Ray again. A small part of him did a double take, but he shut that damn part down fast. What's that thing your mama likes to talk about? Gaydar? I think the switch on mine was turned on full blast, and the kid sent the dial straight to the top. Pardon the pun. Brett burst out laughing, his forgotten empty beer bottle clattering to the floor of the porch.
I had no idea you were so well-equipped.
Just with the dar part, not the gay. Don't you be getting any ideas now, son.
You looking to get into my drawers, old man?
You could only be so lucky.
I swear you've been sneaking my whiskey when I'm not looking. Enough bullshit leaking from your mouth to fill an entire pasture tonight.
Ray opened his mouth to sling his next whopper, but the opening of the screen door interrupted him. Hey, Brett. Ray. Sorry to interrupt. JT stepped up close to the bench, his soft stare meeting Brett's but quickly averting and switching to Ray. Brett appreciated his soft manners, but the kid seemed a tad more uncomfortable than he had at supper, and he sure seemed to do a lot of staring. He guessed he could have suspicions or whatnot that were unsettling him. He'd seen it before. "Do you think I'll have time to walk into town tomorrow? Maybe on my lunch break?"
"Town's a good 20-minute walk each way, kid. What you need so badly?"
Brett took in the slight reddening of JT's face as he lifted one of his feet to show them the bottom of his well-worn sneaker. Brett shifted to look at JT's face again. He was a fine-looking kid. He wasn't sure if he'd call him pretty exactly, but hell, yeah, he was. "My sneakers aren't going to last more than a few days out here. They're not very good on rocks and gravel."
"Ray can drive you in to get what you need,"
Brett said with a nod to Ray.
"Need a few things in town anyhow. He can show you where to get a pair of good quality boots. Or were you looking for another pair of kicks?"
He smiled gently at the kid, the returning nervous grin making him more comfortable about the situation.
"Boots. All right. Just put them on my account. Might want to get yourself a hat, too, if it looks like you'll be sticking around. And not one of them prissy straw ones. The July sun can be pretty nasty if you're outside too long."
"You don't have to pay." Ray flicked his head with a resounding snort.
"You ain't gonna win that argument, so you best save your breath. He's damn tight with his money, so take the chance when you got it."
He stood up, arching his back with a groan.
"Best to get yourself some proper duds than suffer it out later anyhow."
"I didn't have a lot of time to prepare after I was kidnapped from the side of the road." JT chuckled as Ray and Brett joined in. Brett liked his laugh, solid and honest. Nice smile, too, when he wasn't looking scared to death or however the hell he looked when he stared at Brett. "I think all I have are t-shirts. I should probably get something with long sleeves. Most of my things have seen better days, so it'd be nice to have some extras for out here." Ray nodded, then fixed his sights on Brett, who raised a brow in his direction.
"Don't worry, kid. Even pretty boys with coral shirts eventually turn into grown men, so I'm sure you'll do just fine."
Brett snorted back a laugh.
"I think you've had too much sun today,"
he growled, flashing a teasing grin. He ignored JT's look of confusion, rose from the bench, and patted Ray's shoulder.
"Take your dar and head off to bed, old man. I'm gonna think of some particularly awful jobs for you to do tomorrow, so you'll need all the sleep you can get."
He winked at JT, who frowned back at him, big brown eyes narrowed in confusion.
"Oh, hang on. I'll grab those clean towels of yours in the dryer."
Ray nodded as Brett turned his back, then stepped down onto the first stair.
"I'll check in town for one of those orange shirts for you too, Brett. Maybe you can reclaim some of your old pretty."
He smirked at JT just before a growled,
"Bastard,"
drifted from beyond the banging of the screen door.
"His bark is worse than his bite."
JT had forgotten Ray was still standing behind him. He turned from the door and spoke softly so Brett wouldn't hear him. "I'm not judging."
"Best you don't, 'cause he just might surprise you."
Ray nodded toward the house.
"Hasn't been the best couple of days for him, but he'll be evened out by tomorrow."
JT liked Ray. He was comfortable like an old pair of shoes, and JT had already realized with only one day behind him that if he didn't want to talk about something, he'd come right out and say so. He was straightforward and didn't hold anything back. JT had probably asked way too many questions while they worked, but in the end he managed to get a few answers too. "Any other words of wisdom?" JT smiled, glad when Ray replied with a slow grin.
"Speak your mind like he already told you. Not much Brett won't do to help a fella out, even if it means causing damage to himself."
Ray may have seemed like an old pair of kicks, but he also talked in riddles that tweaked JT's curiosity sometimes. He was contemplating Ray's latest puzzle when Brett opened the screen door and walked back outside. He tossed an armful of towels at Ray before handing JT a beer that he gratefully accepted.
"Here, old man. Now get yourself home before I have to carry your tired ass."
Brett quirked an eyebrow when Ray tipped his hat.
"Gonna need you to cook something a whole lot better for breakfast if you're gonna torture me with chores tomorrow, Brett."
JT tried to stifle his own grin. Ray winked at him.
"I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, kid."
JT watched Ray lazily walk toward the pasture. He knew Brett was studying him, but his feet were glued to the spot. Brett's voice unstuck them.
"You okay, kid?"
JT wondered how many times Brett had asked him the same question in under 24 hours. It didn't make him feel like he had a brain in his head when his body kept refusing to cooperate. He cleared his throat, then turned toward the warmth of Brett's drawl-coated words. Brett had settled onto the left side of the bench seat, one arm bent in and cupping the back of his neck, while the other choked the neck of the beer bottle he rested against his thigh. Sal had shuffled to the front of the bench, snuggled up to his leg. His head rested contentedly on Brett's knee. JT avoided his icy blue stare. "Yeah, I'm good."
"You know Ray and I are just joshing with each other, right?"
JT nodded again, moving to sit beside Brett, but careful to stay on his own side.
"Ray didn't have you picking up horse shit on your first day, did he?"
And just like that, JT's insides untwisted, and he relaxed. At least a little. He swallowed down a laugh, but let his smile shimmer through. "No. He said you'd do the torturing." Brett's lip curled, and he huffed out a laugh.
"He'll take good care of you. Think he's happy to have the help. You seem to have that effect around here, 'cause my mama sure took a shine to you, too."
JT wanted to ask if he shined for Brett as well, but his brain caught the words before they tumbled out of his mouth. Instead, he swallowed another mouthful of beer, focusing on the colorful array of bright purples and soft pinks of twilight, slowly fading to black. Damn it, what was he thinking? He hadn't even known Brett an entire day, and he was ready to be his lapdog, or anything else he wanted him to be. He made a point of clearing his throat to bide from time.
"She's a nice lady."
Brett chuckled into his beer bottle.
"Nice? I guess that's one way of putting it."
He snickered some more, the lines around his mouth wrinkling in laughter before his voice softened.
"I suppose mamas are all the same when it comes to speaking their minds, right? You close to yours?"
Something sharp bent and poked inside JT. "Not when I can help it." He felt Brett's gaze on him, but he didn't budge. He probably should have phrased it a little less harshly, but it was the honest truth, and if Brett didn't like it...
"I guess that's as typical with some folks. Just never been able to say no to mine. She called today, by the way. Wanted to make sure I didn't push you too hard on your first day."
JT's cheeks burned, and he tried to hide the blush behind his bottle.
"She gave me an earful about how you had a rough time in town before she picked you up. How's that eye feeling? Still want that steak?"
The tension broke again, and JT marveled at how Brett could do that, switch the conversation from intense to comfortable without blinking an eye. It was a skill he didn't seem to possess, despite all his training. "I'll let you keep it for supper. I still have another one to use." Brett's laugh vibrated through JT's body. "Warning, do not touch, do not pass go, or you will not collect $100 or anything else." He coughed into his hand. "It was just a little misunderstanding. No big deal."
"No big deal, except it sent you hiking up the highway at night to be kidnapped, your words, by an old lady in a Chevy."
JT shook his head in amusement, his nerves relaxing even more with the gentle banter. "It was either that or take the bus, and I generally hate the bus."
"I take it you don't have a car?"
JT shrugged. "I do in California."
"Don't think that'll pose any big problems out here. If you need anything else in town, after tomorrow I mean, just let me or Ray know. Ray can probably drive you in after work sometime if you want to do some carousing. Or hell, there's a couple extra around here you can use. Don't know what I was thinking."
"Carousing? Really?" JT's frown was rewarded with a sputtering snort cutting through the breeze. He turned back, amusement warming him as Brett choked, only minorly, on a mouthful of beer. Brett swiped the back of his hand across his red lips as he cleared away a few escaped drops.
"Not a California term, I take it? Or am I aging myself?"
"I wasn't sure if I heard it right or if it was your accent." Brett tilted sideways on the bench, cocking an eyebrow and snarling playfully at JT.
"Maybe y'all are the ones with the accents. Ever consider that?"
Somehow, in the span of a few sentences, Brett had changed in JT's mind. He was still distracting as hell, sitting there all beautiful and rugged and fuckable, but there was something else about him. Something intriguing. Suddenly, Ray's advice made a little more sense. "I'm not the one who says y'all."
"Everyone around here says it, kid. Those boys in town give you a hard time because of your accent?"
It was obviously a roundabout way of Brett's asking what had happened the night before, but it also showed he was interested in listening. JT sipped his beer, then held it close to his face, focusing on the bright label. He replayed the night in his mind. No, I didn't appreciate what they were calling me and told them so. Brett squinted at him.
With your fists?
JT shook his head. He felt a wariness creep over his thoughts. He didn't want Brett to think he was some kind of violent brute. He reached down to scratch the top of Sal's head as he considered what his best answer would be. They started that part. I don't habitually get into fights if that's what you're worried about.
Wasn't even in my head. But if y'all are working for me, I don't want no one giving you a hard time. Mind if I ask what those fellows were on you about?
JT wasn't in the habit of fighting or blatantly disclosing personal information, especially since he was in Redneckville. And it was that particular personal information that got him a black eye in the first place. But if he was going to work for Brett, there was no reason not to say anything. If Brett had an issue with him or how he was, JT knew where the closest highway was. Just your typical alpha male posturing shit.
Alpha male what?
Brett had more what-the-fuck expressions than anyone JT had ever known. Surprisingly, it was endearing as hell. They didn't like me being in their bar because I might try to... He paused, the words on the tip of his tongue, but his brain stalling for time. It wasn't an easy admission. Eyebrows forced together, and his mouth a tight line, Brett reached over and gently squeezed JT's thigh. The simple touch of support spiked heat through JT's leg and spread through his body.
Try to what, kid?
He lifted his hand and JT felt the loss immediately. He rushed to answer before his body betrayed him and grabbed Brett's hand to put it back. I don't know, turn them gay or something? JT was surprised to see Brett's expression smooth over without even a flinch.
Ah, rednecks, were they?
That wasn't the reaction he'd been expecting. Are you even supposed to call them that when you're...
A redneck too?
Brett snorted before pulling another draught from his beer.
I like to think I'm a little more liberal in my thinking, and I prefer the term good old boy myself.
Fuck, Johann. Just go right ahead and insult your boss, because that's definitely the smart thing to do. I didn't mean to imply... A slow nod, and Brett was reassuring him.
No worries. So were you?
What?
Trying to gay them up?
JT didn't even try to contain his laughter, just let it roll out while Brett remained straight-faced. He'd definitely taken his own shine to Brett. God, no. Not in this lifetime. Brett bowed his head, loose strands of hair falling over his face as he picked at the label of his bottle. JT was suddenly nervous again.
But you are... gay, I mean.
JT reacted with aggression. Would it be a problem if I was? He was pretty sure the question sounded far more defensive than he'd intended, but he'd been there before, dealing with small-minded...
Not unless you had the same problem with me.
JT's eyes and mouth widened at the same time before he quickly righted himself again. Did Brett just admit he was... No way. You're... One side of Brett's mouth curled up, that cocky eyebrow of his arching again.
Gay as a Texas summer day is hot. Well, I guess technically I'd be referred to as a bisexual, but that boat floated a long time ago.
But you don't look... If Brett hadn't interrupted him, JT would have done it himself. Stereotype people much, Johann?
Come on, kid. You don't actually think there's a look, do you? 'Cause if you do, I have some swampland in Florida to sell at a darn good price.
Brett's smile was wide and friendly, his eyes almost glittering in the fading light of the day. You're just so...
Handsome?
Brett interrupted while JT snorted a mouthful of beer.
Intelligent? Kid, if you say short, I might have to smack you upside your gay head.
Southern. JT finally managed between choking coughs. Brett nodded and puffed out his bottom lip. JT was bordering on telling him he was fucking adorable, but he was pretty sure that would earn him a smack.
Southern makes sense, I guess.
Brett drawled slowly, more adorably. And damn it, husky-voiced, muscled, freakishly hot Southern men were not supposed to be that way. At least not in JT's mind.
You've already been fortunate enough to experience our hospitality in that regard. So how many guys?
JT's first reaction was, what the fuck? His second was wondering why the hell Brett would ask him how many guys he'd been gay with. His face must have announced his what the fuck confusion, because Brett suddenly let out another hoot before smacking him on the shoulder.
At the bar, son. You thought I was asking how many guys you... Never mind. I don't think that's a proper question for a boss to ask, yeah? Or anyone else.
Brett chuckled between sips while JT felt a little violated.
So what are you? 6 feet? 6'1"?
Around there, yeah. Why? What kind of random question was that anyway?
'Cause you might look like a city kid to me, but I think you can hold your own with all these rednecks. Am I right?
He didn't mean to grin like a loon. It just happened. 3. There were 3 of the mother rednecks.
Well, good on you then. I always appreciate motherfuckers like that getting what's coming to 'em. And if it happens in my own town, even better.
Brett looked mightily proud of himself as he faced forward again. He dipped his head back, face turned to the sky, or rather the porch roof. JT tried to stealthily sneak glances at him as the hues of twilight danced over his face, but he was certain Brett had caught him out of the corner of his eye all 3 times he'd done it. He still couldn't help himself. The knowledge that Brett was gay warmed his insides and made his brain do the Snoopy dance of joy. He was almost expecting to see Brett's appearance change with the admission. Not that it made him any less off limits, but holy crap, Brett was gay? After the 4th time of completely embarrassing himself and Brett's expression getting more and more,
"What you looking at, boy?"
ish, JT racked his brain for something to say.
"Guess I'll head in. Got some work to finish up before I hit the hay."
Brett scratched the top of his head, then swept some loose pieces of hair behind his ear. JT reached deep for some courage. Can I ask you something, Brett?"
"I already told you to speak your mind. I guess whether I answer or not will depend on the question."
"Fair enough. I'm just curious is all. I've heard the name Walt mentioned a few times, and I know you lost someone 3 years ago. Did you and he—" Brett gave a slow nod, focusing on the floor.
"Yep. Walter Sharp. He was my partner. Ranch is named after him if you didn't catch that. And me, I guess, to an extent."
"Sharp tea?" Brett's crooked smile returned, and JT's stomach unfurled a little.
"Tea for Taylor. Walt was funny that way. Wanted to make me feel like it was my home, too. I fought him like a damn banshee when he proposed Sharp Taylor, so he shortened it. That was his compromise."
"He sounds like a good man." JT returned the smile, but it quickly fell away with Brett's next words.
"He was. Way more than what I deserved, but that's just me getting all melodramatic, ain't it?"
Brett lifted his leg, reaching out and resting his foot on the bottom of the railing surrounding the house. "Sorry. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's none of my business."
"It's fine, kid."
Deathly silence followed. JT shuffled his feet, and Brett rubbed his beer bottle between his hands. "Were you together long?" He knew his questions were bordering on being too personal, but he couldn't tamp down his curiosity long enough to keep his mouth quiet.
6 years mostly, and a little before that when I was still a tad skittish.
Brett shook his head slowly, crooked grin shining then fading fast.
You never let it count until I was all in, so to speak.
JT sensed Brett wasn't finished, so he waited through the silent pause, sipping at the last of his beer and looking out over the ranch. Brett's emotions were almost palpable, swirling around him and causing JT to see yet another side to his boss. In another reality, he would have taken Brett's hand in his, squeezed it to offer his comfort, but in this one, he sat quietly until Brett continued. Once Brett peeled the entire label off his beer bottle, he spoke again.
Was our anniversary yesterday, matter of fact. Walt's and mine. Not like a real wedding anniversary, but, well, you know what I mean. Might explain my manners last night. Wasn't one of my better days.
The tangible ache in Brett's words struck a chord inside JT, one that stuttered and unfolded his own heart and made his mind buzz with good intentions of wanting to help. He knew there wasn't much he could do, except listen if Brett wanted to talk. You still miss him a lot. Brett's gaze drifted into the distance, bright with emotion and remembrance.
Every day. People say it'll get better. Guess I must be a slow learner, 'cause it sure don't seem better yet. Now I'm getting all melancholy on you.
He glanced at JT, bottom lip sucked between his teeth. He released it with a sad smile.
I have everything a man needs right here, so I should apologize for my whining and keep quiet. It's all right. I guess you noticed that I cleaned out that pigsty of a bunkhouse today, so it should hopefully be a little more comfortable, or at least clean.
JT didn't question the abrupt change in subject, didn't push forward like he'd done before. If talking about something else would clear the sadness from Brett's face, even a little bit, he was all for it. Ray doesn't stay in the bunkhouse or the house?
Nope. He's got a little cabin set back in the far corner of the property. He and Walt built him a fine place to call home.
Were they ever? Brett managed a chuckle that didn't quite change his expression.
Walt and Ray? Fuck no. Ray is as straight as they come, pardon my choice of words. They were just like brothers, though. It was hard on Ray when Walt died.
Sounds like it was hard on everyone.
Yep. Ray was here for me, and I tried to be there for him when I could.
Brett's words were soft and barely audible as he scrubbed a hand over his face, fingers pressing the bridge of his nose.
You need anything for the night?
JT shook his head, words dancing on the end of his tongue, but he quickly sucked them back in. It didn't seem the time for more questions or prying. Brett had gone from vibrant and awake to pained and exhausted in the blink of an eye.
All right. See you in the morning, then.
Brett groaned as he shoved himself off the bench, slipping past JT before reaching for the door handle. JT twisted to the side. Hey, Brett. Hazy blue eyes and a look of concern turned back to JT. Thanks. For everything. Yeah, good night. Brett nodded slowly, then he was gone. JT watched his back as he opened the door and let it slam shut behind him. He shifted back into the seat, raising his fingers over the spot where Brett had been sitting. He would have sworn it was still warm with Brett's heat. He stared up into the dimming sky, listening to the sounds inside the house, boots being dropped on the hardwood floor, glass clattering against metal followed by a grunt of displeasure, then the slamming of a door. He wasn't sure how he felt about the conversation that had ended so abruptly. He did feel more comfortable with Brett, but his heart ached a little at the sadness he kept seeing cross Brett's face. JT's professors had always praised the empathetic connection he found in his case studies, but chastised him at the same time. He was told to step back, to stifle the overwhelming emotions he felt when a case jolted something inside him. Unfortunately, it had been easier said than done. In the end, his instructors and even his master's degree advisor had told him he might want to rethink his plans to practice psychology.
You'll never be able to be objective with your patients.
You'll have an ulcer before you're 40 if you can't separate your therapist empathy from your clients.
You'll end up on the therapist's couch yourself.
More his parents' idea than his own, JT's original plan had been for him to go to medical school to be a surgeon. But after 2 years of med school, he'd figured out what he'd really known all along. Medicine wasn't for him. Unfortunately, his second foray into finding himself a career hadn't been so successful either. A psychologist who would work more with patients and less with bureaucracy. The criticisms of his professors and colleagues had made him reconsider whether he could do what he'd set out to do, be what he thought he was going to be. But it hadn't been the only reason he'd stepped away. His heart just hadn't been in it the way he'd hoped it would. He'd felt like tinkering around in people's heads without getting involved with something he couldn't do. So as soon as he graduated, he started his search for what exactly his heart wanted him to do and where it wanted to be. He'd never understood what exactly he was searching for or what would eventually make him satisfied enough to stop. He still didn't know, but he'd managed to avoid any emotional attachments up to that point. Numerous short-term jobs weren't conducive to forming any bonds or friendships. He was good with that. His single train of thought centered on knowing he'd find what he was looking for when it was time, when it smacked him in the face or, more than likely, stabbed him in the heart. He stroked through his overgrown curls as he lifted off the seat, a yawn shoving past his lips. Maybe an early night would do him good. Ray had suggested stacking 2 of the thin mattresses on top of each other so he could sleep a little more comfortably, and that was exactly his plan. His jaw stretched wide in a reinforcement of his bedtime choice while he slowly stepped away from the house. Tired as he was, he still felt a little shell-shocked as he crossed the property to the bunkhouse. Stereotypes or not, he wouldn't have guessed in 100 years that Brett was gay. It was both encouraging and discouraging at the same time. Brett had been unattainable as a straight man, someone to dream about and appreciate, not touch. But he figured Brett as a gay man would make not touching him that much harder. It was also puzzling how he had such physically strong and heartfelt feelings for someone he'd only met yesterday. That wasn't something JT did. Ever. The few relationships he'd had, ones that had lasted long enough to be called relationships at all, had been based solely on sex. Yet here was a man he had nothing in common with, but who had managed to get JT twitching with need to get to know him better, and not just in the biblical sense. As he was settling into sleep, Brett's face circled JT's mind, the image soothing but harsh. He shuddered involuntarily when an achy stab of pain twisted through his heart, just before he drifted off. The first shot went down like he was gargling with glass. The second burned just as bad, but by the fifth, the whiskey was smooth as silk. Brett pushed the bottle to the corner of the desk as he scrubbed his hand over his face. He should have gone to bed or cranked up the hot tub and spent the rest of the night looking at the stars. Instead, the yellow pad of paper sat in front of him, the page still blank. He knew he had something to say, but the words wouldn't come. Usually the alcohol helped. Usually the fog in his head cleared, and he was able to concentrate by the third shot, but he still felt stuck, still felt like there was something hidden in the gray of his brain, something important. He picked up the pen, letting it hover over the page, twisting it between his fingers, willing the damn thing to write on its own. He didn't know why he was so wound up. He'd even dropped his goddamn beer bottle in the sink because he couldn't control the shaking of his hands or the force of the need to shut himself away in his office with the photo in the frame, his words on the page, and a different bottle altogether. He studied the happy couple staring back at him in the frame, barely recognizing himself as he purposely glanced at Walt.
"Gonna help me out here, darling? Don't seem to have the mind to help myself tonight, so I sure could use the assistance."
Pulling the bottle so it sat smack dab in the middle of the daunting yellow page, Brett caressed the shape, fingers running the full length, then down again. He'd never even liked the damn stuff until Walt died. The first bottle he'd finished had been Walt's, and he'd downed it in an attempt to feel closer to him. Like drinking the damn stuff would somehow make Walt stick to his insides. But all it had done was send him running into town the next day to get another bottle, and only the good Lord himself knew how many more there'd been after that. His anniversary blues didn't generally last more than the day itself, but today had been different. He'd already assured himself he'd been productive, so it hadn't been a complete waste of a day, and he'd even made that damn phone call he'd been fretting about for over a week. Supper had gone better than he'd expected too, and talking to the kid afterward had been pleasant enough, but he was still unsettled. Maybe he'd revealed too much about himself when he'd actually been planning on saying as little as possible. But the kid was comfortable to be around, and the conversation hadn't been one-sided by any means. They'd both talked and listened, and it had been nice. Nice. Familiar. Safe. All those things were good, but there was still a leftover confusion in his head. He was generally a forthcoming type of man, not hemming and hawing about things that could be said outright. But now he couldn't remember a time when he'd blatantly told someone he barely knew that he was gay. He didn't consider it to be a secret or anything to be hidden, at least not anymore, but once JT started stealing glances at him, he suddenly felt like a trapped animal. The last thing he wanted was for the kid to get some weird idea in his head about seducing his boss, and Brett definitely didn't want to lead him on. Not that JT looked the type to be interested in 40-year-old ranchers with bad dispositions. The idea would have been funny if it weren't so damn nice to think about holding someone close again. Brett knew that person was not JT, though, and he'd have to nip any ideas to the contrary in the bud before they flowered up into something neither of them could handle. By the time JT had looked him over for the fourth time, Brett hadn't been able to get the damn bottle in his hand fast enough. It just wasn't right. Not JT's interest, not the alcohol, not the stir of warmth in his groin, and not the pang of guilt in his heart. It wasn't something he'd given into with such determination in a while. Yet there he was with 5 shots under his belt, his mind still reeling, and not a goddamn word written on the page. He forewent the tumbler for his 6th and 7th swallows, the amber liquid finally warming his belly and washing away the fog in his brain. Unfortunately, it didn't cloud the shame in his heart, so once he'd screwed on the cap and shoved the bottle away again, he put the frame back in the drawer.
"You don't need to see me tonight. I think that kid threw me for a loop, and I think I did the same to him. Wonder if it's improper to feel comfortable around someone so new, so quick."
He laughed, then shoved the hair back from his face.
I think I felt that way the first time we met, even though Mama was there. Seems like forever ago.
The words flowed after that.
This whiskey tastes sour, like an old lover's kiss. But it's all that I have, to make you exist. Because when I'm high as a kite, my heart settles down. You're back in my arms, and our circle goes round. I've lived my life, doing just as I pleased. I slept around before you, my want never eased. But then you took that part inside, that had turned stone cold. You stole away my heart, and to you I was sold. But as the saying goes, you don't miss what you've got, until you lose everything, because of the person you're not. That's not how love works. It's not how it should be. I put something else first. Should have picked you over me.
Chapter 4. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but even after 3 weeks, JT still had Brett wondering if there wasn't more than meets the eye to him. It was something about the way he focused so intently into Brett's eyes, even after Brett had disconnected the contact. And he always seemed to be examining everything Brett did, not in a deceptive way by any means, but more of a too damn curious for his own good one. Of course, knowing he had a fancy degree in head shrinking had more than likely only fueled Brett's imagination. If JT knew the full extent to how messed up Brett really was, or at least how messed up he felt, JT could probably write some award-winning research paper on him and his 3-year fall into madness, or whatever the uppity technical term might be. That was definitely something Brett did not want happening. No how, no way, no sirree, thank you ma'am. But as much as he hated to admit it, Brett had taken a liking to JT. He was a strong, intelligent fella with a good sense of humor, even considering Ray and Brett's brand of sarcastic teasing. The kid seemed to enjoy the ranch, too, not minding the quiet like a lot of city folk Brett had known. He had a good head on his shoulders with regards to any job he was given, too. It still confused Brett as to how he could enjoy the menial tasks after giving up a career he'd fought to make his own. Brett did partially understand what that was like, even though he'd at least had a shot at doing what he loved. His circumstances for quitting had been completely different. Liking the kid in that way was all well and good, friendly-like, but then there was the whole other part to JT that Brett hated himself for noticing and appreciating. He was a fine-looking man, hotter than hell if Brett really wanted to be truthful. He brought out feelings and urges Brett hadn't had in a long, long time. Admitting that to himself was a hard thing on its own, but when Brett found himself staring at JT for any extended period of time, even wishing for things he didn't want to wish for, and going as far as feeling himself half-hard in his jeans, the guilt in his heart kicked his ass. And it wasn't just the fine-tuned body Brett found pleasing to his palate. The kid's eyes were so easy to get lost in, deep, soothing, warm. Sometimes Brett seriously suspected JT could see past his words and right into what he was trying so hard not to say, not to feel. It was spooky as hell, but at the same time, Brett couldn't help falling into his gaze. The bigger problem was the more time Brett spent with JT, the more he liked him inside and out. Whether it was having an intense conversation about the past, chatting over the supper table, or simply sitting in silence drinking a beer, the more Brett liked having him around. And that right there was the #1 reason on Brett's do not get closer to the kid list. It was fine to have wishes and wants, but having feelings and urges, or, God forbid, sharing those feelings with someone who was just going to move on probably sooner than later, was something Brett was not prepared for or intended on doing to himself. He decided it was best to get unacquainted with his comfort and leave JT to his own devices, instead of spending so much time with him. That was his big all fired up plan, at least until he taught JT to play crib. Brett had prepared a light supper since the house had been too damn hot, and the men themselves too damn fried to want a big meal. After the dishes were cleaned up, Brett suggested having a cold one on the porch, not unusual in itself, except he'd also mentioned playing a game or two of crib. He'd aimed the suggestion at Ray, but as was always the case, JT was present. Ray had bowed out, claiming the heat had been too much for him during the day, and he was ready for a cold shower in bed. Brett had agreed and offered a beer anyhow, which Ray gladly accepted. "What's crib?" JT had spoken up, taking the beer Brett pressed into his hand, then following the both of them out onto the porch. The sun still shone hot and heavy, but the shade of the porch and the sweet summer breeze were always a welcome respite after a long day. The beer in their hands made it just that much better, too. Ray settled himself on the bench, cocked his head, and wrinkled his nose. "You don't know what crib is, kid?" Brett jumped in before Ray was even done.
"Hell, that ain't right. I played crib with my daddy as soon as I was old enough to count and could hold the cards on my own. All my daddies, I might add."
Brett snorted, leaning down to pull a big wooden box out from under the bench as Ray grabbed the little table from the corner and dragged it over in front of them. JT shrugged, then sat on the wooden chair by the railing, leaving the other side of the bench for Brett. "Not unless you're talking babies or expensive houses of the rich and famous." He grinned in that easy manner Brett had noticed more and more. Brett choked out a laugh, but Ray didn't even crack a smile. "I believe the proper name is cribbage, but maybe it's not a game you folks out in California play?" JT shook his head, so Ray continued. "Well, we best be teaching you how to play then. Can't call yourself country around here unless you can beat Brett's ass at crib."
"Hey,"
Brett said, his voice peppered with indignation.
"You don't always beat me, old man. I believe Walt used to do the ass-kicking when you two played."
"True, but you still ain't all that, son. Betcha even the kid could give you a whooping."
"You're on. You game, kid?"
The look on JT's face was pure amusement with an added flash of adoration. At least, that's what Brett saw and tried to ignore. JT offered up a pleased smile as he adjusted the brim of his still new cowboy hat, then cleared his throat. His voice lowered, and some sort of god-awful accent wound around his words. "Y'all best be teaching me your cowboys game so I can impress my crew back home in the big city. They'll be mighty pleased to know y'all rednecks don't just tip cows or throw horse dung at old tractor wheels for nightly entertainment." Brett was snickering before JT even finished. He bent forward, almost falling off the bench, his laughter gathering so much force he thought he'd break a rib or his eyeballs would slip out of their sockets as tears streamed down his cheeks. Ray chuckled low in his throat first, but quickly threw back his head and guffawed long and loud. When JT got going too, the whole lot of them looked and sounded like some loonies escaped from the locked rooms over at the local hospital. Once a breath-sucking calm mixed with a few sniffles here and there was achieved, Brett wiped his face with the bottom of his t-shirt and marveled at how good it felt to laugh without abandon, without feeling a bit of shame. And he didn't. And if the smug look Ray shot him with before clapping JT on the back was any indication, the old man had noticed the difference too. "Let's go then," JT said, drawing a long draught from his bottle. He rubbed his hands together, and Brett nearly lost it to his laughter again. "I'm ready. You do remember I have a degree in reading people's thoughts, right? And I'm a quick study. Don't think reading my mind is going to help you." Brett smirked as he shuffled the deck of cards. He fanned them out, then snapped them back into a bunch and applied his best dovetail shuffle.
"Not much mind there to read, I'd say,"
Ray added.
"I'll have you know I'm highly known for my card-playing skills."
Ray snorted, nudged Brett in the shoulder, then turned to JT.
"I'll play the first couple of hands with you. That way I can show you all the tricks Brett tries to cheat. He's got some damn good tells, too."
Growling deep in his throat, Brett kept shuffling while Ray set up the board, poking the red and blue pegs into place. Brett quickly explained the rules, then dealt out a couple of practice hands until JT pushed him to get on with the game. They played the first few hands in relative silence, Ray's gruff voice whispering in JT's ear as they laid down card after card. 10, 15 for 2, 20 for 2, 21 for 2. After a few rounds of Ray showing JT the best cards to play, and how to count his points, he declared the kid was ready to walk on his own. He bid them good night, told JT to kick Brett's ass all the way back to his mama's womb, then wandered off. Brett was surprised to feel the change in atmosphere when Ray left. It wasn't uncomfortable exactly, just a touch heavy, quiet, and a little awkward. He glanced up from his cards to see JT looking at him again. He didn't know where the words came from or exactly what the real intention was behind them, but he needed to know.
You stare at me a lot. There's something strange about how I look or something?
Nope. You're just nice to look at, I guess. The answer was completely unexpected. Brett fumbled his cards, dropping his head and peering at JT through his lashes. He expected to see the sweet, teasing smile JT usually cast when he was joking around. What he got was the opposite. JT's face was smooth, his lips not quite turned up in a grin, but his deep brown eyes shining with honesty and something soft and inviting. Brett's belly twisted in a way that he wasn't sure was good or bad, an ache moving from his heart to his groin in the blink of an eye. He shifted against the unyielding wood of the bench, reaching one hand down to scratch inside his boot, hopefully disguising the fact he was really adjusting his crotch. He didn't dare look up into that sweet face again. After straightening up, he cleared his throat and scooped up his hand from the table.
Don't you be getting any ideas about cheating now, since you saw my cards.
Wasn't looking at your cards, just you. Brett was pretty sure he blushed from head to toe. He grabbed his beer from the floor and drained the rest in one long swallow.
Gonna grab another. You want one?
JT nodded, folding his hand and laying it down on the table.
I'll get them.
He turned back as he opened the door. Brett forced his attention from how he'd been admiring the kid's backside. JT's lips twitched up in a teasing smirk. I didn't mean to embarrass you. I figure everyone needs a compliment once in a while. And since it's the truth, why not? I'll be right back. Once he was out of sight, Brett tipped his head back to the night sky, a puff of breath whooshing from his lips as he pulled and fingered the snugness of his jeans. Everything felt too tight all of a sudden. Jeans, t-shirt, boots, even his damn skin. Tingles fluttered down his spine, pooling and spreading over his groin, adding to the ache already there. It had been so long since he'd felt any of those kinds of feelings for someone other than Walt. Not just lust, but lust mixed with actual like.
Damn it. Get a grip, man.
He mumbled to himself. The kid was just being nice, and even if Brett had noticed some of his other nice attributes, that certainly didn't mean he had to worry or fret about it. He should let himself appreciate having someone he considered a friend again, someone he felt all right being with. But damn it, his appreciation went places he didn't want to go. JT returned quickly, handing Brett a bottle and settling beside him on the bench this time. They finished the hand before he looked at Brett, again. He crinkled up his nose in that way Brett thought made him look far younger than his already young years. So what exactly did you mean by all your daddies? I'm assuming you mean fathers, so just how many have you had? Brett tilted his head, the little tremors under his skin calming, while the knot in his belly eased up a bit. He was pleased with the distraction in the conversation, but he knew there would be a lot of rehashing going on in his head later.
Officially or unofficially?
I don't even know what that means, so dealer's choice, I guess. A strangled chuckle escaped Brett's throat before he could suck it back down.
Nice one, kid. I mean, JT.
You know I don't mind you calling me that. I don't think it's insulting or anything. JT's expression was open and honest, and too damn pretty for Brett to keep staring at.
Really? I dang near detested it myself.
Brett averted his gaze, focusing on the red-backed deck he'd gotten for free at some casino years ago. His emotions were a little too near the surface for what he'd assumed would be the next question out of JT's mouth. Did your dads call you that? JT's voice softened, lowered. Brett wondered if he'd made him uncomfortable with his own damn discomfort. He made sure his smirk was wide when he raised his gaze back to JT's warm copper one.
Nah, they were more likely to call me a pain in the ass or extra baggage.
I'm sorry. JT's face fell, warmth and apologies blazing on his face. Brett shook his head, fumbling and shuffling the cards between his fingers.
No need for apologies. It was Ray and Walt who christened me with the title. Fuckers knew it bugged me like a burr under a saddle, too. Just made them do it even more.
Walt was older than you, right? JT rarely asked about Walt or Brett's relationship with him, but the question didn't strike Brett the way he thought it would. In truth, he'd never talked about Walt to anyone who hadn't known Walt.
He was 7 years my senior, closer to Ray's age than mine. You wouldn't have known it, though. Took good care of himself. At least I thought he did. I was gone too much to be of any help. Too damn much.
JT must have sensed the discord in Brett's voice because he brushed soft fingers along Brett's arm, heated and smooth over Brett's bare skin. He didn't like you being away for your job? Brett shook his head, his attention super focused on the intricate patterns of the cards.
He
let his words trail off, not liking that his voice sounded so strained. Probably had something to do with his heart being all tangled up in his esophagus. He cleared his throat, shoving back strands of hair that had loosed from his ponytail.
He was fine with it. Never pushed for me to stick around when I had to go. I guess he encouraged me to do what I wanted so I'd have no regrets when the time came to make a change. I think it was the only time he was wrong in his decisions, and I guess we both paid the price for it.
When JT broke the contact, Brett missed it instantly. You feel like you're still paying that price? Brett placed the deck on the table, his fingers twisted together as he looked off into the distance.
Maybe, but the cost was pretty steep.
His voice cracked at the end, his mouth too damn dry, throat too damn tight for his liking. The hazy setting of the sun calmed him, but he knew it was a short reprieve. JT spoke softly again. I think some debts just have to be written off. Brett didn't reply, his thoughts spinning too fast to consider opening his mouth. It wasn't something he planned on getting into with JT. Didn't plan on getting into with anyone, truth be told. The kid was too damn smart for his own good, or maybe wise beyond his years.
Sometimes debts make you realize who you are or who you've become. Can't repay something like that, but that don't mean a person can get away scot-free.
His heart ached with the loss he kept thinking was behind him. A ball of tension thudded in the pit of his belly, then spread to his brain. He bowed his head to his chest, summoning the extra strength he had called upon more often than not to get him through the day. He didn't know exactly what he was afraid of, but that was what he was feeling. A stagnant cloud of fear that threatened to send him sprawling to his knees. When the ache eased and the fear subsided enough for him to think clearly again, he lifted his head, meeting JT's worried gaze. He figured a change in subject was the only way he'd be able to stay sitting beside the kid without verbally throwing up all the emotion he was feeling.
Listen, kid, I don't want you to be feeling all kinds of pity because of what I said about my daddies or about anything else, deal? Mama always took good care of me, so I never paid it no mind. And back to the original question, I had 3 official daddies, stepdaddies, I guess, and 3 or 4 on top of that who never made it to the legal stage. And that was before I turned 18.
Holy shit, JT said before snapping his mouth closed. The air around them thinned a bit, and Brett felt like he could really breathe again. Sorry, nothing against your mama, but fuck, that's a lot of dudes. Brett's lips curled up in a slow smile, and it almost felt completely genuine. Almost.
A lot of dudes is exactly right. That woman always saw fit to having a man around.
He watched as a sweet smile took over JT's face, and he felt better.
I reckon it was partially my grandmother's fault. You think my mama's opinionated? Well, you're lucky you never met my mama's mama, Grandma Bess. Whoo-wee, she was one fiery filly.
JT didn't share Brett's laugh, just looked at him with big puppy eyes, a sadness edging dark around the beautiful copper. Brett knew something was coming that he wasn't gonna like in the least. I'm sorry you're hurting, Brett. JT's smile stayed but spread to the rest of his face. No one should have to suffer for so long.
Damn it.
And just when Brett thought the conversation was veering away from his damn feelings, his attempt had obviously failed.
You thinking about giving me some therapy, kid?
When in doubt, humor and teasing were always the better route than emotion and neediness.
Don't expect I can pay whatever it is you big city shrinks make.
JT snorted gently, then shifted in his chair. As my parents always like to remind me, I'm not a real doctor or a shrink. That's why I haven't talked to them in a year and a half.
That how long you been traveling around?
Yeah. Didn't even bring a cell phone with me. He shrugged as Brett set the deck on the table. You probably think that's selfish, since you and your mother are so close. Brett shook his head, relaxing into the bench and draping his arm over the back. His fingers trembled a little, but he figured it was only noticeable to him.
Nope. You mentioned before that you didn't get along with your mama. Makes no difference to me one way or the other, unless she did something to hurt you.
JT shrugged, but it didn't seem definitive. more like someone trying too hard to pretend it didn't matter. They told me I was an embarrassment to the family, to their friends, to the whole damn world for all I know.
I'm assuming it wasn't just because you were gay.
You think that would be the bigger problem, right? But no. With my parents, it was all about how my achievements stood up to their friends' kids, how our family looked to everyone else. It was all appearances and fake bullshit. They didn't give a shit that I didn't want to be a doctor like them. I did mention they're both doctors, right? Very successful, rich doctors. Brett quirked an eyebrow and tilted his head toward JT.
I think I would have remembered that.
He watched as JT let his head fall back, resting it on the wood while he stared out into the night. He looked more relaxed, like a thread had been snapped and loosened him up. I quit med school, much to my parents' total disgust, then used part of my trust fund to pay for the master's degree my parents were mortified I was getting. Looking inside someone's head isn't as prestigious as cutting into it, you know? Anyhow, I left as soon as I graduated.
Trust fund?
JT smirked into the sky. Rich, remember?
That why you got the prissy name?
Brett teased, trying like hell to figure out what to say to bring the sparkle back to JT's face. Yeah, some famous doctor of something or other. I haven't touched a dime of the money since I left, though. The kid didn't sound like any trust fund baby Brett had ever heard of.
That why you've been working all kinds of jobs?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to find where I fit, since even graduating didn't make me feel that way. Brett nodded, tucked his hair behind his ear, then snuck a peek at JT.
I respect what you're doing. We all need somewhere to belong, right? I'm still getting accustomed to my new life, too. 3 years is a long time to be uncomfortable in your own skin, you know?
JT turned to look at Brett, brown eyes clouded with sadness and empathy. I really hope you figure it out. Sooner rather than later.
Me too, kid.
Before JT knew it, over a month had zipped by. Every day seemed to bring a new task, a new job that Brett or Ray found for him to do. He mucked out the stables, made repairs on the outside of the house, cleared some overgrown brush in the pasture, fixed fence posts, even escorted Mama Taylor, an endearment she seemed to prefer to Millie, on errands a few times. He enjoyed his time with her, especially since there really wasn't much need for him to hold up his side of the conversation. JT had never known anyone who could talk for such long periods of time without even taking a breath when they spoke. Mama Taylor was always highly invested in whatever she was saying, and breathing just didn't seem like an option or requirement for her to get her point across. He thought he understood part of the reason behind Brett being a man of few words, since he probably hadn't been able to get a word in edgewise when he was growing up. No, JT didn't mind the labor, and the newness of each day was certainly a way to keep out the boredom and urges to travel, to move on, from seeping into his thoughts as they usually did. The quiet on the ranch had been a little disconcerting and eerie at first. It was hushed during the day since Ray and Brett weren't big talkers to begin with, and when a person was sweating and using their last bit of overheated energy to do a job, there wasn't much left for chatting. The evenings were even more silent, with the odd cricket or hooting owl breaking the deathly calm. In the beginning, the rustle of leaves or far-off cry of an animal made JT a little bit nervous and even downright freaked out. But once he dealt with his jumpiness and let himself enjoy the solitude, evenings became his favorite parts of the day. The darkness had been another challenge, or maybe more like a childlike wonderment. Pitch blackness was not common in the city. Eventually, every time he looked up into the night sky and saw the glowing moon surrounded by a bed of twinkling stars, his heart swelled a little, and he couldn't keep from sighing with contentment. It probably helped that Brett had been at his side or in close proximity when he was settling in, and that he seemed to open up a little more at the end of the day, even if it was only to point out the planets and constellations in the star-drenched sky. JT wasn't sure if he could ever go back to the city with its constant noise and overabundance of lights that made the nights seem more like dimly lit days. He admitted it had taken a few days for his mind to accept the changes in sensory perception, but once he was used to it, he swore even his bones became a little softer and more pliable, only in a very relaxing, good kind of way, of course. It was bordering on cliché, but he found himself contemplating whether the phrase, just like coming home, could apply to a situation that someone had never actually experienced before, because, god dang it, or whatever the right country phrase was, That's exactly how he felt. The ranch, or maybe it was being in the country, had quickly seeped into his heart and soothed something inside him. It was similar to when someone went on a long trip and couldn't wait to sink into their old life again. Monotony, boredom, and familiarity be damned. At first, he caught himself wondering if it was really the experience he was so wrapped up in, or just being around Brett. He supposed it had been his crush on Brett at first, when newfound lust beckoned him at every smile, laugh, touch, or encouraging word. Oh, hell. Even the way Brett walked or constantly tucked his hair behind his ears had made JT want to grab him and do very inappropriate things. He readily confessed that his first couple of weeks had involved a lot of forced focus on his part when he was too close to Brett. He hadn't wanted to say anything stupid like, "God damn, I'd really like to get into your pants." But luckily he'd managed to come through that period mostly unscarred. Mostly. He still felt the bite of attraction, and his heart still jumped a little against his ribs when he spent time with Brett. But there was also the knowledge that anything other than friendship just wasn't in the cards or in the stars for them. That didn't mean he could help the subconscious flirting he knew he'd been doing, or wanted to stop it either. It hadn't taken him long to realize there was more to Brett than a gorgeous face, perfect body, and sexy as fuck voice either. Gone was the belief that he should attempt to think of Brett as just a slab of meat or a bag of sexy bones to be jumped and enjoyed. Instead, JT developed a respect and admiration for Brett's calm demeanor, quick wit, and caring nature. But despite the laid-back manner and soft gestures, he'd also discovered the underlying shadow of sadness intertwined with the happy-go-lucky nature Brett seemed to possess, or maybe tried to maintain, was stronger than JT had first anticipated. There hadn't been anything blatant or astounding about his discovery, but sometimes he could see tiny flashes behind the blue of Brett's eyes, or in the sad droop of his smile. JT only knew from second-hand experience and textbook monologues that losing someone so close could damage a person's psyche for a very long time. But Brett? There was something more that ghosted across his face when he was tired and seemingly unprotected. JT didn't think he was being dishonest in his everyday ways, but he did think Brett's demons, whatever kind they might be, kept him from moving forward in his life. It was ironic that Mama Taylor had said something to that exact effect the night she'd forced JT into Brett's life. When he looked at Brett, he saw an established, still young in mind and body, smoking hot single man with a heart bigger than Texas. Yet he hadn't been involved with anyone in 3 years, and whether that was due to grief or stubbornness or whatever else, it was really sad. Unfortunately, having a master's degree in psychology didn't give JT free rein on counseling Brett or anyone else, and he was pretty sure if he tried, he would have found himself with a badly bruised behind in the middle of the road, where he'd originally been abducted. It wasn't easy to ignore the instincts that had sent him into his chosen profession in the first place, especially when he'd ultimately chosen not to pursue them. But he continued to respect Brett's right to deal with whatever ghosts and spirits had suctioned themselves to the inside of his brain, and more than likely his heart. JT didn't like the situation or the barely there tatters of despair he saw in Brett, but the alternative was removing himself from the Zen country space he was thriving in, and more importantly, not being part of Brett's life, no matter how small his part was. Eventually, they found themselves in a pattern of working hard during the day and playing crib in the evening, usually with old Sal sprawled out over their feet. JT had already fallen in love with the old dog, and after never having one of his own as a kid, he was pleased to have the experience. As for crib, it was a stupid game in JT's opinion, and he sucked major ass at it, but it was still entertaining and seemed to relax and amuse Brett. He talked a little more about himself when they had cards entwined between their fingers, and JT's questions didn't seem so out of context or random when they were chatting over a beer and some pegs on a board.
"Got something on your mind, kid? I can hear your wheels turning from over here,"
Brett asked JT, lips pressed to the rim of his beer bottle. Brett switched his position on the bench, bending one knee and bringing his boot to rest in the space between them. He made that damn adorable squinty-eyed face, and JT had to untangle his tongue to think up a question. Yeah. He'd been caught staring at Brett again. Damn it, he sucked at stealth. "Think, Johann, think. You, had girlfriends? The question seemed to satisfy Brett's squinty curiosity. He nodded in that slow, precise way that was so damn endearing.
It was sort of a requirement in my day in my town. Weren't a lot of gay coming-out stories when I was young. I dated because it was normal-like.
And you liked women, in that way?
Enough to complete the transaction, I guess.
Brett's amusement shined on his face, his long black lashes fluttering softly as if he were thinking of a specific occasion.
Never really felt anything for them in other ways. But if a woman wants to grab a hold of your pecker, it's hard to say no.
JT didn't quite know what to say to that, so he chose to ignore it for something less image-inspiring, though his pants were suddenly very uncomfortable. How did you decide to come out then? I'm assuming you're out. With a slow nod, Brett peered out into the darkening sky.
When I was 19 years old, my mama told me I was being a jackass. I believe her exact words were, "Brett Samuel Weston Taylor, you are being a jackass, boy. You stop leading those pretty girls on and find yourself a man. I know I raised you better than that."
A gasp sliced through the night, and it took JT a moment to realize it had come from him. Your mother outed you? Brett chuckled under his breath.
Yes, sirree. I tried to deny it, too, but she said if I couldn't handle my own sexual affairs, she'd just go and find me a man who could. After that, I was gayer than a summer's day.
I think I like her even more now.
Most people do, at my expense.
Brett's bemused smile was sweet as could be.
You ever been with a woman?
JT lifted his hands in surrender, his beer bottle balanced between his thighs. No, definitely not. I was always the gay kid in my class. Brett offered up a crooked smile, seeming to give his approval in that soft way he had.
Better way to be, I think. Honest, at least. I'm still not there yet. Not sure I ever will be at this point in my life. But it's all right.
Do you have anyone right now? I mean, are you dating, or...
Fucking anyone?
Brett bit into his bottom lip.
Sorry, that was rude, but either way the answer's no. This here ain't the best area for that, as you already discovered for yourself.
JT had never imagined talking to Brett about such personal things would be so easy. The potential was there for it to become hazardous to JT's embarrassment levels if he didn't stop thinking in terms of sweet, adorable, and fucking hot. And his pants didn't insist on clinging so tightly to his crotch. But at the same time, Brett talked with such passion and expression that JT was more than willing to take the risk. It was rare that anyone he'd known, or even spoken with, for any length of time, looked at him with such interest and honesty. Most times it was all about wanting to get in his pants or run his life, but he never sensed a hint of deception or ulterior motives in Brett's words, or his body language. JT had learned about identifying those things in some of his classes, and he was happy they hadn't been a complete waste of time. Of course, classes couldn't teach him how to be tactful. Something was still unclear to JT, and whether Brett would be offended by his query or not, he felt compelled to ask. Then why stay? It's none of my business, but if you're gay and you live in a non-gay friendly place, wouldn't it be better to go somewhere that you could find, I don't know, whatever you need to make you happy? Brett relaxed back into his seat, crossing his legs at the ankles while he visually pinned JT to the spot.
That's not always an option, is it? Besides, this is the first time I've lived here exclusively, and up until a few years ago, I didn't have to think about, well, meeting someone, I guess. It's not something I'm looking for anyhow.
Regret tugged at JT's heart when Brett's voice lowered and his face tightened. He just wanted to melt into the wooden seat so he could keep his mouth shut long enough to not feel like he kept fucking up. I'm sorry. They didn't seem like the right words, but it was all he had.
Not necessary.
Brett glanced to the side, pushing loose hair behind his ears as he sighed aloud.
I guess I'm still dealing with my, grief, or whatever you want to call it. That'd be the reason my mama is so damn persistent about me moving on. I think you could tell that, right?
Yeah, I think she's mentioned it a time or two. Or 3, or 4, or 5. JT had never known how to leave well enough alone when there were obvious clues, not even when his own body was telling him to shut the fuck up. So Ray and Walt were friends then? Brett leaned back again, pulling the elastic from his hair and shaking his head. He pulled on the long strands and massaged his scalp, while JT swallowed abruptly and tried not to watch. He failed miserably as he held his warming beer bottle over his crotch to settle that area down. He was pretty sure he'd never wanted to touch another man's hair in his life, until then. He'd already confessed that he liked to look at Brett, but since he hadn't received any type of encouragement, he didn't want to make him uncomfortable with his glances and outright stares.
Ray and Walt more or less grew up together around here. Ray's a good man, too. I wasn't kidding when I said he knew more than me. I'm just whistling my way through with his guidance.
Is that why the ranch seems so small? Ray mentioned you've been downsizing. Brett focused somewhere on the horizon, the sadness that JT had recognized earlier darkening the edges before he hit his face, and focused on his hands again.
It's a hard thing when you feel like you're living someone else's life, but that someone ain't with you like you'd always planned. I know my mama and Ray are right when they say I haven't moved on. Maybe I'm still waiting for Walt to come waltzing out of the barn to tell me everything's okay. I don't know.
His words trailed off as he seemed to notice JT was still there. His cheeks turned a dusty shade of pink beneath the waves of hair around his face.
Look at me running off at the mouth like that and getting all dramatic again, yeah?
No, just honest. JT sighed, scuffing his boot in a dusting of dirt on the porch. We all have things we hang on to. Unsure decisions, things we wished we'd said or done, ghosts we can't seem to get rid of, debts we think we have to pay.
You got ghosts at your age? Must be cartoon ones.
The smug look on Brett's face was almost cartoon-like too, and JT was thankful for his change in tone and expression. Again. He was surprised Brett hadn't discovered his age from the information he'd given him for employee purposes, but he obviously hadn't. I'm pretty sure you think I'm younger than I am. As far as I can tell, you're not much older than me.
That's a wrong assumption, kid. What are you, 23, 24? You're just a young'un. I got you beat by a whole lot of years.
28, actually, but thanks for the compliment. Brett whistled low and slapped his knee.
Hoo-wee, son. You're older than dirt, ain't you?
God, I still can't get used to how you people talk. They chuckled, and the air was suddenly thinner, easier to breathe.
Now I know you can't be talking about us gay people since you also fit into that particular category. So I'm guessing either old people or Southerners are your target.
Southerners would be correct. Y'all. The immediate shake of Brett's head was amusing.
Hell, son, that's just not right. At least use it in the proper context if you're gonna try.
You still didn't tell me how old you were.
How's about you tell me? I could use the entertainment.
JT pretended to sink deep in thought, eyes rolling to the side while he stroked a finger over his bottom lip. He would have sworn Brett's tongue slid out to moisten his own lips as he looked at JT's mouth. My first guess would be 60, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say 58. Brett's lips parted.
Damn good thing you already signed a contract.
But he couldn't cover his ear-to-ear grin as JT heard the words growl between them.
Damn it, Ray ain't even that old.
I was thinking around 34, 35. Is that closer?
Add 6 more to the 5 and you'll be batting 1,000.
JT mimicked Brett's whistle. Wow, and you call Ray an old man?
Best watch your mouth. Ray hears you calling him that, he'll take you out back and make you think that black eye you got in town was just a little bruise. Ray's coming on. Gosh, let me try to tabulate that.
Brett paused, then continued, his sight fixed to the side, bottom lip sucked between his teeth. JT had to look away because it was too damn cute.
Walt would have been 48 this year, and Ray's 4 or 5 years older than that. Guess he's coming up to 52 or 53. Way older than dirt, but don't you dare tell him I said that.
He ended his statement with a wink that made JT's heart flutter. They didn't play crib every night, and it was always obvious halfway through supper whether a game would be put on the table, so to speak. It wasn't because Brett said anything outright, but rather that JT had started to read his moods a little better. The evenings they didn't sit on the porch together or with Ray, Brett spent either in his room upstairs with the hot tub bubbling away, or in his office until all hours of the night. And it certainly wasn't that JT was spying or analyzing him on purpose. He just noticed things like Brett sitting down to breakfast with a scent of whiskey battling his fruity shower gel fragrance, or heading out to the barn when JT was still lying in his bed awake. He never stayed long in the barn, and though JT hadn't felt right asking him about it, he was racked with curiosity. The barn had been the only seemingly taboo subject around the ranch since JT had arrived. Taboo as in nobody mentioned it at all. Curiosity killed the cat. JT knew the saying well, but it didn't stop his thoughts from going there every time he passed the barn. It sat foreboding and taunting him every day, and it became like a habitual pattern to guess what was so special or daunting about it. He'd thought of many scenarios, all of them flawed or far-fetched. Maybe Brett kept one of his daddies that had wronged his mama captive in there, or the barn was an abandoned grow house for marijuana. Perhaps Brett or even Ray had an unhealthy obsession with taxidermy, and they kept all their stuffed critters in there. However, the only logical explanation for the secrecy and tension behind the mystery of the barn was that it had something to do with Walt. And that just added to the sadness that JT surmised was at the core of Brett's 3-year isolation. Unfortunately, if that was the case, then JT had no business dredging it up.
I have this heart disease charity thing I promised my mama I'd go with her to tonight,
Brett said as he and JT cleaned up the supper dishes.
Tried to get out of it, but, well, it's a family thing.
JT smiled and nudged Brett with his shoulder. You don't think I need a babysitter or something, do you? I thought we cleared up that whole me being barely 15 years younger than you thing. Brett flicked the dish towel at JT, smacking him on the hip.
It's only 13 years, you little fucker. And no, I think I'm still trying to worm my way out of it is all. I'm not so good with people.
You seem all right to me. His comment was ignored as Brett hung the towel over the sink with a sigh.
Well, I best be getting dressed then.
JT gnawed on the inside of his cheek to hold back his question. It didn't work. She told you what to wear, didn't she? Brett faked a frown that JT had to laugh at. He knew the answer before Brett even told him.
You just mind your manners, kid. And yeah, she certainly fucking did.
Brett snorted, shook his head, then crossed the kitchen. He bounded up the steps 2 at a time before disappearing upstairs. JT felt a pang of disappointment since Brett's mood at supper hadn't given any clues that they wouldn't be spending the evening together. The nights they spent on the porch were always his favorites of the week. He was a big boy, though, and having the whole place to himself might be fun. Or maybe terrifying. He was searching the extensive bookshelf in the family room when Brett strutted his way downstairs. He didn't really strut at all. That part was definitely in JT's head, but for good reason. He'd never seen Brett in anything but jeans or sweatpants, so the tight dress pants he wore definitely had strut written all over them. Stepping away from the books, JT whistled and eyed Brett from top to bottom. Brett's cheeks changed to that pretty dusty rose color, and he used his middle finger to reply. He let out a haggard sigh as he searched JT's face.
These pants are too damn tight, ain't they?
JT struggled not to leer. I'm a gay man. Do you really want me to answer that?
Brett
said with a laugh.
Not sure about the shirt either. You think it's the wrong color?
His shirt nearly matched the color of his eyes, steely blue-gray, making them pop and shine even more than usual. JT smothered a groan as he sucked in a slow, deep breath, willing his cock to stop pressing against his jeans. There's definitely no doubt in my mind now that you're also a gay man.
Cocky little bastard tonight, ain't you? I should have made you take mama instead of me. According to her, you shit gold bricks after all.
Always was popular with the ladies, not that I really wanted to be. Besides, I wouldn't fit into those pants as good as you. Brett's mouth dropped open.
Oh, fuck me, I'm going to change.
JT grabbed Brett's upper arm before he slipped away.
No, I'm just messing with you.
His fingers wrapped around the smoothness of the sleeve, feeling Brett's bicep ripple and tense under his hand. He quickly pulled it back, but not before Brett eased a little closer. Really? He stammered. You look great. Your mom will have an awesome time showing you off. The air around them felt a little heavier as Brett peered down and adjusted the cuff of his sleeve. JT struggled to find something to say. He'd seen a soft look pass over Brett's face, a barely there before it was gone glimpse of surprise and gratitude that brightened his expression and made him part his lips. JT was hesitant on seriously interpreting it, but the silence surrounding them seemed to point in that direction. The gentle clearing of Brett's throat drew JT back to the moment.
That's what I'm, afraid of. Not interested in being a party favor on my mama's arm. Anyhow, I already told you about the laptop in the family room you can play around on if you get bored, right?
Yeah, thanks.
Pretty sure I've been paying the wireless bill, so it should still work. Or the weight room's there if you want to do that. Books, too. You know about the...
I'll be fine, Mom, honest.
You've been spending too much time with Ray. He's a bad influence on your city politeness.
Brett ended his teasing with that beautiful, crooked grin. If JT had been trying to fool himself into thinking his feelings for Brett were simply a schoolboy's crush, he knew at that moment it was so much more. Going with the hatless or hatted look?
Is that really how y'all talk in California? Mama said no dusty cowboy hats or baseball caps or any other kind of hats, so I guess I'm stuck with what's already on my head.
He averted his gaze for a moment before his baby blues focused again. JT loved how the color seemed to shift and change depending on Brett's mood.
Look all right?
JT had never seen Brett so insecure and unsure about anything since he'd been at the ranch. There was a thin sheen of sweat around his hairline, his hands twisting together when they weren't rubbing over his thighs. He'd pulled his hair back into a tail, the front bunches that usually ended up in his face still tucked behind his ears, at least for the moment. He reached out, softly trailing his fingertips over Brett's arm again. Are you okay? You look a little... Brett shrugged.
Just nervous. Like I said, not a big fan of crowds or people in general. Haven't really been anywhere except my mama's for anything social since... well, you know.
3 years? The words had zipped from between JT's lips before he had time to even think. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's a long time to not see anyone.
It's always been my choice, so it's fine. I better head out or I'll get my nuts cut off for being late.
JT buried the subject away in his brain to worry at later. I'm sure you'll make her very proud. Brett snorted before moving to the door and slipping his feet into his cleanest pair of boots.
Ain't that something, right? 41 years old and I still have to get my mama's approval on what to wear. And act as her date.
JT followed Brett to the entrance, then out onto the porch. Anyone would be proud to call you their date. He hadn't meant to say that and tried to quickly cover up. Say hi for me. Fortunately, though Brett raised an eyebrow, he never mentioned the slip.
I suppose that'll get her talking about you instead of me, so I'll definitely do that, kid.
With the tip of his imaginary hat and another crooked grin, Brett stepped down the stairs and ambled his way toward his truck.
Don't wait up, honey. I might be late.
He laughed, but his drawl was shaky. JT hated the jittery kick to Brett's step and the nervous shake in his voice. He wanted to scoop him up and make him stay home, and if he'd actually had a choice in the matter, that's exactly what he would have done. Chapter 5.
Evening, Mama. You look beautiful.
Brett squeezed Millie tight when she met him halfway between the truck and her door.
You sure you couldn't find some fine man to escort you tonight? I haven't had a new daddy in a while.
He hoped the gentle teasing would cover up the nervousness that was eating a hole in his belly. Millie gently slapped him on the shoulder. Well, you're in a better mood than I thought you'd be. Best escort a woman can have, I'd say. Brett helped her into the truck, shutting the door when she was tucked inside. He took a deep breath, then purposefully added a little kick to his step as he walked around the front of the truck. He was uncomfortable enough without having her get all worried or on him about it.
I take it my attire meets with your approval?
He said while he clicked in his seatbelt and started the truck again. You look very handsome. The hair even suits the outfit, son. Millie grinned at him a little too widely. Though those pants are gonna get you hounded to death by the ladies.
Mama,
Brett hissed, dropping his head back to the seat. He knew he should have changed the damn things, but he'd really liked the look on JT's face when he came down the stairs. Sweeping the indecent thoughts that bounced through his brain away, he shoved the truck into drive and pulled out of the driveway.
It was these or jeans. I don't have too many dress clothes anymore, and unless there are some handsome men checking out my butt, it really doesn't matter none now, does it?
Millie snorted in a very unladylike way. That was Brett's mama through and through. You could take the country girl out of the classy lady, but she'd always end up back in the barn. Like you'd even consider taking anyone up on an offer. I know you much better than that. So how's JT doing? Brett frowned and shot her a look that would have iced up the sun. Millie's smug grin didn't even flinch.
Not sure what that's got to do with the conversation, but he's just fine.
Good. He's a nice young man. I really like him.
So you've said. A lot.
The growl of the truck's engine and the drag of the blacktop under the tires were the only sounds for what seemed like forever. Brett reached up and snuck a finger under his collar. Damn thing was too tight. He popped open the top button, reminding himself to fasten it back up once they reached the charity benefit some 15 miles away. He was considering adjusting the dial on the radio when Millie's voice shattered the somewhat quiet. He wouldn't have wanted you pining for him for 3 years, son. She didn't have to specify the who she was talking about. The conversation wasn't new or original in any way, and Brett had long given up expecting her to drop the matter altogether.
Nobody says pining anymore, Mama.
I say pining, and you're just avoiding the subject.
Yes, ma'am, I am. Just like you keep avoiding my asking you to please stop bringing it up.
Regardless of whether you like me talking about it or not, it's still been 3 years. Brett nodded, fingers tightening around the steering wheel.
I do own a calendar or two.
The click, then snap of the seatbelt releasing made Brett turn his head from the road.
Put that back on or I'm pulling over.
Are you happy, son?
Mama.
Brett's irritation level rose. If he had the smarts his mama had always tried to instill in him, he'd have turned the damn truck around and dropped her back at her house. I mean happy, not just comfortable or resigned to your life.
I'm doing fine. Now put your seatbelt back on or those ladies at the benefit will not get to tell you what a handsome son you have.
She sighed before turning to face forward again, the sound of the seatbelt being snapped back in forcing a sigh from Brett's lips as well. Walt loved you, Brett.
I know.
And he'd want you to go on without him, to find a life with someone who makes you happy, who loves you like he did. Brett gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles paling with the exertion. He swallowed thickly before reaching over to take his mama's hand in his.
I know you mean well, but I'm not the type who needs someone to do those things for me. I'm okay being alone, Mama, and hell, I'm not alone anyhow. I have Ray and now JT, at least for a little while.
A sudden realization made his breath hitch, an uncomfortable lump forming in his throat. He didn't want to think about JT not being around, and the dull thud in his heart assured him he was right.
Grow up, cowboy.
And what about JT? That boy has feelings for you, Brett. Can't you see that?
God damn, I do not want to have this conversation.
He tried to keep his voice even, stuff the emotion he was feeling down his cotton-packed throat and stay calm.
First of all, he's not a boy. Second, I'm his employer. And third, he's just a nice kid searching for his place in the world.
So?
If I want him to stick around as an employee and friend, then having a one-night stand with him is not the way to do it.
Who said anything about a one-night stand?
Mama.
You called him a friend. I haven't heard you say that in a long time.
Damn it, why isn't the damn fundraiser closer? That's just another reason not to let my feelings for him change.
I think they already have.
I'm not talking about this with you anymore. It's done, all right?
Millie huffed, pulled her hand away, then crossed her arms over her chest. She was an excellent pouter. Fine, but I do have a favor to ask. Brett rolled his eyes but kept his cool. Barely.
I don't think I like the sound of that.
I haven't been out to the ranch in a while, so how about having me over for supper? He glared while his brain tried to search for the hidden meaning that was clearly somewhere in her request. His mama was nothing if not sneaky.
That's your favor? You come for supper all the time.
But it's your birthday next week, and instead of having you over to the house, I'd like to do it at the ranch. A nice home-cooked meal with you and yours.
Me and mine?
Well, Ray and JT, of course. They're your family, right?
JT hasn't been around long enough to be family, Mama.
He's family if I say he is.
All right, let me get this straight. You want to come to my place with me and mine and make me cook my own birthday supper? Should I buy myself a gift and wrap it from you too?
He chuckled as he flicked on his turn signal. You can throw a chicken in the barbecue. I'll bring everything else.
I could just as easily do that at your place.
Millie let out a dejected sigh. My barbecue's broken, and it's too hot to cook inside my little house. I guess I might have a couple of frozen dinners in the freezer that aren't past their due date.
Brett groaned and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel.
That's playing dirty, even for you. Blackmail and trickery are the devil's work, ain't they?
Well, apparently so is homosexuality, so I guess we're a match set.
He couldn't help snickering at her response. Fixing a chicken was pretty easy anyhow, and it was better than being dragged somewhere public like she usually wanted. He wasn't a fan of his birthday, so the less fuss the better. He also might have liked the idea of JT being there. More than a little.
All right. Tuesday then? Birthday dinner at the ranch with you, me, Ray, and JT, just as long as both of them want to come.
You'll ask them then?
You know Ray never passes up a meal with you. Don't reckon I know why, but...
Not Ray, JT. I want you to invite him more formally than passing a comment or telling Ray to do it.
We eat dinner together every night, Mama.
Somehow Brett knew the answer wouldn't placate her.
This is different,
Millie protested, wrapping her hand around Brett's.
I want you to tell him you'd really like his company for dinner next Tuesday.
You're making it sound like a... What are you thinking, woman? I'm not asking him on a date.
It is sort of a date anyways. You're asking him to join you for a meal. In my time, that was a date.
Only 2 more turns. Keep it together, cowboy. With you and Ray there, too? Doesn't sound like any kind of date I'd want to go on.
Oh, hush. Look, there's the turnoff. So you'll do it?
That devil you got inside you makes you a manipulative soul, Mama.
I love you too, son.
JT sat on the porch for a while after Brett pulled out of the driveway, watching the road until all the dust cleared and he was completely alone, except for Sal dozing at his feet, of course. There hadn't been any books on the shelf that had called out to him, and after a day of hauling bales and hammering nails, he sure didn't want to lift weights. The computer was an option, he supposed, especially since he hadn't checked his emails since he'd taken the job at the ranch. Cell phones were good for that, but he didn't miss packing one around with him. If there were things that needed attention, he'd get to them eventually. As he looked out on the ranch, the one thing he really wanted to do taunted him from the distance. His curiosity was piqued even more because he'd been working outside the barn all day. The damn thing had turned into an enigma for him, and as guilty as he felt for thinking it, he had to find out what the mystery was all about. The door creaked when he pushed it open, something he'd already been aware of since he'd seen and heard Brett go inside. He almost expected something dark and dangerous to jump out at him, but nothing stood out as either of those things. What did stand out was how clean it was, considering it was a damn barn. There were no bales of hay or anything else in the main room. Even the floor was uncluttered and clear of anything more than some loose straw scattered here and there. He checked out the 3 smaller rooms and found the same thing. Nothing. And he would have been lying to himself if he didn't admit he was more than a little disappointed. He'd expected something, anything, to be odd about the building. Something out of place or unusual. But there was nothing, and that wasn't even a turn of phrase. There was nothing there. After a few more peeks around doorways and corners, he made his way back to the big doors, a feeling of disappointment settling on his shoulders. He glanced to the side, unsure of why he hadn't noticed the ladder that led to a loft on his first sweep of the place. The floor under the ladder was noticeable as well, even cleaner than the rest of the building, but with a dark stain ingrained in the wood. The ladder looked stable and climbable, and since he'd already done exactly what he thought Brett wouldn't want him to do, JT took hold of the sides and climbed his way up. There was a window on the far wall of the loft, the lowering beams of the sun illuminating the space and casting shadows from the trees outside. JT crossed to the opposite side, then knelt down as his brain ricocheted in his skull. 2 black guitar cases leaned against the wall alongside what appeared to be framed posters or plaques, and a small cardboard box. JT breathed deeply through his nose a few times, spying the loft uneasily, paranoia fluttering inside his belly, as if he was being spied on, and that's exactly how he felt. Except he was the spy. He fingered one of the frames, making a hasty decision that since he'd already betrayed a trust, he might as well jump in with both feet. The thing was dirty and dusty, as if it hadn't been touched in a while. the back facing JT so he couldn't get a glimpse of what it was until he turned it around. Once he brushed away the mess, his mouth fell open as a gold color shone from behind a plate of glass. There was what looked like an old vinyl record taking up over half of the space, gold with rings circling the middle. A burnished gold plaque was centered beneath the record, but what had JT's brain spinning were the words, "Presented to Brett Black for 500,000 records sold." What the fuck? JT's voice bounced off the walls of the empty barn as he pulled out the other frame. It was almost identical. The date at the bottom was different, but the name was the same. Brett Black. He supposed if he examined both of the awards more closely, he might have had a better clue as to what he was looking at, but his mind ran away with him. The next thing he knew, he was pulling things out of the cardboard box helter-skelter. Bubble wrap covered the top, but JT simply tossed it to the side so he could see what was hidden beneath. The first thing he pulled out was a trophy, the top shaped like a skinny hourglass, and the words, "Academy of Country Music New Artist of the Year 2004, Brett Black," engraved at the bottom. The second one was almost identical except for the ACM Male Vocalist of 2006 part. He stood the statues side by side on the floor, then reached deep into the box. The last one he pulled out was the same, yet different. The top had been broken off and it was missing chips here and there. It was in rough shape, but the engraving was still clear and simple. Entertainer of the Year 2008, Brett Black. JT sat back on his heels, his mouth slack as his brain buzzed to understand what he was looking at. It was obvious that Brett Black was JT's Brett, or that was the logical assumption anyhow. But what the fuck was up with the awards? He'd never been a connoisseur of country music, had never really listened to it at all, and it wasn't a big thing in the society he grew up in, but he still felt like an idiot. How had he not guessed there was more to Brett than the simple, emotion-wrought rancher he claimed to be? A little stream of bitterness crept into his thoughts, mostly because he felt like he'd been lied to, or, in the least, denied the truth. He knew it wasn't his business to know, but he'd become so comfortable with Brett and mistakenly thought he knew more than he actually did. After carefully putting the statues and awards back where he'd found them, he rose to his feet and stepped toward the ladder. His intention was to check out Mr. Brett Black on the laptop in the house before his Brett got home. He'd turned to steady his foot on the first rung when the guitar cases caught his eye again. They seemed even more out of place than awards kept in a cardboard box, and JT couldn't think of a single reason for Brett to leave his guitars in the barn. The one case looked brand new, and if the guitar inside was in the same condition, it was a shame to leave it outside. He flicked all three buckles, then lifted the lid, his eyes opening in surprise as a breathy gasp escaped his throat. Yellow paper, full sheets, small pieces, some folded and some not. There was no guitar, only paper, and even having known Brett for a short time, JT recognized the handwriting on each page and piece. With another guilty look around, JT picked up the top pieces, his heart breaking when he began to read the words.
"Hello, darling. Mama rescued some damn stray on the side of the road a couple weeks back, all goddamn 6 feet of 'em. She's got it in her fool head that I need to fix up the barn. Don't know why she thinks she has any say in that matter, let alone any right, but we both know she'll do just as she pleases anyhow. Nice enough fella, I guess, and he seems okay with the chores I've given him so far. I even made him traipse around town with Mama a couple of times, and he didn't complain one bit. Can't play crib to save his life, though. Maybe city boys just don't appreciate the finer things in life. I think you'd probably like him, but then you always liked everyone. I've always been the prickly bastard to your friendly one. Always was, I mean. I miss you. Hello, darling. I almost threw all those damn plaques and gold records away today, but then I pictured you giving me holy hell because of it. It was a nice thought, actually. Never understood why you cared so much for all that crap when it didn't count for nothing in our real lives. Telling me you were proud of me always made me warm, though. I still don't know how you could have been proud when I spent too damn much time away from where I should have been, and it still shakes me inside. Maybe you weren't as smart as I always thought. Maybe you should have got pissed that I was gone so much, about all the time I spent in hotel rooms instead of our bed. Maybe I could have been here making you be honest about how you were really feeling. Maybe then you'd still be here, and I wouldn't be writing these fucking letters in the middle of the night and yelling at the bottle in my hand. Too many maybes and too much anger is making me tired. And broken. Everything just feels broken inside me. Like I'll never be whole again, and my heart will stay in pieces. Anyhow, I threw the damn things in the barn. I'm not sure why writing this has made me so damn angry with you. God damn it, I just want you here to yell at. Still miss you, though.
JT let the papers drop back on the pile. He fell to his knees, scrubbing his hands over his face. A thickness clenched his throat, and he felt shame rush through him. What the fuck had he done? He'd blown Brett's privacy all to hell is exactly what. Darlin was obviously Walt, and JT had never felt such an emotional connection or sadness in so few straightforward words. The moral and kind thing to do would be to close the case and just walk away, pretend he'd never seen anything or knew anything. But he wasn't wired that way. Stroking his fingers over the pile of paper, he reached for the other case. It was battered and marked, a few worn stickers pressed into the dull black of the hard shell here and there. He opened it and grabbed a handful of yellow paper. He laid them out on the floor in front of him before settling himself on his backside and fingering the one on top.
Merry Christmas, darling. Mama's after me because she thinks I'm drinking too much. I'm still doing my damn job, whatever that is. Staying sober when I'm actually running the ranch. None of her damn business what I do in my private time. That reminds me, I need more Jack, because I don't suppose there'll be any under her damn Christmas tree for me. I miss you.
None of the letters had any dates and didn't seem to be arranged in any order, but some gave away the time period simply from what Brett had written. JT dug deep into the cases, pulling out random letters and what he thought were songs, the words reaching into his chest and squeezing his heart. But he couldn't help himself. These could be the key to Brett's mood changes and the sadness that swept over him when certain topics came up in conversation. JT had no right to read them, had no right to even know they existed, but the feelings he had for Brett overruled any common sense or common courtesy. He just had to know more.
The bed's too big, and my heart's too small. My mind's gone south. Someone just let me fall. Ain't no sense in denying how little I've become. No sweet guitar picking can bring back the sun. I had the world at my fingertips, the selfish wantings of all men. I thought myself immortal, stupidly fearless and content, unaware my body needed more than silly objects and praise. And I left my heart behind, thanklessly wasted in a star-struck haze. Now I'm reaping the benefits of all that I gave up, an empty house and lonely mind, and your old pickup truck. This is the part where you scold me, tell me to grow up and be a man. Take my face between your fingers and show me who I really am. Maybe you were too good for me. Maybe you were too kind. Maybe I loved you too hard. Maybe our love was blind. My body aches to touch you. My mind reels with pain. I can't remember how you smell or how you love the rain. This is the part where you scold me, tell me to grow up and be a man. Take my face between your fingers and show me who I really am. But this is where I want you to hold me. Tell me to grow up and be a man. Take my face between your fingers and tell me you love me as I am. Take my face between your fingers and tell me you love me as I am. This is the part where I bleed, the part where I miss you, the part where I need you to be here, so you can give me a start, to show me just how to unbreak my heart.
It had to be a song, and a real sad one at that. Brett's words wound around JT's heart and soul and squeezed, the pain palpable, like it was going to jump off the page. He'd known Brett was holding on to his grief, letting it lead him to the lonely place he was in, but the intensity of his grief was laid bare in his words. It was a eulogy to a life he thought was over.
Hello, darling. 6 months. Seems like years already that you've been gone. Almost sold the ranch today. Some fella heard you passed on and got it in his head I'd be an easy sell. Just might have been, too, if Ray hadn't stepped in and told the guy to take a hike. Maybe you should have left the whole thing to him. I wouldn't have been mad. He deserves it more since he's been here and he was your best friend for so long. I tried to sign it over to him. Not sure I told you that. Of course he refused, but he offered to kick my ass instead. Says he'll keep me in line until I find my head again. Don't know if that'll ever happen. I miss you.
It had always been obvious to JT that Ray was important to Brett, despite or maybe because of all the teasing and bantering that went on between them. But Ray obviously held a bigger role in Brett's life than JT had suspected. An overwhelming sadness swept over him when he thought of where Brett would have ended up had he sold the ranch. JT was sure Millie would have tried to step in, but the ranch appeared to be the one thing that kept Brett grounded, even if it held the memories Brett was having trouble shaking off.
Crumbling barns and sawdust, broken fences and scattered stones, horses with sad faces, reminders I've lost my home, fancy jeans and expensive boots, records of silver and gold, shots of Jack and crystal glasses, but no one to join me at growing old. 'Cause a house is just a house, a bed, a slab of stone. One more night is all I want. One more chance to bring you home. If I reach to the sky, will you grab my hand, pull me back to you, to your promised land? Just take my hand and take me along, 'cause there's no reasons here for me to keep trying to go on. Hopes and dreams, all left too late to say. Stubborn feelings and selfish ways. Future moments just tossed away, and life just moves so slow. When your heart has turned to dust, life just burns away when you lose the only one you could ever trust. But the ache remains, the pain still cuts. There's no escape from these hopeless ruts, 'cause a house is just a house, a bed, a slab of stone. One more night is all I want, one more chance to bring you home. But if I wait here long enough, won't you please grab my hand? Pull me back to you. Take me to your promised land. Just take my hand and take me along, 'cause there's no reasons here for me to keep trying to go on. Do you miss me where you are? Do you see the horrible mess I am? Do you regret the love we had? Do you wonder why I turned out so goddamn bad? How can I find the will to live when I feel I have nothing left to give? When my heart is broken and my soul's been sold? When all I have left is your picture to hold? 'Cause a house is just a house, a bed, a slab of stone. One more night is all I want, one more chance to bring you home. But if I wait here long enough, will you please grab my hand? Pull me back to you. Take me to your promised land. Just take my hand and take me along, 'cause there's no reasons here for me to keep trying to go on. Hello, darling. Tickets came in the mail today. Almost fell on my ass when I took them out of the envelope and saw what they were. I know they were very unmanly tears that wet my face once I finished throwing things around and being an asshole. You've been gone less than a month, and now I have 2 fucking tickets to the goddamn Calgary Stampede. You always said you wanted to go to that damn thing, so I got us a whole package as a surprise. We were gonna head into the mountains, too. To those places you talked about going to when you were a kid. Banff and Jasper and some other one. I always was too little too late and a day short, wasn't I? Maybe if I told you what I had planned, you would have told me you weren't well so we could have taken care of it before we left. I should have given you more since you gave me so much. I miss you with all my heart.
An envelope was folded up inside the letter, addressed to Brett Taylor with the return address of some travel agency. Inside were 2 plane tickets and some other vouchers. JT was pretty sure they were 2 of the saddest items in the cases. The future cut down and lost, leaving only unused tickets and destroyed plans of happiness. He wasn't sure how much more he could take, and as he looked at the piles of paper on the dusty floor, he realized he delved far deeper into Brett's life than he'd ever planned.
Happy Easter, darling. I sold Willow and Mission today. Nice people, I think. They'll take good care of them. Had to let John go, too, but I worked out a job for him with the same couple, and he'll do just fine working for them. Don't think Ray's happy about it, but it don't matter none. I'm not trying to run us into the ground like he says, and I know making changes won't bring you back. I just need to feel more in control. Need some time to myself. I think you'd understand. I miss you. Hello, darling. I swear that damn old horse of yours is more trouble than he's worth. I think he would have followed you anywhere without the least bit of bribery, but the fucker won't even move his fat ass so I can clean out his stall. Pretty sure he'd just as soon kick me than do one goddamn thing I try to get him to do. Stubborn old bastard reminds me of someone else. I still miss you every day. If my fucking ex-manager doesn't stop calling me, I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. I already fired his ass and told him to get lost, so what the fuck's his problem? Don't want his pity calls or offers of anything. Why can't they all just leave me alone? Fuck, I wish you were here.
JT had no concept for how long he sat there reading, understanding, empathizing, but the sound of gravel under tires snapped him back to the loft in a big way. He was up on his feet in an instant, gathering strewn yellow paper and trying to carefully flatten them back into the open cases. He hoped there was genuinely no order to them, or he would be sunk like the Titanic. After managing to put everything back in its place as best he could, he hopped down the ladder and was hustling toward the door when something caught his eye. It was two somethings, actually, or more precisely, two pieces of yellow paper lying haphazardly on the clean barn floor. He cursed under his breath, grabbing the pages and shoving them under his shirt as he peeked out the barn door, then slipped outside. The spot where Brett usually parked his truck wasn't in sight to the barn or the bunkhouse, so JT moved quickly between the two buildings. He blew out a shaky breath when he swept through the door. After heading straight to his room, he threw himself down on the lumpy mattresses, breath hitching in his throat while his heart beat loudly in his ears.
Fucking bright idea, dumbass,
he said to no one in particular. He took the pages from under his shirt, trying to straighten out the wrinkles before looking at the print. The sound of feet moving quickly outside had him scrambling to stick the papers under his pillow.
JT? You in here, kid? Fuck!
Was all JT had time to say before the screen door swung open. Brett wasn't entirely sure why he ended up at the bunkhouse before heading into the house to change out of his uncomfortable-as-fuck clothes. His hand was on the latch of the old screen door, and he'd called out JT's name before his brain had time to catch up. Only way he could explain it was all the yipping and yapping his mama had done in his ear all night. Every other word out of her mouth had been JT's name or something about him. Brett swore she was trying to brainwash him, not that she really had to try hard. The kid had been on his mind for the past couple of weeks steady anyhow, something he tried hard to ignore.
Hey, Brett. You're back early?
JT's face was flushed, a little shine of sweat covering his forehead like he'd been out running, really nervous, or maybe had been exerting himself.
Holy hell.
Brett's own face seared from the inside out.
Fuck, I didn't interrupt you, did I?
JT tilted his head to the side, a frown on his lips.
What? Get your mind out of the gutter, man. Never mind. Mama tired out quick tonight. Or maybe she just couldn't find enough to gossip about.
He ducked his head and smiled, sneaking a look at JT through his lashes.
Anyhow, I was wondering if you wanted to have a beer and a game of crib.
If he'd been a betting man, Brett would have bet 100 to 1 that the comfort level between him and JT had changed since earlier that evening. It wasn't anything JT had said or done, but the nervousness of his body language and the almost panic in his face was something Brett couldn't help noticing. He shouldn't have invaded the kid's space. It was a fucking stupid, impulsive whim to come rushing through the door anyhow.
Sure. Sorry, I shouldn't have... What?
I could use a beer, and I think I can whip you tonight, since you've been hanging out with the old folks for hours.
Bet your head is spinning.
JT smiled sweetly, seemingly recovering some of their brightness. A displaced giddiness shot through Brett, and before it registered in his brain, he'd pulled the kid into his arms and tucked him tight against his chest. The embrace didn't last long, and at first JT didn't even hug back, but Brett, feeling a little terrified, backed away quick as he could. Embarrassment heated him from head to toes, and he was damn positive his skin glowed scarlet. He swept a hand over his head, yanking on the elastic in his hair and pulling it free so he could thread his fingers through it for comfort. Despite suddenly feeling like a blushing virgin, JT had felt good in his arms, far better than he should have. Brett had felt their hearts beating against each other for a short moment, and he'd been half-hard from the simple closeness. He couldn't remember the last time he'd hugged someone so purely for his own enjoyment, a time when one hadn't been forced on him or from him, because of sympathy or even pity. He didn't necessarily know why it had happened, and it left him practically choking on a lump in his throat while his brain spun wheelies inside his thick skull. He struggled stupidly for something to say, for some sassy remark to make it all go away, but at the same time, he wanted to do it again.
I should apologize,
he mumbled when he was able to speak again.
All the fussing Mama and her friends did must have rubbed off on me. I swear those ladies would have held on to me all night if they had the chance. Was pretty damn glad to get out of... It's okay.
Brett figured he must have been rambling, something he'd only started doing recently when he was talking to JT. Damn it, he needed to get a grip. He was sweating like a whore in church, and no doubt making the kid even more uncomfortable than he already looked.
Brett, you all right?
The words were soft, but they snapped Brett back to attention, forcing a small smile on his face. He met JT's hot gaze for a second before averting his own.
Yeah, fine. Think you're gonna kick my ass tonight, do you?
JT nodded smugly before giving Brett a little push toward the door.
I'm thinking you must have gotten to my whiskey when I was out.
Brett couldn't seem to tear himself away from JT's radiating warmth, at least until JT gave him another shove.
The game isn't gonna play itself, cowboy.
He smirked when JT's cheeks pinked up.
Cowboy?
Sorry, it just slipped out. A genuine smile curled Brett's lips as he draped an arm around JT's shoulders, pulling him out the door with him, the severity of what he'd done suddenly dissipating and blowing away with the breeze.
I guess it's only fair, since I tend to call you kid a whole lot.
Yeah, you do. They joshed and joked all the way back to the house, and Brett decided he must have imagined the awkwardness from before. Things were back to comfortable, and most of the embarrassment of the hug had seeped out of his head. Most of it. At one point, JT lagged behind to tug at his boot. Brett waited, placing the flat of his palm on JT's lower back when he caught up again. He ignored the hive of hornets zipping round his belly and concentrated on the happy feelings washing over him. It felt good and even natural to touch JT so casual-like, as if it was something he did every day. And, for a moment, Brett actually let himself hope it was possible that it would become that way. He snuck a peek at JT, a stupid grin taking over his face when he saw the enthusiasm and brightness return full force. The swarm buzzed their disapproval, forcing Brett to question just what the hell he was doing, what he was thinking. He shifted his hand away too fast, stumbling over his own feet in his haste to put some space between him and JT. He grabbed at JT's shirt to steady himself, and they ended up tangled together on the ground, their asses hitting the dirt at exactly the same time in a cloud of dust and oofs. After the initial shock had passed, they burst out chuckling, and Brett felt something unknot inside him, something deep and painful slip a little further toward freedom. JT struggled to push himself to his feet, face mere inches from Brett's, and without any conscious thought guiding him, Brett leaned in and pressed their mouths together. Sweet, chaste, and totally terrifying. JT gaped, one hand reaching for Brett, but Brett was already pulling away and hoisting himself up from the ground.
Brett! Fuck, that was a mistake.
He wasn't sure he said it out loud, but he made sure his next words were heard.
I'm sorry. Think I'm gonna take a rain check on that game. Mama must have worn me out with all her socializing.
He avoided JT's line of sight again, moving away from the hand that reached out to touch him.
I swear I'll let you kick my ass.
Brett!
Tomorrow night, kid. I'll see you in the morning.
Brett never met JT's gaze as he jumped the steps and was inside the house before JT had a chance to say anything else. He slammed the office door behind him, his fingers already reaching for the bottle of Jack before he turned on the light. After tipping the bottle to his lips, he let the whiskey burn its way down his throat, not caring how his belly protested at the painful intrusion of the alcohol. Long pulls from the bottle had his throat working hard, and his brain spinning before the booze even had a chance to reach it. He wanted to touch the kid. Not in a perverse way by any means, though those desires were packed away tight in the belly of the beast. But they were also mixed with a steady impulse to brush the curls away from JT's forehead, so they didn't hide his beautiful browns, and a need to wrap his hands around JT's waist and pull him into a hug. A real hug that wasn't hurried or shameful. He wanted JT's body warm and alive in his arms, pressed against him with nowhere else to be. He wanted to sit side by side, thighs touching, hands twisted together, heat and breath mixing and mingling as they shared a quiet moment. Brett didn't want to want all those things. He didn't want to feel like JT fit, to sense how well he fit at the ranch, fit in Brett's house, fit with Brett, period. He wasn't being stubborn or bullheaded like he was sure his mama would accuse him of. He was being practical and level-headed, and maybe protecting himself in a selfish kind of way. He couldn't afford to lose anyone else inside his heart, and just how many times could a heart be broken anyhow? Plus, it wasn't like he had any right to pull someone into his life only to fuck it up either. He wasn't strong enough to take any more pain, and fuck it. It all came down to one thing. Brett didn't deserve to have the tingling of emotions that were already sparking inside him. He'd fucked up with Walt, and he never intended on giving himself the opportunity to do it again to anyone else. He had a good life now, and though he didn't feel like the man Walt left behind anymore, that man was still there waiting to pay his dues for the failures in his life. In Walt's life. Brett had learned to stand on his own 2 feet, had learned not to be a selfish bastard, had learned to live a quiet existence that suited him and brought him his own form of peace more and more every day. At least, he thought he had. And that had to be good enough. The words came easily tonight, his writing barely legible since the fingers of his free hand wouldn't release the needy glass figure of his friend for the night. He needed to clear the kid from his brain, but even after trying to numb his lips with whiskey, he could still taste JT there. And he liked it. God damn it, he shouldn't like it. Afterward, he stumbled to the barn, barely keeping his feet moving, the distance seeming so much farther than it normally was. He barely returned to the office, hand already wrapped around the bottle again, downing the amber liquid like a man dying of thirst, when his stomach heaved and his body jolted with nausea. He managed to muddle his way to the wastepaper basket in the corner before the alcohol and whatever else forced its way up his throat again. He emptied his stomach in the can, his whole body convulsing and sweating as he dropped to his knees. His eyes stung with unshed moisture, and everything else burned as he let himself fall backward on the floor, before straightening to drop his head to his hands. I fucked up bad. God damn it, why did you have to go and leave me like that? I can't make heads or tails of how I'm feeling anymore. Everything is twisted and just not right all the way around. I want you here so things are the same, and I don't have to feel anything for anyone but you. I'm not some damn teenager with a crush, but I can't seem to get my dick to understand that. Or my heart. Because what I'm feeling isn't just lust. I know what it is, but it's goddamn inappropriate, and I swear I don't want to be with anyone but you. But this kid, he just gets under my skin, and he's making his way inside me too. I swear there's no room for him in there, but it hurts to keep him out. I don't know how much longer I can keep missing you so bad. JT's heart didn't stop pounding in his ears until he was in the bunkhouse, sitting on the edge of his bed. Brett had kissed him. He'd hugged him and touched him and kissed him, then said it was a mistake. The shocked look on his face when he jumped to his feet said more than any words could. He'd never seen anyone move so fast, because Brett was immediately gone, sequestered away in his office again, while JT stood like an idiot with his mouth hanging open, the taste of his boss still on his lips. His pillow made a crinkling sound when he laid his head down. When he reached underneath the soft cotton and his fingers found the rough paper, his throat constricted like a boa squeezing his windpipe. He was such an asshole. The irony of the situation would have almost been funny under different circumstances. Really different circumstances. Sneaking around behind Brett's back, disrespecting his privacy and butting into his personal thoughts, only to have Brett do exactly what JT had been craving, dreaming about since they first met. Things had to be set straight in the morning, and if that meant JT had to pack up his few belongings, confess to Brett, then get the hell out of the South, then so be it. He'd do what Brett wanted him to do, whatever Brett deemed right. JT had no way of knowing how Brett would deal with the hug, the kiss, the mistake in the light of day, let alone the information JT had to share. Brett's hasty retreat was almost proof positive that he'd already crawled back into the shell after what seemed like a world of progress, and somehow it seemed like it was all JT's fault. JT lifted off the mattress long enough to switch on the light beside the bed, the stolen letters still clutched tightly between his fingers. After taking a deep breath, he forced himself to look at the loopy handwritten words.
Hello, darling. Things with the kid are a little strange right now, and I'm ashamed to say I think I like him in ways that I shouldn't. He makes me feel stuff I haven't in a long time, but I'm not ready to accept those feelings because you're still taking up most of the space in my heart. I don't know that I'll ever be ready, but that's okay because I still have you inside me. I don't know if it's wrong to get too comfortable with another man when you still have one in your heart. Damn confused about that whole thing. Who in their right mind wants a man with a shattered heart anyhow? Ain't like it can be unbroken. I miss you. Hello, darling. You remember that heart benefit Mama always dragged you to? Well, I got out of it for the last couple of years, but she finally lassoed me into going with her tomorrow night. You were always better at those things than me. I can sing in front of hundreds of people, but keeping a conversation going during a party scares the crap out of me. But I'll take her and let her parade me around like a trained pony. I'm not sure I ever thanked you for doing that all those years, but I know she appreciated it more than she probably said, and so did I. I feel bad that I haven't been writing as much. Maybe that's a good thing, or maybe not. As usual, I don't have the answers, just more questions than I'd like. I'm spending a lot of time with the kid now, and it's weighing heavily on my heart. I'm not sure if it should feel like I'm being disloyal to you, but it sure as hell does. You know I never was when you were here, right? I never touched another man all the years we were together, and wanting to do just that right now is messing with everything I thought I knew was right. I figure Mama's gonna give me an earful on the matter when I see her tomorrow. She's taken a liking to the kid too, and keeps telling me I'm lonely. I always thought it was just bullshit, but now with the kid around, I'm thinking she might be right. I miss you.
Fuck. JT had just turned out the light, the heels of his hands pressed into his eye sockets to stop the ridiculous tears sliding down his face, when he heard the creak of the barn door. Brett. If JT had been a braver man, he would have faced the situation right then, confessed to what he'd done, and tried to ease Brett's guilt about the kiss. As if the man needed any more of that in his life. Instead, he rolled to his side, tugged his pillow over his head, and hoped tomorrow never came. Or better yet, that today had never happened. Chapter 6. After tossing and turning most of the night, JT woke later than usual. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing since the only reason he'd be getting up early was to spend extra time with Brett. He was positive that wouldn't be the case today or any time soon, and he was more than a little disgusted that his anxiety had kicked in again. The butterflies that flitted and fluttered inside his belly were the same ones he'd experienced on his first morning at the ranch. To put it mildly, he was a nervous wreck. And to make matters even worse, since seeing the light of morning, JT had been fighting winding emotions that tugged him from the reasonable mindset he'd developed through his education, and into one of the insecure schoolboy he'd once been. Because despite the sentiments mused about in the letters he'd unethically read, he couldn't help wondering if Brett's after-the-fact rejection hadn't been about more than just guilt and grief. There was no possible way for him to know if Brett had been anything other than impulsive when he'd kissed JT, or if being cooed and pawed by a bunch of senior citizens all night had simply short-circuited his brain for a moment or two. It sounded absurd when he thought of it in those terms, but being in relationships wasn't exactly something on his short list of skills, or on any list he'd ever compiled for that matter. Fortunately, he managed to grab onto some leftover sense before he drove himself crazy with suppositions and what-ifs. He shoved it along into a box to be dealt with later, or not, and instead indulged in a long hot shower where he spent far too much time staring into nothingness. He dressed without thought or care, throwing on the first thing he found on the floor and shoving the rest of his strewn things into his backpack, just in case he had to make a hasty exit from the ranch. The yellow sheets of paper still burned a hole of deceit under his pillow, and he couldn't help but drag them out before he left the bunkhouse. He tried to fool himself into thinking that if the letters hadn't mentioned him directly, they wouldn't be weighing as heavily on his mind. It was a staggering breach of privacy to read Brett's thoughts about him, private musings that weren't any of JT's business, unless Brett decided to voice them himself. But he'd done it nonetheless. Perhaps if the night before hadn't ended in such disaster, JT wouldn't feel so much like he'd performed the ultimate betrayal against the guy he'd fallen for. He'd done a bad thing, yes, but maybe he could have righted it more easily had the image of Brett's pained and confused stare not been seared into the base of his brain, hadn't been burning a hole in his heart. The grief and guilt couldn't have been more plain on Brett's face had the words been written in black marker across his forehead. And if JT ruminated about it too long, he pictured just plain rejection or even disgust in those shiny blue eyes. Best for him to stop thinking altogether. After slipping the papers into his backpack and making a promise to return them to their proper place when or if the opportunity arose, JT paused to gather his thoughts before heading up to the house. Confessing his wrongdoings wouldn't appease Brett's guilt over the kiss, but maybe they could start with a clean slate. Maybe Brett would accept JT's apology and consider the kiss a step forward rather than a painful mistake, if that was even an option inside Brett's head or in his heart. The walk to the house seemed longer and farther than usual, with JT dragging his boots through the dirt. Each step brought him a little closer to wanting to run back to the bunkhouse, hide under the covers like a child, or simply head for the highway. He was sleep-deprived, overwrought with justified guilt and regret, as well as unjustified fear and insecurity, but also too invested in the man in the house to just walk away. He didn't think Brett was a vengeful man, but the thought of him dumping JT's ass in the middle of the highway where Millie had found him had crept into JT's dreams in the night. JT didn't want to leave the ranch. He didn't want to give up on Brett. He was halfway to being in love, and that wasn't something he could leave behind like a forgotten postcard from Texas. He took slow, controlled breaths as he clomped his way up the 5 steps to the porch, chastising himself for being so damn sure something was going to be terribly wrong. Sal attempted to get his attention with a rapid wagging of his tail, but JT couldn't be distracted. The kitchen was quiet when he walked in, with one lone occupant sitting at the table. Ray raised his hand in greeting. He took a long swallow of his coffee before turning to fully face JT. His mouth was turned down in a serious scowl, his voice lower and flatter than usual. "Guess you'll have to fend for yourself this morning. Brett's come down with some flu or other, so he's spending the morning in bed. I suspect it's probably of the 24-ounce variety, but who am I to judge what my boss does, right?" JT grabbed a cup from the rack over the sink, running his finger along the rim as he digested Ray's words. He filled it to the brim, then blew on the steam as he finally approached the table again, with his nerves jingling like Christmas bells under his skin. "I'm not sure why you always say it like that, Ray. He's your friend, too, not just your boss." He was thankful his voice sounded calm, the skittering of his heart and fumbling of his brain not apparent in his words. "I suppose. Sometimes I can't figure out what's going on in his fool head, especially when he passes out in the office, and I have to clean up his goddamn mess." "He what?" JT nearly dropped his mug, but he managed to be at least competent enough to snag it without spilling a drop. But wait, hadn't Ray said Brett was... I thought you said he was sick in bed.
"I shouldn't have said nothing, but then again I usually say too much anyhow."
Ray sighed, long fingers wrapping around his cup as he slowly rotated it in a circle on the table. He looked worn out, older than usual, and more than a little pissed off.
"Maybe I'm just getting tired of watching what I say. You've been here long enough to know I'm not one to gossip, but I don't understand what went on last night. Think talking it out with someone might get it right in my head because I sure as hell didn't get any answers from Brett."
He glanced at JT like he was trying to get a read on him. JT slurped at his mug to hide his nervousness.
"Do you mind? I mean, it's neither of our businesses, but we do work for the...
Sure, we can talk, JT said, swallowing the bile that forced its way up his throat. Tell me what happened. It was as if he was playing some weird game. One of those stupid detective whodunit ones his friends had liked when they were younger. Professor Plum did it in the library with the wrench. Ray did seem rattled, though, and JT wanted to ease his mind. So what could it really hurt, since everything seemed to have gone to shit anyhow? After pouring himself another cup of coffee, Ray sank heavily into his chair.
I came in as usual, but Brett wasn't in the kitchen. There was no coffee on. Not that I can't make it myself, but, well, he always beats me to it.
He paused to take a sip, his expression hard and unfamiliar to the man JT had come to know. He knew Ray to be nothing if not straightforward, and when he was talking to someone, he never failed to look them in the eye. If you don't want to talk about...
I wasn't really worried, Ray continued. But when I called up the stairs, I didn't get any answer, and I knew Brett wanted me to look at some invoices over breakfast, and with that new supply order arriving today. Well, I wanted to get an early jump on it. But he didn't answer, so I headed in here to get breakfast started. The office door was shut, and I know damn well Brett never shuts that door unless he's in there. I knocked and thought I heard a noise inside. When I opened the door, Brett was on the floor.
Ray stopped, shaking his head as he took a big gulp.
He tried to get up, but slipped back down. It stunk to high heaven in there, and I nearly walked right back out. But you know I couldn't. He'd been sick in the trash basket, but I reckon he missed at least once because he was lying in his own vomit with that damn empty whiskey bottle in his hand.
Brett Taylor did it in the office with the whiskey bottle? JT let his chin drop to his chest while his heart thunked into his stomach. He didn't know what to say or whether he should say anything at all. Relief fuzzed the edges of his nerves when Ray continued, if only because of the reprieve from trying to form any words that made sense.
I grabbed him by the shirt and hauled him into a chair while he settled back into his head. Thought he'd be mad as hell to see me, but he was docile as a lamb in the field.
Why would he be mad at you?
I guess I'll have to put that one down to history. Brett had some problems after Walt passed. He locked himself in that damn office, drank himself unconscious or bloody sick. There was more than once that I had to drag him out and up the stairs, and he was always ornerier than all get out that I was seeing him that way.
Ray shook his head, sighing under his breath before he started back up again.
Hasn't happened for at least a year or so now, not to the extent that I found him this morning. I know he took Millie to that damn benefit last night, and I suspect that's why he was so dressed up. I knew I should have taken her, just like I've been doing the last couple of years, but I thought it was time I don't know, got out some again.
I don't think it has anything to do with the benefit or Millie, Ray. Ray lifted his chin, tired green eyes searching JT's.
Why would you think that, son?
JT couldn't return the look with his heart beating a rhythm so loud in his ears that his whole brain vibrated. I saw him when he got back, and it seemed like he'd had an okay time. I can't really say for sure, though.
Guess only Brett can confirm just what the hell was going through his stubborn head.
Is he okay?
He's sleeping it off. But I can honestly say I'm a little disappointed, you know? Maybe not so much in him, but the whole dang situation with Walt that just never seems to get better for him. It's not my place to say so, but I think it's time someone did. Brett's needed something or someone else in his life for a good long while now. But with the way he keeps himself shut off here at the ranch, there's never been that opportunity. Not that I think he really cared much about it anyhow.
JT cocked his head to the side, encouraging Ray to continue. Brett's letters stepped forefront into his mind, and as Ray continued, more things seemed to click into place with regard to Brett's behavior and life. Lately, he seems brighter to me, like he had some of that old spark back from when Walt was alive.
And I don't mind saying I think you was the one putting it there.
Heat seared JT's cheeks while a fiery ball of shame settled inside his belly. Why the fuck did everything have to happen all at once? Ray's admission should have been a good thing for JT to hear, but instead it felt like a punch in the stomach and added an extra component of confusion to the already messed up circumstances. He forced himself to keep up with the conversation despite only wanting to climb the stairs and check on Brett. I never knew him before, so I guess I can't say whether that's true or not. Ray nodded as he leaned forward in his chair, elbows resting on either side of his cup. JT felt Ray bore holes into the top of his head, so he lifted his gaze. Is there something going on between you and Brett? You don't have to answer, but it seems like there might be something there more than just friendly-like. JT shook his head so hard black dots spotted his vision. No, at least not, something either one of us has admitted. Good job, Johann. Fair enough. How about I change the question? Do you have some kind of feelings for Brett besides him being your boss and friend now? I ain't trying to be nosy, but I think you already know I care about Brett like my own brother. Hell, my own son even. It breaks me up to see him the way he was this morning, and I'd really like to understand what the hell's going on. I can't speak for him, Ray, but JT swallowed around the lump in his throat, his breath hitching and whining as he paused to find his words. Yes, I have some of those feelings. Ray nodded before sipping from his cup again. I was pretty sure I knew the answer anyhow. So neither of you has mentioned it then? No. Up until yesterday I was positive it was all one-sided, and now I think it might have been better if it was. He lowered his head again, afraid the truth of everything that had happened would be transparent on his face. I won't pretend to know what you're talking about, son, and other than the way I've seen Brett looking at you, watching you when you don't know, I can't say for sure how one-sided it is. But let me give you one piece of advice, and I'll shut my old yap for the rest of the day. I'd never expect you to shut your yap, Ray. A tiny smile curled the corners of JT's mouth. He really liked Ray, and seeing him so wound up made him want to fix things. Or at least try. How do you think he's looking at me anyway? I'm no expert, and I've never seen Brett with anyone but Walt, so I can't assume to know how he reacts to other men, but when he looks at you, there's something different about his face, and most especially his eyes. He seems more hopeful than I've seen him look in too long, more relaxed, and maybe even a little happy. You're young in years, son, but I think you have an old soul just like Brett, and if you think those feelings of yours could possibly get more serious for him, my advice is to hold on and wait him out. JT refused to take too much stock in what Ray was saying, but the idea he presented was interesting. Wait him out. Yep. Ray stood up from his chair, stepping to the island and grabbing an apple from the big ceramic bowl on the countertop. He's been through a lot, and despite some of it being his own doing, he deserves some happiness in his life. More than just hanging out with me and his mama. I think you have it in you to make him happy if you and he can agree that's what you both want. Don't ask me how or why I think what I do, because I'm just an old fool that's never been married, but still believes in love. That darn boy upstairs, well, he's special to me, and he deserves more than he's been letting himself have. JT was touched. Even after the brief time he'd known Ray, it was obvious that he wasn't one for emotion, so the shine in his eyes made his words that much more meaningful. I'm willing to wait, Ray, but waiting's hard when you're not sure if it's the right thing to do. JT's face warmed again. He hadn't meant to say so much, and definitely not in those particular words. Ray didn't seem to sense his discomfort, though. He popped out his bottom lip, rubbing the green apple against his shirt as he shook his head. I don't really have the answer to that. Wait him out like I said, if you think you can. My opinion is, if he's got something stirring inside for you, he's damn well smart enough to realize it and try to unwind some of that unnecessary responsibility he's got wrapped around his heart. I don't think I understand. Brett's been around the world and back more times than I can count. He's lived a life a lot of people dream about, but inside he's just a country boy with an old-fashioned romantic soul. Since Walt died, Brett hasn't had any other men here, as far as I know. He's never even left the ranch for a whole night. But the boy needs to love and be loved. He's got that kind of heart. I think he's still hanging his hat on Walt's star because he doesn't know how to let go. Or maybe he just doesn't think he should. JT wasn't sure if Ray expected a reply, but he went out on a limb. It was time to get some answers, and if they didn't come from Brett, maybe JT could pull them out of Ray. Why wouldn't he think he should? Does it have to do with his music? JT's stare locked with Ray's. Did something happen in the barn, Ray? Ray huffed out a sigh, his pursed lips and steady expression telling JT the questions weren't much of a surprise. I won't ask you how you know about the music, but I'm kinda surprised more people don't put two and two together. Brett is Brett Black, right? After a pause, Ray nodded. He was, but he stopped being that fella when Walt died. And the barn? Why is the barn so important to Brett? I can't answer you on that one, son. You'll have to go directly to the source. But I'd surely like to know what happened last night that's made him fall back into the bottle and you a nervous wreck. JT opened his mouth, then snapped it closed again. Don't look so surprised. I don't know a damn thing, except you seem sure it wasn't his mama that sent him on that bender, so maybe it was you that done it. Did you have words? There was no possible way JT could lie to Ray, especially when he'd been so forthcoming, but he didn't feel he could tell the whole truth either. We didn't have a fight, but a couple of unexpected things happened that might have freaked him out a bit. Ray set the apple untouched on the table in front of him. Things he did or you did? Both, I guess. Makes more sense to me then. He's beating himself up with the whiskey bottle just like he did in the beginning. Damn fool. If I didn't think he'd throw up on me, I'd go up and shake him until some sense spilled out. They shared a sad smile before JT broke away and grabbed the coffee pot. He stopped for a moment, staring out the window. Coming clean was coming clean in his mind. Might as well take it all the way. I might know some other stuff about him besides the music thing. Ray lifted his cup and nodded his thanks for the refill when JT returned to the table. What would that be? After swallowing the swell of emotions that was creeping up his throat, JT blew out a breath. I went in the barn. Ray didn't flinch or even let on he'd heard. And what'd you find? Some, guitar cases and awards. Some letters too, I suspect. JT looked at Ray with surprise. You knew about them? Yep. When he started writing whatever it is he writes, Brett was usually too drunk to even get them to the barn. I found him sprawled out on the ground a time or two. Damn yellow paper pressed to his chest like it was the goddamn Holy Bible or something. He was always babbling about needing to get to the barn, so I helped put them where he thought they should go, then got him back in the house so he didn't hurt himself. I think he even spent some nights on the ground between here and the barn, or at the door to the damn thing, because he passed out before he could get the job done. JT could not have felt any worse. Brett had not only suffered writing the letters, he'd done the same trying to deliver them or hide them away. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his emotions as well as he could, hoping to whatever spirit existed that Ray didn't notice the utter heartbreak he was feeling. Jesus, Ray. I got so I checked the path in the barn every morning to make sure he wasn't lying there. A big sigh whooshed from between Ray's lips, and the corners of his eyes wrinkled with hard thought. Eventually, I didn't find him out there no more, and things started to settle down. Wasn't sure if he was still riding, but I saw the pad on his desk when I found him this morning. I think he writes to Walt, since the little framed picture of the two of them was always on the desk when I'd have to help him back to the house or up to his room. It was there this morning, too. He hasn't gotten over Walt. Gotten over him? Ray chuffed out a humorous laugh. I reckon he'll always be there in Brett's heart, but he hasn't realized there's a lot more space that needs to be filled. I don't think it's just Walt that keeps Brett all tied up in knots sometimes. You don't? Nah, it's the guilt. The boy's got enough to fill that damn empty pasture of his, and it's ridiculous from the bits of information he's let slip. You're the one with the fancy degree. You think a person can get past something they think they're responsible for, even when no one else thinks that way? I hope so, Ray. Because if you say I should still wait. JT blew out a big breath, paying no heed to whether Ray might catch on anymore. And that's what I'm going to do. If Brett even wants me around anymore. Yeah, son. Wait. And that's what he planned on doing with his confession, too, because it wasn't fair to heap something else on Brett when he was barely hanging on as it was. Brett needed to get the license plate of the truck that ran over him the night before, the same one that backed up and did it over and over again. If he could have pulled his head off and shook out all the pain and goddamn stupid rattling around in there, he'd be headless in under a second. As he coaxed his shaking body to lie perfectly still, he stared at the wavering ceiling. Uncomfortable images started roaming back into his mind. Bad as fuck images he didn't want to even consider. He screwed his eyes closed like that would make everything going on in his mind and body stop. If he couldn't see how bad he looked, and didn't have to think about everything that had happened, things would be just fine. The stupidity of his own thoughts thrummed more pain through his head. He pressed the heels of his palms beneath his brows, scrubbing hard against his eyeballs in an effort to stop the pictures that tumbled and twisted inside his brain. His thumbs traveled up to rub hard circles over the bridge of his nose, but even the simple habit that usually gave him a relief was as useless as the supper he'd left in the office wastebasket. Of course, when he really needed them, none of his usual remedies helped a damn bit in calming the raging Brahma bull sitting on his skull. His belly didn't feel much better either. That was something he clearly remembered, even without the bitter taste of his own stomach lining flavoring his mouth, or the flakes of dried vomit on his chin. He was still dressed except for his boots, and he could barely stand his own sour stench, sweat mixed with booze and puke. There was nothing left in his belly, thank Christ for that, but that didn't help the bile from pulsing back up his throat and threatening to choke him. He had to relieve himself, too, and making his way to the bathroom wasn't something he thought would be an easy task, given the rolling pain of every muscle in his body. How in the hell had he turned so completely foolish in one night? His smarts had never brought him any success or even got him laid, but at least at one time he'd been proud to say he wasn't dumb as a sack of hammers. The night before had produced no proof of that. And there was no explanation or excuse for making Ray drag him up the stairs and put him to bed. Brett suspected he'd cleaned up the disgusting mess in the office, too. Would have served him right if Ray left it for Brett to take care of, but he knew Ray well enough to know that wouldn't have been something he'd do. And the kid? Well, how the hell could Brett even call himself his friend or boss now, let alone deal with the goddamn confused as fuck feeling shifting around inside his heart? Brett wouldn't have been surprised to find JT gone when he finally made his way downstairs. If there was anyone he hadn't disappointed in the last 24 hours, Brett would be truly surprised. His mama probably still loved him just fine, since he'd allowed her to show him off on her arm, but once she found out how badly he'd behaved, there'd be hell to pay from her, too. Plus, he didn't think inviting JT to some special supper quite so soon after Brett had acted like a goddamn idiot was such a good idea. It could ultimately be hazardous to his health, or at least his heart. Brett had done enough wallowing in bed for a lifetime, and it had never gotten him any further in relieving his guilt. So, with a hearty and painful groan, he forced himself upright. He sat still for a moment, eyes shut tight while he wheeled his head to stop spinning. When he was finally brave enough to open them, the first thing he saw was Walt's photo on the bedside table. He looked away when the picture sent an extra rush of disappointment through him. Disappointment in himself. Instead, he concentrated on the tingling of his fingers as he gripped his thighs a little too tightly. He was pissed and embarrassed and sick and fucking tired of fucking things up all the time. God damn it, Walt. I don't know what the hell's going on. He swept his attention back to the photograph, a sad grin forcing its way past his upset when he looked at Walt's sweet smile. That was all it used to take to get Brett out of his own head. Just one smile from Walt would take the anger and frustration away. Brett wondered if he'd ever feel as calm and happy as he'd felt at Walt's side, in his arms, in his heart. It had been that way from the beginning with Walt, and after so many years it was still clear how fast and furiously Brett had fallen. But he'd hesitated in revealing his true feelings, telling himself the life he wanted wasn't conducive to settling down. He'd been so damn young and stupid, and he'd lied as long as he could to Walt and himself. Thinking about it snapped a realization into Brett's brain so hard the back of his head smacked against the headboard. He'd missed the signs, all those things he tried to hide from Walt, from himself. He was trying to fool himself again, but admitting he was falling in love with JT didn't exactly bring him any relieved peace of mind. If anything, it made him feel more confusion and shame. And if there was anything he didn't need, it was more of either of those. Brett had been in love exactly once in his life because he'd never been one of those men to fall into crushes or lust-inspired romance. None of the other men who had passed facelessly through his life had even warranted a second or third look. And if they had, it had only been to scratch a sexual itch Brett needed taken care of. He'd learned early in his career that being a simple man with a guitar, drawling out some sweet love songs in even the smallest bars and clubs, in short, he'd get his itches scratched whenever he wanted. He hadn't been a big-ass slut before he met Walt, but he'd had more than his share of bed warmers. More often than not, the small dressing room of a club or the close proximity of a deserted alley or his truck had been good enough for a blowjob or a quickie. None of the men, or even the odd woman here and there, had seemed to mind, as long as they got their time with the star, with the pretty voice and killer grin. Brett wasn't proud he'd been that guy, but that had been 2 whole lifetimes ago. And now the mere thought of jumping into someone's bed scared him to death. Hell, even kissing and hugging someone he was pretty sure he had feelings for had sent him running for the bottle. Glancing back at the photo on the table, he tugged his hands through his hair, pulling at the tangles as if the pain would change the past, present, and future. In his younger days, he would have taken out his frustration and desperation on the first wall or door in his path, even some dumbass in a bar. But he learned the hard way that that was neither helpful nor sensible. Walt had been a big part of that learning curve, and had he seen Brett drowning in self-pity and not living up to his responsibilities, he would have generously offered him a swift kick in the ass. Once he managed to unclench his fingers from his hair, Brett threw his legs over the side of the bed and started working the snaps of his shirt. If he never saw the puke-covered thing again, it would be too soon. He tossed it in the direction of the laundry basket, but knew it would end up in the trash can before the day was through. His pants were next, and though they'd managed to survive the night without being covered in yuck, they'd been damn uncomfortable to sleep in and felt molded even more to his body than the night before. Tight fuckers were going in the garbage, too. It was too bad he couldn't just throw all the crappy things he'd done in the heap with his pants and shirt. But Brett knew that particular mess of stupid had to be cleaned up more personal-like. Ray would probably be his first apology of the day. Hell, Brett couldn't even say what Ray had done was beyond the call of duty. It was way more than Brett deserved. Ray was a good man, a friend, and Brett knew he had a lot of explaining to do if he wanted to get his respect back any time soon. But in all honesty, Ray wasn't the biggest bronco Brett had to tame. That honor was going to be JT's. How could he explain that he did want to hug and kiss him, but hadn't wanted to at the same time? How did someone tell another person they'd felt so bad about doing things so innocent and sweet that they drank themselves unconscious? That the ache and guilt inside Brett was so strong, so demanding, that he preferred the bottle to actually recognizing his own damn feelings. As he hovered over the toilet, one hand on the wall to steady himself, Brett decided his actions deserved more than a little honesty with JT. He couldn't go on feeling like a goddamn heifer in heat among a field of bulls if things were going to get comfortable any time soon. He was a nice kid, probably too nice for the likes of an old country singer without an audience or a will to do much with his life. But he had kissed Brett back. Brett did remember that little fact, and his arms had felt so good wrapped around him for the Heartbeater 3 when they'd been pressed together. Brett's stomach muscles protested loudly when he leaned over to grab a shirt from his bottom drawer. He'd felt less worked out when he returned to the gym after a year away than he did from his own self-abuse. If he never saw another bottle of Jack, it would be too damn soon. And yeah, he'd said that before, but this time, if he could see his way clear to gather his thoughts and understand what he was feeling and get those stuck emotions out, he'd figured the bottle might have to wait a spell. Or forever. It was a nice idea, especially since he'd spent the morning hiding from the very emotions he was supposed to be dealing with and gathering. The rest of his dressing went a little smoother, his body slow but controlled as he pulled on dirty jeans and a clean t-shirt. He tugged on a thick flannel button-up over top of his shirt since his body was alternating between chills and warmth. He certainly didn't need it in August, but he suspected he'd be spending the day in the house and not in the hot sun that would undoubtedly make his head ache ever more. The kitchen was deserted but for a full pot of coffee waiting, the bitter aroma grabbing Brett from the bottom of the stairs and moving him quickly to the cup rack over the sink. His belly rolled a bit at first, but once the sweet fire spread over the lining of his stomach and singed his already burning throat, Brett accepted the discomfort as being a good thing. Food, on the other hand, was not an option. He settled himself awkwardly in one of the kitchen chairs. How the hell was it possible for his entire body to feel so bad all at the same time? It was a mystery to him, and if he hadn't already sworn off the whiskey, he'd have done it right then and there. He noticed a note in the middle of the table when he set his cup down. Apparently Millie had already called looking for him, and since he was ignoring his cell phone again, he best give her a call as soon as he got the message. Damn, she was a bossy woman. Brett had known that his whole life, but with a head full of hangover and a stomach still trembling from heaves, she seemed much bossier than normal. And he sure as hell wasn't calling her until he felt better. She'd sense his stupidity right off the bat, and there was no way Brett was going to subject himself to her brand of mothering, even if he did think he deserved it. He sat for a while, staring out the screen door at nothing in particular, letting the heat of the coffee warm him inside and out. It settled the wiggling of his belly in a way he never understood after he'd abused his system so badly. He certainly wasn't going to try and come up with an answer when it made him feel better all the same. He had things to get done, not the least being the document he'd wanted to talk to Ray about before their trip into town the next day. He'd catch him at lunchtime, since it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to swallow his pride and say what needed to be said. After rising slowly, carefully, from his chair, Brett refilled his mug and headed in the direction of his office. The faint odor of sickness painted over with harsh cleaner hung in the air, sending a tiny wave of nausea through Brett's system. He held tight to his coffee cup and forced the feeling right back down. The room was almost spotless, not a sign of the cause of the putrid odor anywhere to be found. Ray had even straightened out the cluttered mess on Brett's desk and tucked Walt's picture back in the drawer. He needed to give Ray a raise, or, on second thought, maybe the new contract he'd had drawn up would do the trick instead. He made a mental note of the things he wanted to get done, glancing at the old, cuckoo-less cuckoo clock on the wall by the door. His lunchtime plan for Ray went flying out the window when he realized it was almost 2 o'clock. Half the day gone, and not a damn thing to show for it.
Nice job, Brett.
Supper was hot roast beef sandwiches from the freezer, and a salad that Brett threw together at the last minute before Ray and JT came through the door. With his back still turned to his men, Brett sucked in a deep breath, the sudden intake of air rasping harshly against his dry throat. He finished throwing all the vegetables into the big wooden salad bowl, added some grated cheese to the top and a pair of tongs, then turned to face the music. JT hovered by the entryway, his boots laid out straight and out of the way beside his feet. He appeared to be a bit wobbly, not quite balanced as he tucked his hands into his back pockets and looked everywhere but at Brett. Poor kid probably thought Brett was a raving lunatic intent on tossing his ass out the door for something the lunatic had done himself. They'd need to have a talk at some point soon, but Brett wasn't quite done gathering his thoughts and feelings, so it would have to wait a spell. He did have to clear the air, though, since JT seemed to be physically almost choking on it.
Didn't make much tonight. Hopefully you guys can fill up on what I've got.
He met JT's shifting eyes for a moment, then switched to Ray.
We'll have to grab some groceries tomorrow when we go into town. Didn't realize we'd become old Mother Hubbard's cupboard so suddenly.
Okay, Ray replied, sitting himself in his usual chair and sipping at the glass of water Brett had placed in front of his plate. Forgot about town tomorrow. What you need me to go for again?
Not just you. Both of us.
Brett looked at JT, motioning gently with his head for the kid to take a seat.
I've got a contract I need to go over with you. Maybe we can do that after supper?
Ray shrugged. Ain't got nowhere else to be. He glanced between Brett and JT, his bottom lip covering his top for an instant before adding, "Forgot to wash up. Be right back." Brett thought it was the lamest excuse he'd ever heard, but he appreciated the gesture nonetheless. He cleared his throat, moving to sit at the table while he ran a hand through his hair.
Sorry about last night, kid. JT, I know it's a little awkward now.
It's fine. JT wrapped both hands around his water glass and let his attention settle there. Ray said you were sick. You all right now?
Yeah. Self-inflicted is usually the worst kind of sick.
Brett reached over and patted JT's shoulder, his fingers resting hesitantly there until JT looked up at him.
But I meant what I said. There's stuff I need to think about. Talk to you about. Just not yet.
JT studied Brett for a moment, searching Brett's face for something, maybe the truth or some lunatic reaction again. I don't want things uncomfortable, so we can forget what happened. Brett shook his head, his mind spinning a bit with the gesture.
No, we rightly can't. At least I know that won't be possible for me. But I don't want you to feel like you can't call me out on my bad behavior. If you got something to say about it that can't keep, I'm right here listening.
He opened his arms wide, hoping to encourage JT to speak his mind.
If you're worried about Ray, I think he's waiting until we start eating before he comes back. He's polite like that.
I'm not worried about Ray, JT said quietly. He gulped his water, sighed, then glanced back at Brett. He didn't meet his attentive stare, but Brett could certainly understand why. I thought you were going to ask me to leave this morning. Well, more like I thought you were going to toss me out on my ass. A twinge of pain jolted Brett's heart, and he unwittingly rubbed a hand over his chest.
Oh, hell, no. You didn't do a damn thing wrong. It was all me. And I have to deal with whatever the fuck is going on in my head, but I'd understand if you thought you needed to go.
I never said I wanted. I thought you were going to be angry with me and kick me out.
That wasn't even in my mind.
But you were so upset last night.
I acted like an idiot, but that don't mean I want you to.
Okay, enough of this goddamn going in circle shit.
Ray stomped back into the room, grabbing his chair and falling quickly back into it.
Nobody wants anyone to go anywhere. Brett's a big goddamn idiot and I'm hungry, so let's eat.
The table was quiet while they dished up and tucked into their meal. Brett couldn't help sneaking a peek at JT between bites. He looked nervous, but Brett supposed that wasn't hard to understand. Hell, Brett was nervous too. Shit had happened, and that shit had to be straightened out. If he hadn't been so damn stupid and faced his feelings at the time, things wouldn't be so awkward. Brett had liked the easiness of being with JT, but he was prone to fucking things up. This was simply another excellent example.
Gonna hurt yourself.
Ray's voice broke through Brett's self-chastising. Ray's smug grin greeted him.
What?
Ray pointed his fork at Brett, wiggled it a bit, then winked and poked at some lettuce on his plate.
Thinking too hard after a rough night can't be good for a fella.
Brett returned Ray's smirk, stealing a glance at JT while Ray continued.
You look like 50 miles of bad road, son. But at least your color's better, and you ain't drooling all over yourself.
Ray,
Brett groaned, winding his hand around his water glass.
That's not exactly polite dinner conversation, is it?
Didn't know we were practicing our politeness tonight.
He shot Brett a half smile.
How you feeling, old-timer?
Brett tried to stare Ray down, but Ray was the master of not blinking.
Can't say I'm 100%, but I'm not 50 either.
Uh-huh.
Ray nodded and took a bite of bread he just heartily buttered.
Seems you might owe me an explanation at some point, but more importantly, you owe me one big-ass favor.
There was no denying that.
Yes, sir, I believe you're right. You name it.
Ray gnawed at his bottom lip before he answered, his eyes twinkling beneath the old light fixture that hung over the table. Brett thought he looked like the cat that swallowed the canary, so he prepared himself for his feathers to pop.
Now you know better than that. You don't want to give me too much free rein.
After a moment's hesitation where Brett attempted to win the staring competition again and lost, he agreed with Ray.
You're probably right, but I'll take my chances. This time.
He dipped his head to examine all the food he hadn't been able to stomach just yet, then shoved his hair from his face before he raised up again. He hoped the gratitude he felt in his heart was recognizable in his expression.
Thank you, Ray. I really mean that, man. Above and beyond the call of duty.
Fella has to fall back down once in a while, I guess. I know you'll pull yourself up again. Still need me to take a look at those papers?
Brett nodded.
Yeah. In town tomorrow?
Yep. Any particular time you want to go?
After we get the horses fed and taken care of, I suppose.
Brett turned to JT.
You need anything in town, kid? Might ask you along, but...
JT shook his head pretty damn fast. No. I'd like to use your laptop if you don't mind, though. Should check my email since I haven't done that for a while. Brett nodded, poking at his food some more.
Yeah, it's in the family room by the bookshelf. No password or nothing to worry about.
Quiet fell over the room again, just the appreciative hems and haws of men enjoying their meal and relaxing at the end of a long day. Brett's supper sat mainly untouched on his plate. He picked at it a little and ate some bread. Dry, no butter. His stomach was still a little queasy, and he didn't want to risk having it protest any more than it already was. When they'd finished and chatted about this and that for a while, JT rose and announced he'd do the dishes, and there would be no argument about it. Brett was happy to see a tiny smile finally cross JT's face as he glanced from him to Ray. Ray held up his hands in defeat. Yeah, like the old guy was going to offer to clean up. Brett snorted despite the thought only being in his head. After that, Ray wandered off to his cabin, leaving JT and Brett alone. Brett hauled himself up from the chair that had become far too comfortable for his tired body, moving slowly into the kitchen. JT stood at the sink, the soft sounds of some horrendous rock ballad humming from the radio beside the bread box. He liked to have music around, and Brett wondered if he should pick him up some sort of iPod or whatever he could find when he was in town. He hadn't seen JT with one, but then again, maybe it was a little presumptuous of him to think he could assess JT's needs. Brett attempted to scoot around him, his goal being to grab the dish towel beside the sink, but JT stopped him with a gentle touch to his arm. I can do them myself.
Don't seem fair since you worked all day and I didn't.
Brett would have been more than willing to comply, since he felt like warmed-up crap, but wasn't he supposed to be trying to be more responsible? To do right by JT after the disaster of the night before. JT shifted his stance but kept his back turned, his hands swirling in the dishwasher. It's fine. Ray's right. You look like hell. Get some rest. Brett wasn't giving up.
Look, about last night.
I'm serious, Brett. Just go. We'll talk soon, right? Brett ghosted his fingers over JT's shoulder, but pulled back quickly before turning away.
Yeah, we will.
He'd just moved beyond the kitchen island when JT spoke again. Do me a favor? Brett bit his bottom lip.
If I can, kid.
If you can't sleep, maybe you could, try doing some thinking? There was a slight tease to JT's voice, and Brett headed up the stairs with a bit more energy and lightheartedness than he'd felt all day. Chapter 7. Breakfast brought things almost back to normal, with Ray and Brett bickering teasingly back and forth, and JT putting in his own 2 cents when he thought it appropriate. Or when he actually thought of something witty to say. Not an easy task when the competition was 2 men who knew exactly what buttons to push in each other's subconscious. JT had roused refreshed, or at least not all wrapped up in a blanket of nerves. He surmised he'd barely made it to sundown before he'd fallen asleep the night before. Somehow he'd managed to ignore Brett's letters that were still tucked into his backpack, deciding he'd much rather hear the truth from the source rather than mooning over words meant for Walt. That by no means meant he wasn't still curious about Brett's 3 years of writing, or uncomfortable with sneaking around behind his back. But things were so up in the air and fragile, so he wanted to use all his energy to help Brett along in any way he could. The noticeable tremor in Brett's frame during supper had disappeared by breakfast, and he'd looked 100 times better. JT found himself reverting to his admiration of Brett the man, as opposed to being apprehensive about Brett the boss. Brett's hair was still damp when he sat down at the table, the ends curling around the shoulders of his dark gray t-shirt. He'd left his hair loose, but JT was sure he'd either pull it back or put on his big old cowboy hat for his trip to town. The color of the shirt brought out the icy blue of Brett's eyes, and his usual sparkle was back, though he still looked a little tired. When he turned a soft smile on JT, his insecurities shifted. They hadn't disappeared altogether, irrational or not, but he'd had a singular moment of wistful fantasy.
A single image of himself running his fingers through Brett's dark, wavy strands, pulling and tugging in the softness, and pretending that smile was solely and beautifully only for him. Apparently his thoughts had been transparent, because both Ray and Brett stopped their chatting and chewing at the same time. He guessed it was possible he'd announced the images in his head with a sigh or groan, since Brett had asked him if he was all right. Oh, hell yes. He was more all right than he should be. He'd shrugged off their inspections with a shy grin and an excuse of indigestion while his skin and body glowed from the inside out. The extent of joy he was feeling without any actual just cause was ridiculous, and in that moment he wondered how he'd even survive a further confession or any intimacy with Brett at all. He didn't understand the lightness of his spirit, considering he and Brett were really no further along than they'd been 2 days before, but he was willing to embrace the dose of positivity he'd been feeling since he'd asked Brett his favor. Chores were finished quickly, with Brett helping out instead of doing the things that usually took up his time in the mornings. There hadn't been any relevant discussion or much talking at all, but at least there hadn't been awkward silence or uncomfortable chit-chat either. They had a lunch of leftover roast beef sandwiches and a pot of Millie's homemade mushroom soup. It was an easy meal, and there were no private words between him and Brett, just as there hadn't been all day. JT cleaned up the kitchen once Brett and Ray had left for town, then headed straight for the family room and the laptop. He sat nervously as it booted up, shifting his position on the couch a number of times before the computer showed it was good to go. He didn't miss the irony of wanting to be closer to Brett while checking him out behind his back at the same time. When he'd mentioned Brett Black to Ray, it hadn't seemed like any kind of secret, so JT's mind was almost free of guilt when he entered the web universe. Almost. His intent had been to search Brett's name, but the tiny bookmarks at the top of the browser caught his eye, and he clicked one that simply said, Brett. What popped up was everything and nothing that JT had expected. Brett's smiling face looked out at him from the screen, a few less wrinkles around his eyes and mouth, hair only curling up past his ears, under a big black Stetson. The face was Brett's, but the broad, shit-eating grin was somewhat out of place with the Brett Taylor JT thought he knew. Too many teeth, and the adorable crookedness of Brett's smile was missing. A few more clicks brought JT to photos of Brett and some thin, barely dressed blonde woman. She was pretty in a too-much makeup kind of way, huddled too close under Brett's arm, her long scarlet nails visibly clutching the fabric of his shirt. In some of the pictures, she was kissing Brett on the cheek, but Brett's face was turned slightly to the side, as if he was avoiding the puffy red lips coming at him. Clicking on another bookmark showed a country music site, but with a current, non-Brett Black update. JT typed the name into the search engine. More pictures of Brett appeared, some with the blonde, some by himself, but all with dates posted beneath. There were a few with Brett holding the awards JT had found in the barn, but one in particular caught his attention. It was dated May 2009 and showed Brett with the same woman again, but his dazzling smile was replaced by a forced grin with no teeth and a far-off look on his face. The article accompanying the puzzling photo mentioned Brett's latest award, then went on to say, the popular singer vanished after the show, concerts canceled, and hasn't been seen in the public eye since. In a flash of memory that actually jolted the inside of JT's brain, he remembered Brett telling him when Walt had died. If he added in things Ray had said here and there, it all made sense. Brett's disappearance from the celebrity world perfectly coincided with Walt's death, and if the article was accurate, he'd never return to the public world. After working his way through a few more sites, watching clips and music videos of Brett, JT concluded Brett had an addictive presence on stage, and the rich deepness of his voice could charm anyone out of their jeans with a single note. Because, damn, despite not being a fan of country music, JT could have listened and watched the passion run through Brett in each song all day long. He was talented, and JT understood the slight outrage of a few of the comments on the original article. As he powered down the laptop, put it away, then sat back down on the couch, he contemplated the fact Walt hadn't appeared in any of the online photos. Considering how sweet-voiced and dreamy-eyed Brett looked when he spoke about Walt, it was a surprise there were no pictures of the two of them enjoying Brett's obvious fame, not even in an old buddies kind of way. JT had noticed the acoustic guitar shoved in the corner of the family room before, but he'd never really looked closely at it. He figured it was a normal part of a cowboy's house, for campfires and all those other stereotypical Western things. Crossing the room, he crouched down and brushed his fingers over the neck. It seemed pristine and never used, and he wondered when Brett had last played it, or if he'd played it at all, and why he'd kept it safer than all the cases thrown in the barn. He secretly hoped he'd be around long enough to hear Brett play it. Brett admitted to feeling better once he and Ray had finally jumped into the truck and headed for town. His brain was still a little fuzzy, and that was perfectly fine since it matched the mouthful of cotton that made him choke when Ray started his inquisition. I have a few things to say, but if you're going to tune me out, I'll save my breath.
When have I ever stopped you from having your say, old man? And could I even if I tried?
Good. Then shut up and listen. Brett hid a grin behind his hand when Ray paused.
Go on then. Take your best shot.
Well, you look better than yesterday, but I'm guessing that brain of yours is still smacking you in the ass, right? And just what in the hell happened to you the other night? If I never have to see you in a puddle of your own puke again, that'll be too damn soon. You and that kid got something going on that's making you lose your damn mind, or is this all your own personal doing again? After tugging his cowboy hat off, Brett balanced it in his lap, then rested his head against the seat. He shut his eyes and worked the bridge of his nose with his thumb and index finger.
One of those questions you prefer I answer first, or you want me to go haphazard-like and run 'em all together?
Brett opened his eyes in time to see Ray shoot him a sideways glare that brought to mind Brett's mama. Not a good look on old, laid-back Ray, but a smack Brett in the face clue of just how serious he was. I don't give a horse's ass how you answer him, but I'm done tiptoeing around your feelings. So give me some darn answers that I can at least work with.
I hugged him.
What? And that's a problem why? You used to hug a whole damn lot of people.
Kissed him too.
Brett rubbed calloused fingers across his scalp, making a show of staring out the front window and not looking at Ray.
Shouldn't have done that.
Not like you haven't kissed men before, kid. Brett peered at Ray out of the corner of his eye, but still found none of the teasing Ray he was looking for. Did he punch you or something?
What? JT? No, nothing like that.
Then what exactly is the problem? Kid got a boyfriend or husband?
Not that I know of. You just don't get it, Ray. I can't go around kissing any man who makes pretty eyes at me.
Ray sighed aloud, the whoosh of air almost visible in the heavy heat of the truck. And you do that a lot, do you? Kiss any old man that's in your path? Guess you must have missed me on that particular day of whoring around.
Ray, what in the hell's that supposed to mean?
It means you make it sound like kissing a man after 3 years of not kissing anyone makes you a goddamn slut. Brett twisted so he was facing Ray.
Not what I said. I don't think things like that should be happening, especially with someone under my employ.
Yeah, fine. I get that part. But did you have to force him?
Maybe.
Brett knew it wasn't what Ray meant, but he was feeling damn willful and uncooperative at the moment, and Ray was being awfully short with him. Brett wasn't used to that. He didn't like it much either. You know what I meant. Stop being so goddamn bullheaded or I'll stop this truck and let you sit on the hot pavement until someone comes by and takes pity on you.
It's my truck, old man.
And I'm the one driving. Got anything else to say? Brett turned until he was looking out the side window. He leaned his forehead against the cool glass and watched the highway roll beneath the truck tires.
I still miss him.
Ray's sad sigh preceded a large hand patting Brett gently on the thigh. I know. That's normal, ain't it? Some part of you will always miss him, I think. But it's time.
Time?
To let him have a little less space inside you. Maybe give someone else a chance to grab a spot in that old broken heart of yours.
Don't know if I can.
Ray tapped Brett's shoulder this time. If you ask me, you already have, but you're fighting tooth and nail to make it not so. He's a good kid, Brett, and he's already got eyes only for you.
But Walt
is dead. Brett flinched at the harshness of the words and the slap of Ray's hand on the steering wheel. I'm sorry if that sounds cruel, but it's the goddamn truth, and you need to accept it once and for all. That don't mean you can't still love him or miss him, but you gotta take him off that pedestal you've got him sitting on in your head.
I don't.
Ray fixed him with a definitive look that said, I ain't finished. Walt was not the angel you've turned him into in your head. And you haven't become the devil incarnate because he died. We all loved him, but he was stubborn as hell and did as he damn well pleased. His death wasn't your fault, and if you don't know that, then you need some of that head shrinking that kid's got on his resume. Brett shook his head in defiance.
I should have done something.
Can't do anything when you don't get the information from the source, can you? And don't think the kid doesn't know why you're hemming and hawing about letting him in, because he ain't no stupid redneck with shit for brains.
Last thing I'd call him is stupid.
JT was too damn smart for his own good. Damn straight. That kid's got more smarts in his little finger than you and I put together, and it's about time you used some of what you got left. Walt would have kicked your ass 7 ways to Sunday if he saw you still holding on to him so tight after so long. You want to know what I think?
Since when do you ask first?
Brett shifted to look at Ray, his insides warming up a little to see a half grin on the old man's lips. He quirked an eyebrow and waited patiently. I think you've been living in a cell that you built around your own self. But now that this kid has shown you that you still have a working heart, you're so scared you're crapping your pants. Easier living in a prison of your own making than taking a chance on being hurt or disappointed, right? Brett gnawed on his bottom lip, shifting his line of sight so all he saw was his scuffed boots and the dirty floor of the truck.
I suppose.
Want to know what else?
I imagine you'll tell me.
He lifted his head, one eyebrow raised, an involuntary smirk quirking his lips. You're waiting for permission to love someone else. But more importantly, you're looking for some resolution to the guilt you've been shoving deeper and deeper inside you. And I'm telling you flat out what happened to Walt was not your fault in any way.
But I wasn't.
With a quick shake of his head, Ray banged a hand on the steering wheel again. No, but I was, and I couldn't do a damn thing to help either. You think just being there would have changed everything Walt was keeping to himself all those months? If you ask me, and I know you didn't, you've paid whatever cockamamie penance you think you owe, and you need to kiss that damn kid again or tell him to move on. A tiny ache situated itself in the corner of Brett's heart, and he sucked in a breath through lungs that suddenly felt heavy and empty.
I just don't know how to. I don't know if I can.
Won't know until you try, right? And going back to the permission part, the only one who can give you that is you. A lump formed quickly in Brett's throat, the same one nudging the pain in his heart. That's exactly how it felt, too, like something hard had been shoved through his body with lightning speed and up into his windpipe. He leaned his head back and shut out the world again. They didn't speak for the rest of the ride, but it wasn't awkward or even unusual. Ray turned on the radio and sang along with some old-time Western song, and for the first time in a long while, Brett found himself singing right along with him. You sure this is what you want, Brett? Ray and Brett were waiting their turn, lazed back in uncomfortable metal chairs in the corner of Brett's lawyer's office. Brett nodded and patted his hand on Ray's knee.
Walt would have wanted it, and I do too.
Not really sure what to say.
Don't have to say nothing. Just sign your name and the cabin's yours.
That mean you're sticking around a while? Don't want to be living in back of someone else's place. Brett tipped his hat so it rested low on his forehead.
Got nowhere else to be.
The idea had struck Brett only a month or so back. He had so much that Walt had left him, and he believed what he said. Walt would have wanted Ray to full out own the little cabin he'd lived in for so many years. Brett had no idea why Ray had never owned it in the first place, except Ray was always way more stubborn than Walt had ever been. But Brett hadn't given him a choice. He'd shown him the papers the day before, choosing his words carefully so Ray would have no stupid argument to formulate in that thick head of his. Once the papers were signed, hands were shaken, and even a little hugging was done, they hopped back in the truck to head to the grocery store. But Ray seemed to have forgotten the way.
Town got some new store I don't know about?
Brett asked when Ray turned the opposite way than he should have. Nope. Got a detour to make first. Brett shrugged, then eased back in the seat. He was still riding a high off the joy in Ray's face when the documents were signed and the cabin was handed over to him. If Ray wanted a detour, then he could have one. Until...
You best be telling me why we're on my mama's street, old man. No one said anything about stopping in for coffee. We got stuff to do and...
Millie mentioned something about your birthday when she called for you yesterday.
So? It's not the first birthday I've had now, is it? Let's just grab our supplies and head home.
When Ray kept driving, and the house Brett had bought his mama loomed in the not-so-far distance, Brett clenched his jaw and hardened his words.
Do I have to pull out the boss card?
Ray threw his head back in a booming laugh, the sound bouncing around the cab of the truck, making Brett see red signs of insubordination flash through his head. Of course, he and Ray had never had that sort of a relationship, so the laughter did more to embarrass Brett than make him angry.
When was the last time you gave me an order, son?
Ray asked after he'd silenced his chuckles. Brett shook his head in defeat, crossed his arms over his chest, then grunted under his breath.
Probably never.
That certainly didn't mean he couldn't start right goddamn now.
Yep, never. And I can't imagine you trying to start that now. Your mama just wants to talk to you. There ain't no conspiracy going on either. She misses her son and wants to have a cup of tea.
You're a conniving old bastard. Do you know that?
Been called worse. I'll go grab the supplies while you're chatting.
He paused to chuckle a little more, much to Brett's disdain. Had he been anyone else, Brett would have smacked him.
I'll be back before you miss me.
Brett didn't have to get out of the truck, and if he really wanted Ray to stop with his meddling, he was sure Ray would turn around and forget this whole bright idea. Of course, Millie was already out her door and hurrying toward them like a stud on breeding day. She went to Ray's side first, loudly kissing him on the cheek, then trailing her fingers over his jaw. Brett couldn't hear what she said so close to Ray's ear, but it made the old-timer's ruddy complexion brighten up with a tinge more redness. Brett wasn't even sure he wanted to know what she said after seeing Ray's reaction. While he was still mulling over the strange look that had passed from his mama to Ray and back again, Brett's door was yanked open and he was pulled from the truck. He stumbled clumsily, taking a moment to get his feet under him, while Millie clutched his arm.
Howdy, son.
Millie kissed him on the cheek and proceeded to drag him toward the house as Brett heard the truck pull away from the curb.
I got blueberry pie fresh from the oven and coffee thick as tar, just how you like it.
Brett shook his head, submitting to the agony of defeat, but already formulating his revenge on the foreman. His mama did make the best blueberry pie in the state, and Brett would make damn sure Ray didn't even get a whiff. Brett was under no false assumptions that Millie didn't know about Ray's new role as office cleaner. She wasn't shy about calling him on his behavior, whether it was chastising him about squirreling himself away or telling him straight out that he was screwing up. But she also knew that his heart was shattered into tiny shards and pieces, and still working hard to escape the confines of his grief. He'd once told her she was so poetic in her disciplining words, she should write her own country songs. She hadn't batted an eye, simply replied with,
How about you let them sink into that stubborn brain of yours first, then we'll talk about what kind of royalties you'll be offering me to use them.
That was the gist of the conversation she had ready for him as he tucked into his pie and slurped loudly from his cup. Of course, bad manners did not stray her from her course.
Ray tells me you had a bit of sickness the other night. Something you ate at the benefit not agree with your delicate constitution?
Brett didn't have to look to know she was as self-satisfied as ever, her smile smug and her eyes twinkling with mischief. He wiped the blue stickiness from his mouth, then fixed her with a disbelieving look.
I know darn well Ray told you exactly what my sickness was, woman. Now stop shining me on and say what's on your mind. But first, how about another slice?
Millie snickered and offered him another big slab before crossing her legs and stroking a hand over his arm.
How are your birthday plans coming along, son?
No plans to speak of, except you inviting yourself over to mine for supper.
I gave Ray a list of what you'll need, so you don't worry your pretty head about nothing.
Brett huffed out a soft laugh before licking some blueberry off his fork. He sliced it through his new wedge of pie, smacking his lips when the taste hit his tongue again.
Don't worry until I have to actually cook it, right?
Not expecting gourmet. It'll be fine. I'll bake you your favorite cake so you don't ruin any more bakeware trying.
Brett brought his coffee to his mouth, shaking his head at the memory.
It was only once, and you know I don't like cake anyhow.
Then I'll send you home with a pie as long as you don't eat it before next week. Just put it in the freezer.
This would be so much easier if we came here or went to a restaurant like we usually do.
Millie tilted her head just so, sticking out her bottom lip and brushing her fingers over his jaw.
About time we started changing things up. Don't want life to always be predictable.
Brett leaned over and kissed her cheek. He smiled before pulling back.
I like predictable.
I know. Which is why JT scares you to death, don't he? Why did everyone see fit to butt into his business today?
How did JT even get into this conversation?
Brett asked as he balanced his fork on the edge of his plate.
And I don't know where you got the impression that kid is frightening and ain't.
You're inviting him to supper, aren't you?
Mama.
Brett. With another sigh, he let his fork drop.
I'll invite him, but not all formal like. It's just a normal meal at the ranch.
Now don't you think he'll be embarrassed if he shows up not knowing it's your birthday?
Spit it out, Mama. What are you trying to make me do?
Millie fluttered her eyelashes at him, one hand flicking out to the side, then resting over her heart. Why, I'm not trying to do anything. Brett's glare must have changed her mind. All right. Maybe I'm trying to get you to see what's right in front of your face.
Seems like the prettiest woman in Texas and the best piece of pie in the state is what's in front of me.
Millie pursed her lips and quirked an eyebrow at him. With a grin, Brett tipped his head back, puffing out a breath and willing himself not to ask. Obviously, he wasn't so good at controlling anything, including himself.
Fine, I'll bite. What do you think is in front of my face?
I've held my tongue long enough. The loud burst of laughter wasn't intended, nor did Brett try to stop it. He lazed back into his chair and winked at Millie.
I must have missed that monumental occasion. Now how about getting to the bones of what you're trying to say? I appreciate the chuckle, though.
Millie swatted at his hand on the table, then gently wrapped her fingers around it. Haven't I always let you be whoever you wanted to be? Brett frowned, gnawing on his bottom lip as he entangled his fingers with Millie's.
Yes, ma'am.
And I never tried to turn you into someone you weren't or forced you into doing anything you truly didn't want to do?
Mostly, yes. I could see a but coming, though. Just say it, Mama. I'm not accustomed to this shy side of you.
Smartass. She shifted in her chair, her mouth turning down, sparkling eyes dimming and narrowing. Brett would have recognized her time to get serious look from a mile away. I know a thing or two about grief, your daddy being the biggest example I could ever have. But there comes a time when you need to be yourself again. A time when what was or what could have been has to be put away for what can be. And since we were talking about change, maybe it's a good time to lay your grieving down and come back to the world, Brett. Brett dragged his hand away from Millie's. He took his hat off and tossed it onto the chair beside him.
You know you're sounding exactly like Ray. Did you and him synchronize your lectures today?
Brett, honey, neither one of us is trying to lecture you. We're just hoping you'll make some forward changes.
The only change we were talking about was my age.
His pulse rose a little when Millie pinned him with a sad smile. He threaded his fingers hastily through his hair, willing his self-control to last a little longer. Damn, she knew how to push his buttons. You have a gift, Millie said softly. Don't you think it's high time you started using it again? With a shake of his head and one last tug in his hair, Brett looked her in the eye.
I used it. People liked it, but now I'm done with it. I don't need to perform to be who I am.
Millie clucked her tongue. I don't mean your fool music. I mean your heart. You have the gift of love, but now the only one getting any of it is that bottle in your office.
Don't hold anything back now.
You retreat into your head, and that ain't showing no love for anyone, especially yourself. Brett hazarded a sweet smile Millie's way.
I love you, Mama.
Millie snorted at him, very unladylike. You can't snow me, Brett Taylor. I love you too, more than the day is long, and that's why I want more for you. You need someone besides your bossy old mama to love.
I won't argue with the bossy part.
He grinned again, but the look still wasn't returned.
What exactly do you want?
Ray says you and that lovely young man get along like two peas in a pod. He said it's like two cats in heat when you two are together.
Jesus Christ, Mama. Ray would not say that.
And if he did, Brett was going to seriously consider taking back that damn cabin. Why don't you just admit you have feelings for him, and that those feelings are all right to have after all this time? Brett couldn't fathom why his supposed love life, or whatever it was he was not having with JT or anyone else at the moment, was so damn interesting to everyone else. He also knew his mama wouldn't push him into anything she didn't really believe in.
Why is this so important to you?
I already told. It's because I love you. And that boy has stars in his eyes bigger than Texas when he talks about you. Do you actually not know how he feels?
I know a little.
And?
I'm just not sure it feels right.
Millie tapped her painted nails on the table, and Brett felt a wave of frustration rolling off her. He could relate to the feeling. Having his mama talk to him about his lack of love life was not the most comfortable situation. I understand that, sweetheart, but it never will until you let it. Walt?
I don't want to talk about Walt.
Too bad, because I know for a fact he wouldn't want you being alone because you feel guilty. He'd want you to find someone for yourself again. Can you honestly tell me what you just said is the truth? About JT not feeling right in your heart? Brett let his chin drop to his chest, licking his chapped lips before answering,
No.
He paused to shove the hair from his face while Millie brushed cool fingers over his forearm.
I like him. Damn it, that sounds like I'm some lovesick teenager. But liking him don't mean I know what to do with those feelings. Not anymore. Besides, I'm his boss.
It was an old argument, but at least one he hadn't used with Millie yet, and it was damn true, too. Though he wasn't sure why he felt the need to argue in the first place.
Oh, wait. That would be the guilt.
Don't give me that malarkey. Asking him on a date does not mean you're sexually harassing him or telling him to drop his breeches. Brett's mouth dropped open, pain edging his temples as the start of a new headache wiggled into his brain.
Oh, dear Lord.
The Lord's not going to help you. I'm all you've got. You like him and he likes you, despite you being a grouchy old hermit. Humor was the only remedy Brett saw fit to change the conversation with because he was not talking about breeches with his mama. His or anyone else's.
I don't think he'd call me grouchy.
If the boot fits, Brett. Millie sighed, and for the first time Brett saw the worry in her expression unsheltered by any teasing or mothering. Damn it, son. I'm not saying there'll be wedding bells and grandbabies. Brett couldn't help but snort. He opened his mouth to make a very inappropriate comment about JT not having the hips for breeding, but snapped it shut with one look from her. A little heart massage never hurt anyone. He squinted at her, letting the phrase sink in a little before asking,
Heart massage?
Let him touch that big broken thing in your chest. Maybe you'll be lucky and he'll decide you don't hang the moon so you can go back to hiding in your office. But at least it's a start. For you. Even if you just make a really good, non-romantic friend, isn't it worth a shot? Brett knew when to cut his losses and admit defeat. With a toss of his head, he raised his hands in surrender.
All right, fine. I'll invite him to my birthday.
You mean you'll ask him on a date for your birthday?
No. Dates do not generally involve a fella's mama telling them how to hold their forks.
Millie mirrored Brett's surrendering action. All right, you win. But honey, will you do something for me?
I guess that depends on how unreasonable it is, ma'am.
Keep your blue jeans on at least for your first date.
Mama, that's just not appropriate. And it ain't a date, damn it.
I know you said you'd talk to me after you'd done some thinking, but I'd really like to know something. JT had taken on the task of cleaning up after supper again, and as Brett stepped farther into the kitchen, he found himself freely admiring him. The long, lean muscles of his back, the wide shoulders that tapered down to a narrow waist and gentle curve, and roundness of his backside were hard to miss, and sexy as hell. Brett leaned his own bottom against the counter, then crossed his arms over his chest.
I'll answer if I can. Shoot.
Did you mean what you said the other night? The words were barely audible. JT's face still turned to the small window over the sink, attention focused into the darkness. Brett's mind spun as he tried to recall exactly what he'd said. He knew what he'd done. It was hard to think while hugging and kissing someone, even if it was without thought or intention, but he couldn't for the life of him remember if he'd said something inappropriate as well.
I'm sorry. I really am, but the night's a bit of a blur. Could you clue me in some?
When JT continued to stare out the window, Brett took a step forward, lightly brushing his fingers over his arm. Whatever he'd said had obviously affected JT as much, or more so, than Brett's actions, so it had to be said.
JT?
JT's tendons flexed under Brett's fingertips, but they both remained in place. It's still kinda weird when you call me that.
You prefer kid?
Brett sniffed softly. He rotated his hand so his palm rested against JT's warm skin. I don't mind it, honestly. You said it was a mistake.
I said...
Brett paused to rattle his brain some more. JT retracted his arm, finally turning to face Brett, straightening to his full height while a flat look shadowed his usually bright brown gaze.
Damn it. I'm sorry. I don't remember what I said.
JT huffed out a breath before tossing the tea towel he'd been holding at Brett. The darkness in his eyes lightened when he looked at Brett again. It was when you kissed me. You were upset. I get that part, but...
Fuck. I said kissing you was a mistake? I actually said that? Out loud?
You meant to keep it to yourself then? Brett shook his head, reaching out to grab JT's shoulder when he started to twist toward the window again.
I didn't mean it that way. I don't think I meant it in that way.
Not a lot of other ways you can mean it. You kissed me, said it was a mistake, then ran into the house like a scared rabbit. JT's frustration and disappointment came through loud and clear. He'd gone from calm to irritated in a heartbeat. Brett really wanted to hug him to take it all away. Of course, that's what had put them in their current situation in the first place, so it probably wasn't the right solution to the problem.
I'm not used to doing this.
Doing what? Kissing men outside your back porch? There was a hint of snark in JT's voice, the disappointment a little more heady now. He grabbed the towel from Brett's hands and went about drying the dishes he'd just washed and rinsed. Brett felt helpless. I like you, Brett, and I'm trying hard to understand you, but sometimes you drive me fucking crazy.
Not the first time I've heard that,
Brett teased. If nothing else, he could keep JT talking while his own wheels spun donuts in his head. So? JT turned his big browns on Brett again. Answer the question. Brett stepped back, resting against the counter again, one hand yanking through his hair as if on cue. The slight smile on JT's lips kept Brett's anxiety at bay, more or less.
I feel like the turtle in the race against the rabbit.
Tortoise and hare, not turtle and rabbit. He grinned at that.
Okay, fair enough. Now how about enlightening me again with what the hell we're talking about? I can't seem to keep up when you're standing so...
JT stepped forward, stopping when he was inside Brett's bubble of personal space. Brett bit into the inside of his cheek while the kid tipped his head to the side, his eyes widening into some sort of goddamn angel look. Fucking hell, that's exactly what he looked like at that moment. A 6-foot, bed-headed angel who was too damn close and inviting. Brett thought he might have groaned, but he wasn't entirely sure since JT chose that moment to poke his tongue out and lick his own full bottom lip. Do you kiss a lot of men outside your back porch?
You're trying to fucking kill me, aren't you?
JT smirked, batting long lashes at Brett before pulling back. He leaned against the island, mirroring Brett's stance.
Damn it, I can't tell when you're serious or joshing around.
It's the psych training. Told you I could read your mind. He smiled that 100-kilowatt grin, and Brett's stomach flipped and churned. He let his gaze settle on JT's face, the quiet of the moment somehow comforting and supportive.
How do you do that?
JT squinted and bit his lip. Do what?
Go from innocent to frustrated, then cocky as hell in a matter of seconds.
It's a gift. They chuckled together, the seriousness of minutes before turned inside out as a warm comfort settled over Brett again. It was the same feeling he usually had when he was with JT, normally mixed with a heaping dose of wanting to run his hands all over him. He'd managed to not give in to that particular urge, but he wasn't sure how long he'd last. JT sucked back his laugh and stared nervously at Brett. I'm never really sure how to act around you. Sometimes it seems all right to joke, but then other times you're so lost in your head, I don't know if I've done something to upset you or if you're just thinking. He looked at the floor, then back while Brett tried to find the right words to describe his own antisocial, grouchy behavior.
Probably just thinking. That seems to take a lot of work for me some days.
Despite the teasing banter, Brett thought JT looked guilty or ashamed, or maybe even scared, and that wasn't right.
You know the things I do ain't no judgment on you, right?
JT cocked his head. What?
When I do something stupid or something I think is stupid, it's not something you should feel guilty for.
Like the mistaken kiss? Brett nodded, fingers gripping the countertop.
Yeah, like that. There's nothing at all for you to feel bad about.
My head isn't telling me the same advice.
Wasn't you that did anything, kid.
Didn't feel that way.
Well, I'm sorry about that.
Brett lowered his gaze, peering at JT through his lashes because temptation was too damn ripe. JT's face went from tan to pinkish in an instant. It's impossible to be frustrated with you, did you know that? Because you do that. He tipped his head in Brett's general direction, then half grinned. Brett frowned and rubbed a hand over the back of his head.
You got me back to not knowing what the hell's going on.
You make me comfortable. Even without knowing you're doing it, you do it. JT paused, as if collecting his thoughts, his sweet smile fading a little when he spoke again. You probably do it to everyone else too, but it's just nice, I guess.
You know I don't like people much. Figure they feel the same about me.
You say that, but you're actually really easy to like, Brett. Brett bit down on his bottom lip. Things were moving quickly into being too personal again, but he wasn't as uncomfortable as he thought he should be.
I could say the same about you.
JT snorted. God, before supper I was crawling out of my skin to talk to you, but when I saw you, I could barely speak because I was so nervous.
And?
They stared at each other a moment, almost a standoff of who would look away first. You just made me feel relaxed again, that's all. I can't really explain it.
Some stuff I can't explain right now either.
I know. I can see it in your eyes. It's like you're being torn in two directions. Brett let a sigh float between them. Honesty was getting easier. He just wasn't sure if that was a good thing.
Feels like it too. I know it's silly for someone my age.
Age has nothing to do with attraction, and it's got nothing to do with wrestling with your emotions. Can you tell me one thing? Brett nodded.
If I can.
JT heaved out a breath, Brett almost able to follow the track it took from his chest up his throat and out his lips. That probably meant he was looking too damn hard. I like working here. I like Ray. I like you. But I need to know if there might be something more. I don't mean right now, but sometime later, or maybe you'll at least let me know you're thinking about it. Because, fuck, you're tying me up in knots with this push and pull shit. Brett leaned in and kissed him softly, one kiss quick as a wink. It felt silly, but important all at the same time.
I think there might be,
he said. He had trouble saying the actual words, feeling them stick to the roof of his mouth. He wasn't sure if JT even heard them, but the pretty pink of his cheeks gave Brett a little burst of happy. Do you want me to help you do some of the pushing and pulling, or just hang back? JT shifted awkwardly as his rambling trailed off. 2 years of medical school and 6 years of college. Yet you still managed to confuse the crap out of me. I do appreciate the kiss, though. Is that weird for me to say?
Not to me. I guess I appreciate you appreciating it.
Brett grinned, but there was more he had to say.
I don't want to leave you hanging if you have other places to go, but I'm trying to work some things out about me. And you.
See that? I can deal with that. JT smiled coyly. He uncrossed one of his arms and reached for Brett's hand. Brett hesitated, his pulse quickening and his skin feeling a little too tight all of a sudden. He took JT's hand, though, at least for the 10 or 20 heartbeats that JT held on. Brett didn't let out his breath until they parted. I'm in no hurry to go anywhere as long as I'm not just spinning my wheels. I like working here regardless, but I need you to be a little more forthcoming. Fuck, do I sound like I'm lecturing you? I'm turning into my mother, aren't I?
I haven't met your mama, but I can't see her being anywhere near as sweet as you.
JT rolled his eyes. There, you did it again.
Sorry?
Brett sucked on his bottom lip, holding back the idiotic smile he could feel gathering speed from the tips of his toes to the top of his head. It felt good. Fucker, JT muttered. You look tired. No office visit tonight? Brett groaned, his whole face tightening into a grimace as his stomach rolled.
Fuck no. Not for a hell of a long time if I have any say in it.
You have all the say, Brett. You just don't know it right now. Get some rest. Maybe we can talk some more tomorrow? Think I'll take a walk before I go to bed.
A long soak in the hot tub might do me some good before I settle in.
Can't hurt. JT smiled that pretty smile again. See you in the morning, then?
Oh, wait.
Brett slid a hand over JT's arm as he turned to leave. Wide brown eyes glanced nervously into his.
It's, it's my birthday on Tuesday, and usually Mama and I go out. But this year she's coming here instead.
That's sweet. I'll grab something ahead of time so I'm not in the way. JT looked like he had no idea what Brett was trying to say. Of course, he probably didn't.
No, actually, I was wondering if you wanted... See, it's like this. I want you to... Fuck.
JT gaped almost comically. You want me to what?
Oh, Christ. No, that's not what I meant to say. Jesus, why do I feel like I'm 13 years old again?
JT's fingers brushed the hand that Brett still had wrapped around his forearm. I think I'm the one in the dark now. Brett huffed out a stuttering breath, then spoke quickly.
Do you want to have supper with me and my mama and probably Ray? It's not a big deal. She's bound and determined to come here instead of me going there, and she wanted to make sure I invited you.
Are you asking for her or you?
Probably for us both. Is that okay?
JT shrugged. Sounds good to me. Thanks.
Really? That's it?
What else can I say? I usually eat here anyhow, and I like Millie to bits. My psychic powers can't seem to read your face right now, though. Something else you're trying to say? Brett was far too aware of the heated fingers that still touched his own.
No. Yes. Oh, hell. Damn it, Brett, grow up. Damn woman thinks I need to ask you all formal like it's a date or some stupid thing. I'm fucking this up now, right?
How about we start again? Are you asking me on a first date with you and your mother?
No.
Brett chuckled softly.
Well, it kind of sounds like it, yeah?
Like a foursome date? Brett's eyes widened, his fingers slipping from JT's arm.
What?
You know Ray likes her, right?
Well, of course he does. They've known each other for... Oh, you think he's sweet on her? That's just... I'm not sure what it is. She's kind of old for him.
JT crinkled his nose in laughter. It was darn cute. Don't let her hear you say that. Brett snorted out a laugh of his own.
Do you really think I'm that stupid?
You know there's nothing wrong with age differences when it comes to romance.
You're right. Guess I'm not one to judge on that, but I don't know how I feel about it.
How about one day at a time, then? We'll see how our first date goes, and let your mother and Ray fend for themselves.
Can't believe we're calling it a date. Do you know how old I am? Dating sounds pretty damn weird at my age.
Would you prefer to say you're courting me? Brett tipped his face to the ceiling, his laughter rolling out of him easy as inhaling a slab of his mama's pie. The knot of nerves he'd been fighting finally released inside him.
You must have been talking to Ray. He and Walt used to use that term all the time.
Back to date, then?
Alrighty, we'll call it a first date. But you breathe a word of that to my mama and I'll have your hide.
I kinda hope you'll have it eventually anyhow. Brett's cheeks heated up, his breath catching in his throat as his hand automatically tugged through his hair.
Jesus Christ. I guess subtle's just gone out the window, eh?
Sorry, I couldn't resist. I promise not to tell Millie it's a real date, okay? But it is a date, right?
I guess so.
JT's face was particularly bright when he replied, Cool. Think I'll go take that walk now before I offer you my hide right here on the spot.
Jesus, kid.
Brett groaned. Sorry, but not really. He was almost irresistible in that moment. I'll see you in the morning?
I ain't going anywhere.
Brett watched the line of JT's spine and the sway of his ass as he walked past, surprised and a little embarrassed when JT suddenly turned back. The kid managed to keep the satisfied smile that quirked the corner of his mouth from taking over his face. My mother would call what we just did having a grown-up conversation, but I don't think you checking out my ass would be included in that. Brett laughed again. He felt a little high, and he liked it.
I was thinking earlier that you were some kind of angel, but hell no, you're the devil in sheep's clothing.
I'll try to have my angel disguise back in place by tomorrow. JT wiggled his eyebrows, merely confirming Brett's observation. He watched as JT tugged his boots on, then reached for the door. He twirled back around before Brett could check out his ass again. You still owe me that crib game. You know, the one where I'm gonna kick your ass.
There's no doubt in my mind.
Have a good night.
You too, kid.
JT tossed himself into his bed with a lighter heart and a brighter outlook than he'd had for the past few days. His talk with Brett had been only mildly awkward as they returned to their back-and-forth banter. He'd come close to telling Brett about the barn, but had somehow been more afraid to admit that than he had about being willing to wait for Brett to make up his mind about his feelings. JT had even managed to surprise himself with the out-loud question that he had meant to keep to himself. Brett's answer had been more than he'd expected, too, and after that he didn't have the balls to add to Brett's obvious discomfort. Having Brett kiss him had been the best thing about the last 24 hours, and it was nice that he hadn't gone screaming up the stairs after. JT called that progress. Taking Brett's hand for the shortest of moments had been an urge he hadn't been able to resist, and despite the brief contact, it had made his insides glow. And leaving Brett standing there with just a flippant remark and a wiggle of his tush hadn't been very easy, but JT knew he'd done the right thing. Deducting the slightest confirmation that Brett wasn't completely regretting the hug and kiss had allowed JT to walk out the door with more dignity than he'd expected. Brett cared. JT was almost sure of that. Whether the pain and ghost of a dead partner, or whatever other demons Brett was dealing with, would hold him back was yet to be seen. Something was always better than nothing, though. When he left the house, JT had walked through the pasture and into the trees, a peaceful, happy feeling rolling through him and clouding his head. By the time he'd found his way to the creek Ray had shown him, he was tired, sweaty, and content. He sat by the water for a long time, not really thinking about much of anything, except how pretty the sunset was over the hills, how the gentle trickle of the creek made his insides calm, how much he didn't want to leave the ranch, and Brett, behind. The word ever made an appearance at the end of his last thought, but he quickly shoved it away into the hope chest in his heart. One intended kiss, or even a first date, didn't make a lifetime. It was too early for him to get too hopeful or inspired. Things between him and Brett weren't all that different from how they'd been a few days before, except they had the start of an open and honest dialogue that JT knew had been a long time coming. He also knew in his heart of hearts that he was in love with Brett, and if Brett ever came to the same conclusion, JT would never leave. Ever. Chapter 8. The next few days fell back into business as usual at the ranch. Brett didn't divulge anything further on what he was supposed to be thinking about, and JT let things be as they were. They played crib in the evenings, but he still hadn't managed to beat Brett, a fact Brett was not above rubbing in JT's face at every opportunity. JT didn't mind, since at least they were comfortable with each other again. Sometimes that comfort even went to a shaky level of contentment, like when Brett rested his hand on JT's shoulder a little longer than usual at the supper table after he'd made a joke, or when he'd asked JT to go for a walk after supper, a total break in their routine. They'd walked side by side, mostly in silence, as the end of the day settled around them, then sat for a while at the creek JT had started considering his peaceful place. It was nice that the thought still held strong. Even when Brett was sitting so close, JT could feel the heat from his body melting into his hip and thigh. It was a kind of contented companionship JT could easily get accustomed to. There'd been no more kissing, but he had been the victim of a few odd one-armed hugs. The same hug Brett gave Ray on occasion. The same hug JT had seen in some of Brett's videos. It was just a casual manly embrace between friends, but the soft look in Brett's expression before and after told JT it meant a little more than that. At least, that's what he hoped. Of course, he tried not to dwell on that fact, since it would only make him more anxious to have Brett finally confess what was going on in his head, in his heart. He had to be patient a little longer and pray his patience would pay off. That's what he kept telling himself in order to quell the insecurity that still occasionally found him trying to sort out the different shines and shadows in Brett's eyes. Obviously, he hadn't quite shelved those wavering emotions of self-doubt, but he kept trying. When the big birthday night rolled around, it hadn't started with a bang, unless Brett's slamming of his cell phone on the counter could be counted. JT had heard frustration in his voice before he ended the call, and he'd rightly assumed it was Millie who was making Brett so wired up. She did seem to be the only one who could do that without consequences.
"Who the hell does that?"
Brett asked once he'd pushed off the island where he'd been digging his palms into the wood. His head whipped up, and JT could see the bright glow of anger behind his reading glasses. JT really liked those glasses.
"Who in the God-loving hell cancels out on their own son's damn birthday supper, especially after they insisted where, when, and how it was going to be?"
JT rose from his spot at the table. He'd been arranging the silverware and placemats, a touch he thought would take the meal from normal to semi-celebratory. Millie canceled? Brett nodded before stirring something deliciously fragrant stewing in a pot on the stove.
"Yup. Claims she has some kind of contagious flu or another."
Contagious flu? Seriously? You don't sound convinced that she's sick.
"Not a chance. What with Ray backing out a little while ago because he had things to do in town, it all seems like a mighty big coincidence."
JT didn't bother suppressing the smile that tugged at his lips. Millie was nothing if not a hardcore, interfering for Brett's own good, mama. She set you up? You don't think she was planning on coming all along, do you? Brett turned back to JT, the rage on his face shifting slowly to cocky irritation.
"Nope. And she didn't just set me up, kid. She set us both up."
A loud chuckle bounced off the walls of the kitchen. It took JT a moment to realize he was the one laughing. Why would she? No. She really wanted us to do this date thing, didn't she? That's a little crazy.
"More than crazy. It's fucked up. Someday I'm going to tell her just what she can do with her damn manipulating ways."
JT settled his backside against the counter, watching as Brett rinsed vegetables in the sink. Someday? Not today?
"Well, it is my birthday and I should be entitled, but, well, you opposed to having a little date of our own? Unchaperoned like? We do have a really big supper to eat now, don't we?"
I think I can handle it, and I know I'm hungry enough to eat a horse. Brett's laugh was loud and sharp.
"Don't let them hear you say that. You'll end up with twice as much shit to shovel. They're vengeful bastards, you know. Why don't you get rid of those 2 extra settings, since those deserters won't be joining us, then grab a couple wine glasses. I'll dish up the food, and we'll chow down like Mama and Ray never even existed."
Classing the place up, are you?
"Don't get too excited. We don't have any of those $100 bottles around here, but at least I didn't buy the kind in the box." "Does this seem a little awkward to you?"
Brett lifted his wine glass, rested the rim against his lips, and let the aroma tingle his nose. The food's great, we've got wine, and the company's not bad either. JT held up his glass and Brett tinged his own against it with a broad smile. Maybe it's the placemats. They are a little flowery for 2 rough and tough cowboys. Brett chuckled into his glass, the stem delicately balanced between his fingers.
"Mama bought them for Walt and me one year. Did you just call yourself a cowboy?"
With a snort, JT straightened his shoulders and stuck out his chin. I've got the hat and the boots. I've shoveled manure and fixed pasture fences. I think I've earned the title.
I'd say that's more of a rancher title.
Semantics. Cowboy seems more sexy and dangerous. JT smirked as Brett nearly spit out a mouthful of wine.
"Dangerous, huh? Met many of those sorts of cowboys?"
Just you and Ray.
"I think you must have had too much wine or you've been watching too many spaghetti westerns. Besides, there's not a whole lot of cowboy in me."
Slouching down in his chair, JT shook his head in defiance. Hush, just let me have my delusions. Ray's dangerous because he can almost tell what I'm thinking before I do. Probably does it with you too, right? Brett nodded. It was true. Sometimes he thought Ray lived inside his head a little too much. And you? JT paused, his heated look melting Brett to his chair. He crossed his arms over his chest and waited. It's your stunning blue eyes. It's how you walk, how you dress, how your hair always seems just right, and how your songs could melt the wallpaper off the walls. With a snort, Brett gave JT a light slap to the side of his head.
"That's the stupidest thing I've... Wait a minute. You've heard me sing? So you know well, you know who I used to be?"
Brett thought JT looked torn before he replied. I hope it wasn't a secret, Mr. Brett Black.
"How did you..."
Brett tucked his bottom lip between his teeth, his free hand stripping through the tangles of his hair. He vaguely recalled a conversation about the old laptop the morning after he'd lost his mind. Again.
You used the computer last week, right? I think Walt had some kind of link set up on there for when he wanted to keep track of me.
Something sad shaded the kid's face, but he recovered his usual sparkle so quickly, Brett didn't feel the need to mention it. Yet. You were a big deal, Brett. I can't name one country song I've ever liked. Brett huffed out a chuckle.
Good to know.
But I'd listen to you sing any time. Your voice is sexy as fuck. Brett's cheeks heated up, the warmth coinciding with a little tightness in his chest, and then a somersault in his belly.
Walt used to say I could charm the pants off anyone, man or woman, with a single chorus of Hello Darling. Think it was by Conway Twitty or one of those old-timers.
He couldn't look at JT for the next part.
Not that I ever did that on purpose, except maybe with Walt.
Why in the hell had he said that? It was inappropriate as hell, and if they were having an actual date, then he was a damn idiot. That's nice, JT said, interrupting Brett's self-chastising. It sounded like an honest reply, but Brett was still wary. No, really. You never talk about him, so it's cool to hear you had a good relationship.
Yep, we did. But I'm not that person anymore.
Brett Black? JT seemed genuinely interested, so Brett dug a little deeper for some courage. He'd already done a little of the thinking he'd promised JT, and part of those thoughts had been starting to come clean.
Yeah, and the Brett Taylor I was 3 years ago.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? After draining the rest of his wine, Brett replied,
My mama says it's not so good sometimes. Something about me hiding my heart from the world so I don't get hurt again.
Brett shrugged and reached for the bottle.
It's just mama being mama as far as I'm concerned.
The silence was heavy and uncomfortable until JT broke it. Are we back to awkward? Brett poured more wine, aware he'd had more than a couple glasses already, but damn it, he needed some liquid courage to get through this conversation.
Might be.
JT dipped his shoulders, but his smile was warm. Is it weird not having your mother here for your birthday?
I suppose I'll live. She's a little too entertaining sometimes anyhow.
Could be worse. Millie could have booked a stripper who will turn up at the door to surprise you. Brett's jaw dropped open while JT grinned devilishly at him.
Did you just say stripper and my mama in the same sentence?
Not something you people do out here, I'm guessing? Brett shook his head until he was a little dizzy, focusing on keeping the what the fuck out of his voice.
Can't say I've heard of it, and it's certainly not the first thing that comes to mind when I think of my birthday, especially where my mama is concerned. Is that customary in your family? You've never...
Did I mention my mother was as conservative as they come? Brett cocked his head to show he was listening. She was until she hired a stripper for my 21st birthday. Female, of course. She even made a little speech about 21 being the perfect age to find a nice girl to settle down with.
I hope she wasn't referring to the stripper.
Hope not, since the lady was rubbing her crotch up my thigh at the time.
But you said you've never...
I got the hell out of there as fast as I could. Never celebrated my birthday with them again after that. JT curled up his nose and Brett thought it was a damn adorable look on him. She did it with my father, too. Brett took off the glasses he'd forgotten he was wearing, then kneaded the bridge of his nose. The kid's family sounded like some kind of cheesy soap opera.
I'm not sure I want to know what the hell you're talking about.
It wasn't really a birthday gift with the intention of making my father happy. More of a, I know you're fucking that doctor down the hall from your office, and if you think you'll get 1 damn cent in a divorce, you've got another thing coming gift. JT's tone was matter-of-fact, emotionless, and flat. Brett paused. There was nothing he could think of that would take the discomfort or the image away.
I don't really know what to say to that.
Neither did the rest of the room when the stripper actually sang the words, very badly, while she crawled into my dad's lap. JT smiled, but it was sad and didn't shift to the rest of his face.
Your parents still together?
Unhappily married for over 30 years. Brett was struck more than a little dumb. He reached for the wine bottle, topping JT's glass up because, damn, after a story like that, everyone needed a little more wine.
You've got some kind of hellish family. That the reason you decided to shrink heads for a living?
Another shrug while JT fiddled with his wine glass. Probably had a lot to do with it. Still feel awkward?
Compared to that story, I'm happier than a pig in shit.
That's never been my favorite analogy. You want to clear up these dishes and let me beat you at... Why are you looking at me like that? You okay? Brett nodded, then sighed aloud, fingers tapping at the rim of his wine glass.
I was completely duped, wasn't I? Set up like a lamb to the slaughter.
I think we've already established that, Mr. Black. JT huffed out a laugh, eyeing Brett like he was a piece of meat. Brett wasn't sure if it made him embarrassed or excited as fuck. But I hope that doesn't make me the slaughterhouse. Brett shifted off his chair. A small swarm of bees buzzed in his brain, resulting in a little tingling that told him he'd had more than enough wine, liquid courage or not.
I can't believe I let her do that to me again. We should leave the dishes and call her to come over tomorrow, sort of like a revenge thing.
She'd clean them up out of sheer guilt then? The corners of JT's eyes crinkled in amusement.
Not a fucking chance.
Brett guffawed, then smiled down at JT.
She'd give me supreme shit, then grill me until I told her exactly how our evening went.
Evening's not over yet. Could get more interesting.
You're gonna kill me, kid.
For the first time since JT had been at the ranch, they didn't retire to the porch after supper, nor did they go their separate ways. Instead, they spread out over the two big couches in the family room. JT was full up to his ears, his thoughts spinning from the wine, and he really appreciated the soft leather beneath him as he stretched his legs and lay down on his back. He rested the beer Brett had fetched him on his belly and stared up at the open ceiling. After several minutes of quiet, he turned his head to the side. Brett was on the other couch, legs kicked out much the same way as JT's, but with the guitar from the corner sitting on his lap. JT opened his mouth to say something, but the soft sounds of the acoustic drifted over him before he could. Brett didn't play anything particular, just seemed to tug at the strings, maybe tuning and getting accustomed to touching it again. Unfortunately, the music stopped as quickly as it started, and JT couldn't help gazing at Brett again. His eyelids had fluttered shut, the guitar resting on his chest, one hand wound around the neck and the other caressing the body. He was beautiful. First time I've heard you play since I've been here. JT rolled to his side, reaching down to place his beer on the floor before tucking his hands under his head. Do you miss it? Brett didn't answer right away. His body stiffened, then he sat up with a groan.
Sometimes.
He crossed the room and settled the guitar back in its holder, lingering a moment before returning to sit on the couch.
You ever play?
JT snorted, a wet, choked chuckle shoving past his lips. God, no. I have two left everythings. No instrument, or, God forbid, dancing for me. Ever. Smiling in that crooked way JT thought would melt his brain one day, Brett replied,
I guess we all have our preferences. Don't think I could sit through classes like you did or listen to people's problems.
Is that how you met Walt? Through the music? It was a random question, but one JT had been curious about since he'd arrived. Brett and Walt seemed like they lived in different worlds, especially with the success of Brett Black. Did he melt at the sound of your voice? Brett laughed.
Hardly. He'd always lived here. Never even heard of me until...
The quickly cut off words made JT curious. Until what? With a shake of his head, Brett peered down at his clenched hands resting in his lap.
My mama can be a very persuasive woman.
That's pretty obvious tonight if it wasn't before. And it was. Brett sighed, then reclined back into the couch.
After her last marriage broke up, I moved her here to be near her cousin. I was on the road a lot, playing dive bars and little festivals. It was before I caught my break. So I'd come visit when I could. Didn't really care for my apartment in Nashville, and I felt like I was spinning my wheels anyhow. The quiet was nice here.
And you met Walt on one of those visits?
Kinda.
Brett drawled slowly. He hesitated, then sighed moodily before continuing. JT thought it was adorable.
Mama, well, she took me out to supper one night, and...
JT's grin was so quick and wide, it hurt his face. And Walt was there as your intended date. Holy crap, your mother is a goddamn matchmaker. I can't believe you fell for that. Brett arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips.
Did you get hit in the head with a surfboard when you was younger? Or do we not just talk about my mama's bossiness? I mean, persuasiveness.
All right, I'll let it go. For now. So she arranged for you and Walt to have supper? Maybe in a hotel?
Hell no. It wasn't a fuck session she set me up for Christ's sake. Only a meal. She got me to the restaurant, then faked an emergency with her cousin.
Brett's eyes were sparkles of light when he lifted his face to the ceiling.
Most embarrassing experience of my life, except for all those other embarrassing ones involving her.
As Brett spoke, JT took the opportunity to appreciate the view. The strong muscles of his thighs beneath his tight jeans, the swell of toned pecs through his t-shirt, the flatness of his belly and slight bulge of his biceps. There was another bulge he couldn't help admiring too, but that particular one definitely sent heat to his own groin when he thought about it.
You okay, kid? You look a little flushed. Too much wine?
JT replied quickly, almost breathlessly as he bent his knees to alleviate the current snugness of his pants.
No. Sorry,
So what happened then? With Walt? It had been a sweet story, at least until JT had gone into his inappropriate arousal land. Brett shrugged, then immediately concentrated on JT again.
I don't know. It was nice. He was nice. But there weren't really any bells and whistles or guns shooting off. At least not any I was ready to admit to anyone, including myself.
With a nod, JT shifted so he was upright on the couch, his body parallel to Brett's across the room. Okay, so you liked him, but didn't really want to like him. Believe it or not, that makes sense to me. So he didn't know who you were?
He knew I was Millie's son and I played music. Not especially good music either, according to him. He was more old school country. Far more twang and dogs and tractors dying.
Brett let out a chuckle, his head falling forward, long hair making a dark curtain over his face.
He always told me I wasn't playing real Western music, since they called me country rock.
From the videos and songs he'd heard, JT understood the comparison. How did you end up together then? After a moment, Brett lifted his head, his hair falling to frame his amused face again.
The third time Mama managed to set us up was at her house for supper. Persuasive, remember? Anyhow, Walt invited me out to his ranch, and I fell in love. With the ranch. It took a little more time for us to get into a routine of seeing each other since I was always on the road, and wasn't looking to hitch my wagon to any one person, especially when I had my choice of the litter.
JT squinted and curled his lip as he teased Brett. Have you ever said that to your mama?
Are you out of your damn mind, kid? That woman was skin me alive.
Despite his squealing tone, peace settled across Brett's face, the memory obviously taking him back to somewhere, some other time, when he was happy. JT liked the unexpected softness that took over Brett's face, but not the unexpected streak of jealousy that JT had to force down.
Took me a year to admit it wasn't just the ranch I liked, then 6 months after that to agree to move my things here. Didn't take long for me to stop catting around, but until I decided I wanted to be with him permanently, he gave me my own room here when I visited.
You never...
Had sex? Oh yeah, we fucked like rabbits. Eventually.
He paused as his face reddened.
Sorry. Walt always told me if I wasn't sure of my future with him, it would be easier to get me out of his head if I didn't sleep in his bed. Didn't want me becoming too much a part of the furniture, I guess. Seemed important to him in that way.
The corner of Brett's mouth quirked up ever so slightly as he spoke. JT was struck by how he looked even more beautiful than usual, especially with the soft flush coloring his skin. He sounds like a southern gentleman. You said he was older? A perfect southern gentleman who would be hard for anyone to live up to. JT tried not to focus on that, tried to let Brett's soothing voice wash over him so nothing else mattered in that moment.
Only by 7 years or so, but he always knew exactly what he wanted out of life, and it wasn't a man coming to call whenever he pleased, and packing up the next day to move to another bed.
Can't imagine you were like that.
Oh, I was, at least until he became everything in my eyes, and there was nothing I wanted more than to be with him, except my music. That's where I made my bad decisions, putting my career ahead of him. If I would have...
JT watched entranced as the blush of good memories was replaced with heavier emotions spreading across his face. The pain he'd seen there so many times before returned full force, and it took all JT had to not try to hold him. He was curious about what Brett was about to say, but he didn't want the mood to plummet and end the evening. There would be time to delve further if he wanted, if they wanted. Why do you think Millie wants you to date me? Brett snapped back to attention, tucking his hair behind his ears while he focused on the present.
'Cause she's crazier than a loon and likes to run everyone's lives.
There is that, I guess. JT snickered softly. You have to admit it's not the most normal situation to have your mother be your matchmaker. There's not enough money in the world that would make me let my mother do that. I think Millie cares about you and your hermit ways. Brett furrowed his brows, but the rest of his face didn't match the frown.
I wouldn't let your mama near my love life with a 10-foot pole, kid, and I ain't a hermit. And mama is not my matchmaker. We had supper and good company, nothing else. Not all that much different than any other night.
Except for the pretty placemats. With a groan, Brett threw a hand up into the air.
I'm never gonna live that down, am I?
He picked at some imaginary thread in his jeans, the curve of his lips genuine and charming.
It's been a nice night, though, right?
JT certainly had no complaints. A few hopes, but not one complaint. You cooked an awesome meal, and we're actually talking about stuff that's important. Seems like a winter evening to me.
Mm-hmm.
That mean you like talking to me too?
Maybe when you ain't being so bossy.
Thought you were used to bossy.
Just from my mama.
Brett was happy with how the evening had gone. They spent a little more time talking about this and that, ranch stuff, school stuff, but nothing too personal or revealing. He liked being with JT, liked it more than he wanted to, but he fought hard to transfer those negative thoughts to the back of his mind. He was at least partially successful, even letting himself appreciate JT's beautiful presence. Ray had called JT a pretty boy, and Brett had to agree, except the word he preferred was beautiful. JT was beautiful. Brett had known it before, but there was something different about one-on-one time not spent over the competition of a crib board, or with Ray as a buffer to the conversation. JT had asked some tough questions, and Brett had been able to answer them honestly, or at least the best he could. The music business was still a sore subject for him, and one he hadn't spoke about to anyone since he'd kicked his manager's ass out the door and down the road for dropping in on him unexpectedly. He had no regrets for his actions, but there were other things that still ate away at him. Brett? You still with me? Brett lifted his head, unaware he'd bowed it in the first place while stray thoughts ran rampant through his mind. JT was leaned over, elbows resting on his knees as he looked at him. His eyes were dusted with gentle worry, but still hazed with a buzzing intoxication that Brett assumed was the same one he was feeling. Wine always got to Brett faster than any other alcohol, and the beer on top of that probably wasn't the best decision.
Yeah, just relaxing. You say something?
JT rewarded him with a gentle smile. I said it's been a long time for you, right? Brett chewed on the question for a moment, his heart beating a little too quickly against his rib cage while a vibration buzzed through him, making him shift his position on the couch. He eased back, swinging one arm to rest across the back.
If you're asking what I think you might be, I'm not sure I can answer that without things getting awkward again.
JT gaped, then a soft laugh rolled from between his pretty lips. He mirrored Brett's position, then shook his head. I don't know where your mind went, but I was talking about dating. Maybe you need some pointers? Aggravated by the warmth trickling up his neck and into his face, Brett shoved a hand through his hair. Damn, he needed to stop that habit. Someone had told him once the more he played with his hair, the faster he'd lose it, and it was not a pretty picture that had popped into his head. Why he was thinking about it at the moment, he had no goddamn idea.
You want to give me pointers on dating, kid? I don't think we do it the same way out here as you do in the city.
There are probably some things we do exactly the same, actually. Brett opened and closed his mouth with no sound. JT laughed. I just meant you're supposed to open doors for me and wait on me hand and foot.
I opened the stove and got out the chicken. Does that count?
JT laughed again. The sound echoed off the walls, and Brett thought it was past time there was laughter in the family room again.
I could offer you some more pie. That would be a polite date thing, right?
Very date-like, but if I eat another bite, you're going to have to clean up the mess.
I don't think that's very nice to say to your polite date.
At least you're calling me your date now. Brett had no response, so he did the next best thing.
I'm gonna start some coffee. Want some?
That would be perfect. Perfect was a damn fine way to describe how Brett was feeling. The guilt, that more times than not burned at the base of his spine, had dissipated so it was barely a spark under his skin. It felt good. It felt easy to be with JT after so long of fighting the confusion roiling inside him. Perfect wasn't maybe the right word, but comfortable and inviting fit just as fine. He pushed himself off the couch, the sudden spindling of nerves forcing him to reach for his hair, but he fought the urge. It only took 3 steps until he was standing in front of JT, and the kid had no chance to even question what Brett was doing so close, so quickly, so in his space, before Brett leaned down and kissed him. There were no flashes of light or even desperation of lust traveling through Brett's veins, just the fresh flavor of the kid on his lips, and JT's hair soft between his fingers. The kiss itself was tentative, tender, even chaste in both its intentions and application. It didn't feel impulsive or preparatory, and it was everything Brett had wanted it to be. When he pulled back, he stared for no more than 3 heartbeats at JT. It felt more right than anything Brett had done in 3 years. Of course, that didn't make it any less awkward, but since JT didn't speak right away, Brett took that as a good sign, along with the gentle smile and rosiness in JT's cheeks. Brett nodded sheepishly, then straightened back up, trying to make his way to the kitchen without looking like he was rushing or escaping. He didn't feel that way, but his previous encounter had to have made the kid a little wary of Brett kissing and running. Once he was finally in the kitchen, the water pouring from the tap, he stared out the window and let himself breathe again. It felt darn good, both the breathing and the kiss, and since JT hadn't hustled to find him, Brett assumed he was pondering his next step. Their next step. Something warm and mushy settled around the middle of Brett's chest, and the absence of any raging shame or an extra crack in the exterior of his heart was a big surprise. It felt like he jumped a big fence, and it hadn't hurt a bit. The coffee was already brewing when JT's steps echoed over the hardwood floor, and though he didn't outright approach Brett, he did perch himself against the countertop nearby.
Coffee's almost done. I swear this machine is the next best thing since sliced bread.
I thought you sliced your own bread. JT's tone was light, teasing, happy, and that made Brett smile wide as he faced him.
You've got a bad attitude, kid. Always disrespecting your elders like that will get your butt whipped 6 ways to Sunday.
JT shrugged and leaned to the side. I'll take my chances. Brett didn't think he could grin any harder, but he would have sworn his face was going to crack in half.
Sure you don't want that pie? I have to make sure there's none left for Ray since he don't deserve even a piece of the crust for his desertion.
I'm sort of liking that he wasn't here. Damn it if Brett didn't blush again while his dick pressed a little harder against the zipper of his jeans. He shifted awkwardly, tongue darting out to wet his lips. Moving things along was one thing, but it was another thing entirely to be thinking with his cock after only 1 kiss. Or 3, if he was really keeping count.
Turned out okay,
was all he could manage as he reached up to grab 2 mugs, then set them gently on the countertop. Maybe I will have some pie, JT said, but you might have to roll me back to the bunkhouse afterwards. The casual way JT changed the conversation was much appreciated. Brett nodded with a grateful chuckle and headed for the fridge. He was much obliged to have something to do with his hands besides wanting to adjust his crotch. JT's gaze followed him like a beam of the hottest sunshine, and Brett was thankful for the thickness of denim and the glory of dim lighting.
You pour the coffee, and I'll serve the pie,
he said, watching JT out of the corner of his eye. He was still staring, and the look was pure heat to Brett's belly. They sat for a bit, neither talking as the pie on their plates and the steaming liquid in their cups quickly disappeared. Brett liked the quiet, especially since it was as calm inside his head as it was on the outside. It was something that had rarely happened since Walt's death, and it was a blessing all the way around. JT pushed his plate away with a groan even Ray would have been proud of. Damn, I think I weigh 10 pounds more than I did before supper.
You could use a little extra meat on your bones. For fuck's sakes. Did I really say meat and bone in the same sentence just when my dick was starting to settle down?
He felt like he had to say something quick to force his last comment out of the kid's mind.
Early day tomorrow. Got that extra load of hay coming in at 6, I think.
6? For real? Haven't you country people heard of sleeping in?
Heard of it, but the horses don't seem to like it.
The grin across the table was sweeter than the pie Brett had just wolfed down. I guess I should turn in then. You want me to clean up first?
Nope,
Brett said with a little too much force.
I'll take care of it. It's not polite to make your guest.
Date. JT rolled his eyes. With a twitch of his upper lip, Brett continued.
Not polite to make your date do the dishes. That's what I heard anyhow.
I already did the other set.
Oh, just hush and give me my moment of gentlemanliness.
Sorry? Brett could tell he wasn't, though. The truth was in the twinkle of his eye and the twinge of his jaw. You've been the perfect gentleman. Not that I've ever dated a lot of those, but I think you did okay.
What kind of dates you usually have then? Dinner? Movie? Fancy jewelry?
Excuse my French, but fucking, JT said matter-of-factly. My dates were usually just fucking. I've had lots of hurried and meaningless sex, and it's not all it's cracked up to be. Brett wasn't blown away or apart by the confession. He'd had those kinds of dates more times than he cared to remember before Walt. But did that mean JT?
So you're not expecting...
I don't expect anything, Brett. I told you I'm waiting for you to figure things out, and I hope this has been a good way to kinda do that. I'm happy with the way things are going, okay? Stop worrying. It'll give you wrinkles. A loud chuckle slipped past Brett's lips, and he relaxed back into his chair.
You're a real piece of work, kid.
That's exactly what I want you to think. There was a pause while they looked at each other. Not staring or glaring, just appreciating from across the table. Gonna walk me to the door, cowboy? JT asked after what seemed like only a very long time.
Would be my pleasure, sir.
Brett tipped his imaginary hat, then reached for JT's hand. It felt so natural. A tiny burst of air brushed against Brett's collar when he pulled JT to his feet, and he had to swallow around a lump of nerves that tickled the back of his throat. They walked hand in hand the 10 or so steps it took to get to the door. Brett looked down at their fingers twisted together, still thumbing over JT's knuckles even as he reached down for his boots. Oh, crap.
What?
I forgot something. Hang on. JT rushed out, letting the screen door slam shut behind him. He was back in under a minute with a simple bouquet of flowers clutched in one hand. I, didn't really have any way to get you a present. Didn't want to ask Ray, and I did see some flowers on your table at one time. Brett had to bite his lip to keep quivering emotions sealed inside him. Flowers had been the one sweet touch he'd always done for Walt, with him being big on the damn things and all. JT's gift wasn't the daylilies Walt loved so much, though, but rather simple wildflowers that grew everywhere on the ranch. It was one of the most delightful gestures Brett could remember being on the receiving end of. JT was still keeping up his nervous babbling, wide-eyed with anticipation, so Brett did the only thing he could think of. He kissed him, again. It was different this time, lingering, firmer in the press of their mouths, softer in the gentle touching of their tongues. Brett cradled JT's head, thumbing across his jaw before easing back and resting their foreheads together. He felt the apprehension of the first seconds of his touch melt away from JT's lips, his face, his body. Despite the length of the kiss, Brett's throat worked hard to provide enough air to his lungs and brain. If he was some sappy romantic, which he certainly tried hard not to be, he might have thought he saw stars behind his eyes as he kept them shut tight. When JT's hand trailed up Brett's chest, over his neck and under his hair, fingers gently caressing behind his ear, he chanced to peek at the man in his arms. They were as starry as Brett imagined his own were, and maybe just as hazy with lust. JT moved his hand to cut Brett's chin, making Brett lift his head a little more as JT sealed their mouths together. It was tentative at first, closed mouth, soft and unsure, JT's fingers trembling a little as he caressed Brett's jaw. Brett leaned in, pressing closer with his mouth and his upper body, one hand slipping to wrap around JT's waist. The delicious taste made Brett want so much more, so he took it, slowly parting his lips and poking the tip of his tongue against the seam of JT's mouth. He was rewarded with a moan and JT's tongue sliding softly against Brett's, his hand moving from holding Brett's jaw to snaking around the back of his neck. Brett shifted his feet, moving one leg so it was between JT's, before sliding his hand between their bodies. He flattened his palm over JT's chest, pushing gently, walking them backward until they were flush against the wall in the entryway. Brett twined his fingers in JT's hair, and it was just as he'd expected. He had the softest damn curls Brett had ever touched. A rolling warmth oozed from beneath the kid's thin t-shirt, and Brett wanted to feel the heated flesh beneath in the worst way. His rapidly increasing desire assaulted him, urging him to rip off the hindering shirt and touch JT everywhere he could, but he couldn't, at least not yet. Finally, when their bodies were screaming for air, Brett eased back just enough to rest his forehead to JT's again, the flat of his hand rubbing wide circles on JT's lower back, as he lifted up on his toes to keep the contact. He parted his lips like he was going to speak, but then simply licked them and closed his mouth again. JT's eyes were shut tight, a tiny trickle of sweat winding a path down the smooth skin of his temple. Brett swiped it away with his thumb, then leaned more firmly against him. The only noise in the room was the old oak clock in the kitchen and whispering bursts of air between them, and it was good and comforting and exciting. But the voice in Brett's head murmured for him to slow down, for them to slow down.
I'm not sure how far I can take this right now.
He wasn't positive JT even heard his soft mumblings, but when he finally looked at him, there was light and promise in his expression. Brett tugged in JT's hair and leaned against him, thigh to chest.
I like you. Really like you. But everything feels so twisted inside me, and I don't know what to do about that.
JT moved his hand from around Brett's shoulder, tugging it down and around so he could twist their fingers together against his back.
It's all good,
he said quietly, kiss-swollen lips curling up on one side in a way Brett thought would make his brain explode.
If I was in a hurry to get in your pants, I wouldn't be here right now. I like you too, just as much. I already told you that, but maybe you need a little extra reminding while you're untwisting yourself. We're on your time frame after all, and when you're ready, we'll both know.
Brett's mouth twitched into a half grin, and he tugged JT's hair.
When I'm ready, not if?
I think it's a good turn of phrase, don't you? JT's flavor lingered on Brett's lips and tongue, tingling, sending warm sparks throughout his body. Impulsivity grabbed hold of him, and he went with it like a lamb to the slaughter, his mouth taking JT's again with renewed desperation. He kissed him again, pushing JT harder into the wall as his fingers crept beneath the hemline of his t-shirt, seeking and finding warm skin. JT moved against him with the same force, shoving one hand into the back pocket of Brett's pants and yanking him even closer. Brett gasped when his jeaned cock rubbed against JT's thigh, but he pressed harder, rutting against JT's leg like a dog in heat, while JT pushed and pulled until they were flush together. He groaned again when a hand slid over his waist, sure fingertips dancing over the hard outline of his dick beneath his jeans. He canted his hips forward, trapping JT's hand between them and scraping the head of his cock against JT's fingers. It was like goddamn heaven had landed on his doorstep, and he wanted nothing more than to rip JT's pants off and bury himself fully inside his body with a furious need he wasn't sure he'd ever felt before. He was out of control, his thoughts not making any sense, and the last thing he wanted was their first time to be against the wall with something akin to desperate uncertainty floating between his ears. But he couldn't back off, couldn't leave the warmth of JT's arms, his body, his mouth, for even a second, for fear he'd never be able to get this far again. JT must have sensed the change, his mouth becoming slack, fingers slipping away from Brett's cock and ghosting upward to massage his shoulders. When their mouths finally separated, Brett felt the loss like a punch to the gut, but JT's lips were immediately back, pressing soft, lazy kisses to the corner of Brett's mouth, the curve of his jaw, the side of his face. Slowly, gently, he brought Brett back into a state of calmness, the desperation in his mind slipping away as JT licked over his mouth and sucked tenderly on his tongue. Once he was calm enough to think, Brett eased away, staring awestruck into JT's loving eyes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get all...
He flinched when JT's hand moved from his shoulders to cradle his jaw, mouthing another silent apology that could only be soothing to himself. JT thumbed slowly across Brett's jaw, the easy smile on his face matching the brightness in his gaze. Brett had to hold back a sigh of relief. He forced himself to hold the look, although every nerve in his body felt like it was on high alert, and the stares he could see from the corner of his eye seemed like the perfect getaway. "Hush. You didn't do anything to upset me," JT whispered, his tone soft, contained, words slow and precise. Brett was reminded of the way Ray talked to one of the horses when it was spooked. He supposed it made sense, since nervous instinct was telling him to take what he wanted or get the hell out of there. Neither one was acceptable. He hadn't wanted JT to notice his apprehension, but if honesty was their new policy, it was probably for the better. "Shit, Brett, you know I want you to fuck me as much as you do. But maybe we need to slow down a bit." A silent calm washed over Brett's body, and he found himself grinning despite momentarily feeling sure he'd fucked up. Again.
"Yeah, I appreciate that. I just don't want you thinking I'm not interested if I stop."
"I would never do anything to make you uncomfortable, and I really like being with you after waiting for so long. Maybe I should tell you I won't freak out if you stop kissing me for now?" He paused to bite hard into his bottom lip. "But damn, if you keep squeezing my butt, I can't be responsible for what my hands will grab onto next." Stifling a chuckle, Brett peered at the floor and stilled his fingers. He hadn't even realized he'd been holding JT's ass quite so tight, but it felt damn good in his hand.
"It's been a long time since anyone touched me or I've touched anyone else, at least like this. Can't say I wouldn't like your hands to do some roaming either, but it's probably a bad idea to get all worked up when I know I can't make any promises yet, to you or me. Guess we should call it a night."
"It's been a great night." JT pushed back, then leaned down, one hand sweeping over the floor. He gripped the worse-for-wear flowers, cocking his head with a self-satisfied grin. "Sorry about the flowers. I had to make a choice, and the posies lost."
"They ain't posies, but it was a good choice. They'll be just fine."
Brett kissed JT's cheek, then finally relinquished his hold.
"Want me to walk you home?"
"I think I can find my way. Besides, if I get you anywhere near my bed, that bulge in your pants will not be leaving the room." Brett smirked and dipped his head. JT appeared to be sporting the same sort of swelling, and that secretly made Brett's belly dance, or probably not so secretly. He grinned to himself. He was okay with that.
"All right. One more kiss for the road?"
"You betcha, cowboy." Brett worked up more lather in his hands, sliding one down to wrap around his hard shaft before fisting and stroking it with a few quick jerks, adding a slight torque on the upstroke the way he liked. His other hand cupped his pec, thumb and index finger pinching his nipple until he knew it would bruise. It didn't take long until he was bucking his hips, his dick moving in and out of his fist, red and raging with his impending climax. With a guttural groan, he released his nipple and balanced himself against the slippery shower wall, an image flooding his brain and invading his shower. JT on his knees sucking Brett's cock to the rhythm of his own strokes. Convulsions tore apart Brett's insides, his orgasm ripping through him like he'd been hit by the most powerful jolt of lightning, spreading out and singeing every part of his body. He finished with some uncoordinated jerks into his hand, his forehead tipped to rest against the wall as aftershocks sizzled and sparked through him. He was exhausted, boneless in the best way possible, wrung out like a dish rag that had been used for too long. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd pleasured himself in the shower, but it had been too fucking long for a man with normal needs, let alone one living with the prettiest boy he could imagine. The only thing better than jerking himself in the shower would have been having JT in there with him, and he hoped to hell his mind would stop flitting and fretting so that could happen sooner rather than later. JT fell naked onto the uncomfortable bed, his heart still pounding out a hasty rhythm against his ribs. His spent dick lay limp and sated against his thigh, and all he wanted to do was sleep. Unfortunately, the images that still roamed his mind weren't conducive to anything but getting himself off in the shower, which he'd just done with amazing speed. He wanted Brett to kiss and touch him some more, then fuck him until he screamed. He hoped that all happened really damn soon.
Hello, darling. I've been given so much advice over the past few days my head's spinning. Life used to be so easy in my choices. There was you and there was the music, and I seemed able to put the two together and come up with happiness. Mama and Ray seem to think I've been given another chance at being happy, but it's up to me to let it happen. I kissed the kid again. There, I said it. I took the first chance, then did it again. And though it seems awkward to be saying it to you, it felt good. And what Mama and Ray said was right. It made me happy. Still confused, but happy. I've been told in no uncertain terms that you'd want me to move on, and it's me who is holding me back, not you. But how do I know for sure? How do I know what I'm feeling is real and not just loneliness from missing you so bad? I do miss you.
Chapter 9. JT spent the rest of the week settling into Brett's intriguing new interest in him. He wasn't sure if the change in his behavior was intentional, or if something inside Brett had simply started reacting honestly. Nonetheless, it was all about Brett paying more attention to JT in small and sometimes not so subtle ways. Whether it was holding the look a little longer than was entirely comfortable, brushing against him when there was enough room to go around, or things that were even more obvious, it was definitely a change for the better. One night at dinner, Ray was giving JT a hard time about falling on his ass in the stables after he'd slipped on an extremely fresh pile of horse shit. His face had burned with embarrassment when he let Ray pull him to his feet, the old cowboy's nose wrinkling up before he burst into gales of laughter that had even the horses looking down their noses at him. But despite the embarrassment, JT knew that had the incident happened a month earlier, he would have wanted to hide in his bunk rather than come to dinner. Once he changed his pants, of course. It was just more proof that he was at a different level of comfort, and that fact soothed his bruised ego.
It wasn't that funny, Ray,
he groaned during supper.
I bet you've done the same thing a time or two.
JT wasn't sure when he'd started talking like he was a seasoned cowboy, but even he could hear the different emphasis he put on his words, and the different phrases that had never been in his vocabulary prior to working on the ranch. And, of course, Ray being Ray, he'd called him on it more than once. It was at that point when Brett had covered his hand, warm fingers interlocking with JT's on the tabletop.
Damn old bastard's done way more than that.
Brett smiled crookedly, a promise of mischief unmistakable as he bore a hole into Ray's skull. JT practically swooned at the protective gesture. Ray grunted, then waggled his head. I don't recommend you go there, son. There's surely more of those kind of stories about you than me. He pointedly looked at their hands, a smug smile crossing his face as JT snuck a peek at Brett. There was no hesitation in Brett's eyes as he glanced from Ray to JT for nothing more than a heartbeat. His fingers tightened around JT's hand before a smirk that put Ray's smug grin to shame curled his lip. A silent exchange took place between the two, and eventually their mouths quirked up into genuine smiles as Ray nodded in recognition. It had been a monumental step, at least in JT's mind, and he suspected it had been due to a lot of thinking on Brett's part. Or maybe it was the kiss from the other night stoking something deeper inside him. The whole patiently waiting thing was actually out of character for JT. He'd never waited for any man, never felt the need or the desire to not just take what he wanted or skip the opportunity completely. That wasn't to say he was some sort of predator. He supposed he'd never met anyone worth waiting for. He'd wondered more than once what would happen if he tried to make Brett's decision for him, or at least tried to influence it a little more. His fear was that he'd push Brett too far, too fast, because as much as JT wanted to propel things along a little faster, he sensed Brett was heading in the right direction for them both. He could wait. He wanted to wait, now that he was almost certain Brett wouldn't reject him again. And if Brett's progress was any indication, JT's patience would be rewarded very soon. Because as long as there was progress, JT was happier than a pig in shit. God, he hated that expression. The following week brought an even braver Brett to JT's attention. The lingering eye contact continued, along with shy, teasing smiles, the odd brush of fingers or barely there touches to the small of his back, until, finally, progress was made.
It happened after one of their normal evenings of Brett kicking JT's ass at crib for the millionth time. JT cursed under his breath as he jumped to his feet. Brett's soft chuckle followed him up as JT moved toward the porch steps. It was very normal, familiar at that point, until Brett was suddenly on his feet behind JT, one arm wrapped around JT's chest. JT nearly choked on his breath. He involuntarily tensed, his muscles freezing, his brain clogging with shock. Then he stood motionless, afraid to move or even breathe. Brett splayed his palm over top of JT's t-shirt, the heat from his fingers thrumming through the material and heading straight south. Brett tucked his forehead against the back of JT's neck, warm puffs of air prickling the tiny hairs ascending up into his hairline, sending heated sparks down his spine. Brett hadn't spoken, just held JT against him, the expansion of his ribcage pressing at a rapid rate to JT's back. There might have been a little rocking back and forth involved, gentle shifting from one foot to the other in a shared pattern. Despite the nervous twitching of JT's nerves, it was soothing, calming, perfect in its own simple way. After no more than a few minutes that felt like forever and no time at all, Brett relaxed his hold, but before JT felt him completely disappear, soft lips kissed the back of his neck. When the warmth was gone, JT turned slowly to meet Brett's gaze. He looked calm, content, maybe even a little proud, but when he smiled in that crooked, sheepish way he had, JT had nearly fallen to his knees. Somehow he'd managed to contain himself, reel his all back in and keep his legs from buckling. He returned Brett's slow nod and added a stuttered good night. He tried like hell to not fall down the steps when he left the porch, and despite still feeling like he was under some enchanted spell, he'd ended up at the bunkhouse with everything but his heart intact. After stumbling through the door, he sank heavily into one of the old wooden chairs. His nerves still buzzed, his heart beating like he'd been in a marathon, hands clammy, and a thin sheen of sweat covering his forehead. It was the oddest sensation to feel completely turned on, but excitedly freaked out at the same time, and it made no sense. He'd kissed Brett in a far more expressive, determined, hot way, but the embrace and tender kiss to his neck seemed much more intimate, more meaningful, and, well, scary. It threatened to rock him with that shoved-away feeling of insecurity again, but he refused to let it. Instead, he slid into bed with a semi-hard dick, too emotionally exhausted, or maybe too busy examining and evaluating Brett's behavior to do anything about it. He fell asleep wondering why he hadn't tried to take the offering further, why he hadn't kissed Brett or at least let him know the action had been appreciated, and, god damn, he wanted more. He hoped Brett understood. The next night had brought the same ass-kicking game, hug, and tender kiss. At first it had been the identical chest-to-back contact, with JT still afraid to take a breath or step it up to the next level. But then he covered Brett's hand that lay flush and warm against his chest before Brett finally pulled away. He felt like a teenager on a first date, a very young, naive teenager, something he certainly hadn't been in a very, very long time. One night after that, he'd finally initiated something new, a chest-to-chest version of Brett's embrace. With Brett's arms still wrapped around him, front to back, JT twisted his body, ending up face-to-face with Brett. When Brett had neither stepped away nor pulled back, JT squeezed closer, winding his arms around Brett's neck. They stood that way for a while, JT dipping his head to nuzzle and bury his nose in Brett's hair, inhaling his scent to his heart's content. Brett tightened his hold as he breathed rapidly against JT's ear. It was all so warm, accepting, right. There had been no awkwardness or clumsy movements. Instead, JT had smiled almost painfully into Brett's neck, holding him close, forcing down emotions that threatened to break him apart if he let go. A rush of something so much more than need and want slithered along his nerves, and he wouldn't have been surprised if he'd bruised his ribs from the inside out with the force of his pounding heart. Brett kissed JT when he pulled away, nothing fancy or overdone, just a smooth lingering of mouths, and a nip to his bottom lip. Again, JT hadn't pushed for anything more, simply headed back to his bunk with a teenage boy thrum of happiness, and a lot of hope that kept his nerves skittering long into the night. "This freaking game is rigged." JT threw his cards onto the little wooden table, thrusting himself backward on the bench and tossing his arms in the air. Brett chuckled beside him as he cleared away the board and cards. He hesitated a moment, searching JT's face before leaning in to lay a quick peck on his mouth. There was an instant hush in the air.
"Don't look so surprised,"
he said, soft smile beaming under the porch light as he playfully thumbed across JT's tingling lips. JT shuddered, quickly forcing what little composure he had left to regroup. But Brett wasn't done.
"We said we'd go slow, and I think you've been damn patient with me. All right if I kiss you again?"
With a groan JT thought could have been heard all the way to Ray's cabin, he gripped both hands in the front of Brett's t-shirt and tugged him in. Their lips met with a force that took JT's breath away and sent a whoosh of air from Brett's mouth to his. They only managed an open-mouthed press until they both snickered.
"Eager little son of a gun, huh?"
"You bet your pig and shit." Brett threw his head back and laughed, falling forward again to bang his forehead lightly to JT's.
"I'm gonna countrify you yet, kid. Can you do it while you're kissing me? Please?"
Brett gave him another frustratingly quick kiss, then hauled JT to his feet, gripping his hand and dragging him through the screen door. They didn't stop until they were at the big couch in the family room. JT's mind whirled, and his lungs screamed for him to let out the breath he'd been stealthily holding. Brett pushed him down on the leather seat, then hovered over top of him, his eyes shining with amusement while his lips tilted up into a smirk.
"Thought this might be more comfortable, yeah?"
JT opened his mouth to consent, but his words were swallowed by the fieriness of Brett's lips and the determination of his tongue. Brett leaned in harder, settling himself beside JT on the couch before cupping a hand behind his head. It was everything JT had ever imagined about kissing Brett, about really kissing him, but it was so much more. It wasn't the Brett he'd expected. There was nothing tentative about the kiss, no hesitation once they were lip-locked, just passion and the mutual give and take of tongues and lips. When the deep longing of the kiss became sharp, shallow hitchings of breath, Brett pulled away. It felt like a direct hit to JT's insides, and he held on tight to the back of Brett's t-shirt so he couldn't get away. Brett didn't seem to have that thought in his head, though, as he inched back enough to stare intently at him.
"I may be a little out of practice, so you'll have to bear with me."
JT rubbed their noses together, struggling to bend one leg beneath him so he could push closer to Brett's wafting warmth.
"You think too much,"
he said while his fingers danced over the back of Brett's neck. He wanted that damn shirt off, needed to see and touch what was underneath, but at the same time, he didn't want to scare Brett away. His patience was again called into play. A gasp crept from between his lips when Brett hauled him into his lap. He didn't resist, his long legs straddling Brett's thighs as their mouths brushed together again. With one hand braced on the back of the couch, he shoved himself into the kiss, pressing Brett hard against the couch. After JT's initial desperation, it was tender, slow, lazy in its intention, but before long heated up again. A few displaced strands of Brett's hair tickled JT's nose when he slanted his mouth more firmly over Brett's, his tongue greedily pushing inside. He moaned into Brett's mouth when he finally sank his fingers in the hair he'd been admiring for weeks. It was as soft and beautiful as he'd imagined. His fingers twirled in the strands, and he couldn't help but tug just a little. Or maybe a lot.
"Hair puller, are you?"
Brett eased off the kiss, but spoke directly against JT's lips.
"Can't say I don't like that. I'll pull as much as you want."
JT was swimming in emotion, mind swirling, body aching, heart swooning. When Brett cupped his face and peered at him, it was like he was seeing into his very soul.
"You got under my skin something fierce. Think it's time I told you that. Maybe showed you a little too?"
It came out like a question, but Brett didn't wait for an answer. He nipped at JT's bottom lip, his tongue soothing over the sting, before JT felt a firm hand palm him through his denim. He gasped or whimpered, or maybe both. Whatever he did made Brett pull back and peer at him, confusion worrying his light eyes.
"But if you don't want..."
Brett stilled his hand, the semi-hardness beneath his fingers surging life into his own springing arousal. He wanted to touch JT so damn bad it hurt, but not if it wasn't what the kid wanted. Not if he wasn't ready. I definitely want. Slim hips arched down against Brett's hand, and he cupped JT's crotch a little harder, blunt nails scratching over the fabric, his fingertips itching to get inside. Their mouths collided again, tongues not shy or forgiving, as they tangled and tried to tie themselves in a knot of muscle and saliva. JT plumped up under Brett's touch, and that was it. Any resolve he had left broke in half and propelled him forward. Brett needed skin and flesh and real goddamn touching. It was time. He flattened his palm over JT's firm chest, muscles tensing, even shuddering under his fingers. The kid slid back a little, bowing his body so Brett could get both hands between them. The belt buckle was tricky, and seeing as Brett hadn't had much practice lately in the fine art of undoing anyone's pants but his own, he was forced to unwind his other hand from JT's shirt. JT took the hint, straightening so he towered over Brett's slouched body. Brett worked his fingers steadily, thumbing open the button, then pulling the metal zipper down. He paused his shaky fingers to look up into JT's flushed face. What he saw took his breath clean away. Red, kiss-swollen lips, the bottom one tucked tight between JT's teeth in nervous anticipation, and dark eyes heavy-lidded with lust and something akin to adoration. Was he wrong about what he was seeing? Were JT's feelings as strong as they read on his face? And if they were, was Brett doing the right thing?
Not sure I deserve you looking down at me like that,
he said. He hadn't meant to say it. It just slipped out between the time his heart thumped it up into his mind, but before his brain could process it. JT wrapped his fingers around the whole of Brett's hand, dragging it up and under his t-shirt.
I don't have any complaints.
Brett complied, fingers sliding over the soft, taut skin of JT's belly.
Just touch me,
JT pleaded.
Please. It doesn't have to go any further than that. Just...
Though it was barely audible, Brett groaned when JT's muscles and tendons fluttered and twitched under his fingertips. Another groan, louder this time, low, guttural, demanding, slipped out as JT shifted his body and their crotches rubbed together. They were both rock hard, and the last thing Brett wanted was to be a 41-year-old man who'd come in his pants from a little friction. Trailing his fingers down JT's torso, he palmed over the hardness of his arousal again, his thumb mapping the full, rigid outline before he slipped his hand beneath the waistband of JT's boxer briefs. Instant heat seared him from fingertips to groin. He fisted JT's hair and pulled him down to his lips again. The kiss was desperate, frenzied, bruising, as Brett's fingers encircled JT's length and pulled it free of its confinement. It felt so good in his hand, fiery hot, hard but velvety soft at the same time, and he was ashamed to feel pride that he'd had something to do with arousing the kid to such a state. He glided his fingers up and down the shaft slowly, hyper-aware that his hand was rough and dry. He didn't want the friction to ruin the moment, but all wasn't lost when he teased his thumb over the tip, then spread slick pre-cum to the shaft. It had been so long since he'd held another man in his arms, and more so since he'd had another man's dick in his hand. He was nervous as hell, sure his hands were shaking as much on the outside as he felt on the inside. Tugging JT closer, he nipped and sucked on his tongue, savoring the taste and texture, memorizing it for his dreams later. His mouth watered when JT pulled back to take in air, eyes at half-mast, tongue licking over chapped lips. He was like the best wet dream Brett had ever had. He caressed JT's length between his fingers, thumb returning to the slippery slit, gathering more wetness before it gently dug under the head and pressed against the tiny bundle of nerves. JT's body stiffened, the sound almost inhuman, deep, growly, greedy with need. The sound prickled up and down Brett's spine until settling like a lump of heat in his gut. He released JT for barely a moment, just long enough to bring his thumb to his mouth and suck it between his lips. He moaned when the salty bitterness assaulted his tongue. Fuck, he wanted more. He wanted to taste all of JT, needed it like a horse in the desert needed water.
Can you move your hips up?
Brett pulled on the back of JT's thighs until he seemed to understand. He lifted up while Brett slouched back into the couch and tipped his head forward.
Are you sure?
JT's voice was low, rumbly, deep with desire. Brett marveled at his pink cheeks. His hazy, lustful stare, the heaving of his chest. He didn't answer, just slipped a hand down to cradle JT's jeaned backside, then drew him closer. The first real taste had him shuddering from head to toe, the sweet, bitter flavor exciting all of Brett's senses. It made him more aware of what he was doing, made him feel good about his choices, his decision. Made him feel so much desire he thought he might burst open at the seams. When he suckled JT's cockhead between his lips, it was like a revelation. His mind clearing of all the leftover debris from his indecision, his fears and worries, his guilt. JT's fingers knotted in his hair, the pressure increasing as Brett licked the underside of his cock, wound his tongue around the head, pressed kisses along the entire length.
Tell me what you like,
he said, voice throaty and hoarse with lust. He let his words vibrate against JT's dick, whimpering at the velvety hardness pressing against his lips and tongue. Heat curled in waves in his belly, his own dick aching and throbbing against the denim, but he could wait. He was damn good at that.
Just fuck, Brett. Just suck me, please. God damn.
Brett pressed a succession of soft kisses to JT's shaft, the fluttering and wiggling of JT's body supplying Brett with a feeling of power, at least in his own mind. He licked at the head of JT's cock before flexing his jaw and gliding it into his mouth. After 2 hard sucks, he released it, pulling a groan of frustration from JT's body that Brett could feel vibrate right through his dick. He suckled the moist tip, letting JT's taste wash over his tongue while his taste buds popped. His cheeks hollowed when he bobbed his head with a few hard pulls before letting the shaft almost slip from between his lips again. JT groaned above him, fingers fisting in Brett's hair, tugging gently at first, then harder when Brett finally relaxed his throat and swallowed him down. He thought JT made the best damn noises he'd ever heard, chock full of desire and primal need. JT's cock was fat in his mouth, Brett's lips stretching into a wide circle as he surrounded it with his moist heat. He'd never been an expert at deep-throating, but other than a singular second of gagging, he sunk heavily, heavenly into the moment. He dug divots into the flesh of JT's ass, encouraging him, needing him to move. The fingers of his other hand stroked along the base of JT's cock where his mouth didn't reach, then dipped to tickle and fondle his balls. JT arched his back, pushing his hips forward, rocking his dick in and out of Brett's mouth once, twice, 3 times before he tugged hard in Brett's hair. Brett held still, his upward gaze basking in the open-mouthed look of awe on JT's face. He rolled his tongue, wiggling it around the cock pressed tight between his lips, until JT seemed to recover and thrust gently again. It wasn't more than a few strokes later that JT pulled away completely. Brett's empty mouth dropped open and his thoughts spun in his head.
What?
His words were cut off when JT was suddenly crouched down to his eye level again. He captured Brett's mouth in a fierce, demanding kiss that Brett gladly accepted and responded to. JT shifted so he hovered over Brett, drawing his mouth back with a playful smile and brush of their foreheads together.
I want to get off with you,
he said between laps and sucks to Brett's lips. His pupils were blown, cheeks flushed, and his chest heaving. Brett thought he looked beautiful. Brett watched as JT leaned back, his fingers going to town on Brett's belt, making short work of the buckle, then moving to the button and zipper of Brett's jeans. He grunted when JT's cool fingers dipped inside his pants, fingers pressing and pulling at Brett's aching cock, flesh meeting flesh. Brett thought both his heads might blow clear off to the roof. He arched back with a whimper when chilled air assaulted heated skin, but was immediately encased in the warmth of JT's hand. JT stroked his shaft from tip to root and back again while Brett arched into the touch. A few more strokes and he was gasping into JT's mouth, his brain snapping into focus when he realized he wasn't touching JT like he wanted. Sliding a gentle hand between their bodies, he softly thumbed the head of JT's cock, rubbing over the slit before fisting the shaft and stroking it to the rhythm JT had built up. Their kisses turned from heated to desperate, lips parting at the same time while they panted and groaned in unison, hands wrapped around dicks and pulling in each other's hair. Rhythmic strokes quickly became short, demanding pulls, both Brett and JT becoming too breathless to even kiss. Their mouths stayed close together, open with the breaths they were attempting to suck in. Brett knew he was coming undone, but he wanted JT to get off first. He needed JT to come before he did. He loosened his grip on JT's throbbing shaft, twisting his hand on the upstroke, thumb teasing over the weeping tip before he repeated the process. JT's stare went from dark desire to smoky black lust, lids closing to half-mast before cracking open, then rolling back in his head. Brett kept stroking, mindful that JT had stopped working his dick, but uncaring because of the breathtaking sight before him. When JT finally released in Brett's hand, his dick pulsing and throbbing as Brett's fingers were covered in hot fluid, Brett held his head close. JT's body arched, hips bucking up into Brett's touch, one hand knotting tightly in Brett's hair. He stroked JT through the aftershocks, enjoying the attentions he was being afforded as JT pressed hard into the crook of Brett's neck and shoulder, kissing, sucking, biting. His lips vibrated against Brett's skin, hot puffs of air tickling and burning, their effect reigniting the heated coil in Brett's gut. Once his breath had slowed, the pulse of his cock dwindling off until it was still and spent between Brett's fingers, JT's hand moved on Brett again. He wasn't gentle this time, his hand winding around Brett's cock, then fisting him quickly. His strokes were determined, fast, rough, but not to the point of pain. When he lifted his head to kiss Brett again, the darkness in his eyes had softened around the edges, but they still sent a shiver from Brett's groin to the top of his spine.
Your turn, cowboy. I need you to come.
Brett tried desperately to drag out his orgasm, but as JT's tongue shoved demandingly into his mouth, their teeth clicking together, lips burning from the bruising that would surely appear, he fell apart. His brain exploded in a burst of white stars and flashes of light, a whimper slipping from between his lips and echoing into JT's mouth. Jerking his mouth away, his head fell back while his hips bucked and twitched, and a low growl filled the room. He fucked himself between JT's fingers, all sense of where he was, what he was doing, lost in a flash of scorching heat and pulsing pleasure. His body convulsed and writhed while JT murmured into his neck and stroked him to completion. When he finally collapsed breathlessly back into the couch, he tugged JT tight against his chest and waited out the hasty twin poundings of their hearts. It took Brett longer to flutter back to earth from his high, and JT bided his time with gentle kisses along Brett's jaw and neck. When he sucked the skin behind Brett's ear, Brett growled again, grabbing JT around the waist and flipping him to his back on the couch. He hovered over him with a rattlesnake smile, his heart still pounding hard in his ears, while his brain continued doing cartwheels against his skull. They kissed lazily when JT pulled Brett down and into his arms, their sated cocks rubbing together between them in a sticky sliding of wet skin. It was the best kind of kiss, sloppy and just plain sweet. When they stopped to breathe again, Brett rested his full weight on top of JT, his body flattening the kid into the couch while he nuzzled into the fragrant nape of his neck. JT pressed a kiss to the side of his head, fingers threading through the strands of Brett's hair exactly how he liked it.
You okay? Right as fucking rain.
Brett raised up to look at JT, a self-satisfied smile twitching up the corner of his mouth.
If I was a smoker, I'd say I needed a cigarette after that performance. You about killed me. My limp dick and crusty shirt seem to agree with you. I never got to taste you, though, and I really want to do that. Guess you could still have a lick, but I think we're a little mixed together right about now.
JT laughed against Brett's mouth. The sound was music to Brett's ears, actual music that Brett hadn't wanted to listen to in years. Fuck, the kid had completely gotten under his skin and in his head. He was everywhere now, in every part of Brett, every nook and cranny he'd been trying to keep him out of. And for what? Because he'd been fortunate enough to love someone with all his heart, and didn't deserve for lightning to strike twice?
I want you to sleep with me.
With a tilt of his head, JT looked back at Brett.
Sleep with you? Is that your way of asking if you can, fuck me?
Brett felt heat rise from his neck all the way into his hairline. He dipped his forehead to JT's.
What? No, I don't want to have sex with you. Well, I do, or have you fuck me or whatever, but not now. I'm just trying to say, fuck, I wish I could say a goddamn word that actually came out right. Just breathe.
JT's words had that tone of settling a flighty colt.
Relax. I'm not going anywhere.
A light brush of lips over Brett's renewed a little of his calm.
You want to sleep with me, like, in a bed?
Brett swallowed hard to settle the churning in his belly, shifting his hips back and his body up so JT could move to rest on his elbows.
That's where folks generally sleep.
He tried to sound like he was teasing, but he was still struggling with the right words.
Here's the thing. I probably want to have sex with you. No, I really want to have sex with you, but I don't want it to happen too fast. I want to do what we just did, maybe a little more, but I don't think I'm ready to compete in the whole rodeo yet.
Brett frowned when JT chuckled.
I don't mean to laugh, but that's a really strange analogy. I know,
Brett said. JT's inclined position allowed Brett the freedom to reach around and smooth his hand under JT's t-shirt and up his back. He mapped out each bone of his spine until he reached the top, then splayed his fingers across the back of JT's neck.
Making love is something entirely different than blowjobs or handjobs. And it's not that those things aren't nice, because, fuck, I thought my head was going to blow clean off. Literally. Both of them.
Another laugh, and Brett knew JT was at least trying to follow his convoluted explanation. He gripped and massaged the back of JT's neck, desperate to keep touching him. After a pause, he used his hold to pull JT in for a quick kiss, before tugging him against his shoulder. He petted JT's curls while he held him in place, breathing him in deeply before he continued.
One of the things I missed most when I was on the road was having someone beside me when I went to sleep, and again when I woke up. I was like a bear in honey season every time I got back, mauling poor Walt to within an inch of his life. I bet he didn't mind.
JT whispered in soft puffs against Brett's skin.
Maybe not, but other than the getting to know you again lovemaking sessions, all I really wanted to do was fall asleep beside him, and I'd, kinda like to try that with you. If you don't think I'm even more fucked up than before.
You're not fucked up, Brett. It's romantic, and I'm almost speechless that you asked, but...
But?
Are you still in the same room you had when Walt was alive?
Yep. Not much has changed around here since.
I don't mean to go into my therapy mode, but have you considered whether it's going to weird you out if you sleep with me in Walt's bed? Brett eased back to look at him, searching for some sign that he was making excuses or not being honest about his question. There was nothing.
I guess everything's not the same. I did replace the bed right after it happened. All the bedding, too. Couldn't stand having Walt sent around me when I was lying there. It was a hasty decision that I made not a week after Walt passed. Ray told me not to, said I wasn't thinking clearly yet, but I didn't listen. Then, once my emotions settled into the reality, I regretted it. Hated myself for getting rid of a part of him I'd never have again. I'm sorry.
JT's gaze dipped to Brett's mouth. Brett needed to make it right. Tucking a finger under JT's chin, he lifted until their eyes met again.
No, this isn't a night for sad old memories. It's a beginning, right? You wanted me to think things through, and I have been.
JT tilted his head to the side, balancing himself on one arm as the other moved to wrap around Brett's shoulders. He massaged the back of Brett's neck, traced his fingers under the curtain of hair before smiling his addictive smile.
And your conclusion was that you want me to sleep in the same bed with you?
Brett unwound JT's hand from his neck, bringing it to his lips for a kiss before pressing it against his chest.
I guess that's a part of it, but it's not a decision you have to make now. We can talk about it some...
His words fell off when JT kissed him, quick as a whip, then was out from under him faster than a jackrabbit after a fox. He paused at the entryway to the family room.
I'm going to go grab my toothbrush and my sweats.
Brett's face cracked into an almost painful grin as he tucked himself back in his jeans and rose from the couch.
That's a yes then?
JT snorted and wrinkled his nose. Was there ever any real doubt?
I was hoping not. I'll be back in a minute. Hey kid,
Brett said as he fought the chuckle rolling from his throat. JT waved a hand to encourage him to continue.
You might want to put yourself back together before you walk out the door.
JT frowned at him. Do what? Brett mirrored the hand wave from before, except ending it with a definite point in the direction of JT's crotch. Oh fuck. JT reddened, zipped himself back in, then was gone. Brett stood smiling like a loon the day after the end of hunting season. He sighed deeply, his whole body feeling the expulsion of air as he prepared for the next step in coming back to life, so to speak. He figured JT would take a few minutes to shower, and there was something Brett had to do before he ended his day. He shut the door to the office behind him, perching himself in the old familiar chair at the old familiar desk. The one thing missing was his usual bottle of whiskey, but he hadn't even had a sip since Ray had found him drowning in his own stomach contents. His heart swelled a little, a proud smile twisting his lips for a mere second, as he realized he had no desire to search for his old friend Jack. When he opened the drawer, his trembling fingers ghosted over Walt's picture, but he left it laying face up inside. He took the pad of yellow paper out and scribbled down his thoughts far faster than he ever had before. There wasn't much to say, at least not that Brett hadn't already said. He had so much love in his heart for Walt, but Ray had been dead on the money in saying Walt could stay there, memories and all, while there'd still be room for someone else. Brett wasn't certain yet if JT was that someone, but there was no doubt he was leaning toward him being just that. Brett folded the short letter, then chose to place it in the drawer under Walt's picture instead of running it out to the barn. That side of him was still a secret, but eventually, he hoped to reveal even that fucked up part of himself to JT. Or maybe he didn't. He supposed he had time to consider it. After flipping off the light and chucking his boots at the door, he settled himself into a chair in the kitchen. His hands fidgeted and fretted in his lap. He wasn't quite sure what to do with himself, and skitters of nervous energy tingled his entire body. Leaning his elbows on the table, he dipped his head to his hands, smoothing his fingers over his hair once, twice, maybe even 5 times until he felt some semblance of control. He told himself there was nothing to worry about, nothing so dire that he needed to flip out about. Having JT in his bed didn't have to mean any more than JT on the couch with his dick in Brett's mouth. And if Brett actually believed that, then he really did have some swampland in Florida to buy.
Hello, darling. I took the first step, maybe even the second one too. It feels strange, but good. Maybe this is what you'd have wanted me to do. Move on. No one will ever know for sure, but I just hope you're looking down and giving me a smile for at least giving it a shot. I still miss you every day, but some of those days are getting easier.
Chapter 10. JT changed out of his crusty, cum-stained clothes with an uncontrollable grin on his face. Happiness mixed with some excitement, topped off with a little apprehension. The events of the night still floated haphazardly around his head, bumping around in his brain and giving him little random jolts of pleasure, or sometimes fear. It was what he'd been waiting for, what he'd been so patient and hopeful about, and now that it was happening, he wasn't sure how he really felt, except out of his mind. Surreal had met reality in a clash of lips and hands, and, Jesus Christ, Brett had actually sucked him off. Well, not entirely, but that had been JT's choice. There had been nothing he'd wanted more than to feel Brett's lips around him when he came, except bringing Brett off at the same time. And now he was going to sleep in the same bed. He was going to feel Brett inches away from him all night, see his face before he went to sleep and as soon as he woke up, if he could sleep at all. And he had to do it all with decorum. Damn it, that was his mother's word, and a casualness he wasn't sure he could fake. He didn't want to look too eager, and he wasn't sure whether Brett could handle the overwhelming excitement that coursed through JT. But damn it, he was a grown man, not a teenage boy, and he needed to get some control before he blew a gasket, and in turn, blew his shot with Brett. During his shower, he crouched down to settle the rapid twirling of his mind, a mild dizziness making his head swim under the flow of the water. It was a strange feeling, wanting something so badly, then actually having it happen. It was like a hard slap to the face, overwhelming, and even though JT couldn't think of a better nervous anticipation to be caught up in, there was still a trickle of doubt, insecurity, snaking through him. He'd always tried to be optimistic, and that had been no easy task in the negativity that surrounded the house that he'd grown up in. He'd managed to crawl out from under his parents' cloud, but sometimes wisps of rotten elitism snuck under his defenses. He'd never been one for having faith in things that didn't seem possible or plausible, but he believed in Brett. He trusted in Brett's intellect, his determination, and most importantly, the big open wound in his chest. JT knew Brett's heart played the biggest role in the equation because it was more than likely shattered and in need of major rebuilding. Brett had to allow it to beat on its own after 3 years of being locked away. He needed to let someone sink into its warmth again and promise to take care of it, and him. And JT wanted to be just the man for the job. He didn't need to be a psych major to know repairing Brett's heart wasn't something that could be forced by anyone. JT's patience might have paid off, yet he was fucking scared. Dreaming and wishing were far removed from actually having and doing. And how did JT know he was really what Brett needed? How could he know he wasn't going to send Brett screaming back into the bottle because he wasn't who Brett thought he was, because he wasn't the man Brett wanted for more than a single moment or two, because he wasn't Walt with all his southern gentlemanly style? JT's mind spun with the abject distrust in himself that had been so ingrained and reinforced by his parents, and most especially his mother. Her voice resurfaced with a vengeance inside his head, trying to push the tiny strands of worry that threaded through his joy into something more, something suspicious and doubtful. He couldn't let that happen. JT forced his body upright again. He let his lids slip shut and concentrated all his attention on the steady stream of water running over his back, his neck, his legs, soaking his hair and warming him. He sucked air into his lungs, clearing his mind as he let the water wash thoughts of his mother's negativity from his head. Brett's letters still weighed on JT's mind, a hefty burden that inherently threatened to interfere with the happiness he'd been trying to build and enjoy. There wasn't a day that went by that he didn't debate telling Brett, not telling Brett, worrying that the secret would destroy what they were trying so hard to let happen between them. He still had the 2 sheets of paper he'd taken from the barn, but he hadn't touched them since he put them in his backpack. Honesty is the best policy. That's what the saying was, but JT hadn't yet decided if it was one he could chance. Once he'd settled the queasiness of his belly and refreshed the faith and love he felt for Brett, he flicked off the shower and slowly dried himself. He brushed his teeth and gargled with mouthwash, all the while reassuring the face in the mirror that he was not his mother, nor did he need to comply with the ramifications of being her son. He left the bathroom with a renewed spring in his step. Clean boxers, sweatpants, and a t-shirt were next on his list, before he towed on his sneakers. It wasn't until he was on the steps to the porch that he realized he'd need to brush his teeth in the morning. And what about a change of clothes? Should he have brought his work clothes with him? Would Brett let him shower in the morning? Did he need to bring toothpaste, or could he use Brett's? What if he was too hot in the night, or too cold? Would he ask Brett where the thermostat was, or would that be considered rude? He stood motionless under the harsh light of the porch, his feet planted firmly in indecision. He had too many questions running through his head, ones that could very easily be answered by a single word from Brett. JT trusted Brett, and Brett said he wanted him. Now all JT had to do was trust in himself and in Brett, and take that final step through Brett's door.
You all right, kid?
The name had become so familiar now, an endearment in JT's head, and hopefully in the way Brett meant it. It warmed up his insides and surrounded his rapidly beating heart with a force field that provided instant calm. Usually. But at the same time, Brett also made him feel like a big, clumsy, in-love kid sometimes, so it fit just fine. Yeah, he breathed out quickly. I just forgot my toothbrush. I'll run back and get it. The creak of the screen door opening had JT instinctively stepping back.
I've probably got a new one kicking around here somewhere. Looks like you showered already, so why don't you come on in?
JT felt awkward and clumsy and wrought with embarrassment because of it. It was the ultimate what the fuck moment, an almost debilitating disbelief that what was happening was really happening.
It's all right if you don't want to stay the night.
The rawness of Brett's voice surged through JT, and 3 quick steps had him winding himself around Brett. The press of their lips was determined, but not the crushing, brutal bruising like before. JT kissed Brett with his whole body, arms wrapping tight around Brett's shoulders, thighs pressed tight to Brett's. Their chests touched, and Brett's hands slipped into JT's hair before the kiss ended with their heads tucked into each other's necks. JT held on for dear life. The relief he felt in having Brett holding him just as hard made the waiting all worthwhile. Brett pulled back first, cradling JT's jaw in one hand and tipping his face down for another tender kiss. The piercing blue of his eyes was soft, tinged with emotion around the edges, his dark lashes flickering as if he were trying to maintain some sense of control. JT leaned their foreheads together, blinking away the world for a heartbeat or two.
You smell nice.
Brett drawled close to JT's ear. The gravel of his words rattled around in JT's head, and he tightened his hold for a moment longer.
You sure you're all right? You're shaking a bit.
JT ignored the comment, his words drifting out calmer than he felt. Must be the cucumber melon body wash I use. He hoped he sounded light-hearted and not schoolboy silly like he felt. You having one? A shower, I mean, not the cucumber. You know what I mean. Brett laughed low and sexy.
I was waiting for you.
JT thought he might swallow his tongue. Or Brett's, for that matter. To shower? You wanted to shower with me? Like, together in the same shower?
No. Well, yeah, but not tonight. I didn't want you coming back and not seeing me waiting. You've waited enough, yeah?
Yeah. There was no truer statement in JT's mind.
You want to call Sal in, and I'll get the lights?
JT nodded, sucking in a silent stream of air as he toed off his sneakers. He whistled for Sal, sighing impatiently as the old dog sauntered in and plopped down by the kitchen table. He pushed the door closed, and Brett stood waiting, just like he'd said.
Ready?
Surprised and more than a little touched when Brett took his hand, threaded their fingers together, then led him up the stairs. He was genuinely thankful for the extra support, especially when his legs felt rubbery and his knees ready to buckle. He managed to push through it all, and then they were in Brett's room. Brett and Walt's bedroom. The room wasn't as JT had imagined. There were no pictures of rodeos or glowing cowboy sunsets like he'd stereotypically thought. It was soft, soothing, comfortable, from the light blue-gray walls to the retro plaid-covered rocking chair in the corner and the soft gray rug beside the bed.
There's not much. Some people have fancy decorating and stuff, but Walt and I just wanted it simple. We were both easy that way, I guess.
Brett smiled charmingly at JT, his gaze bright and attentive.
The only thing we ever splurged on was that damn hot tub on the little deck. Walt's idea, but it's pretty nice. Do you like hot tubs? Some people don't like them so much. Too much upkeep and germs and shit. I mostly sit in it at night.
JT squeezed Brett's fingers between his own and was rewarded with a slight blush on Brett's face as he stopped his momentum of words.
I was babbling again, right? Sorry. Guess I'm more nervous than I thought I'd be.
Brett was already tugging his arms out of his button-up and JT found himself a little distracted.
You okay with me having a quick shower?
Oh yeah, of course. Brett leaned in to brush a kiss to his lips again, and had JT not been practicing his decorum, he would have squeaked with happiness. I've been doing my own rambling too, you know?
Didn't hear you say anything.
I babble better in my head, but I'm just as nervous. Brett squinted, his crooked grin intact.
Doesn't seem normal for two grown men, huh?
JT loved looking at Brett, and the close-up view was even better. He'd never wanted to stare at one person for days at a time before. He liked the feeling. One of the first things I learned in Psych 101 was everyone has their own definition of normal. With a nod, Brett moved in closer again.
We can get through it together then.
He dragged JT's hand to his lips, ghosting a kiss against his clammy skin before turning away. He winked at JT, then headed to the adjacent bathroom before closing the door behind him. JT stood rooted to the spot, blowing out the burst of breath he'd been involuntarily holding. "Focus, JT. You do not have to go barging into the bathroom to fondle that nice man in the shower. Just no." After giving his head a much-needed shake, JT scanned his surroundings. The bed loomed huge and distracting in the middle of the room, a dark blue duvet and 2 matching pillows settled on top. He suspected it was king-size, which made sense if 2 men were sleeping together with any consistency. His bed at home had been a queen-size, but he rarely had anyone sleep over, and that's the way he'd always liked it. He needed his space when he slept, needed to know no one was going to steal all the covers or roll over and whack him in the face. The latter had actually happened on one rare occasion when JT had let a man stay the night. It had been the last time he'd given in to the man's pleas, and the last time they'd had sex as well. He'd never wanted someone to fall asleep with, then wake up next to. Being horizontal in a bed was simply about sex, not cuddling or ending up tangled in the sheets with someone else in the harsh light of day. His thoughts on that particular subject had apparently done a 180 since he arrived on the ranch. He was nervous as fuck, but so eager to have Brett within arm's reach all night. It suddenly occurred to him that sleeping with Brett would challenge some of his own habits and reactions, not just Brett's. It wasn't simply a matter of wanting to be with Brett anymore. It was being in Brett's room, in his bed, and in his arms. JT worried he would react stupidly at some inappropriate moment. His stomach knotted up again as he let his mind wander. Wasn't Brett also prone to the same thing, considering how much he seemed to run off at the mouth sometimes? The image of Brett nervous and blushing made JT's insides tingle, and he was finally able to relax a little more, the itching under his skin stilling to more of an annoying tickle. He could hear the shower through the door, and the sound of the water swept a soothing wave over him. Or it had been calming until his mind traveled to the image of Brett in the shower, naked, slippery, soaping himself up, maybe even giving himself a stroke or 3. He sat down heavily on the bed, hands clasped between his knees. He definitely didn't want to be packing a woody when he slipped into bed with Brett. He tried to picture unsexy things, hairy women in tiny bathing suits, those bald cats he'd seen at his mother's friend's house. Oh, and his mother. She was a definite mood killer and limp dick provider. JT wasn't sure how long he sat there, taking in the whole of Brett's room while he willed his arousal to go the hell away. The opening of the bathroom door and wafting of moist, fragrant steam brought him back to the moment. He tried to look casual as he breathed deep in anticipation of Brett coming out with only the smallest towel wrapped around his waist. Sucking on his bottom lip, he strained his ears to hear what Brett was doing. Brett's perky voice preceded his entry.
"That feels better. Nothing like a shower to wash away the day, right?"
JT deflated a little when he appeared in the same sweatpants he'd been wearing the first night they met, along with the tight white t-shirt. "A hot shower is always good." Obviously, his brain had gone as limp as his dick, since he couldn't think of a damn intelligent thing to say. Psychology degree be damned.
"Cold ones do the job pretty good under certain circumstances."
The rasp in Brett's voice went straight to JT's cock.
"Damn it, Brett. You okay, kid? I ask you that a lot, right? Sorry about that."
JT chose to skip the pleasantries, mostly so he wouldn't say something stupid. There was a lot of stupid in his brain at that moment. "I wasn't sure how to dress, or undress for bed." Brett's tilt of a smile made JT's heart flare.
"Whatever makes you comfortable."
"And you'll be wearing what?"
"Usually stripped down to my boxers, if that's okay with you."
Holy mother of whatever. "Yeah, that would be good." His answer was a little on the quick side, but Brett didn't seem to notice while he scrubbed a towel over his hair and flipped it around to get it dry. Have mercy. JT was positive he'd developed a hair kink, or at least one for Brett's hair. It was like watching one of those cheesy hair product commercials, but with Brett as the model, wind sweeping and bouncing through his shiny locks to show it off. JT was hard again. Brett finger-combed his long strands, pushing the bulk of it out of his face, then securing it with an elastic low on his neck. JT felt a stab of disappointment that it wouldn't be flowing freely on the pillow next to him, but when Brett reached for the hem of his t-shirt, then pulled it over his head, the letdown disappeared. There was no real way to describe how Brett's naked torso made JT feel, but his half-pumped erection took a whole lot of notice very quickly. Brett wasn't as hairy as JT had expected, dark curls covering his chest and belly in more of a path than a full-out forest, over defined muscle and taut skin. JT had never had a sexual partner as big as himself, and despite their height difference, Brett had JT beat by a long shot in the ripped and robust category. JT was by no means a small man, and he'd been blessed with broad shoulders that made his size appear to match his height. But Brett was a thing of beauty.
If you keep staring, I'm gonna think I've got something on me.
Brett's cackle was like the best kind of music as he closed the distance between them. JT's hand was instantly entwined with his, and he was pulled up from the bed straight into Brett's strong arms. Fingers wrapped around the back of JT's neck, and Brett hugged him hard.
Like you said, we both gotta deal with some nerves. But if this is too fast, we can definitely rethink it.
Brett's words rumbled against JT's ear, bristling the tiny hairs at his hairline and sending a tug of want to his groin. The silence was comfortable, not heavy or foreboding, and JT sank indulgently into Brett's embrace. The soft kisses on the sensitive skin of JT's neck made him want more and more and more.
Which side do you usually sleep on?
Brett pulled back, pools of calm ocean water staring back at JT.
I've never gotten over sleeping on the right. Tried the middle for a while, but it just didn't work for me. That leaves you with the left. That all okay with you?
JT nodded before sliding a kiss over Brett's stubbly cheek and stepping back. He pulled his t-shirt over his head, highly aware of Brett looking at him. A gorgeous smile greeted him when he'd untangled himself from the material. Brett held out his hand for the shirt, then deposited it on the chair next to his.
It shouldn't be as weird as it feels, should it?
Brett asked, gaze traveling the full length of JT's body and back up again. He reached out a hand, dragging his fingers down the middle of JT's chest.
We've already seen the goods, right? Or at least touched them.
After another anxious moment was averted by Brett's casual wit, JT leaned over to kiss him again.
Want to do a countdown?
Brett glided his hand from JT's chest to the back of his head. He twisted his fingers in JT's curls, tugging a little as he frowned.
A what?
It's a little juvenile, but, we can count to 3, then both drop our pants. No embarrassment or weirdness then, right? With a hearty cackle, Brett nodded. He tugged once more in JT's hair before loosing his fingers and reaching over to hook his thumbs in JT's waistband instead of his own.
This what you meant?
JT's face heated up as Brett's thumbs drew soft, small circles on the skin above his sweats.
Not exactly, but it works better.
He stepped closer, copying Brett's position but leaning in to press closer to Brett's chest. Gazing at Brett, he whispered,
1, 2, 3.
Brett dragged JT's pants down in one quick yank. JT staggered a bit with the force, his fingers slipping from Brett's belly to his shoulders to steady himself.
That's cheating,
he said, while Brett grinned and slowly sank to the floor. JT held back a gasp at the sight. Brett on his knees, grinning up at him, eyes twinkling and glowing with mischief.
Lift your feet.
He did, one after the other. Then he was naked, except his briefs, while Brett was still half-dressed.
Not fair, cowboy. Something's definitely wrong with this picture.
Brett nuzzled his nose against JT's crotch, and JT instinctively bucked his hips. The movement sent Brett rocking on his heels before he fell to the floor on his backside.
Oh, damn it. I'm sorry.
JT managed to control the lump of laughter in his throat. Barely. He grabbed Brett's outstretched hand, thankful for the smile still curling his lips, pulling him into another hard hug.
You did cheat, though. Was just checking if the bottom half of you smelled as good as the top half.
JT whimpered low in his throat. He pushed Brett away, hands planted firmly on his own bare hips.
You can't say shit like that if you want me to actually sleep in your bed. Never said anything about sleeping, just not having sex. It's not that late, kid. Could always break the bed,
Brett's suggestion was cut short by a yawn that cracked his jaw so hard, JT flinched, then snickered.
We better get you to bed, old man.
That sounded painful.
It cracks like that sometimes. Usually after I've used it a little more than usual.
He winked, and JT felt like a nervous schoolgirl. He shoved Brett away, but he was rock solid on his feet. Jerk, take your damn pants off and let's go to bed.
Mighty bossy now, ain't you?
JT glowered at him. Only when you're being an ass. And come to think of it, I haven't seen your ass yet.
Still gonna take my pants off?
I'll take a rain check. Don't want you to decide to kiss me, or worse, suck me off, if your jaw's snapping around like that. Can't be responsible for breaking you, and I might need certain parts of me later anyhow. He was sure he'd used up the maximum of his bravery allowance in 2 sentences. Brett laughed, but cooperated. His gray sweats were down and off his hips and legs in a matter of seconds, while JT stood back, hands tucked under his armpits, just enjoying the view. Brett was definitely hairier on his bottom half than his top, but it was the treasure trail of lighter hair that kept JT's eye, wavering delightfully from Brett's belly button to somewhere inside his black boxers. JT turned away, but not before the self-satisfied look on Brett's face made his lust boil. He must have shut his eyes, or, perhaps, turned back for no more than a second once he'd looked at the bed, because Brett suddenly swept past him. He grabbed at something on the little bedside table, sending it tumbling to the hardwood floor.
Fuck,
he said while he fell to his knees and shoved his arm onto the bed. Brett?
I'm sorry,
Brett said softly. He rose to his feet, small silver picture frame clutched in his hand.
I should have put this away before I invited you up.
JT cocked his head, stepping closer until he was inches from Brett.
Can I see it?
With a shameful dip of his head, Brett handed it over. The man in the photo was handsome with bright green eyes and a shock of dark brown hair cut above his ears with slivers of silver. His smile was warm, the laugh lines around his mouth a little more pronounced than Ray's. Walt?
Yep. About 5 years ago now. I didn't mean to leave it out. Just never got around to tucking it away.
You don't have to put it away, Brett. This is your room. It was Walt's room. I don't want you to change things that are important to you. Brett nodded but placed the frame face down on the big wooden chest by the door.
I just want you to feel comfortable.
I do. Bed?
Yeah.
It was more than a little awkward crawling under the blankets beside Brett. JT sat up against the headboard while Brett reached over to switch off the light. When the room was shrouded in momentary darkness, and before JT's vision adjusted to the skylight above, warm lips pressed to his cheek and Brett's fingers slipped behind his neck. They kissed for a while, slow, lazy, just taking their time. JT was grateful for the comfort, and he smiled against Brett's lips when Brett yawned into his mouth.
Sorry.
Brett rested his head against JT's, then massaged the tense muscles of his shoulders.
Mind if we get some shut-eye?
His initial reaction was to plead, to beg Brett to keep kissing him. He wanted more touches and licks, and he wanted Brett flush against him to keep away the strangeness of sleeping in Walt's room. Sure, he could say it didn't bother him, but it was still weird when he let himself think about it. Kissing Brett didn't let those thoughts wind around his brain, but when Brett yawned yet again, JT respectfully gave in.
Promise to kiss me in the morning?
He teased when Brett pulled back.
Right after I brush my teeth.
I can handle your morning breath. JT stroked his thumb across Brett's cheek, then shimmied down until his head hit the pillow.
Good night, Brett.
He lay flat on his back as Brett returned the sentiment, unsure of how he should arrange himself, but afraid to move around too much in his indecision. He wanted to wrap himself around Brett, offer him support and encouragement, show how much he appreciated him, loved him probably, but there was all this mess of questions about boundaries in his head, so he stayed where he was. He shivered despite the warmth of the blanket and air in the room.
JT? Would you mind if I touched you? I mean, I just like you close while we sleep. Some fellas don't like what Walt always called my cuddling nature, so it's okay if...
JT's heart beat a little faster. God damn, Brett was a cuddler. How much sweeter could his cowboy get? He nodded with a soft, I'd like that, then jerked a little when Brett's hand tucked behind his shoulder. He pressed firmly until JT got the picture and rolled to his side. His whole body immediately tingled, one section at a time, almost like heat was being forced into all his muscles, when Brett's arms snaked around his middle. The others slid under his shoulders, and for barely a moment, JT couldn't breathe, but in a very good way. Brett paused in a halfway embrace, breath hot and tingly against JT's neck.
Is this all right, darling?
JT nodded and pulled Brett's hand tight to his chest. His insides trembled, and his heart beat like a virgin on his wedding night. After a light kiss pressed to his hair, the room filled with Brett's soft snores. He decided spooning was definitely something he could get used to, with Brett at least. It didn't take long for the warmth of Brett's body and the light whispers of his breathing to lull JT to sleep. It was only when he was most of the way there that he realized Brett used the same pet name he always called Walt in his letters.
Darling. The letters. Damn it.
Chapter 11. Brett had discovered he liked a lot of things about JT, and waking up next to him was a definite addition to the list. At least it was after his initial incoherent, sleep-addled brain had caught up with the reality of having a warm, breathing body beside him when he woke up. He'd spent 3 years sleeping on the right side of the bed, except for those nights he'd been too pickled to even know he was in a bed. Until today. JT was huddled near the edge of the left side, and Brett could have deluded himself to it being about the kid feeling uncomfortable, since it was their first morning together. Unfortunately, that line of reason did not explain why Brett was almost draped completely over top of him. He hoped like hell he hadn't mauled the kid during the night. He didn't remember waking up at all, and his body buzzed with an energy and something akin to hope, neither of which had been there in quite a while. Yesterday had been a busy, eventful day and evening, but Brett knew his contentment and unflawed sleep were more about the beautiful boy in his bed than anything else. Tendrils of anxiety still whiled away their time in his body, but there was no rush of guilt or regret. In his heart, he knew Walt would have wanted him to move on, and the good Lord had to know Brett had paid his dues. It startled him when JT suddenly tensed under his arm. He loosened his hold, lifted himself up so he rested on one elbow, and hovered over JT.
Good morning.
He couldn't see JT's face, and his lack of reaction and movement was close to freaking Brett out, until warm fingers wrapped around his hand. He peered over JT's shoulder, but could only see the flutter of long, dark lashes against his cheeks.
You all right, kid?
He regretted the endearment instantly. It somehow seemed offensive now that he and JT had been intimate. Maybe he needed to watch how often he used it, and get accustomed to calling him by his real name. Do you know you worry really loudly?
I'm good. Just waking up.
You?
Righter than rain. Best sleep I've had in years.
Brett slid over when JT rolled to his back. A beaming smile brightened JT's sleep-weary face before he leaned up and kissed Brett. It was a soft, pretty little kiss that warmed Brett from the inside out. He felt a strong urge to press harder, to drag JT into his arms and keep him there for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, he lived in the real world, not a fairy tale or country song.
I slept great. Happy to see you're still here.
JT winked, then pulled back. He tucked some stray strands of Brett's hair behind his ear, stopping when Brett grabbed his fingers. Brett kissed the back of JT's hand, his lips unable to completely uncurl from their permanent stupid grin.
Be silly to escape my own bed. Didn't molest you in my sleep, did I?
If you did, I wouldn't have minded. Brett's cheeks burned, but he kept looking straight into those beautiful brown eyes. Being embarrassed wasn't a feeling he was used to, but the kid sure did make it happen a whole lot. He guessed there could be a worse emotion to be feeling.
Think you promised me a shower last night.
JT squinted, mischief quirking one side of his mouth.
I don't remember that exactly, but I think it can be arranged.
Brett dipped his head, tangling JT's long fingers with his own. Showering together would be a whole new level of intimacy, and though he hadn't thought about it specifically, he believed he was ready. Besides, how the hell could he resist the temptation of a gorgeous wet body wrapped in his arms? A body and the person inside he'd become so damn fond of. JT shifted beside Brett, looking away and sitting up straight before pushing the blankets off the two of them. Brett moaned when fingers brushed over the tenting in his boxers, then full-out cupped his morning wood. He struggled to soften the heat in his face again, but JT's soft mouth covering his took all the fight out of him. When they pulled away, there was a lot of panting breaths and flushed cheeks, and not just Brett's. JT grinned devilishly, and it only made Brett take longer to suck in more air.
"Can I taste you first?"
JT's voice was barely a whisper. Without hesitation, Brett kissed him again, feverishly, demanding, as he pushed JT to his back and pressed him into the mattress. Their bodies touched from lips to chest, from groin to feet. Passion swirled and overpowered Brett's brain, the intensity instant and unwavering. He wanted JT, wanted him right then and right there. Stomping feet on the stairs stole Brett's breath, riled his heart, and he stopped kissing JT. He didn't pull completely away, but felt JT tense under him.
"Brett!"
Ray's gravelly tone rolled from behind the door.
"Answer me or I'm gonna come in. I'm hoping you're not drunk off your ass, and if that ain't the case, I'm thinking I might see something I don't want to see, so—" "What?"
Brett crawled to his knees, straddling JT's legs, one hand steadying himself on JT's firm thigh. He felt the loss of the kid's warmth and touch deep inside.
"Glad you're alive, or, whatever. It's nearing 7 o'clock. You working today or leaving me to my own devices? I haven't seen hide nor hair of the kid either. But I'm thinking that you've got something to do with that too. Big order coming in. Not trying to pry. Could call Ed down at the Perkins place for extra help if you need me to—"
Brett stifled a laugh while JT chuckled beneath him.
"Get a start on breakfast, old man. I'll be down shortly. The kid'll probably show up soon."
Ray growled his affirmative response before he clomped his way back down the stairs. Brett lost his battle with the laughter inside, letting his body relax onto JT's. He nuzzled his nose in the hollow between his shoulder and neck, inhaling his intoxicating scent. He groaned when JT fisted his hands in his hair, tugging gently while Brett moved from his nape, pressing open-mouthed kisses over rough stubble. He sucked softly on JT's pulse point, the humming of JT's body tingling against his tongue.
"No shower, huh?"
Lifting his head, Brett licked lightly at JT's lips, then pressed their foreheads together.
"Rain check? Guess I still have a ranch to run."
"And I have a job to get to." One last hard kiss, and Brett finally pushed himself up and away from JT. With a heavy sigh, he swung himself off the bed and headed for the bathroom. He turned before slipping through the door.
"You wanna, sleep here tonight too?"
He thought he knew the answer. Hoped he knew at least. Never hurt to check, though. Seemed like the polite thing to do anyhow.
"Definitely."
Brett tilted his head, sucking his bottom lip between his teeth as he took in the half-naked man on the bed. He'd worried what morning would bring, insecurity and fear behind his bravado threatening to draw him from the bed before JT woke up. He was damn happy he'd stuck it out. The kid had never looked more stunning, all sleepy sweet and bedheaded.
"Hey, JT."
There was a definite surprise on JT's face, but he quickly swept it away. "Yeah?"
"You really like it when I call you kid? 'Cause you sure don't have to. I can be trained, Not all that easily, I suppose, but I'm a willing learner."
JT rose from the bed and practically threw himself across the room, tumbling into Brett's arms. He knocked them both hard against the door before crushing their mouths together. "I like it, and you're worrying too much again. How about you don't use it when we're, together? Otherwise it's cool." It took Brett a few heartbeats to catch up, but his smile was face-cracking wide when he did.
"Alrighty then. Guess we should go give the old man a hand before he drags us both down the stairs. Want to use the bathroom first?"
"Nah, I'm still minty fresh." "There is something I'd like, though." Brett quirked an eyebrow, fingers rubbing figure eights over JT's bare back. "Find me after and show me how you'd go about molesting me?" Brett reddened again.
"You do that on purpose, don't you?"
"I do enjoy making you blush, but that doesn't mean I don't want you to do what I asked."
"You've got the devil in you, kid."
JT nipped Brett's bottom lip, then shoved him softly through the bathroom door. "See you downstairs, cowboy. Boss." Once the door shut behind him, Brett relieved himself and contemplated a quick shower. If he hurried, he could rub one out before Ray was back hollering at him, and the good Lord knew he needed that relief.
"Morning, JT."
JT groaned, his footsteps halting outside the dining room. He'd known he'd never get past Ray without being discovered, but he'd had to try. Slapping on his best fake grin, he headed into the kitchen. "Good morning. Eggs for breakfast?"
"Up early, I reckon. No other reason you'd already be sneaking down the stairs, right?"
After a quick gulp of air to steady his voice, JT replied, "None whatsoever." Ray kept on scrambling the eggs in the pan, metal scraping over cast iron as he rotated his wrist.
"None of my business, but you mind if I ask a favor?"
JT leaned against the counter, the empty coffee cup he'd grabbed dangling from his fingers. It wasn't something he'd heard Ray ask before. "Of course, if I can." With a nod, Ray lifted his head, his stare meeting JT's and pinning him in place.
"I like you, kid, and you already know Brett's got a special place in my heart. I also like the idea of you making him happy. I like it a whole lot, but can I just ask you to, I don't know exactly, maybe to mind his heart?"
"Mind it?" Ray nodded. He reached out and wrapped a rough hand around JT's arm.
"Be gentle with it. I think he's well on the road to being repaired, but still reckon he's fragile around that particular part. I don't know if that big old muscle can be broken again without breaking him completely."
"The last thing I want to do is break him, Ray, and I promise to mind his heart even more than my own." With a few blinks and a nod that spoke volumes, Ray squeezed JT's arm, then turned back to the stove.
"Could you butter that toast before it's too cold, son?"
JT had to bite his bottom lip to hold back the itching of emotions behind his eyes, but he managed a soft, "sure," before facing the counter. He figured Ray had just given his ultimate permission for JT to be with Brett, take care of Brett. And with the word son, had adopted him as well. JT already knew he'd do anything for Brett, do anything to be and stay with him, but there could be no greater additional incentive than becoming part of a real family again. JT could not fuck this up. He was home now, and he sure as hell did not want to ever leave. Chapter 12. JT walked around like he was all kinds of high for the entire day, his mind flitting here and there as he tried to focus on whatever task he was attempting to do. He got things done like he was supposed to, but he was certain there'd been a big stupid grin on his face the entire time. Brett fared much worse because, although JT's head seemed to be floating in the clouds, at least he hadn't ended up flat on his back in the stables with the wind knocked out of him. That's all Brett claimed had happened anyway. But there'd been a definite grimace of pain on his face, and a hesitant hitch in his step when Ray and JT had hauled him back up on his feet.
"What the devil were you doing?"
Ray's hand circled Brett's forearm, and he didn't seem to be letting go any time soon.
"How does a grown-ass man end up in a pile of shit when there's not a damn thing around to even trip on?"
Brett whipped his arm away, bottom lip sucked between his teeth in a failed attempt to hide his pain. He growled and hissed back at Ray, the small effort seeming to make him stumble.
"Give it a rest, old man. I don't know how the hell it happened, and I sure as shit wouldn't go back and do it again." "Well, get yourself back to the house before you fall down again. Exactly who's the goddamn boss around here?"
Brett faced Ray down while JT took a step back to clear the way for the two hyped-up alphas to have some headbutting room.
"Last time I checked, it was you, but I think I'll be taking the reins for the rest of the day. Got a problem with that?"
Brett growled again, the eye-to-eye standoff suddenly silent and heavy. He took a stuttered step toward Ray, but paused mid-stride, his body lurching forward as he went down on one knee. JT was at his side instantly, dropping down beside Brett, then softly winding his fingers around his arm. Brett groaned, his head bowed to his chest as he steadied one hand on the ground. Brett leaned into JT a little, not so much that it showed, but enough that JT knew he'd need a hand to get to the house.
"I could use some water,"
JT said as Ray watched Brett with the stealthy glare of a hawk. "Why don't we go back to the house and get a drink?" With a nod, Brett sucked in a big breath as he pushed himself off the ground. Once upright, he tipped his head to Ray again,
Guess you're in charge, just like you wanted. I'll try to get some stuff done inside.
The simple action made him rest more heavily against JT, who draped his arm around his waist. Ray didn't miss it, stepping up to Brett and laying a hand on his shoulder. He'd lost all his bluster, his voice soft with concern.
It's your head, son? It's fine. I'm just a little off balance. It happens, old man.
Brett shrugged the hand away.
Stubborn bastard. I reckon it takes one to know one.
JT felt like he was in the middle of a schoolboy fight, except one with name-calling, not fists. More like little girls than boys, actually. He half expected Ray to reach out and tug on Brett's hair, too. If you boys are finished, I'll help get Brett settled in the house for a bit, then come back on out, Ray. Ray winked his reply before turning and walking back to the stables. Brett moaned when JT shifted him more upright so they could walk to the house.
He's enjoying this way too much.
Probably, but he's right. What happened? Brett's breath hitched in his throat as he slowly put one foot in front of the other, using JT as a steadying force while they crossed the yard.
Tripped on my own 2 feet is what happened. Landed on that damn pile of rope I was planning on putting away. Think my head might have smacked against the wall, too.
You might have a concussion. Should probably go get checked.
Nah, it's just a bump. More damage to my goddamn ego than anything else. I'll rest it out for a bit.
After grabbing Brett's sweatpants from upstairs, JT helped settle him on the couch in the family room. He fetched a glass of water and the pain pills Brett told him he had from an old prescription. They could barely be described as medication, a little bit of codeine mixed with regular ibuprofen. Once Brett was comfortable, eyes closed, body laid out, and a pillow tucked under his head, JT hurried back to the stables. Ray was coiling up the rope that had tripped Brett up. He squinted at JT when he entered the stable.
He all right?
JT nodded without a whole lot of conviction. Says he just needs to rest.
Stubborn bastard.
Yeah, I think you already said that. Seems to be a common theme around here.
Watch your mouth, kid. He tripped over his own damn feet, didn't he?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that in the event it might get me fired and...
Kicked out of his bed?
A harsh heat moved rapidly up JT's neck. He stuttered the few words he was able to shove past his dry lips. That's not what I was going to...
Can it, kid? I could care less where you sleep. Except for that one little thing we spoke about this morning.
Yes, sir. JT smiled at the old cowboy.
Don't know anyone beside Walt or Brett's mama who could have helped him. I should say that he would let help him into the house. Nice job. Ready to get back to it?
JT nodded, following Ray as he hung the length of rope on the wall, then continued on out the door to the pasture. Ray's words weaved like an intricate pattern through JT's head. He had a way of saying so much in such a simple way. A warm breeze settled over JT with the meaning, and it lasted him for the rest of the day. By supper time, JT and Ray had finished everything on the chore list for the day, in between scattered trips into the house to check on the boss. Brett hadn't been sleeping, just staring into space and plugged into his iPod. He'd even managed to smile during one of JT's visits, then told him to stop fussing and shoot him out of the house. Later, JT was so hungry he could have eaten a horse, though, as he'd been told, that wasn't a very popular saying around the ranch. Brett was still lying on the couch when they stepped through the screen door, the empty glass resting between his thighs, and the actual bottle of pills in his hand this time. He had finally slipped off, but startled awake when Ray thumped his boots to the floor, his face screwing up into a mask of agony when he lifted his head. It was almost as painful for JT to watch him as it seemed to be for Brett, though Brett certainly didn't move too far from his original position.
Hey, Brett,
Ray said as he closed the distance to the couch. He leaned in, staring at Brett's face with a concerned frown.
Either you're in a fuck of a lot of pain, or you've been mixing those drugs with whiskey.
Brett moaned deep in his throat.
No whiskey. I was going to take another pill, but fell asleep before I managed. Think I need to go lay down a little more comfortable like, though. About time you said something sensible,
Ray replied.
Though a trip to get checked might not be such. Not going to the hospital, so don't even bother.
Ray didn't seem surprised.
He patted JT on the shoulder, then headed for the kitchen. You get him upstairs and I'll find some soup to heat up. Think we might have leftovers in the fridge from last night that we can chow down on. Ready, Brett? How's the pain? Need anything before we head up? JT slipped a hand under Brett's arm, gently squeezing and supporting him as he grumbled his way to his feet. Are you sure you don't need to go into town?
No damn doctors. It's just a bump. Not even throbbing anymore. Wish my hip would follow suit, though. Sure, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Stop acting like old Ray.
At least let me have a look at it then.
If you can get me up to my room without me falling on my ass again, you've got yourself a deal.
They made it up the stairs in a record slow time, but at least Brett was all in one piece when JT helped wobble him over to the bed. He peered up at JT with mixed focus, but still enough coordination to grab JT's hand and move it to the buttons of his shirt. JT hesitated, but Brett's wry chuckle snapped him back to the moment.
You said you wanted to look at my injury.
I wasn't aware it was under your clothes.
Told you my hip hurt worse than my noggin. Thought you might like to take a look.
Brett's tone was teasing, but also not. When he shifted, an edge of the pain drawled out his words even more than usual. Guess I could do that, but don't get any funny ideas. You're half delirious, and I'm only willing to take advantage of you when you're fully conscious.
Not an idea in my head right now, but I'm probably too helpless to stop you if you decide to have your wicked way with me.
There was a renewed sparkle to Brett's eyes, somewhere just around the edges of the misery. Oh, hush up and hold still. With one hand cradling the back of Brett's neck, JT brushed his fingers over his skull. Definitely a bump, but I don't feel any open wounds. You're not lying about how much it hurts, right?
Nope. Honest as a judge.
Brett.
I'm fine, kid. Just really need to lie down, preferably on my other side. Wasn't lying right when I woke up from my nap.
Want me to help?
Would appreciate it.
Despite the comment about JT taking advantage of Brett, he didn't feel a bit of guilt when he leaned down to kiss him, just a soft pressing of lips, fingers caressing the tight muscles in the back of his neck. Brett's hands stayed at his sides, head starting to droop a little on his shoulders. JT struggled with not pulling him close so he could hold him. It wasn't the time, and he really needed to get Brett horizontal. To rest. After tucking a few loose strands of Brett's hair behind his ear, JT moved to the buttons of his shirt. He slowly rolled it off his shoulders and over his arms, wincing in conjunction with the hiss Brett made when he lifted his right arm. Brett tried to stifle it, but the tremble of his lips was hard to miss. JT dropped to his knees to get a closer look at Brett's side, gathering the bottom of Brett's t-shirt to get it out of the way. There was the beginning of an angry bruise poking out from beneath Brett's low-riding sweats, like Brett had mentioned. You're gonna have a beauty here. Just let me slip your pants down to see it better. JT peeked up at Brett from his kneeling position. He could have sworn Brett winked and leered. It had to be the pain taking over his face.
Think you can handle that, kid?
You're awfully cocky for a man in misery, and I hate to disappoint you, but you're not the first man I've undressed.
Would have liked to have been.
JT's fingers quivered as he tugged at Brett's waistband. Stop being an asshole, or I'll let Ray take your pants off.
What a terrible thing to say to an injured man. Ow. Fuck. Why'd you do that?
Brett furrowed his brows, but there was no real anger on his face. JT smirked at the soft poke he'd given Brett, stifling a chuckle when Brett sucked in his belly as he started rolling his sweatpants over his hips. How Brett had some preposterous idea that he even had a gut to suck in was a mystery to JT. After he had the right side folded down, JT shifted Brett's boxers out of the way. The bruise was a few inches long, already turning multicolored, blood still pooling to the surface beneath what looked like a bad case of rug burn. It sat over top of Brett's hip bone and was likely to turn all sorts of funky colors by morning. Looks like you got a little rug, or rope burn, I guess. Just stay put. I'm going to get a cold cloth.
Not likely I'm going anywhere soon.
All Brett's teasing and flirting had abandoned him, and his exhaustion level appeared to have heightened to maximum force. Okay, cowboy. Let's get you lying down first, all right? Think you want to lay on your left side or back?
Side, probably.
Want me to take your clothes off first? Down to your boxers?
Much obliged.
JT liked undressing Brett, despite it being completely inappropriate to want to see a hurt man naked, even if that man had invited him into his bed already. He kept his eyes averted when Brett lifted both arms over his head slowly, then dropped them like dead weights to his sides once his t-shirt was pulled off. JT didn't understand Brett's penchant for layering in the heat of summer. Must be some crazy Texas cowboy thing. He smoothed Brett's hair back, curling a finger under his chin. Can you stand up, Brett? Just for a sec? Brett stood shakily, teetering mostly on one leg, his hands gripping JT's shoulders, belly contracting under JT's thumbs while he worked the pants down his hips and legs. JT muffled his own gasp when Brett's boxers came right down with his sweats, his flaccid cock suddenly on display right in front of JT's nose. It took every ounce of restraint for him to not stick out his tongue and lick at the head, just to get a taste, and he might have seriously considered it, had Brett not almost fallen over on top of him. Easy, he said, one hand wrapped around Brett's hip to steady him over top of his trembling knees. He ignored his nakedness the best he could, pulling the boxers back up before guiding Brett to sit on the bed. He tugged the sweatpants the rest of the way off, then stroked a hand over Brett's arm. Can you scoot up to the head of the bed? Brett answered by clumsily wiggling himself backward, hands behind him for balance and traction. JT met him at the other end, pushing back the covers, then helping Brett slip underneath. Brett rolled to his left side and laid his head on the pillow with an exhausted sigh. JT retrieved a wet washcloth, settling softly onto the bed, beside Brett. There were a lot of groans and curses, but JT kept pressing against the bruise despite the complaining. He re-wet the cloth twice.
Hurts like a motherfucker.
Hip or head?
Mostly my hip and backside. My head's pretty damn hard.
Brett gasped when JT took the cloth away, reaching back to wrap a hand around JT's knee as he moved to stand. JT smiled, then perched on the edge of the bed again, threading his fingers through Brett's hair. The impulse to touch him felt so natural, familiar, and Brett didn't seem to mind the petting and caressing. After a few moments of silence, Brett grabbed JT's fingers and feebly tried to drag him down. JT leaned in closer, but easily held his position as Brett forced a pained grin his way.
Want to lay beside me for moral support, kid?
JT chuckled with surprise. Are you thinking with your dick or your head?
More than likely my heart right now, since I'm tireder than a two-peckered billy goat. My dick's way past comatose.
It hadn't been the answer JT had expected, and it sent a tingle up his spine that washed slick and warm throughout his whole body. The heart part, not the goat. He shuffled until he was on his side, facing Brett, their fingers still entwined and Brett looking wearily at him. Sweet talker when you're high or in pain. Or both, yeah?
Sweeter than my mama's pie,
Brett said. He smiled in a goofy, painful way, just plain awkwardly.
But no, only took the two you gave me. No higher than usual.
JT let his head sink into the pillow and felt his body relax. Before long, Brett's breathing became rhythmic, soft puffs of air huffing past his lips, his fingers going lax in JT's hand. When Ray hollered JT's name up the stairs, Brett didn't flinch, but JT muttered with disappointment. He was comfortable, even sleepy-eyed now, and lying beside Brett was all he really wanted to do, but he knew Ray was waiting, and Brett was out like a light anyhow. After pressing his lips to the side of Brett's head and lingering for a moment, JT untwisted his fingers from Brett's and pushed off the bed. The whole thing felt so domestic. Not something he remembered feeling in a very long time, if ever. He knew it was all a facade, with Brett being incapacitated the way he was, but he still allowed the warm sensation to settle over him like the soft blanket he laid over Brett. With one last look, JT closed the door quietly behind him and went to eat supper with Ray. JT hung out with Ray for a while once they'd finished eating, the two of them cleaning up the dishes and chatting about nothing in particular. He checked on Brett after they'd eaten. The television was on low and Brett was awake but quiet, so JT tiptoed back down the stairs. He managed to smother his internal mother hen since Brett was a grown man and didn't appear to be showing signs of a concussion after all. If he needed anything, JT was sure he'd holler. "You think he needs a doctor?" Ray asked when they were putting the last dish away. "Could haul him into the hospital if you think it's necessary." It was odd having Ray consult with JT about Brett. Odd, but kind of awesome, but he responded nonetheless. "He's awake. Going to have a big bruise, but his head seems fine. He pulled a muscle in his back a few months back. Hopefully he hasn't irritated that again. Never finished the painkillers they gave him. Said they made him too drowsy to do anything. He never did like taking them, even when he needed them." Ray slipped his cowboy hat on, then laid a hand on JT's shoulder. "Keep an eye on him. If things change, just come and fetch me. We'll wrangle him into the truck if we have to." "Oh, I'm not sleeping in the... I'll go back to the bunkhouse tonight." It was one of the most awkward moments JT had had with Ray, and there had been more than one of those. He didn't really know where he was going to sleep, and just assuming it would be with Brett didn't sit well with him. "None of my business. How about if you check on him later, and if he needs to go..." "I'll let you know." "All right. Otherwise, I'll see you in the morning." Ray turned to go, but paused, his back still to JT. "On second thought, it might be good to have someone with him through the night. I'd offer myself, but Brett's told me I snore like a chainsaw." Then he was gone. JT checked on Brett when Ray had disappeared, but he was still mostly awake, and Brett waved him off with a snarl.
"I'm good. Too early for you to turn in, so let me finish my show and whine like a baby for a while.
Hungry?" Brett shook his head, so JT headed back down the stairs. Brett yelled out,
"That don't mean I don't want you with me tonight. I might not have said it right. Take your time, but come back, yeah?"
JT continued with a smirk. He messed around on the laptop a little, checked his email, looked at more videos and photos of Brett. The second activities were purely selfish indulgence. He really enjoyed listening to Brett sing and watching him perform. It brought out a bit of a fanboy in JT to know he was involved with the man on the screen in real freaking life. He was also aware that he might be looking for further insight into Brett's former life, which didn't make a damn bit of sense since Brett was obviously not that man anymore. Among the covers of singles and albums, there was one that struck JT as more like the Brett he knew. Brett was sitting at a wooden table or maybe even a desk. He was younger and wearing a black coat or maybe a hoodie, with black, leather fingerless gloves covering his hands, the same ones JT had seen in one of the guitar cases. Brett's elbow was bent, his head resting in one hand, fingers threading through his shorter hair. The depressed look on his face reminded JT of the image he had of Brett hunkered down in his office. The bottle of Jack Daniels and a pad of yellow paper were missing, but everything else seemed right. Or maybe wrong. Brett Black. Hearts Will Break. Even the album title was reminiscent of the Brett JT thought he knew. It was strange to see the same look of loss on Brett's younger face as the one JT had seen in person over the past months. If Brett was indeed acting in the cover shot, he'd done a darn good job. JT would have to make a point to listen to some of the songs on the album to see if they matched the look of agony on Brett's face. After shutting down the laptop, JT warmed up some soup for Brett, then walked it and some bread up the stairs. The television was off, but the man himself was sitting up in his bed. His hair was sexily bedheaded. Not on purpose, of course, but it looked damn hot. JT needed to tamp down those feelings. It definitely wasn't the time for thinking about sex. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Brett peered at him with a sleepy smile. He looked better, sleep-rumpled and still a little out of it, but his former pained expression wasn't overpowering everything else like before.
"Sore and a little lonely. You bring me supper, kid?"
His voice was gravelly after a long, frustrating day. "I did. Room service for the boss."
"Gonna take a leak, then I'll chow down."
"Need help getting up?"
"I think I can do it."
JT stood back as Brett struggled to his feet. He stumbled on his first step, but JT caught him before he hit the floor. "Dizzy or in pain?"
"Mostly just the hip. Guess I need your help after all."
"Still on the clock, boss man." Brett chuckled deep in his chest, the rumble vibrating through JT's body since he was so close.
"Keep in mind that I don't pay overtime."
I'll have to think of some other compensation then. Brett tripped on his own feet as JT spoke. He laughed gently. Sorry. Not the time, I guess? With a slow shake of his head, Brett wound his arm around JT's waist.
Not when all I got on my mind is my bladder exploded and my ass throbbing like a bitch. But play your cards right, and I might let you molest me later.
After JT helped Brett to the bathroom, waiting outside the open door with his back turned, he stumbled them both to the old chair in the corner. He left Brett sitting on the edge before fetching the same wet cloth he'd used before.
Don't think I ever knew cold was good for bruises,
Brett mentioned as he tilted his body to the left.
Looks like it's gonna be ugly. Matches my mug, I suppose.
JT looked up from his task, quirking an eyebrow at Brett and teasing a feather-soft line up his thigh to the leg of his boxers. Are you looking for a compliment? Brett gasped, then covered JT's hand.
Hell no. I've had a whole lot of girls tell me how pretty I am. And not just my mama either.
Dipping his head to concentrate on pressing the cloth over Brett's bruise, JT let Brett's fingers slide between his own. No boys ever tell you?
Not the kind of thing men usually say, I suppose. Definitely don't recall Walt ever calling me pretty either.
Brett snickered as JT moved to perch on the arm of the chair. I'll call you it, if you like.
You think I'm pretty, kid? Need to have your eyes checked then, 'cause 41-year-old men ain't pretty.
Guess I can think whatever I want, right? Seemed like a change in subject was needed. Should I go warm up your soup again? Brett shook his head.
Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Mind grabbing it for me? Should be an old TV tray in the closet.
JT opened the closet, then pulled out the ugliest tin tray with legs he'd ever seen. What is this thing? Like 100 years old? He straightened out the skinny metal legs and hooked the tin tray to the thingies on each side. You sure this isn't just going to collapse?
It was my mama's, and it's probably as old as me. Functional, but not stylish. Also just like me.
JT rolled his eyes as he set the soup on the top of the contraption. It seemed like it would hold, so he forced himself to step away. He didn't imagine Brett would take kindly to an offer to feed him. You can yell when you're done, he said. He shoved his hands deep into the pockets of his jeans before huffing out a breath and stepping toward the door.
Where are you going?
Brett asked, wiping his mouth with the paper towel JT had supplied.
You're not my employee right now, kid. Unless you got somewhere to go or something to do. I'd really like you to stay.
Okay. I just figured... I don't know what I figured. His words trailed off, and he instantly flipped back to feeling like an insecure idiot.
Say I was lonely, right? Come sit, JT.
Brett lifted the bowl to his lips and drank down the majority of his soup. He shoved the rest of his bread in his mouth as JT sat on the arm again.
Did I do something to make you nervous?
JT didn't know what to say. There hadn't been anything specific. On the contrary, things had been relaxed, and he liked taking care of Brett. Yet Brett was completely accurate in his assumption. No, was all he managed. Brett took his hand again, drawing it to his mouth and pressing a kiss to his knuckles.
What I said last night still applies, you know? It wasn't a one-time thing, at least for me. I'd still like you to sleep here if you're so inclined. Is it the whole boss-employee thing that's bugging you?
No, I don't think so. Much as I hate to say it or even think it, maybe I need to put some sort of label to what we are. Together, I mean. JT couldn't get the words in his head to roll smoothly off his tongue. Are we, friends who sleep in the same bed? Friends with benefits?
Lovers.
Brett's voice came without hesitation.
I'd like to call you my lover. I know we haven't got to the actual making love part yet.
JT took a trick from Brett's book when he spontaneously leaned over to kiss him. His lips were still warm from the soup, and JT reveled in the taste of split pea over top of Brett's natural flavor. He nipped and sucked at Brett's bottom lip, licking over the sting before he pulled back. I'd like that. The being lovers part. Well, the sex part too, but I'm in no rush.
Thank you.
Brett stroked and rubbed his fingers over the back of JT's neck.
This is kind of an awkward angle. Mind if we settle back in the bed? We could watch a movie, maybe? Make out some too, I suppose. At least until I have to take another pill.
JT stood up again, carefully lifting the tray and moving it to a spot by the door. How's your head?
Still throbbing, but it's not bad when I stay still. Guess you gotta go easy on me tonight.
Brett's half smile and wink made JT want to crawl all over him, but he held himself back. I'll definitely need a rain check then. He paused, fingers tugging at the bottom of his t-shirt. Should I?
Unless you want to sleep in your clothes. Of course, that would seem like a step backwards from last night.
Another grin tilted Brett's lips, but JT also spotted the flinch when Brett went to stand up. Need help up again?
I suppose, but don't get accustomed to coddling me. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime chance for you.
Even in pain, Brett's spirit shone through. JT appreciated it, but more so, he was thankful for Brett's continued interest in their relationship. He tugged as gently as he could to get Brett to his feet, then shuffled him over to his side of the bed to get undressed. He left his boxer briefs on, blushing when he caught Brett watching him with an indulgent curl of his lips. Anything else you need before I crawl in with you? Brett hesitated a moment, looking to the nightstand on JT's side.
The remote should be in that drawer, but you can pop in a movie first if you like.
JT twisted around to search through the stack of DVDs on the dresser below the TV screen that hung from the wall. There wasn't a huge assortment, and nothing that JT had ever seen before or really wanted to see, except Spartacus? Really?
Hell yeah. Put the first disc in. Great show. You never watched?
Never heard of it, actually, except for the old Kirk Douglas version. Looks a little violent.
Gladiators, swords, hot men in little shorts. What's not to love? You expected old spaghetti westerns, right?
JT shrugged and Brett continued.
Walt loved those old movies. I prefer the young studs throwing each other around half naked like.
By the time the first episode had come to a close, JT's question about violence had been answered fully, and there had been sex. Full-blown man-on-woman and woman-on-man, grunting and groaning sex. That part had embarrassed JT to no end. Brett must have suspected as much because he held his hand tighter and kissed him softly on the neck during the scene. By the middle of the second episode, JT barely noticed the blood and decapitations. He was so involved in the story and the hot men. Brett had been right about that. He was a little disappointed when it was over. He turned to ask Brett if he wanted to keep going, but Brett's head rested heavily on JT's shoulder. He was fast asleep, the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with him. JT shut off the DVD, then gently arranged the two of them so they were away from the headboard.
Passed out, did I?
Brett asked sleepily. He groaned as he slid down in the bed, finally settling his head on his pillow.
I gotta feel better tomorrow. Lots to do. Can't keep taking these damn days off. You ain't going nowhere, right?
Brett's question ended in one long slur of words. JT smiled and looped an arm around his neck, the red-rimmed blues blinking in a delayed response as they stared back at him. He brushed his mouth against Brett's parted lips. Brett kissed back a little before JT pulled away. He swiped his thumb over the dot of drool at the corner of Brett's mouth. Staying right here, cowboy. Go back to sleep. Poke me if you need anything. A groan rumbled from between Brett's lips as he lifted his arm and wrapped it around JT's waist.
Have to poke you another. No.
His eyes closed, the last word lost somewhere inside his head. JT kissed him again before relaxing back into his own spot, arms still tucked under Brett's shoulders. He blinked the world away soon after, a happy grin and sweet thoughts joining him as he drifted off. Chapter 13. When Brett opened his eyes, he expected to have a heifer sitting on his hip, because that's what it sure as hell felt like when he tried to move. It was early, the sun barely peeking through the skylight. It took him a minute or two to remember it hadn't been his old friend Jack that was hazing his brain and making his body ache. Falling down like an idiot wasn't much better than drinking himself into a hangover, but at least it wasn't another notch on his fucked up again list. How's your hip? Brett carefully lifted up to stare into sleepy brown eyes. A soft smile curled JT's lips.
and Brett completely forgot about any pain at all.
Better. Especially now.
Do you remember me waking you up a few times? Just in case. JT untucked his arm from beneath Brett's shoulders, shaking it out and grinning like a banshee at him. You barely moved when I did, except for a little grumbling and groaning. Brett's reaction was quick and unintentional.
I guess I tend to be a natural grump because it sure couldn't have been the company.
It might have come out like a line, but he meant every word. It's too damn early for your sweet talking. The pleased smile on JT's face told Brett otherwise. Can I get you anything?
What time's it?
Brett lay still as JT twisted his naked torso to look at the clock. His gaze traveled over the perfect V of JT's muscled back and shoulders. The long line of his spine seemed endless as it curved over the swell of his ass and slipped into the waistband of his briefs. He was better built than those damn t-shirts he wore ever showed, every inch of him smooth skin and toned, sleek muscles. Maybe that was a good thing since Brett was feeling a whole lot of possessiveness for the man in his bed. He dragged a finger down the length of JT's backbone, slowly, so every bump was defined and mapped out under his fingertip. JT paused, the skin under Brett's fingers goosebumping as he sighed out loud. Don't start something you can't finish, cowboy.
I do like you calling me that.
Brett offered JT a satisfied smile as he flattened his palm over his lower back. He leaned in and pressed a kiss against his spine, then dug the blunt tips of his fingers into JT's firm skin, encouraging him to face him.
Come back down here and we'll see how much of a finish I have in me.
JT shifted back, kissing Brett soundly before sliding farther down the bed, so he rubbed against the full length of Brett's body. He pushed Brett to his back, reaching over to support himself on one arm as he urged him into the mattress. They shifted closer together like it had been pre-planned, with Brett slipping his hand over JT's back again. JT awkwardly stroked his thigh with his free hand, fingers tensing up when he didn't seem to be able to reach what he wanted. Brett moaned when JT lapped his way into his mouth. JT pulled back, his brow wrinkled. You sure your hip doesn't hurt too bad to do this? Didn't you say your ass hurt too?
Nothing could ever hurt too bad to do this. Not sure I'm up to any circus acrobatics, but kissing is a surefire remedy to any pain I might have.
He tugged JT's head back down, spreading his legs so he slotted snugly between them. Their dicks skimmed together, and suddenly there was a whole lot more moaning. One more subtle movement and JT was fully on top of him, balancing with his elbows on either side of Brett's head. Brett wrapped an ankle around JT's calf, shifting a little too fast. He drew away from JT's lips with a gasp and groan.
Fuck,
he hissed. Hip? Brett nodded.
Just have to be cautious of what I'm doing, I guess.
Having my weight on top of you probably doesn't help. He snaked both arms around JT's waist.
Don't want you going anywhere. Everything else feels too damn good with you pressed against me.
JT smiled against Brett's lips, sinking back down and forcing Brett a little harder into the bed. They explored with their tongues, their passion light and calm at first, but quickly heating up. Brett whimpered in disappointment when JT eased away. I'd really like to suck you off. Brett's mouth dropped open. He sputtered a couple times before it eased closed again, while his morning wood jerked at the simple words. JT was wide-eyed as he tried to push himself off Brett. Shit, that was a little
blunt,
Brett said, finishing JT's sentence for him. He entwined his fingers behind JT's back to hold him in place.
And harder than fuck. You're a mass of contradictions, you know that? You seem so sweet and innocent sometimes.
JT snorted, but Brett continued.
Then you go and say something like that with that damn angel face of yours.
Is that a yes or no then? JT's top lip curled up as he leaned to the side. Brett's thighs trembled when he felt the firm touch of a hand down the side of his body. He moaned under the touch, only managing a nod to let JT know he was all for what he wanted to do. JT roughly took his lips again, his tongue forcing inside and sweeping the full cavern of Brett's mouth. His hand strayed farther down, cupping Brett through his boxers, palm rubbing over the outlined ridge. His long fingers moved to trail over the inside of Brett's thigh before sliding back to caress and press against his dick. Brett's body went into overdrive. Hot, bothered, turned on to the point he thought he might explode. His heart beat out a rapid bass line as he sucked greedily on JT's tongue, a pitiful plea slipping out when JT released his lips. With a devilish grin, JT nipped at Brett's bottom lip once before licking and sucking his way over Brett's jaw. The drag of tongue over prickly skin sent little shudders along Brett's spine. He let JT push his head to the side while he tongued down his neck, sucking and nipping at his pulse point, then hissing in pleasure at the flat of JT's tongue gliding behind his ear, applying a teasing flick to his lobe before continuing on. JT cradled Brett's arousal with his palm, fingertips tracing the covered shaft from tip to root. Brett lay perfectly still, perfectly content, head tilted to the side. As far as he was concerned, all this undivided attention could go on forever. He was in no hurry to move at all, especially if it meant losing the beautiful body that held him down. As he slithered lower, JT's soft mouth left a damp stripe down the column of Brett's throat. Brett moved his hand from JT's back to cup the back of his head. When sharp teeth dragged over his nipple, he gasped and tugged in those pretty curls. "Sensitive?" JT asked as he continued to lave and worry the tormented bud. "Good to know." He wound his fingers around Brett's shaft through the material, the tip of his thumb slipping back and forth over the crown. Brett groaned deep in his throat, his back instinctively arching up into the touch. A raging ball of heat was building in his groin, the warmth quickly spreading to his spine, then fanning out to his entire body. A few hot kisses and some fondling, and he felt like he was burning up from the inside out. JT snuck a peek up the length of Brett's body, pushing the blanket back as he settled between Brett's legs. Brett tried to breathe, but it was almost impossible when JT mouthed over his length through the material of his shorts.
"Jesus, it's been a while."
It was all he could hiss before JT hooked his fingers in his waistband, wiggling the boxers down Brett's hips and over his legs. Brett could tell he was extra careful when he moved them over the bruise on his hip. Such a caring kid. His flowery reaction was quickly swept away when JT took him into his mouth. He'd barely caught his breath again when JT gave him a few hard sucks, then pulled off. His tongue skated over Brett's length, sucking and flicking until he suckled the cockhead between his full lips. Brett couldn't help squirming. He'd worried before that he'd go off too quickly because he was out of practice and wanted the kid so damn much. But now all he wanted was his dick back in JT's mouth. He wanted to come right goddamn now. JT popped his mouth off, then brushed wet kisses up the length of Brett's cock, paying special attention to the underside of the head. He drew Brett between his lips again, slowly, his mouth all easy suction and soft swirls of his tongue. Brett was in heaven. When JT wrapped his hand around the base, fingertips pressing lightly, barely stroking as he matched the bob of his head, Brett growled under his breath, the sound gruff, desperate, ground out between desert-dry lips. He canted his hips, nodding his fingers in the mess of blonde curls, gaze dropping to see JT's lips red and stretched around his shaft. JT swallowed around him, and Brett bucked instinctively, trying to push more of his cock into JT's mouth. He forced himself to back off, not wanting to hurt JT by shoving his dick down his throat all at once. His action had a worse reaction from JT, sort of. He pulled off, hand still pumping Brett's shaft as he stared hungrily up at him. "Fuck my mouth, Brett." It wasn't a question or even a statement, more like an order, and that damn twinkle of desire in JT's eyes had Brett all kinds of hot and bothered, even more so than before. JT winked, then swallowed him down again. The tip of Brett's cock nudged the back of JT's throat, and Brett couldn't hold out any more. His fingers fisted in the sheet and JT's hair, back arching, hips bucking and jerking as he thrust into JT's mouth. Growls and whimpers snuck between his lips, but he was too far gone to care how the desperate sounds echoed through the room. An inferno was raging inside him, his balls tightening and contracting, that bubble of heat in his gut spreading out until all he could feel was the soar of his impending climax. He felt JT grinding against the bed, one hand absent from Brett's body, but he didn't put two and two together. When a strangled groan vibrated against his sensitive dick, he stuttered to a stop, pulling back a little and peering worriedly down his body. JT winced, lips tightening, then releasing around Brett's cock as a choking cough wavered over his crown. JT dipped his head, resting his forehead on Brett's groin, panting, hot breath washing over Brett's raging dick. He recovered before Brett could move or even comment, sucking Brett's tip back in like nothing had happened. Winding his arms around Brett's thighs, he pulled him closer and dug his fingers into Brett's quads, the wet suction of his amazing mouth returning full force. Brett regrouped his worry, gently rocking into JT's mouth again. It didn't take long for him to reclaim his rhythm and his need. He canted his hips and thrust shallowly between JT's lips, the ball of fire igniting in his gut and spreading to his groin. His balls curled in on themselves, and he bowed his body to its extreme, shuddering breaths shattering the silence of the room. He came with JT's name on his lips, but no sound squeaking out as he fell apart, flooding JT's mouth with cum. JT licked and sucked him through the aftershocks while Brett's body convulsed in little stuttered jolts. Every part of him burned and pulsed, the feeling almost painful in its intensity, but still better than anything he remembered feeling in years. He loosened his grip in JT's hair, petting the soft curls as he pulled himself together and caught his breath. "How's your headache?" Brett blinked a few times to find JT crawling his way up his body, pressing a kiss here and suck there as he went. A dribble of cum sat white and telling on his bottom lip. Brett quickly licked it away. He captured JT's lips and dragged him into his arms. They kissed sloppily, lazily, with the taste of Brett flavoring and thrilling his own tongue. When they pulled apart, JT collapsed bonelessly on top of him, quickly moving to the side when Brett winced. JT nuzzled into the nape of Brett's neck, seemingly an apology. Brett clung to him. He hated to think of it that way, but calling a spade was far better than glossing over the truth. And the truth was that he had uncontrollable, overwhelming feelings for the kid. He finally answered the teasing question way after the fact.
"Can't remember ever having a headache in my entire life right now. You want me to take care of you, JT?"
JT lifted his head, adorable smirk pulling at his lips. Brett wanted to kiss him all day, and that was the damn truth again. JT's cheeks were rosy, his lips red and chapped, brown eyes sparkling with light. "Already took care of it myself." He bowed his head, peering up at Brett through long lashes. "Didn't take a lot of effort on my part either." Brett dipped his head back in a chuckle.
"You jacked yourself while you were, didn't leave me any of the fun?"
Brett kissed him then, slow and tender.
"Guess we need to get our backsides out of bed anyhow, or Ray'll be knocking on the door again."
With a dramatic sigh, JT pushed himself up so he pressed Brett's side. Brett wondered how comfortable that had to be with legs that went on for miles. He'd never had that problem himself. "Don't want the boss catching us slacking off. But wait, aren't you the boss?" Brett chuckled, rubbing the back of his head, fingers tracing over the bump that still smarted with his touch.
"Most of the time I ask myself that same question."
"You okay to work today?"
"You ought to be, seeing as I'm the boss and all."
"I'm sure Ray would take over for the day."
"Can't give him too much power, or he'll get a big head."
A moment of silence was followed by shared laughter.
"I don't think talking about Ray's head so soon after, again. Don't like the image in my own head at all now."
"I'll second that motion. You going to shower?"
Yep, guess I should. You? We could conserve water. I believe I owe you a rain check."
Brett was worried his grin might split his face in two. He shifted to a sitting position, wincing away his amusement when a burst of pain jolted his brain.
"Fuck me."
JT dragged a finger down his cheek. "I think that rain check's good for another day.
Don't want to overexcite you in the shower and make you pass out or something.
Are you calling me a fragile flower, kid?
With a shrug, JT stole a kiss, then moved back again. I'd never think of it. I'm just not sure if you can handle any more blood heading south and leaving your northern parts bloodless. Brett snickered as he flattened his palm over the smattering of hair on JT's chest.
Guess we wouldn't be too timely in getting downstairs if we got busy under the water anyhow.
Good point. JT shifted off Brett's lap, holding out a hand to help him up. Brett gladly took it, steadying himself against JT's shoulder until he got his bearings.
Think I'll work inside for a spell today.
They parted with a kiss, and some unspoken decision made that JT would shower in the bunkhouse. He left the room with a smile, and Brett paused a moment to clear the wicked smile from his own lips.
Damn it. I think I'm in love.
Ray kept stealing knowing looks at JT throughout the 2 days after Brett's incident. Little smiles and winks here and there until JT finally called him on it. They were fixing the last section of fence at the back of the pasture while Brett did whatever it was Brett did in the house during the day. JT tugged off his cowboy hat and threaded his fingers through his sweaty, unruly curls.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you were coming on to me. Is there something on your mind?
Just trying to soak up some of the happy glow you've got going on.
Ray grinned wide, a rare change from his usual smug smiles. JT wasn't sure what to say, but Ray beat him to the punch.
About time we had some smiling around here is all.
That's as good an explanation as any, but stop it. You're freaking me out.
Wouldn't be complaining if it was Brett looking at you.
Difference is I'm not letting you into my pants. There was a heavy pause. JT thought he'd gone too far until Ray threw back his head, his balance faltering with the force of his snorting guffaw. He tripped over his own feet, tipping and stumbling right into JT's arms. JT caught him with a resounding oof before he hit the ground.
Should I ask what's going on out here, or sneak away with my tail between my legs?
Brett's voice seemingly came out of nowhere. JT's cheeks heated up as he tried to steady Ray and push him away at the same time. His voice disappeared into a wave of laughter, Brett's and Ray's.
Quite the coincidence, actually. We were just talking about what's between your...
JT gasped in horror.
Ray!
Then Brett was there, limping over to haul JT to his feet, then winding his arms around his waist. He snickered against JT's shoulder. JT shot a look at Ray, who had finally found his own feet, but still chuckled like a madman. You guys are fucking crazy. He attempted to shrug Brett off, but didn't put a whole lot of effort into it.
Not many secrets around here, son.
Ray reached down to grab his hat from the ground.
Besides, you started it.
He handed JT his own hat that had been lost in the shuffle, then rocked back on his heels, grinning like he'd just been crowned king or some damn thing. Only after you kept looking like you wanted to eat me or whatever. Oh, for God's... Brett lifted his head, wrapping his arms a little tighter as JT kept pretending to struggle. JT held back a groan when Brett nuzzled his nose in his hair.
Ray, you making a play for the young'un? Don't want to have to let you go, old man.
Go ahead.
Ray's lips curled in amusement.
Could always use a holiday. Not like I'd be out of a home like before since I've got my own free and clear now. You might want to let the kid go, though. Can't get much work done with you attached to him.
With a soft kiss to the back of JT's neck, Brett let his arms fall away.
Thought I'd borrow him for a spell. If that's okay with the boss, of course.
Ray shrugged.
Didn't know you were back on the clock in the first place. Been eating bonbons in the house past 2 days? Coddling that hip of yours?
I was still working.
Brett snapped back. Ray grinned mischievously.
You're too easy. Almost time for lunch anyhow.
Sandwiches are in the fridge. Not that you deserve them,
Brett said, stepping so he formed a triangle between the three men. JT was starting to feel like he was at a tennis match, and completely invisible. He pursed his lips while he snugged his hat over his head again. Ray must have noticed his disgruntled expression.
I'm guessing you might want to ask the JT before you ask me, son. He don't look all that impressed at the moment.
I'm not.
JT shook his head as laughter surrounded him again. He tugged his hat farther down to get away from the harsh glare from the sun, and hopefully to shield the blood rushing to his cheeks. You guys suck, do you know that? Ray held up his hands. I ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Guess I'll see y'all after lunch, or whatever it is you're gonna get up to. And no, I don't want to know what that might be. JT was uncomfortable as he and Brett watched Ray saunter away. When Brett's fingers snuck between his own, he flinched away without thinking. Brett moved so they faced each other, icy blue eyes staring up into JT's.
Everything all right? You know Ray and I always joke around.
He cut Brett's words off with his lips, pressing their chests together, but not touching him like he really wanted to. He pulled back quickly. You just caught me off guard. With a tender touch to the corner of JT's mouth, Brett nodded.
Do you feel weird doing, I don't know, stuff around Ray?
I'm fine with it. You? Brett moved in close again, still favoring one side but barely noticeable.
I think I just proved to you that I am. Was hoping you'd take a walk down to the creek with me for lunch.
He nodded to the backpack behind him.
Packed a few sandwiches and some soda, if you're interested.
We're going on a picnic? JT's face cracked with the force of his goofy smile.
Got a problem with that?
No, I've just never had anyone ask me to go on one before. Seems a little...
corny?
Brett curled up his nose, his crystal clear gaze still startling in its intensity. No.
Not gonna tell me I'm acting like a girl, are you? 'Cause that would be offensive to any of the ladies I might know.
Romantic. I was going to say romantic, you dumbass. I mean, boss. Brett curled an arm around JT's neck, dragging him into a headlock. JT grunted but then chuckled until his belly hurt.
Something wrong with romantic, kid? You'd rather I muscle you around and use you as I please?
How about a little of both? Brett belted out a laugh, releasing JT but immediately tugging him against his chest.
I think I can accommodate that request. Now, do y'all want to go on a romantic picnic with me or not?
As long as you promise to muscle me around a bit, too.
You sure you're up for walking or muscling me around?
Don't want anything to stiffen up, do I? They walked hand in hand, a surreal experience in itself for JT. He'd never really held hands with any of the men he dated. Dicks, yes, but hands, not so much. When they got to the creek, Brett set the backpack down beside them, then dropped to the ground. He took his button-up shirt off, then went to work on his boots and socks. After rolling up the bottom of his jeans, he bum-slid his way until his feet slipped into the cool water. Brett shivered for merely a heartbeat as JT stood like an idiot watching him. He remained still, just appreciating every single thing about Brett. The solid muscles of his back straining against his t-shirt, the strip of tan skin between the hem of his shirt and the waistband of his jeans, the way his long hair fluttered softly in the light breeze, the adorable crooked smile Brett shot his way when he saw JT staring.
You all right?
Brett held out a hand.
Water feels great. Come sit down.
After tossing his hat on top of Brett's button-up, JT dropped down beside him. He copied Brett's actions until he was barefoot, then rolled up the bottom of his jeans and dipped his feet in the water. Fuck, that's cold.
Give it a sec,
Brett offered, grabbing his hand to keep him steady.
It's like sex. Hurts at first, but then it's amazing.
JT chuckled, forcing himself to keep his feet where they were. Usually. Brett turned to look at him again.
Usually? Had some not-so-great sex, have you?
Haven't we all? JT shrugged. The water was starting to feel good on his tired feet.
Yep, I suppose.
Brett surprised JT by leaning in to kiss him. Soft, slow, closed mouth. When he eased back, he rested his head against JT's.
How long's it been since you know?
A few months. Wasn't really sex so much as getting one another off. Has it really been 3 years for you? Brett nodded.
Seems like a long spell when I talk about it, but at the time, well, it wasn't even on my mind, you know?
He pulled away completely, his focus dipping to his lap as he picked at a loose thread on his jeans.
You probably think I'm being damn silly for not having sex with you yet, huh?
JT reached to cup Brett's chin, lifting gently until they were eye to eye, sadness edging out the blue. I'm totally into what we're doing, Brett. I like being with you in every way. When we have sex, I know it'll be amazing, so waiting isn't a problem. He squeaked in a very unmanly way when he was suddenly pushed to his back, grass tickling his neck as Brett crushed him into the ground. They kissed again, harder, with more passion. Brett wound his fingers into JT's hair, pulling his head back as he attacked his neck with licks and sucks. JT moaned, lifting his feet from the water so he could wrap one leg around Brett's body, mindful of not hurting him even when he was turned on. They rocked together, cocks becoming hard and needy in their jeans, while their kisses graduated from low passion to hotter than fuck. When Brett pulled away, JT whimpered like a puppy. He nuzzled his nose against Brett's as they caught their breath, inhaling the heady scent of all that was Brett. He didn't want to move. Ever.
I'd like to be inside you right now,
Brett whispered against JT's mouth.
I honest to God would.
He nibbled on JT's bottom lip, licking softly after he bit into the flesh.
I want that too.
The pounding of JT's heart against his ribs was almost painful. He wanted Brett in him, over him, on him, more than anything else in the world.
But, I know there's a but.
Brett lifted up onto his elbows, rough hands pushing the hair from JT's face.
But, I don't want it to be a rushed thing. I want to take my time. Do everything right. It'll be right no matter what. But, am I assuming too much? Maybe you want to do the be on top. I'm okay with that too. Been a long time either way for me.
JT bumped against Brett's forehead when Brett glanced away. Brett stole another kiss, then peered anxiously at him.
You have a preference?
JT gripped the soft fabric of Brett's t-shirt, pulling him down into a bone-crushing hug. He tangled his fingers in the ends of his hair and just held on. Brett sank down onto him, and things were perfect again.
I've never been with anyone I wanted to bottom for.
JT paused when Brett started to pull away, but JT hushed him and went on.
And I won't lie by saying I don't really want to feel your body around my dick, because I do. But I want you inside me even more.
They lay quiet and still, their wet feet quickly drying as the sun beat down on them. Brett broke the silence, giving JT the out he needed to stop worrying that he'd said something wrong.
I'd like both of those things too.
He eased up again, the worry in his eyes replaced by sparkling blue crystals.
And I promise it's gonna be damn soon. This morning was so... Fuck, I don't even have the words. Maybe thank you will suffice.
Hooking a foot under Brett's leg, JT flipped them over so Brett was on his back. A groan of pain punctuated the air, and JT sat up quickly.
Fuck, I'm sorry. I forgot about your hip. Are you alright?
Brett tugged him back down.
Damn bruise is doing some complaining, but it's all good. I'm sorry. No sorries.
Brett pressed a kiss to his lips, tickling the crease of JT's mouth with his tongue.
Just so you know, I'm rethinking having you on top. I kinda like it.
JT sucked on Brett's proffered tongue, blinking rapidly as an image that made his balls tingle filled his head.
I'd still be on top if I rode you.
He purred the words against Brett's mouth, feeling a shudder thread through Brett's body. Brett tugged in his hair, pulling back to nip at JT's bottom lip.
Damn it, kid. You're not helping the whole romantic first time I want us to have.
With a misfire kiss to the side of Brett's mouth, JT chuckled and eased off again. He slid farther down, straddling Brett's hips, then pushing himself up.
Don't picnics involve food? Come on, cowboy. Feed me.
The corner of Brett's lips curled up as he parted them, but JT covered his mouth with his hand.
Don't even say it unless you want to end up naked right here now.
Alrighty then. Let me up and I'll feed you. Nicely like. It was the best lunch of chicken salad sandwiches, apples, soda, and sweet kisses JT had ever had. Chapter 14. After 3 more days and nights of kissing, hand jobs, and blow jobs, in bed, in the bunkhouse, and even in the damn stables, Brett decided enough was enough. He wanted JT. wanted him bad in any and every way he could imagine. And the only thing holding him back from getting what he wanted was his own goddamn self. He still had fear that pulsed in the bottom of his belly like an extra beating heart, nerves that frazzled him inside and out when he considered taking that almighty step, and maybe a little leftover guilt that hadn't cleared his head yet. But all those things were at least a little normal, given the situation and the way he'd been living his life for the past 3 years. JT was special. He was the best thing Brett could ever have imagined to happen to a grizzled, washed-up old country singer who'd turned himself into a recluse. JT was more than Brett deserved, and it was about time Brett realized that fact and stopped running scared. He'd tried every which way to talk himself into and out of having sex with the kid because it seemed so damn important. And it was. Brett hated to think he'd planned out some sort of sex date, but that's exactly what he'd done. When JT had gone out with Ray first thing in the morning, Brett had changed the sheets on the bed, something he shook his head at later since they were just going to get messed up again. He'd also cleaned the bathroom, the bedroom, and even the hot tub. Before he knew it, he had a lemony fresh room, crisp, clean sheets, and goddamn fruit-scented candles laid out beside the bed. He shoved the candles in the drawer of the bedside table when he realized how stupid he was being. It wasn't like JT had never been in his room, his bed, his shower before, and as for the candles, what the hell had he been thinking? There were actually 2 steps Brett had decided to take. Seduce the hell out of JT and ask him to move in with him. Not necessarily in that order. The kid had spent every night with Brett since that first time, but he still kept his things in the bunkhouse, and that was bordering on ridiculous. Brett watched every night or morning as JT headed over to his old room to switch out his shirts and pants, and of course he'd been too hesitant to even clean out a damn drawer for him. Until now. He'd not only made 2 drawers available, but had packed up the rest of Walt's things in the closet so JT would have as much room as he liked. He suspected the cleaning spree had been a direct result of deciding to put the rest of Walt's things away. After bundling up the last few of his possessions, Brett sat and looked at the closet for nearly half an hour, with Walt's photo clutched between his fingers.
You know you were the love of my life. Hell, you were probably the only thing that saved my sorry ass from getting lost in all those bright lights and fake company. Never thanked you for all the times you told me I was a big frickin' idiot when my head got too big for my shoulders. Did I?
Brett wasn't a religious man, but as he spoke, he tipped his head back, looking up at the skylight, kind of like Walt could hear him better that way. Or maybe it was about seeing the clear blue sky and sunshine that reminded him of Walt's bright spirit, and in turn, gave him a little more strength.
There's nothing about this old room that doesn't remind me of you, and maybe one day I'll give it a complete overhaul. I don't think the kid, JT, expects me to clear you out of the room or my heart. He seems to understand that you can both take up the same space at the same time. He's pretty damn smart, so he probably understood that before I did.
Thinking of JT even while he was thinking about and talking to Walt made Brett smile. A wave of warmth spread over him, hitting every part that mattered, and every part he'd been trying to protect from feeling exactly that way. It felt good, and he wanted to keep it. Wanted to keep JT.
I probably won't be writing to you anymore.
He paused as a niggle of insecurity made its way to his brain.
But who knows, maybe this won't work out and I'll be back in that damn office with... No, that's not what's gonna happen.
He paused to grin at the heavens.
I can almost hear you bitching at me to stop being negative, and that's exactly what I need to do. I love you, Walt, and I'll always miss you.
Once the last of Walt's things were packed away in a plastic bin, Brett laid the photo on the top and held the cover in his hands. Walt's smiling face looked up at him, and he suddenly realized what he'd said was the absolute truth. JT didn't want him to do away with Walt completely. That's the part that had held Brett back. The guilt of trading one man in for the other, and of breaking that final bond with Walt that had been so important. He picked up the frame again, snugging the lid over the box and shoving it under the bed until he could properly put it away. After touching the picture to his forehead for a few dozen heartbeats, he stood it up on the dresser in the corner. He talked to JT about it, but he was pretty sure there wouldn't be an issue with keeping Walt closer for a while longer. Brett headed down the stairs afterward, his steps as light as the glow he felt in his heart. A weight had been lifted, an overdue decision made, a past put to bed so a future could have a chance to grow. He chuckled to himself as he headed into the kitchen, his plans for the night exciting him from his toes up. All he had to do was get through supper, then, hopefully, that damn future he'd been afraid of could start growing. Brett's evening did not go as planned. First, he'd fidgeted and squirmed his way through supper, never seeming to be able to get comfortable, especially when JT kept smiling at him with that damn angel face. He'd nearly jumped a foot when JT had squeezed his thigh in an obvious show of support, or maybe affection. JT pulled his hand away like he'd been burned, his brows furrowing and a flat line replacing his easy grin. Brett took his hand, offered him a forced smile, and for a while things had gone a little smoother. The meal drawing to a close, dishes cleaned up, the evening looming hopeful and in sight until Ray decided he wanted to play some crib. Ray rarely played with them anymore, and why he'd chosen that particular night to put himself back in the game, Brett had no goddamn idea. So the chit-chat from supper had continued on the porch over bottles of beer and 3 colors of pegs on a board full of holes. Brett hadn't played his best either.
Huh,
Ray said as he took his time shuffling and dealing on his turn. He squinted out of one eye at Brett.
Generally folks get better at stuff they do all the time, not worse.
Brett gritted his teeth, one of his boots tapping anxiously against the wooden floor of the porch.
Don't start, old man.
It came out as more of a growl that had both Ray and JT peering over at him. Ray popped another peanut into his mouth, frowning as he cocked his head.
Something crawl up your ass tonight, son? You've been jittier than a June bug. Ain't nothing up my ass, and that don't have a damn thing to do with June bugs.
JT cupped a hand over Brett's bouncing knee. He cleared his throat, loudly.
So,
why Brett Black? Brett glowered, the question popping out of nowhere in less diversionary tactic.
Well played, kid. My boss used ship manager's idea. Got it in his head that Brett Taylor wasn't edgy enough. Like I really wanted to be edgy or something.
What the hell is edgy? Ray's face had switched back to normal disgruntled instead of Brett disgruntled. JT shook his head, grabbing Brett's hand to join his on the still jiggling knee. Since when is country edgy anyhow? It's all about dead dogs, unfaithful wives, and broken down trucks, isn't it? The teasing smile that accompanied JT's words made Brett want to smack him. Or more like kiss him stupid.
Edgy, huh? Kinda like that photograph on your first record?
Ray? JT interrupted him, far too enthusiastically too. Oh, the one where he's all in black, looking totally emo? I kinda liked it.
You been stalking me online on my own computer, kid?
Ray held up a hand.
What the hell is emo now? You boys aren't even talking my language anymore. Time for me to head to bed. Pretty sure I was just about to kick both your asses again anyhow.
Ray nudged JT's shoulder.
Find out what his problem is, yeah? And make sure he takes care of it before morning.
Ray chuckled his way down the porch steps, with JT snickering behind his hand.
Didn't you hear me tell him not to start? I'll be damned if I'm going to let you both gang up.
JT shut him up with a closed-lipped kiss. Brett was okay with that. After JT had mentioned he liked Brett's hair down, he'd taken to wearing it that way more often than not, so JT had been using every opportunity to let him know he appreciated that effort. Like now, as he tugged lightly through it. You got something on your mind, cowboy? Brett mirrored the gesture, sliding a hand into JT's soft curls. He supposed it was now or never.
I was just wondering if you wanted to, stay in the house with me?
JT shrugged and reached for the cards, thumbing them all together into a pile. You don't usually ask me. Something special about tonight?
No, I didn't mean tonight.
Brett was sweating bullets, his heart thumping like some bad bass line in a rock and roll song. You don't want me tonight? JT kept his head down, pausing as Brett stumbled on his words. That's fine. I've still got a bed in the bunkhouse.
No, you don't.
What? He finally lifted his head, brown eyes clouded with confusion. I don't. What's going on, Brett? Damn it, what was wrong with Brett? He was fucking everything up.
No, I mean yes. Oh, damn it. I want you to move into the house, into my room. You know, with me?
JT bowed his head, his silence not the least bit encouraging. He stayed that way no more than a dozen heartbeats. Normal ones, not the palpitations Brett was having over something so simple and stupid. You sure? He peered at Brett, searching his face. Because I'm fine with the way things are.
Well, if you don't want...
I do, but I don't want to force you into anything you're not ready for.
It was my idea. I'm ready. I want you to move in with me. For as long as you want, or whatever.
Damn it, he was babbling again. If there was one thing he didn't want to do, it was sound like a frigging idiot when he was trying to... But we haven't even... JT smirked at Brett.
I'm ready. I'm ready for that too.
Brett ducked his head, hating the heat that snuck into his face and took up residence.
Thought Ray would never go the hell to bed. You just kept yapping and... Did you say yes?
With a gentle laugh, JT rotated completely toward Brett on the bench. He flipped one leg over Brett's thighs, moving to his knees until he straddled him. Sitting back on his haunches, he framed Brett's face between his hands, thumbing over the heat of his cheeks. Did you ever actually think I'd say no?
It was a possibility.
After snaking his hands around JT's waist, Brett let them rest on the firm mounds of his ass.
I hoped it wasn't, but you're not all that predictable.
JT pressed their foreheads together, hands wrapping around the back of Brett's neck and into his hair. It was never a possibility, and I'd say I'm pretty predictable compared to some people around these here parts.
You know, some people might get offended at that horrible accent you try to put on, kid. So you want to make out here, or go get your things and do it all proper like?
Can always make out here, go upstairs, then get my stuff in the morning.
Unless you want to be very disappointed in me, I'd say a walk might be a perfect idea about now.
It didn't come out quite right, but it was close enough for what Brett was thinking, and feeling in his pants. Why would I be disappointed in you? You just asked me the one thing I've wanted for a while. Two things, actually. Brett canted his hips, his aching arousal rubbing against the front of JT's pants.
If you want me to use that which is at my disposal, I either need to do it now or let it settle back for a bit.
JT slid a hand over Brett's crotch, pulling a heavy moan from between his lips. He murmured. I guess I'd rather have this encased in something else when it does its job. After JT wiggled his way off Brett's lap, they shared a brief kiss, then headed the way of the bunkhouse. You know I can find my way, right? Brett snickered warmly as he walked alongside JT. He wanted to hold his hand. Hell, he wanted to hold everything, and damn if it wasn't taking all the restraint he could muster not to tackle him to the ground. It seemed once he'd made up his mind about things, his dick had gotten in some big rush to be noticed. He was sweating from the inside out, his nerves sizzling on top of his skin like electric currents were being zapped into his body. Brett? JT had stopped, eyes wide and round under the moonlight. The look wasn't a good one, at least not in terms of Brett having missed part of the conversation. Or maybe all of the conversation?
Sorry.
Brett faked a smile, his fingers itching to wind in JT's hair. He kept them tucked tightly in the pockets of his jeans, not trusting himself to give in to the urge that threatened to take over.
Did you say something?
Just that I know how to get to the bunkhouse. You all right?
Peachy. What the hell kind of answer was that? I told you, it's a nice night for a walk.
He whistled under his breath as he resumed his trek. It took JT a moment to follow, but when he caught up, he slipped his fingers into Brett's back pocket, the one figuratively attached to Brett's dick. Brett pretended to stumble on his own feet. Not such a stretch, really. JT's hand slid free, and Brett ended his act with a forced snicker.
Sometimes I wonder why I'm not a walking injury with all my clumsiness.
JT half smiled in reply, tilting his head like he had another question Brett was either not going to like or had no answer to. Luckily, the bunkhouse was only 10 feet away.
You got a lot of stuff, kid? Seems like all you had when you arrived was a backpack and those damn ugly kicks.
With a feigned scowl, JT pushed the screen door open, holding it in place as Brett slid past him. He grabbed Brett before he could get all the way inside, his chest pressing to Brett's back as he wrapped his arm around his neck. He pushed forward, the telltale hardness of his arousal pressing into Brett's hip. Brett groaned. With his easy manner and pretty face, it was easy to forget how much taller JT was than him, and right then he was using that height to his unfair advantage. Brett wanted to get him in the house and rip all his clothes off. Polite-like, of course. But with JT's dick sending him a loud and clear message, he was literally hard-pressed to keep his lust under control. He swallowed thickly, the blockage in his throat like a balled-up roll of cotton matching the dry bunch in his mouth.
Let's get your stuff. I'll even let you bring those damn shoes into the house.
JT let out a single chuckle before leaning down and licking a stripe from Brett's jaw to his temple. Brett shuddered, his arousal doing double time, filling up as his balls twitched and ached.
You're making this mighty hard. God damn it, that's not what I meant to say.
You really want more than just to fuck me, don't you? JT loosened his grip, stepping to the side so they were face to face again. I mean, this is a big step, huh? Brett found his voice again, the lump in his esophagus disappearing with the look of wonder on JT's face.
I don't want you to spend a few nights with me. I want you to be there all the time. And I'd really like to make love to you, not fuck you. That might seem too old-fashioned for you, but I love you.
Chapter 15. Brett wasn't sure who was more shocked in that moment. His heart spun like an out-of-control Ferris wheel, but the look on JT's face was more worrisome than if Brett was having an actual heart attack.
JT?
Brett began, but JT was already backstepping into the little kitchen, his mouth hanging open, eyes wide as saucers.
Jesus, kid, you're scaring me. Say something.
He stepped forward to no avail as JT hastily headed for the back room. Once they were inside, Brett studied JT's face. It was a contradiction of insecurity, embarrassment, with a little joy mixed in for good measure. Brett wanted to kiss the look away, and he would, eventually. JT dropped onto the bed as he pulled a hand through his curls. I'm sorry. I never meant to say that. Fuck, I really didn't mean to. He just about broke Brett's heart right then. And had Brett not already admitted to himself that he was in love, JT would have clinched it. He moved to sit beside him, anxiety skittering through him when he took JT's warm hand in his.
I don't know what to say.
You don't have to. A gentle smile assured Brett things were all right.
But I want to. I'm just not very good at doing it. I can sing in front of thousands of people, but those little things called feelings block me up every time.
JT tilted his head to the side, licking his lips before he spoke. I honestly didn't mean to tell you like that, especially not now. Not tonight. Brett let go of JT's hand, instead wrapping his arm around his shoulders and pulling him into a hug. JT shifted so they were chest to chest again, embracing Brett with the same strength and need.
I don't know that I can say it back yet.
Brett whispered against JT's hair. I don't want you to. It would feel kind of forced now, right? With a kiss to the side of JT's head, Brett held him impossibly closer.
I said yet, but for the record I can say I've got feelings for you that I think I've only ever had once before in my life.
Brett tipped his head back until JT leaned to look at him. He trailed soft kisses around his mouth, once, twice, 3 times. JT's eyes were huge again, black as night in the center. He parted his lips to speak, but Brett beat him to it as he captured JT's full bottom lip between his teeth. JT moaned but leaned in closer, his hands moving to the middle of Brett's back. After licking away the infraction, Brett pushed JT to his back. He hovered over him for a moment, scanning the beautiful man beneath him.
I feel damn lucky,
he said before capturing JT's mouth. Brett forced the full of his weight on top of JT, their bodies melding together as they slowly rocked their hips. JT slipped his hands under Brett's t-shirt, his rough fingertips digging into Brett's flesh like little bursts of pleasure. Their kisses soon became heated, deeper as they struggled to not let go, to not stop. Brett pulled back, panting against JT's cheek as JT did the same to him. He eased a hand between their bodies, palming JT's torso from chest to belly until he pressed harder over his jeaned arousal. JT lifted his hips, moving his hands from inside Brett's t-shirt to push them past the waistband of his pants. Brett sucked in a big breath when those same magic fingers snuck inside his boxers, shoving harder against Brett's skin until they palmed his buttocks.
Too many close,
Brett hissed. He crushed his lips to JT's, snaking his tongue inside to lick the entirety of JT's mouth before pulling back with a deep growl. His hands went to work on JT's belt before JT had even completely let go of Brett's ass. He quickly caught up, though, fingering Brett's buckle and fly expertly as they regained their breath.
What happened to old-fashioned?
JT asked softly, the sound deep and sexy, resonating against Brett's skin. Brett knee-crawled until he was off the end of the bed, grabbing the bottoms of JT's pants as he went. JT squeaked when his whole body shifted, and he was suddenly naked from the waist down. Brett stifled a light snicker, the sound immediately cut off when he focused his sight on JT's dick.
Still gonna make love to you. It just won't be as civilized as I'd planned.
He'd barely finished speaking before he'd slotted himself between JT's legs, spreading them farther when he dipped his head to suckle JT's cockhead. JT whooshed out a big breath, head tipping farther back into the hard bed. Brett laid a hand over JT's belly to hold him in place, and so the tiny thrust JT was already making wouldn't interrupt what he was doing. He paused and licked his other hand before circling the base of JT's cock and stroking him from root to tip, trailing his fingers carefully but firmly over the velvety skin. JT squirmed, and Brett grinned against the hard flesh that pressed against his cheek. He discovered early on that getting sucked off was a no-brainer orgasm for JT. He came faster than any man Brett had ever blown. He didn't want that happening tonight, though.
Slow down, partner,
he murmured between long, broad laps up and down JT's shaft.
We can just do this if you want.
No, JT whined. Brett's cock pulsed inside his jeans at the desperate sound. He watched with growing approval as JT yanked his own shirt over his head and tossed it to the floor. Brett trailed a hand up JT's naked body, appreciating the smooth skin and dips and valleys of muscles.
Or if you want me to make love to you, I want you coming on my cock, not my tongue.
Yes, fucking yes already. Brett engulfed JT's entire dick, swallowing twice before popping his mouth off. The addictive taste of JT's pre-cum tingled on his tongue, and he had half a mind to keep going until he sucked JT dry. But not tonight.
Do you have any supplies?
He hesitated a moment, hand and mouth stilling as he waited for the fated answer. It seemed a little rushed, exactly what he hadn't wanted, but at the same time natural and so goddamn right. JT groaned, then lifted up onto his elbows. He'd never looked more stunning, all hazy-eyed, kiss-swollen, desire-focused.
In a bag under the bed.
He seemed embarrassed by his answer, so Brett gave up his perfect position and leaned as far as he could over the edge. He pulled out a plastic shopping bag with the local pharmacy's logo on the outside.
You bought lube and condoms in town?
JT shook his head, his frustration clear in the straightening of his shoulders instead of his jaw. He grabbed the bag from Brett, then dumped out the contents. Ray. Brett was tugging off his jeans and shorts when the single word floated into the air. He stopped with one leg on and one leg off, a hand slapping against the wall as he almost toppled over.
What? Did you just say?
With a huff of breath, JT explained. Ray gave them to me a while back. I swear I almost died on the spot. He gnawed on his bottom lip as he threw his head back, his hands rubbing over and around his thighs. He was all, never know when you're gonna need to glove up. Brett finally had his pants off, letting his shirt fall to the floor as he crawled back up JT's long body. He flashed a devilish grin that even an embarrassed JT couldn't resist.
He did not.
I've totally ruined the mood, right?
Won't be hard to get it back.
Brett kissed him, determined and deep, then eased back to stroke a hand through JT's curls.
How do you want me to? Do you want to do it yourself?
JT snagged the bottle of lube and pressed it into Brett's hand. I want you to do it, but don't take too long. The lusty expression on JT's face had returned full throttle, and it damn near took Brett's breath away.
You do things to me that...
Brett let his words trail off. There was too much emotion rolling through him. He needed JT right goddamn now. His feelings could wait until later. After unscrewing what he was damn sure was a child-proof cap, he ripped the little plastic tab off the top of the bottle, then poured some of the slick into his hand. JT shifted under him, canting his hips and spreading his thighs to give Brett room to brush a finger between the cheeks of his ass. Brett swallowed JT's gasp when he slid a finger inside, corkscrewing gently, then slowly working it in and out.
That okay?
JT nodded. He reached between them, wrapping his fingers around his cock and stroking it slowly. He pressed up to draw Brett's mouth to his again, licking over his lips, then poking inside.
Had another one.
His hushed voice echoed through Brett, and he immediately did what he was told. JT bucked up against his hand, his ass swallowing and sucking Brett's fingers inside. As Brett kissed him again, his body quivered at how responsive JT was, every touch or brush of skin causing his muscles and tendons to contract and release. After a few more minutes, Brett pulled his fingers out, intending to move from 2 to 3, but JT grabbed his hand.
Want you inside me, Brett. Please.
With a lump of anticipation lodging in Brett's throat, he nodded silently, kissing JT again before pulling back. He tore open the box of condoms, fishing one out, then ripping the wrapper open with his teeth. JT moaned when Brett slipped 2 fingers back inside him, switching it to 3 without asking. It didn't hurt to be a little cautious, and he sure didn't want to hurt JT on his first time. JT took the condom from Brett, flattening a palm over his chest to ease him back. Brett straightened up, making room for JT to slip the latex over his aching cock. He reached for the bottle that he'd set on the floor, then squirted some lube into JT's hand. One stroke over his cock and Brett was ready to go. He lubed JT and corkscrewed his fingers inside his ass, nibbling and nipping on his lips while he made sure he was ready. JT squirmed and whimpered, shoving Brett's hand away, then squeezing his dick.
Now!
Brett moved so he was between JT's spread legs, tapping his hips so he widened them out to the sides a little more. He stared deep into JT's eyes when he positioned the head of his dick against JT's slick hole. They gazed deeply at each other when Brett pushed inside, the sudden heat rocketing through his dick and settling in his balls. JT flinched and pulled Brett against him when he slid the rest of the way in, grabbing chunks of his hair when he was completely seated.
Give me a minute,
he mouthed against Brett's lips.
Take all the time you need.
Brett nipped at JT's bottom lip before teasing his tongue down JT's cheek and along his jaw. He sucked and licked until he felt JT's tight muscles release around his cock.
Move.
And he did, carefully at first, pulling back to watch JT's face again, gliding his length slow and sure inside JT's body. JT reared up to drag him into his arms, capturing Brett's mouth, their tongues tangling, teeth clicking as they collided. Brett thrust a little faster, deep, long strokes that made JT shudder and gasp into his mouth. Being inside JT felt better than anything Brett could remember, the look of passion and pleasure crossing and contorting JT's face over and over as Brett quickened his efforts. He pumped his hips, rising to his knees in one controlled motion. JT seemed to guess his intentions, just as he always seemed to know what Brett was thinking. He bent his knees and tucked them against the sides of Brett's chest. Brett bore down harder, hips grinding against JT's thighs, tingling balls slapping JT's ass. He wound a hand around JT's shaft, fisting him in time with his thrusts as JT's body arched up into his hand, then back down again onto his dick. The air filling with panting moans, whimpering whines, soft begging sounds that made Brett strive harder toward his goal, and the strong smell of pre-cum and heady sex. It didn't take long for JT to start falling, his pupils widening while he dipped his head back. He grabbed for Brett, sinking his fingers into skin and muscle when he bucked up and stayed that way. His movement increased the tightness surrounding Brett's cock, rushing Brett faster toward his own release. JT groaned and gasped, pulling Brett down into an insistent kiss as he spilled hot and sticky over Brett's hand. Brett kept stroking him, digging his knees into the bed, his toes curling and cramping up against the hard mattress. He petted JT through his aftershocks, planting light kisses over his face, his jaw, his neck while he kept pumping slowly, rhythmically into JT's body. He groaned when JT suddenly tightened around him, his hips lifting to bring Brett deeper, then lowering until only Brett's crown remained inside the rim of his ass. Brett felt the fiery ball deep in his gut explode. He thrust back in, faster, harder, letting JT's cock slip from between his fingers so he could use both hands to push his legs hard against his chest. His rhythm faltered, his thrust stuttered and staggered as his balls shrunk up into his body. Brett's orgasm was nothing if not amazing, every part of his body spasming and shuddering when he shot stream after stream of hot cum into the condom. He fell forward, thankful JT was attuned enough to let his knees fall to the sides, before clamping his arms around Brett. Their bodies moved together, sweat pooling and dripping where skin met skin, chests heaving and thundering as one. When Brett finally caught his breath, his body floating slowly back to reality, he kissed JT with a lazy contentedness. It was sloppy and messy, just like the sticky patch of spunk that cooled between them. Brett would have been satisfied to stay that way all night, his body slowly melting into JT's, nothing in his head except peace and quiet and love. He pushed JT's curls from his forehead, all their attentions focused entirely on each other. When his spent dick slipped from JT's body, he immediately mourned the loss of heat and feel of steely muscles wrapping around him. JT moaned and squirmed beneath him.
"You're more than I deserve, kid. I may not be good with words and feelings, but you sure do pull at my heart."
JT dragged him back into his snug embrace. A trickle of wetness dampened Brett's neck when JT buried his nose into his nape. He held Brett so tight he thought he might suffocate. It would have been a nice way to go. After some time, Brett worried something was really wrong.
"It's all right, darling."
He smoothed a hand over JT's hair, cupping his around JT's head as he pressed them together even more.
"I hope those are happy tears and I didn't do something to upset."
A few sniffles preceded JT's face rising to meet Brett's.
"Happy, of course. And I swear I've never cried before, during, or after sex until now."
A shuddered sob ended his controlled words. Brett tugged a hand in his hair, smiling down at him with the sweetest smile he could manage without looking like a complete dork.
"That's because it was lovemaking, not just sex. I think we're both a little worked up."
JT stilled in Brett's arms, the iron grip he had around Brett's neck slowly loosening until his fingers brushed against Brett's skin instead of gripping. Brett eased back to look into calm chocolate eyes.
"Better?"
JT nodded, but his cheeks held a brightness that wasn't only from the glow of sex.
"Nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm sure not going to judge you. I kind of like that you're that way. You might even see me get all choked up someday." "But I swear I'm not a crier. My mother would have thrown a fit to have an overly emotional child. Even more fits than she had daily."
JT's lips turned up in a tiny grin.
"Everything in our house was image, image, image."
Brett pushed up so he was balancing with a hand on either side of JT's head.
"If you stick around here, you'll never have to worry about that."
After a quick kiss of reassurance, he pushed himself to his knees, dragging a finger through the sticky fluid on JT's belly as he went. He sucked the tip into his mouth, then offered it to JT. JT took it without hesitation, the impact of his full lips wrapping around Brett's digit, flickering straight to Brett's dick. After he'd popped the finger out, JT smiled up at him.
"You keep surprising me." "Why?"
Brett peeked at him beneath long lashes as he drew circles and shapes in the mess covering JT's tight abs.
"Because I like how you taste?"
"Partly. You say I have an angel face with a devil spirit, right?" Brett smirked but kept playing.
"Sort of."
"Well, you're a polite southern gentleman with a very dirty side, and I don't think I've seen half of your particular brand of dirt."
"I was a goddamn rock star, kid. Well, music star at least. You expect me to be all mannerly in the bedroom, do you?"
"I don't. I just assumed once you and Walt—"
"Oh, I was faithful to Walt. Not an option as far as I'm concerned. But you have to understand, I didn't get much in the way of recognition in the business, until after I met Walt.
Brett eased back onto his heels. It was funny how it seemed all right to talk about Walt even though he'd just finished making love to JT. But it did. Another step, maybe? JT shifted so only his calves were under Brett. He smoothed a hand over Brett's chest, bringing him back to the present again. Walt settled you down, didn't he? You okay talking about this? It's a little strange considering the circumstances.
Funny part is that it's not uncomfortable at all. Not sure I could have said that even a week ago. But he didn't so much settle me down as tell me to pull my head out of my ass and get serious if I wanted to make something of my career.
I think I would have liked him. Is that weird to say? Brett leaned forward, cupping his hand behind JT's head. He brushed their noses together, then pressed a closed-mouthed, almost chaste kiss to his lips. It was sweet, just like all of Brett's feelings about JT at that moment.
He would have liked you too.
They sat for an extended moment, Brett reveling in the quiet stillness that JT seemed to bring to his mind and his body. Their hands explored softly, mapping out skin and bones, muscles and tendons. It was how Brett wanted his time with JT to always be. Easy, comfortable, loving. But he needed to get his head out of his heart and get back to what they'd been trying to accomplish. Take that last step to JT moving in.
So you want to hunker down for the night on this damn hard mattress? Or sleep between clean, fresh sheets?
JT snorted, sliding a hand to Brett's mouth and tapping his lips. Southern gentleman even changes the bedding, does he? I could get used to that.
Oh, stop. I'm fine with you getting accustomed, but a gentleman I definitely am not. Just don't tell my mama.
He chuckled, arching his back to stretch out all the age that had set in.
I'd prefer to shower in the house, but if you want to do it here...
You have better shampoo, and that shower gel you use is fucking awesome.
Then I best be getting more to keep you satisfied in the manner you're accustomed to.
He barely got the words out before he slumped in laughter. His Southern gentleman act needed some work. JT joined in before swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. I should have brought a garbage bag from the house.
Your stuff ain't that bad, kid.
Brett grinned teasingly. Everything felt so damn good inside him. Even JT's fake glare sent little zaps of happy through his body. Asshole, JT said while he busied himself with his jeans, underwear, and boots. Am I using those clean sheets alone? I'm enjoying the view, but I think I'd like it better in your bed.
Our bed,
Brett whispered. JT's gaze pinned him to the spot. A shiver started at the base of Brett's spine, bumping its way up every single knotted bone. JT had a way of making him feel like he was seeing right into Brett's soul, and right then, into his heart, too. He was suddenly uncomfortable, and though it was unusual for him to be the first to look away, it was all he could do to keep himself in control. He felt exposed, his body quivering inside and out, naked in a way that had nothing to do with being the only unclothed one left in the room. He cleared his throat, groaning when he struggled to a standing position.
Damn it, I am old.
He peered around the sparse room, the elephant in the corner being ignored as it rightly should, at least for now.
You really don't have a lot, do you?
I've got more than I came with. Ray made sure I was well equipped with my country duds.
In more ways than one,
Brett teased. JT tossed his hat at him. Brett snatched it midair, then tucked it on top of his head.
Do we have to give old Ray credit for what happened tonight?
What? JT squinted at him, a what-the-fuck look flashing on his face.
Couldn't have sealed the deal otherwise.
You did not just say that. Brett shook his head, a blush creeping into his face.
Can't believe I did. Let's forget the whole Ray buying us condoms so we could fuck thing, yeah? And I hope to hell you don't start taking fashion advice from him either.
JT's face was open, relaxed, when he grabbed his t-shirt off the floor and swiped it over the mess on his belly. Brett moaned.
You gotta stop getting me all wired up again.
Just cleaning myself off, JT said with a not-so-innocent smile. He snickered, then slipped his head and arms into the shirt. Since we're getting cleaned up at the house, I guess I don't have to dirty any more clothes. Nothing wrong with that at all. He seemed proud of himself in a way Brett had never seen. He suspected the remark was meant for his mother, even more so than himself. Maybe JT was taking some steps of his own. It only took 2 big actual steps for Brett to encircle JT in his arms. A long, deep kiss, but never long enough, left them both breathless and hard again when they pushed together. Brett sighed heavily, his need for JT already burning through him for a second time.
Let's get this show on the road, or you're gonna end up flat on your back again. Don't want to keep my hands off you, kid.
They released at the same time, a desperate expression settling across JT's face. The same one Brett suspected was on his own.
Load me up.
Brett extended his arms toward JT.
You've got your own personal pack mule.
JT continued fussing around the little nightstand, pulling things out and stuffing them into a plastic grocery bag. Should I strip the bed?
No, we can do it tomorrow.
Brett stepped into his boots, finally dressed and ready to get the hell to his bedroom. Their bedroom? He searched the room for something to help with, zeroing in on the bulging backpack in the corner. He grabbed it up by one of the straps, slinging it over one shoulder without thought. He immediately regretted the action when things cascaded from the pack to the floor. He shot JT a look of apology, but was surprised by the shocked expression he got in return. JT's mouth hung open, his face going pale as whatever he was holding tumbled to the ground.
What?
Brett followed JT's gaze to the floor. His jaw dropped open as he immediately crouched down.
What? What are you doing with these?
Anxiety soared and burned through him, his gut curling up into a ball and his heart stuttering almost to a stop before rapidly speeding up. Brett. JT reached out his arm. Brett slapped JT's proffered hand away.
Don't touch me.
Let me explain.
What the fuck? These...
JT moved closer, and Brett's jaw hardened into granite, his teeth gritting and grinding together. He saw red as he pushed himself to a standing position, struggled to breathe. This wasn't. How could this have happened? His words seemed to stutter as much on the inside as the outside, and he felt like he'd fall to his knees at any second. These were Walt's. JT's fingers wrapped around Brett's bicep, startling Brett's already reeling mind. He saw red, an uncontained growl of anger rushing to the surface as he reacted with impulsive instinct. His fist connected with JT's jaw. The kid stumbled backward, his ass smacking against the edge of the bed when he fell. Brett's body shook as he reached down to gather up the yellow pieces of paper. His letters. Walt's letters. It felt like someone had dragged a hot knife up his spine, then stabbed it into his heart.
You little bastard!
He hissed between big breaths.
I trusted you. Why do you have...
He ran out of air as he bowed his head, forcing the sadness away so the anger would protect him again. JT opened and closed his mouth, words seemingly there, then gone. I'm sorry. I meant to tell... Brett's head exploded, his brain pitching back and forth inside his skull.
Is this why you think you know me so well? Because you read my personal scratchings to someone I love? Is that what this...
He swept his arm at the bed.
What this was all about? Was I some goddamn test subject for you? How can you...
He staggered forward.
How can I what? Be so stupid to think you understood me like you said you did? You had so much patience. Isn't that what you kept saying? You'd wait until I came around? Did you laugh at me while you did it? Did it excite you at just how pathetic and lonely a man has to be to have written this shit to his dead partner, then stuffed them in a stupid guitar case?
I never thought that at all.
There were just nagging thoughts in my head and aching tunes in my heart, but they were mine. And his. And now you've spoiled them. You kept going on about wanting to help, saying you were worried about me, telling me you'd wait. What the fuck were you waiting for? Why didn't you just ram my personal thoughts back at me so you didn't have to wait?
I never did that, Brett. I didn't do it on purpose. I was going to tell you.
When? After you moved into my house and my life? And my fucking heart?
JT's face was damp, his eyes shining with tears as a trickle of blood formed at the corner of his mouth. Brett stayed in place, hands balled up into fists around the letters. He watched as JT righted himself, then stepped forward again. His Adam's apple worked hard, his throat clenching and releasing, jaw clenched and tight. I meant what I said. I love you. It has nothing to do with the letters. He paused when he was merely inches away. I want you out. Brett, please, let's talk about this. I know you didn't mean to hit me. We've come so far.
Stop it. There's no we. You took something private, something that wasn't for you or anyone else to see, and now you want to talk about it? I trusted you. I fucking trusted you with the most important part of me.
You can still trust. Another step forward and Brett lost control again. He shoved JT away with one hand, his ass hitting the floor with a force he knew would cause bruises. He towered over JT, his body ramrod straight while he forced down the urge to pick JT up, forced down the emotions threatening to make him crumble right alongside JT. He couldn't deal with any of this. He didn't want to deal with any of this. It was done.
I want you out of here.
His voice wavered, so he took a slow, deep breath, letting it out when he felt the muscles in his throat relax. He could do this. He could keep himself in check at least until he was alone.
There's no job for you here anymore. You'll get your pay and a little severance. All of it ready in the morning. You have until tomorrow to clear out, and I don't want to see you again. Especially not on my property.
He said the words with a heavy heart, truth and forgiveness so close to the surface he could taste them. Instead, he swallowed them down and spun on his heels, his head whipping around so hard the tendons in his neck complained. His feet didn't seem to work as he stumbled like a drunk all the way to the house, tripping on the stairs in his rush. The letters slipped from his hands, his heart pounding painfully against his ribs as he scrambled to pick them up. He remained on the hard floor of the porch, too stunned to move, too overwrought with pulsing anger, steaming guilt, and abundant loss to move a goddamn muscle. His office was only a few feet from the inside of the screen door, and once he was safely inside the room he'd been tucked away in for 3 years, his body gave out and he fell to his knees. It took a few angry breaths before he pulled himself up again, then immediately slumped into the old chair, tossing the letters onto the desk and yanking the long drawer open. He took out the picture of him and Walt and set it up nice and straight directly in front of him. It was such a happy picture, a picture that should be displayed proudly on a wall or fireplace, not hidden away like a dirty little secret. Walt had never been Brett's dirty little secret, but he'd been a secret nonetheless. Pushing the photo to the side, Brett slid his palms over the letters from JT's backpack. He recalled the look of surprise when they'd fallen out, the pained expression on JT's face as he tried to explain and Brett wouldn't let him. He'd hit the kid. Fuck, he'd hit JT. That wasn't who Brett was, had ever been, or ever wanted to be. Intimidating if he had to be, yes, but not an outright bully who went around punching people in the face. It was like his anger and shock had taken him for a ride, and he'd had no way to reach the reins. He laid his head on the desk as the last time he'd been so angry seeped into his thoughts. He still recalled Walt's face when Brett had refused his goodbye hug and kiss, remembered how Walt had shaken his head and jammed his hands in his pockets, recollected how the anger had poured out of him over something as silly as an award show. He'd never hit Walt, of course, but he saw that look, that gesture, every time he closed his eyes, like it was etched on the inside of his eyelids. The next time he'd seen Walt was at the funeral home, his body laid out in a suit Brett knew he hated. It had been so damn still and quiet. It was also the second time Brett had sought out his anger to replace his sadness and grief, to hide the fact he was dying inside because Walt was in that damn casket instead of him. Ray had forced him into a chair in the corner, talking quietly to him while his body shook uncontrollably. He'd fought back the tears, made sure his rage was the only part of him that showed through, though he knew Ray could tell what was really going on. Ray always knew. If only Ray could make all of Brett's decisions for him, everything would be so much easier. Just step into Brett's body when he was on the verge of doing something stupid and make things right again. But since that wasn't going to happen anytime soon, or ever, Brett reached for the next best thing to help him corral his galloping mind. It was right there on the corner of the desk, waiting for him, taunting him like a diseased whore. The first swallow tasted like it was laced with rat poison, but in the grand scheme of things, maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. Chapter 16. JT sat motionless on the floor, one hand steadying himself while the other rubbed at his jaw. He strained to hear the noises of Brett hurrying away, gravel and dirt under his boots, his feet stomping up the stairs, the screen door slamming shut. A part of him hoped for a pause in Brett's escape, a stutter to his steps like he was reconsidering what he'd done. There was none, and though JT felt gutted by everything that had happened, another part of him was relieved by the solitude. He had no question that it was his own fault. He'd fully intended to return the letters to the barn or even give them directly to Brett with his own confession. His ashamed heart clutched in his hand. But Brett's attentions and their growing relationship had sent the yellow papers to the back of his mind. He knew he'd never make Brett believe that was true, but fuck, what was he supposed to do now? His jaw ached, his bottom lip throbbed, and his backside didn't feel much better. Basically, he felt like shit. He was shit. He considered a shower or saying to hell with it all and crawling into bed. Into the bed where he and Brett had just had sex, where Brett had finally made love to him. It was a bad idea all around since he could barely stand the heady scent of sweat and cum and sex still hanging in the air, only intensified by the crusty swipings on his shirt. The last thing he wanted to do, the thing that could send him reeling over the edge of his faltering sanity, would be to immerse himself in Brett's fragrance. Even the damn condom Brett had tied and dropped into the wastebasket teased and taunted JT about how wonderful things had been, even for a little while, and what could have been again. Everything had been perfect. The evening, Brett's bashful offer, the intimacy, the little drops of real feelings Brett let slip out. Just everything. He hadn't intended on telling Brett he loved him, but the confession went over better than what he had anticipated. Until his perfect day had been shot to hell. If only Brett would have listened. If only they could have talked it out. If only Brett had let him explain, had really taken the time to look at the sincerity on JT's face, he would have seen the truth, the grievous apology, and the honesty of his love. Now JT felt like a lost sheep again, unsure of where to go, where to move on to next. He didn't like the feeling, especially after the ranch and its occupants had become a safe, special, loving place for him to almost call home. But that wasn't the only feeling that bored a hole inside him. Guilt burned deep in his belly, remorse clogged his throat and made his eyes burn, and he was surprised to feel little threads of anger scuttle between all the sad. Brett had been harsh and angry. He'd said things that he couldn't honestly have believed JT had done. And JT's love hadn't merely slipped away with Brett's demeaning words. If anyone believed in second chances, JT was that person. And, in turn, if anyone deserved a second chance to get things right in his head, to let his heart overrule his mind, it was Brett Taylor. But it was as if Brett had two completely different sides to him, not so much in a schizophrenic way, but more of an emotional disaster one. He'd shown them both to JT in the span of only a few minutes in the bunkhouse. There'd been the soft, gentle lover, the man who'd held JT in his arms when he'd mistakenly let his emotions leak all over his face after they made love. Brett hadn't chastised or made fun of JT, and he'd shown nothing but loving kindness and respect as he took JT through his first time bottoming. The other side of the coin was a little harder to judge and sort out in JT's head. He'd never pictured Brett as a violent man, and he supposed he still didn't. It had been impulsive, and as far as JT had ever witnessed, out of character for him. JT hadn't fought back because he'd been too stunned to react, and even if he hadn't been, the thought of striking out at Brett wasn't something he could stomach. But despite the gentle side of Brett that JT knew was more the real Brett, his actions and reactions had displayed him in a completely different light than the sunlit southern gentleman image JT had of him. His pedestal had shattered in front of JT, maybe with good reason. But reason or not, Brett had been all kinds of wrong in storming away to his bottle. which is exactly where JT knew he'd gone. And if that didn't show JT how much Brett had not changed, nothing would. Brett had accused JT of using his letters to Walt to get inside his head, and perhaps that was partially the truth, but not in a vengeful, immoral way at all. As for the rest, laughing behind Brett's back, calling him pathetic, using him as a test subject, it was all preposterous, and with as far as JT thought he and Brett had come, it was a slap in the face. JT had been patient, even with insecurities of his own rolling through his mind. He'd been kind and respectful of the space Brett needed to both discover his feelings for him and reconcile his grief about Walt. Yet, Brett had shown JT a vile, vindictive, violent side that, though more than likely not in character, had physically assaulted and verbally destroyed JT. He'd had enough verbal abuse and passive-aggressive assaults from his own family. Thank you very much. Conflicted, confused, insulted, broken-hearted. That's how JT felt. All those things tangled up inside him to produce a mass of writhing anxiety that made his belly hurt. He pulled himself to his feet, acutely aware of the ache deep inside him that had nothing to do with his fall to the floor, but everything to do with how he'd willingly given himself to Brett. Come to think of it, the fact they'd been curled up in the most intimate moment JT had ever experienced, only minutes before Brett set him reeling to the ground, twice, made JT view his position on the whole mess in a different light. His mind switched from woe-is-me pity to analytical observation. Going from, "You're beautiful, JT," to, "I want you out of my house, off my land, and out of my head forever," was a contradiction too strong to ignore. Brett's behavior wouldn't be excused in any other circumstance, and had anyone else done the same thing to JT, he would have sent them sprawling to the floor himself. Anger grew fast and furiously inside him as he started gathering his things like a bull in a china shop. He didn't need the damn ranch. He didn't need the hot sun beating down on his back, or the smell of horse shit greeting him every morning. He didn't need to play some asinine game with stupid colored pegs that he never had a chance at winning anyhow, and he didn't need the old opinionated foreman who teased him relentlessly. JT didn't need to play nursemaid and mother to a 41-year-old man with more issues than any of the psych classes JT had ever participated in. He didn't need the grief and the sadness, the mixed signals and confused words. And most of all, JT didn't need a man to offer him a home. He didn't need Brett, and whether he was shoving his real emotions, and the truth, into the back corner of his mind or not, that was the way it had to be.
"Get in the truck, JT."
JT was walking on the side of the highway when he heard gravel under tires directly behind him. He'd hoped it was some stranger offering him a ride to town, because that had worked out so well the last time. Of course, reality seeped in pretty damn quick with a rough drawl shouted through the open window of Brett's truck. "Get lost, Brett. Move along, you're blocking traffic, and you're on the wrong side of the road." There was no way in hell he was getting in that truck. Brett had made his wishes perfectly clear, and fuck him if he thought JT was going to do a little more waiting for his final verdict. A punch in the face and words said purely to hurt him were proof enough of his decision.
"Ain't no goddamn traffic. Now get in the truck. You're bleeding."
"Get in the truck, my ass." "Well, you should know since you're the one who caused it." JT swiped the back of his hand across his mouth. He hadn't known he'd been bleeding at all. Brett's knuckles must have done some damage to his lip, as well as his jaw. And then there was JT's sore backside, bruised on the inside and out.
"And I shouldn't have done it. You need to put some ice on it."
Brett continued to stalk him, his truck slowly edging forward with each of JT's steps. "That didn't sound like an apology, and there's plenty of ice anywhere you're not." With a growl JT usually found sexy as fuck, but was just annoying and juvenile now, Brett continued to talk. Unfortunately.
"I owe you an apology, but that wasn't it. I'm just trying to get you off the goddamn road. It's not safe out here. Fuck. Don't make me feel any worse."
Rage zipped through JT's brain, pounding quickly through the rest of his body. He stopped short in his hurried pace, glaring into the ground before he found enough control to speak. He met Brett's steely stare for mere seconds before he had to look away again. Damn it, suck it up, Johann. Oh, right, I forgot. It's always about you, isn't it? Did I mention that you should just fuck off? Brett drove ahead, dust rolling in waves as he veered to the side of the road, then slammed on his brakes. JT crossed his arms over his chest as the truck stopped not 4 feet in front of him. Brett was out and in his face in a matter of heartbeats. There was a subtle hint of alcohol peppering Brett's words when he spat them at JT. Stubborn? Fucking... Will you just get in? I haven't even paid you, and you forgot your... The rattling of an engine made them both swivel their heads to look. A police car inched its way closer, with a gray-haired man hanging his head out the window. Evening, Brett. Marty? Brett looked uncomfortable, and JT had to try really hard to not give a crap. Everything all right here? With a nod, Brett pushed his hair from his face. Yep, was just offering this fellow a ride. The officer clucked his tongue. He wasn't hitching, was he? You know I don't like that sort of... No, he works for me, and we had a little disagreement. We were just about to head back to the ranch and talk things out. The officer looked away from Brett, pinning JT with his authoritative gaze. You okay, son? Looks like you took a hard one to the face. I'm fine. JT squirmed a little inside, but kept his feet firmly planted on the ground as Marty looked him up and down. He adjusted the strap of his backpack, hoping the officer couldn't see how hard he was struggling to keep his breathing even and his body still. With a squinty-eyed nod, Marty pulled his head back into his car. Best put some ice on that soon as possible. Evening, boys. After his taillights faded, JT turned back to Brett. Damn, he looked hot when he was mad. No, concentrate on the anger, he reminded himself as he fought to stay focused. I'm not leaving until you get in the truck, Brett growled. His light eyes flashed, the brightness almost taking over the telltale haze of what he'd been up to in the limited amount of time JT hadn't seen him. Not to mention the stench of alcohol in his breath. Well, you're going to be waiting a hell of a long time then. Besides, you've been drinking. I had 2 shots, and that's my own damn business anyhow. Not if you expect me to ride with you. JT wasn't sure where the thought had come from. One minute he was standing tall and defensive against Brett's wall of anger and goddamn bossiness, and the next he was concerned about Brett driving. And it had absolutely nothing to do with JT being in the truck. But if that would get Brett home safe... Damn it. Brett tossed his keys at JT with a little more force than was necessary. JT caught them, considered throwing them right back in Brett's face, but stalked over to the truck instead. He flung his backpack in the driver's door, then crawled in beside it. After adjusting the seat, he put on his seatbelt, ignoring Brett as he slammed the passenger door and slumped back against it. Seatbelt. Not going that far. JT scowled at him. We're not going anywhere until you put it on. A deep growl slipped between Brett's lips. Just like my goddamn mama, he mumbled. JT ignored him as he performed a U-turn on the empty highway, then headed back to the ranch. It had been a rash decision to leave with only the things he'd arrived with, but he couldn't stand being at the ranch for another minute. At Brett's ranch. Somehow he managed to turn the tables and let himself be angry at Brett's behavior, instead of giving in to the ball of guilt in his stomach and the smart of pain in his heart, which both made him a little nauseous. Sometimes you had to do what you had to do. Letting Brett drag him back was another one of those rash decisions, except it was one he actually wanted, despite the inconsistencies in his thinking. How did you even know I was gone? It was a fair question, and one he intended to get an answer for, but also to keep Brett from passing out. JT wondered how much whiskey Brett had actually managed to drink over the course of an hour. Fucking peace. Glancing from the road, JT squinted at Brett. What? Brett growled and grumbled, moving uneasily as he switched his position. I was bringing you a goddamn bag of peas for your face, but you weren't there. JT blew out an exasperated breath. I don't need your peas, Brett. Why would you even do that? Why didn't you just let me leave?
Because, Einstein, you forgot your wallet, and I still fully intend on paying you.
Shit. That had to be one of the stupidest things JT had ever done, and there'd been a whole lot of stupid in his life lately. He veered into the driveway of the Sharp T, pulling into Brett's usual spot. Tossing the keys into Brett's lap, before he got out, he smirked at the shifty-eyed sneer on Brett's face, then shut the door with a little extra force. One more night. That's all he had in the place he'd thought was becoming a new home. One more night, and he'd be damned if he left with Brett having the last word. Leave my check on the table in the bunkhouse, he called behind him as he hightailed it away from the truck. Brett's drawl echoed loud in the dark.
Hey, kid!
JT stifled a growl of his own. He stopped and turned to face Brett, who was almost lost in the darkness. What?
I left your wallet on the table, and here's your goddamn piece.
Something hit JT hard in the chest. He reached down to grasp the partially defrosted bag, looking up in time to see Brett stumble over his own feet. Brett swore and pulled himself back up, without even a glance in JT's direction. A slamming door and pounding footsteps woke JT from a restless sleep. He tried to free himself from the covers, but ended up sprawled out on the floor. He hadn't meant to fall asleep, only waited out until the sun rose and he could get the hell out of Dodge. But the exhaustion of emotional upheaval as well as physical pain had won out over his fight for stubbornness. Another noise from the kitchen made him wonder if he needed to grab something big to hit whoever was thumping around, though he had a pretty good idea who it was. Instead, he grabbed his jeans from the floor and started pulling them up his leg. Brett appeared in the doorway before JT had one pant leg on. His hair was madman, psycho-escapee, serial killer crazy, tangled and snarled and flying every which way around his face. He clutched a piece of yellow paper between the fingers of one hand, paper JT immediately recognized.
Here!
Brett spat out, saliva sputtering from between his lips with the force of the word. He thrust out his hand, his eyes never faltering from JT's as the paper fluttered to the floor at his feet. You're drunk. You need to go lay.
You think you know so goddamn much about me. You think you know so much about how I'm feeling and how I should be feeling and how I want to fucking feel? Then you take this goddamn letter and you read it for yourself. Maybe you can explain it to me. Maybe you can tell me why, all of a sudden, I don't miss him so much anymore.
Brett stopped to take a deep breath, chest heaving as he panted and swiped the back of his hand across his forehead. JT's heart hurt at the sight of him. I don't want to read.
You explain why a personal fucking letter to my dead partner only talks about you and how goddamn fucked up that really is. And while you're at it, tell me what psycho bullshit you used to burrow yourself under my skin and make me feel just a little bit less guilty, but more guilty at the same goddamn time.
JT flipped on the bedside lamp, then reached out to steady Brett as he wobbled and flung his arms around. Besides making no sense, he didn't look too steady, and JT certainly didn't need him to fall and break something. Brett, why don't we...
Fuck you. I ain't some skittish colt needing someone to talk all soft and gentle like. I'm a man. I'm a goddamn man who likes men, but I'm still a man. Even if I feel like goddamn crying and carrying on, I'm still a man. Still a goddamn...
Brett paused, his fingers pulling and twining at the hair falling over his face, lost in a haze of alcohol and pain. JT's pulse raced, his heart lodged somewhere between his stomach and his throat, but definitely not in the place it should be. His fingers itched to pick up the paper, or even more so, to hold Brett in his arms. He dipped his head so Brett's stormy, accusing gaze couldn't melt him into the floor. Some of Brett's words were right on the money. Things were definitely fucked up. A big shuddering exhale told JT that Brett was ready to speak again. He stepped out of the leg of the jeans bunched up at his ankle, then planted his feet waiting for the next onslaught.
I'm so drunk I can barely walk, but the only thing on my mind right now is you. You tell me how you managed to brainwash me enough, and my heart didn't ache so bad when I tried to write this letter. Why do I have you all jumbled up with Walt in my head? in my goddamn heart. I don't want you in there. Not anymore. There ain't any room for no more pain.
JT managed to brush his fingers over Brett's trembling arm before it was shoved away again.
Don't you go reading that as some kind of damn confession of love either, 'cause it sure as hell ain't.
Brett's eyes were wild, flashing with anger and pain, the dark of his pupils fluttering in and out while he shoved at his hair.
I've spent 3 years knowing what I needed to do, being all right with the turn my life had taken.
You were never okay with it. Brett flailed his arms out again, his feet shifting as he stumbled forward.
Shut up! That's how this goddamn mess started. You talk too damn much. You made me want to talk too much, and then I did, and things just didn't sit right anymore. I said stuff I never would have had I known you'd been trying to get inside my goddamn head. You don't belong in there, kid. You don't belong here either.
You finished? Brett peered curiously as he seemed to contemplate the question.
Am I what? No, not goddamn likely. But if you got something to say, you go right ahead. Last time I checked, it was a free country, but I would be obliged if you'd put your damn pants on. We can't be talking man stuff with your goddamn junk hanging out of your shorts.
If the situation wouldn't have been so dire, JT might have thought the way Brett forced his attention from his crotch was humorous. It wasn't the time. Okay. My turn now. He clenched his hands at his side so he couldn't reach out and strangle Brett where he stood. Goddamn bullying cowboy bastard. First, my junk is not hanging out anywhere. Second, sit your ass down before you end up on the floor and I have to pick you up. Third, shut your mouth until I'm finished. Brett seemed to quickly weigh his options, moving slowly past JT with his chin jutted out, his forced bravado weighing heavily in the air. The touch of his arm against JT's bare hip made them both flinch away. He managed to perch himself on the edge of the bed, one hand behind his back, fingers splayed out over the mess of blankets to balance himself. JT didn't have to be a genius to know Brett had sat as far away from him as possible, but he ignored the childish nature of the alcohol running wild in Brett's body. He even made himself sit close to Brett instead of hovering over him and using his height advantage for all it was worth. Brett concentrated on some random spot on the wall, the tense set of his jaw and grinding of his teeth obvious signs that he wasn't happy being told what to do. That in itself was a mystery, when in reality, he could have marched himself back to the house. Wasn't it more attuned with Brett's style to scream out his anger than run away? His slurred voice broke into JT's internal questions.
You gonna take your goddamn turn, or just look at me all night?
He snorted out a laugh for no apparent reason, then slid farther back on the bed. Tilting his head, he let it fall against the wall before fluttering a hand in front of him.
Well, ain't you gonna psychologize me?
Psychoanalyze, JT said before he could stop himself. Brett's lips pursed into a pout. Oh, shut up. I have no intention of psychoanalyzing you. I never did, and I never would.
Facts is facts.
Brett tipped a little bit farther to the side.
Yep. Facts is facts.
JT struggled not to smack him in the head, and he might have, had he not been worried any active brain cells Brett had left would be obliterated. That makes no sense. I didn't mean to pry. Brett slapped his hand against the bed.
Not prying will be not looking at people's private stuff. And you fucking did that.
I said I was sorry. I was going to tell you, but things were just so good between us. After several moments of silence, JT thought Brett had managed to pass out while he was still sitting up. His head had dipped completely to his chest, his hair a curtain over his face, body still and quiet. It posed quite the dilemma. JT didn't know if he should let him be or try to get him back to the house. Had the decision been based purely on selfish reasons, and had the past few hours not happened at all, JT would have had Brett curled up under the covers with him, despite the aching reminder of Brett's mood.
Do you want to know the last time I kissed anyone? The last dang time I wanted to kiss or touch anyone, let alone have them in my bed.
It took a moment for JT to realize Brett was even speaking. He strained to hear the soft, almost timid words, hardly a whisper, barely audible despite the close proximity. He assumed it was a redundant question until Brett lifted his head and stared right at him. His face showed more signs of age than JT had ever noticed before. The tiny crow's feet that crinkled when he smiled and laughed seeming out of place with a tormented expression on his face. The blue of his eyes appeared to be struggling for dominance with the redness of alcohol and weariness of exhaustion, pupils large and not focusing. Brett ignored him, gaze traveling to somewhere over JT's head, or more likely than not, to the past.
3 years, 3 months, and however many fucking days.
JT sighed. He didn't know what to say. There was probably nothing he could say that would penetrate Brett's consciousness and make him understand what JT needed him to hear. I know Walt was everything to...
You don't know shit about Walt!
Brett was off the bed in a flurry of curses and flying hair. After reaching down to pick up the letter from the floor, he grabbed JT's wrist and yanked him toward the door. For Christ's sake, Brett! If you're kicking me out, let me get my stuff.
Not kicking you out. Coming with me.
I'm not going anywhere with you. You need to sit the fuck down. Regardless of his words, JT stumbled along behind Brett as he whipped the screen door open and flew down the steps. He didn't quite make it, but JT clamped onto his arm before he landed on the ground. With a growl and scowl, they were off again, and to JT's dismay, he suddenly realized where they were going. To the barn. Chapter 17. Brett flung open the barn door, his grip tightening on JT's wrist. His brain was muddled, not floating on a cloud of sweet alcohol yet, but not registering everything that was going on around him. He didn't know how much he'd had to drink, didn't know and didn't care. The way he saw it, he was entitled to freak the fuck out since his heart had been thrown to the ground and stomped on. The latter was a little difficult to maneuver with his hand still attached to JT's arm, so he had to let go.
Don't even think about running,
he warned with an added growl. You're the one who runs, not me.
Cheeky goddamn. Seems to me I found you on the highway not so long ago.
And that's exactly where I'm going again. You don't want me here, remember? Why are you delaying the inevitable? The kid's eyes were so damn pretty, all melted chocolate and bits of light, even with the moon being the only brightness in the barn. They were hard to resist, and it was devastating for Brett to know he'd caused the shadow of sadness that circled around the natural joyfulness of them, not to mention the dots of blood on his mouth and obvious bruise forming on his jaw. He shouldn't want to look at those damn eyes, but he did. Brett, man, you're going to fall if you keep hanging there. Come back down before you crack your head open. The image of blood-soaked straw flashed hard and fast inside Brett's mind. He stumbled back down the ladder as the air grew thick around him, his chest tightening while his heart thumped in his ears.
I tried to clean it up, but it's still there.
He dropped to his knees, lost in the past, the pain of the memory real and dark as it settled around him. He slid his hand over the wooden floor, scraping the crap out of his palm, but not giving a fuck because it was still there. The stain was there.
Scrubbed it, bleached it, even tried pouring some oil down to change the color so it wouldn't be so it wouldn't have... I should have been here.
Tentative fingers wrapped around the top of Brett's shoulder, soft words whispering in Brett's ear. Not Walt's words because he was gone. Let's go up to the house, Brett. It was the kid, of course. His breath was warm and comforting against Brett's skin, familiar, like a soft breeze on a hot day, but that's not how it was supposed to be. He was supposed to be angry, mad out of his mind because trust had gone crashing out the window. But he was sad, too. So damn sad. With one mighty push, he shoved JT away, hauled himself to his feet, and attacked the ladder with a renewed energy soaring through him. He made it almost to the top when he felt something pushing against his backside. JT's splayed fingers dug into his ass, pressing him forward until he finally reached the top. "You're a stubborn old bastard, you know that?" JT hissed. "Now sit down before you fall. Again." Brett ignored him. The kid didn't know a damn thing, and even if he did, Brett sure as hell wasn't gonna listen to him. He was a little confused as to why he dragged his ass up there until the guitar cases in the corner caught his eye. The older case was the first one he picked up, laying it down on the floor, then slamming his fist down on top of it.
"If you want to look at them so damn badly, then do it right goddamn here in front of me."
JT didn't move, so Brett grabbed the second case and dropped it on top of the other.
"You'd rather look at this one first?"
His thoughts bounced around inside his head, his brain spinning a little with his jerking movements. He leaned a hand on the top case, the revolving of the loft slowing down after a moment, while he sucked in a deep breath through his nose.
"The new case is the one I found when I came home. After Walt, I don't know if it's got the newer or older letters. Don't think I ever cared whether there was any rhyme or reason to it, but hell, doesn't really matter since we're gonna stay in here until you read every last one."
He straightened up too quickly, black and white spots flickering on the edges of his vision, the loft awash in swirling dots. It was barely a moment until he was on his ass on the hard floor. He blinked slowly a few times, pausing a moment to clear his sight and his mind.
"Jesus Christ, can't do a damn thing right today."
He crawled on his hands and knees to the closest wall, turning around slowly so he didn't jiggle his brain any more than it already was. When he finally leaned his back against the wall, he tried to blink away his need for another drink and his want to be clear and present. When he opened them again, JT was hovering over him, goddamn bare legs and flimsy as fuck underwear staring him in the face.
"Wanna hit me?"
He wasn't sure where the thought came from, but he supposed JT would be within his rights to do so. JT huffed, his answer laden with disgust. "I never hit you."
"Got a good chance to do it now."
"Jesus, you just don't listen. Why did you drag me up here? I'm not going to read your letters. I'm packed and ready to go." Brett was tired, body, mind, spirit, but he had a lot more to say.
"Are you gonna sit down, or keep shoving your dick at me?"
JT groaned. "You're being a real asshole, you know." He may have complained, but he still moved to glide down the wall beside Brett, not too close, of course. "What are you trying to prove anyhow? You look like you're gonna pass out any second. Just go to bed, Brett."
"Then don't look."
Brett shut his eyes.
"If you can't look at me as I am, don't look."
The silence was heavy and stifling, and it seemed JT couldn't handle the quiet. "This is fucking ridiculous."
"Want to know where I was the night Walt died?"
Brett paused to swallow down some extra saliva that threatened to choke him. There was no way he was going to pass out until JT heard what he had to say, whatever the hell that was. He regrouped his thoughts, opening his balled-up fist and dropping the yellow paper into his lap.
"I was dressed in some fucking monkey suit, drinking champagne that I didn't even like, sitting with a table full of men and their wives. Of course, I had me a date. Tall, skinny blonde. Nothing much to say except how much Reba's dress must have cost, or did I think Keith Urban's marriage was on the rocks, and should she try and give the impending train wreck a bit of a nudge? And that was when she wasn't trying to grab me or get in my goddamn pants."
"The woman I saw you with on your website?" Brett nodded as he tried to smooth the letter over his thigh.
"She was always my date. Nice enough girl, but looking to score something she had no chance of getting most of the time. And what was I doing? I was feeling sorry for myself."
Damn it. It still hurt so much to even talk about it. Brett was back to feeling defeated, lost, all the bluster and storming inside him having exploded into a big pile of quicksand he couldn't pull himself out of. All that was left was the grief and guilt, and he could hardly see straight. Why wasn't the alcohol doing its damn job? And what in the hell had he been babbling about? Oh, yeah.
Poor fucking Brett Black had to pretend he was enjoying himself. Fake fucking happiness. always pretending he wasn't looking at the other couples and wishing he had his real damn partner there too. I knew I was winning the award. Walt and I even thought about him coming with me. I'd asked him to go to other award shows, but he always had some excuse that made me madder than a hatter.
Even in his fucked up state, he knew what JT's question would be. He didn't want to go with you? How the hell was he so calm after everything that had happened? If Brett hadn't downed a quarter of a bottle of Jack, he'd still be raging like a lunatic. But now he felt done. Just fucking done.
He said he had a doctor's appointment, and I thought it was just another excuse to save my damn reputation. Ray sorted it out for me with a hard right to the jaw just before we left for the airport. Had to use some damn makeup to cover up the mark before I went to the show.
JT's voice was shrill and full of disbelief. Ray hit you? With another shrug, Brett leaned harder into the wall.
Wasn't nothing really, but it got the point across. I didn't know Walt wasn't feeling good, and he'd never said anything about having to see a doctor. At least not to me. Ray thought I was pushing too hard. But I just wanted Walt with me, you know? Wanted to share it with him for a change. Just feel good about it all instead of feeling like everything I did was a goddamn lie.
JT's fingers dusted feather soft over Brett's shoulder. Shivers tickled down his arm, but he didn't pull away. Your career wasn't a lie, Brett. Brett jutted out his chin in response.
Maybe not, but it's not so truthful to escort a lady around in public while your real partner sits at home either.
Don't see many country singers coming out, I guess.
I know. But if my fucking manager and Walt hadn't been so damn persistent about me keeping quiet, well, I didn't see why Walt couldn't just come along. We could have thought up a story or something. Yeah, more lies to add to the mix. He should have. Who the hell picks a career over the most important person in their life?
That's not what you did.
You don't know nothing about it,
Brett growled. It was the truth, and now the kid would never know what really made him tick. What with Brett kicking him out and all.
Turns out, I wasn't the only one doing the lying.
Do you think Walt lied to you? Brett sighed, skimming his hand over the letter in his lap, fingers dancing over the slanted scrawl.
He kept saying we had lots of time to be together. I should show the world who I was while I had the chance, 'cause he'd always be here waiting. I didn't fight for what I really wanted, just got caught up in the attention despite not really liking it much. It sucks that the perks and successes became more vivid in my mind than what the ranch smelled like, or how Walt felt in my arms when he held me after a long time apart.
JT cleared his throat, the fingers on Brett's arms pulling away, but the whole of JT's warm body sliding closer. Don't get mad, but will you hit me again if I put my arm around you? If Brett hadn't been so tired, so worn to the bone with emotion and alcohol he certainly hadn't needed, he would have thrown himself in JT's arms. As it was, he couldn't figure out just why the hell the kid even wanted to touch him, let alone comfort him. He'd hit JT. He'd struck someone important, more important than he could recall anyone being to him in years. Maybe he should have just let him go. Maybe he should have just cut his losses and called it a goddamn day. Just him and his friend Jack. Brett? The word was soft, gentle, and followed by a tender touch to his wrist. Hey, how about I promise not to leave, and we can take this up in the morning?
Why?
What?
How can you even want to look at me now, let alone touch me?
The slur in his voice pissed him off, and he forced himself to sit up straighter. Last thing he needed was to fall asleep in the damn loft. His body didn't recover that well anymore, but at the same time, all the fight had gone out of him. And he really wanted to feel JT's arms around him. With a little tilt forward, JT raised his arm over his head, bringing it back down to gently wrap around Brett's shoulders. Brett flinched but stayed put, careful to not look at JT, lest he break completely apart. You're going to think I'm trying to see into your head again.
I never really believed that.
Brett hadn't, not for a moment, but damn it, he'd fucked things up so bad, yet JT was still there. His mama always said not to look a gift horse in the mouth, even if that horse had no reason to even be there anymore.
Just say what you're thinking.
He could smell JT, feel warmth and goodness flowing off him, just like the glow of the sun when it hit the cold water in the creek. He'd tried to drink his pain away, tried to do it for a whole 3 goddamn years, but now all he wanted to do was wrap himself in JT and never let go. He took a chance, shifted a little closer, his body feeling heavy and spent as JT rubbed over the knob of his shoulder. JT blew out a breath before he spoke. Have you talked to anyone about what happened? Millie or Ray, maybe? Brett tried to shake his head, but he ended up nothing but dizzy.
They tried, but I couldn't at first. Then it was like I was too stuck in my head or something. I'd get madder than a bull seeing red when anyone would bring it up. I know what happened. I know who was at fault. No need to rehash it with anyone who already knew. Why? Why are you still here?
Because I want to be. Do you think you can tell me what happened?
Tonight? I never meant to hit. I'm so sorry. I never want to hurt you.
Tell what happened with Walt, Brett. Brett licked his lips, his throat working hard to swallow the lump that was slowly creeping up his windpipe.
I only really know what I was told.
He didn't understand why he was offering up so much information, except that it felt right. Then tell me what you know, and what you feel.
I was mad when I left the ranch. Didn't even give Walt a glance or a second chance to explain. After he tuned me in with his fist, Ray drove me to the airport because I wouldn't let Walt do it. Ray told me flat out that Walt was telling the truth, but I didn't pay it no mind.
Brett took a deep breath, thankful for the soft brush of JT's fingers on his shoulder. It was the only thing keeping him grounded, keeping him from doing something else rash like ignoring the miraculous second chance JT seemed to be offering. You were angry about Walt not going with you?
Yep. I turned off my phone and promised myself I'd clear things up between Walt and me when I got home. But until then, Walt could sit tight. I didn't even call him the day of the show. In spite of what Ray had said, I was positive Walt's so-called doctor's appointment was just another excuse to send me on my way.
Was he sick, Brett? When Brett didn't answer right away, JT pursued the question from a different angle. The stain on the floor. If he was sick when he died, how did it... Brett cut him off, the truth dangling on the end of his tongue, and for some reason he really wanted to let it loose.
They figured he had a heart attack, then hit his head.
Tears tickled behind his eyes, and a few leaked out, but he carried on.
Ray said Walt had been having some pains in his chest for a while. Walt didn't tell me nothing except he had an appointment with his doc. Afterward, the hospital said the heart attack probably wasn't the fatal part. He was up here and he must have lost his balance or passed out or... Fuck.
A stuttered sob broke free from Brett's lips. He tried hard to contain it, to shove it back down his throat even if it suffocated him. But damn it. JT pulled him closer. It's all right. We don't have to. Brett swiped at the dampness, then covered a hand over his mouth, as if he could physically stop the emotion rocking through him. He breathed through his nose, his chest aching with the exertion of holding himself up and keeping everything else down.
That guitar in the family room, it's exactly the same as the first guitar I ever had as a teenager. I found it in that new case up here when I got home.
He bit hard into his lip before continuing, the metallic taste of blood bringing an eerie calm to his body.
The loft is where it was the first time we...
He paused to breathe again. Made love? JT offered quietly.
No, it wasn't love that first time. I threw myself at him before he was really... Didn't force him or nothing like that, but he wanted to wait. Fuck, how familiar does that sound?
A pained laugh slid up his throat, but he still let himself sink a little farther into the warmth of JT's body.
Walt wouldn't commit to anything, even sex, until I was all in. I think I told you that. Well, I thought I might be, but I didn't tell him. It was all about lust and desperation at that point, though. I was heading out of town again, and I just needed a piece of him to take with me.
Sounds like you were both blaming yourselves for the fight, yeah? Since he bought you something special as a surprise? But it wasn't about the guitar, and maybe not even about Walt himself and the fucked up workings of Brett's mind.
I still can't get the stain off the floor. It stays there year after year. I should have been here to help him. I should have known something was wrong.
That's a little harsh, don't you think? JT pressed a kiss to Brett's hair. It was nice, but he couldn't want what was nice because everything had changed, hadn't it? He heard JT's next question like he was miles away. Was Ray here? Brett nodded, threading a hand through his hair to calm his nerves. Damn whiskey wasn't as potent as it was intended and promised to be. He was sobering up too damn fast.
Ray found him. He was all ready.
Do you think Ray tried to help when he found him? Brett leaned back to look at JT.
What kind of a question? Of course he did.
Then how could you have helped, Brett?
What the fuck are you...
Brett tried to move away, but JT's hold on his shoulders was suddenly tight and unyielding. I'm not trying to rile you up. You blame yourself for what happened, right? JT's words were gentle, but Brett wasn't having any of it.
Haven't you heard a word I've said?
Yes, but you need to listen to the facts. Walt didn't die because you weren't here, Brett. You want to feel guilty for refusing to talk to him, for arguing, that's fine, but you aren't some kind of magic force that could have prevented his heart trouble.
He was in the loft.
With another reassuring squeeze to Brett's shoulders, JT cut him off. Because he loved you. He was in here because he probably felt just as guilty about not telling you what was really going on as you did about the argument.
That doesn't matter. We didn't have enough time. I should have been here more.
Brett's eyes were becoming liquid, his voice sounding garbled and raw, but that's not how he wanted it to be. He needed to keep himself together. There was no honor or pride in gushing all over the place. He had no right to indulge in his grief when Walt had been the one to pay the ultimate sacrifice, and he certainly had no right to burden JT with it. So he pushed himself as hard as he could, forcing the damn tears and pain in his heart back into that damn box where they were safe and nobody else's business.
I should have listened to my gut, and not my fucking bank account and pride. He was everything to me, and he wasn't supposed to die. He promised he'd be here.
Brett's babbling was staunched when his resolve finally shattered like a hammer to a pane of glass. He ducked his head, trying to move away from JT's embrace as the heavens burst behind his eyes and tears streamed down his face. He couldn't think. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. JT eased him back against the wall, both arms wrapping him tightly to his chest. He moved Brett like he was a bag of feathers until he was almost in JT's lap, a big sobbing mess of boneless cowboy sniffling and crying like there was no tomorrow. And maybe there wasn't. JT held on to Brett until he passed out in his arms, his sobs becoming mere hiccups as he shuddered and shook. He swiped away a few tears of his own, Brett's heartbreaking emotions transferring to JT as he tugged Brett closer against him. His brain spun like a top while he stroked his fingers through Brett's disheveled hair, hushing and rocking him until Brett's body finally gave out, until all that was left were single sobs, then rhythmic breathing. He didn't know if he should let Brett sleep or try to wake him so they could go into the house, because all that really mattered was keeping Brett close and safe. That's all JT really wanted to do. Keep Brett safe so nothing else could get to him, so nothing else could eat away at his fragile heart and broken spirit. Brett could kick his ass off the ranch when he woke up if he was so inclined, but in that moment, JT couldn't even fathom leaving his side. His face ached, but his heart ached harder, and he knew he'd forgiven Brett as soon as they reached the barn, as soon as the realization hit about what exactly the stain on the floor really was. He couldn't help the strength of his emotions any more than he could the pain in his jaw, so he didn't even try. He just held Brett tight and tried to show him through gentle touches and soft kisses how much he still cared. He didn't remember falling asleep. His body bowed almost protectively over Brett's, until the morning suddenly greeted them with a light that was too harsh to ignore. Once he'd adjusted to the brightness, he didn't move, afraid of what the new day would bring in the form of the man in his arms. He squirmed on the inside, so nervous he could hardly sit still. There was no gambler or psychic in the world who could predict what Brett Taylor would do when he opened his eyes again, and that's what had JT so scared.
Fuck.
The single word vibrated against JT's chest, followed by a repeat of the same.
I guess you know you're getting old when you can hardly move after a few hours of sleep sitting up.
Brett yawned, then leveraged one hand against the floor before pushing himself up and out of JT's arms. JT attempted to keep his breathing under control, but anxiety rolled through him in waves.
Sorry if I was too heavy,
Brett said when he was vertical again, his eyes darting anywhere but at JT.
Shouldn't have passed out at all.
It's fine. You needed it. JT stretched his arms over his head, avoiding Brett's eyes just as hard as Brett was avoiding his. He shunned some instinctual impulse to hightail it out of the loft, out of the barn, away from Brett and the ranch. He didn't want to go through another scene like the night before, but he couldn't force himself to leave Brett.
I'm sorry for a whole lot of other things too.
Brett paused to bend his knees, then turned to face JT in a cross-legged position. He huffed out a desperate sigh.
I'm just gonna ask this straight out. Are you gonna leave me?
The question was a surprise. Definitely not what JT had expected to be the first thing out of Brett's mouth. He parted his lips to answer, swiping his tongue over the cut on the bottom one instead. Do you want me to?
No.
Brett shook his head before twisting around to reach something behind him.
I did a lot of stupid things last night.
He hesitantly reached out to ghost a finger over JT's jaw, sadness shadowing his face.
I'm really sorry. Fuck, I'm so sorry I did that. Damn, you must think I'm an asshole.
I don't. Well, I might have at the time, but I'd like to think I understand just a little.
Don't do that. Don't make it sound like I done nothing wrong. You deserve more than that.
I know it was wrong, and butting into your private business was wrong too. Honesty and not beating around the bush seemed the best course of action to JT, so he just ran with it. I'm sorry I did that. I guess you have to see fit to forgive me too?
No need.
The worried twist of Brett's lips told JT he was telling the truth.
I don't think you were playing me, kid. JT. And I don't want you to go. At least, not until you have the chance to read this, I mean, if you don't mind.
He dangled the letter from the night before. It was half crumpled between his fingers, and the look on his face was pure worry and nervousness. JT took the paper, staring a little longer than necessary at Brett, before he glanced down at the words.
Hello, darling. The kid's been running around in my head something fierce. One minute I think I have things figured out, then the next it all goes to hell again. The whole thing's in that hell stage right now, and I'm not sure I know how to fix it. You were always better at the feeling side of things, and nothing's changed with me in that regard. I think you like him a whole lot, and I know I do too. He's nothing like you on the outside, but on the inside he's got a heart as big as yours, and he's smart. Smarter than me, just like you were. Not sure what I'm gonna do yet, but I guess it's like you always said when I was being stubborn and pig-headed. Shit or get off the pot. Think it's time I let one hell of a load go. Not sure if he'll stick around after what I did, but I think I have to try since I don't want to be alone anymore. I guess if I'm going to be all out honest, it's not so much the alone part as not wanting to be here without him. I still miss you. I'll always love you. and he's convinced me that I have room enough to love the both of you at the same time. I think you'd be okay with that."
Seconds that felt like minutes ticked by as JT paused at the end of the letter. He didn't lift his head, but he could feel Brett so close, could feel him fidgeting and shifting as he waited. He spoke up just as JT was reading the surprising words for the third time.
"I know it don't excuse anything I've done or said, but I wanted you to read."
"When did you write it?" JT looked up into Brett's eyes, searching for some iota of explanation, or maybe truth.
"When?"
Brett scratched the back of his head, squinting as he appeared to seriously contemplate his answer.
"I guess after I picked you up on the highway."
"So you were drunk?" Brett nodded without hesitation, his gaze lowering to JT's mouth.
"Over the past few years, those seem to be my most honest times."
JT had more questions. "Did you mean all this?" He tucked a finger under Brett's chin so they were eye to eye again. "Do you mean it even today?" There was no pause or even a twitch of nerves in Brett's face.
"Wouldn't have wrote it otherwise, and if anything, I think I mean it more today after what you did for me last night."
"What about the drinking? Did I make you do that, or did you make you do it? You were doing so well. That was my fault, right?"
"Slow down."
Brett slid his thumb over JT's bottom lip, just a gentle touch to calm him down, and it worked.
"I think it was sort of clear in the letter. I knew I'd lost someone really important, especially after I went to the bunkhouse and you were gone. Would you have kept going if I hadn't come after you?"
JT thought for a moment, words and images tumbling haphazardly around in his head. The process became easier when Brett's hand snuck between them and curled around his fingers. "I don't know, to be honest. I probably would have gone all the way to town, realized I had no wallet, and been glad for the excuse not to keep going. Maybe I would have called Millie." A genuine crooked half-smile graced Brett's lips, making JT suddenly recall just why he'd fallen so in love with him.
"She'd have picked you up for sure. Would have been mad as hell at me today. But that's the right reaction since I'm pretty darn mad at myself, too."
They contemplated what had been said, JT lowering his head, concentrating on the gentle touch of their joined hands. There was no easy solution, nothing that could take the past and turn it upside down so it was back to normal. But there had to be hope. JT needed there to be hope because he loved Brett without reservation, even now. It was what it was. "Can we both just say we made mistakes then?" Brett squeezed JT's fingers.
"I'd like that. But I still need to know that you believe I was truthful in the letter, and that you understand I will never raise my hand to you again. I swear. I don't know why I got so fucked up, but I'm sorry. I'm really—"
"I know, and you punching me is the furthest thing from my mind. I think we have to figure out what to do next, though."
"How about I ask you if you'll forgive me and stay with me, even though I've been a jackass?"
The corner of JT's mouth curled up before he could stifle it. "Pair of jackasses. I shouldn't have been up here in the first place."
"I understand you weren't trying to be dishonest about it."
Brett reached behind JT's neck, encouraging him forward until their foreheads tilted together.
"Seems like the best thing might be to start over, without my mama being present this time."
JT nodded against Brett, then eased back. "Yeah, but I need something from you." The sudden alertness in Brett's stare gave away the fear in his heart, but JT refused to torment him anymore. "Tell me you need me. I never lied about loving you, and I don't want you to say it back to me. Not now. But I hope you can at least admit that you need me. To me and maybe yourself." Brett's eyes brightened, the sun catching the blue in just the perfect way and turning it the color of the clearest ocean. JT had half a mind to kiss him, to just let everything else fall to the wayside while he indulged in everything about Brett.
"Hello. I'm Brett Taylor."
Brett tugged his hand away from JT but held it out between them, his mouth straight and serious.
"I used to be a glitzed-up country singer by the name of Brett Black, but now I live a quiet life on my ranch. I have a bossy mama and a whole lot of baggage. I also have 2 empty drawers and some closet space in my room, and I'd really like it if you'd come home with me to stay."
JT wanted to cry, but instead he shook Brett's hand, then tucked them both against his chest. "Nice to meet you, Brett. I'm JT Campbell. I'm originally from California, and I won't tell you what my name stands for because it's embarrassing. I like quiet walks by the creek and getting my ass whooped at crib, and it just so happens I don't have a home right now, and I'd really love to share yours." They looked at each other, close, intimate, no words necessary to feel the truth finally hanging between them. JT didn't need to hear that Brett loved him. It was something he strongly believed was already inside Brett's stubborn and still unhealed heart. And in between the words of his letter, he understood the hesitation, but he still needed, well, to be needed. He wanted to feel like he belonged at the ranch, belonged with Brett, and wasn't around as only eye candy or someone for Brett to bide his time with. He didn't think he really believed Brett would do that, but he really needed to hear otherwise. "Did you really clean out a drawer for me?"
"2, and I do. I need you, Kit. JT. I need you in my life more than anyone else."
Brett's voice was strong but firm, and it sent JT's heart racing.
"I want you here to share my life, if you think you'd like to do that."
JT flattened Brett to the loft floor, moving quickly until he was straddling his very surprised cowboy. It was Brett who leaned up and stuck their lips together, his arms wrapping around to pull JT full on top of him. It wasn't lusty like some of their other kisses, but it wasn't hesitant or nervous either. To JT, it felt like he'd come home again, like he'd finally gotten everything he wanted, and that was the complex, imperfect man beneath him. When they were forced to catch their breath, Brett's hand held tight to the back of JT's head, pressing his face into the nape of his neck like he was afraid JT would get away. He whispered against JT's ear, the words giving away all the emotion in his heart, all the feelings that matched the screaming of JT's own.
"I'm sorry, and I'm so damn grateful for you. There's nothing I want more than to have you with me. I don't know whether I've got my head all sorted out yet, but I swear to the good Lord that I'll only ever try to make you happy."
JT pulled back, tucking Brett's hair away from his forehead before sliding a kiss over his mouth. "I don't expect perfection, and I won't give up on you if I know you really want me."
"I really want you. So fucking much."
Footsteps echoed on the floor below as Brett dragged their mouths together again. They couldn't seem to pull away, not even when the sound of heavy boots started making their way up the ladder.
"Oh, for Christ's sake!"
JT smirked against Brett's lips, a snicker bubbling up his throat until he was full out laughing as he rolled off Brett. Brett grabbed for him, complained a little when Ray cleared his throat, then sat up and grinned like a loon at him.
"Morning, old man,"
he said, winding an arm around JT.
"Here I was worried y'all had killed each other, and you're in here playing tonsil hockey in the barn. Now, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate knowing if anyone besides me is working today. I'm going to put the coffee on."
"We're right behind you,"
Brett called after him.
"Tonsil hockey? That's a new one to me."
"I think Ray's been boning up on his slang," JT replied. "Maybe he's moving into the 21st century."
"I heard that, kid. And if you wouldn't mind doing me a favor before breakfast, I'd be much obliged."
JT hesitated while Brett shrugged with his sexy crooked grin shining.
Sure, Ray. What do you need?" "I need you to put some goddamn pants on before you come to the table. Starting to think we're running some sort of naked gay resort around here."
Brett burst into chuckles, tackling JT with an oof to the floor again. JT's cheeks burned, and it wasn't only because of Brett's unbelievable warmth.
"Nude gay resort, huh? I think old Ray's been doing a little extra research in his spare time. Maybe he's thinking about changing teams."
Brett's arched brow sunk JT even further into a pool of heat. "I think Millie might think differently." JT winced when Brett gaped.
"What does my mama have to do with gay resorts?"
"Sometimes you're really blind, Brett."
He reached down and squeezed Brett's ass before Brett could ask any more questions. It didn't work.
Sounds like you have some explaining to do on that particular statement.
JT cupped the back of Brett's neck, pulling him down so their foreheads touched. How about you kiss me instead? Brett's grin struck a very nice chord in JT's heart, and truth be told, in his pants as well.
I can do that, for as long as you like.
Chapter 18. By Thanksgiving, Brett and JT were, for all intents and purposes, a normal couple. At least as far as normal couples who still had issues and prejudices to work out went. JT hadn't slept one night in the bunkhouse after their time in the loft. He even laughed in Brett's face when Brett kept threatening to send him there when he developed a cold that had him snoring and snorting so loud Ray could have heard him in his cabin. They'd broken the good news to Millie when she came by to pick up Ray for some charity event. She'd feigned excitement, but if there was anyone Brett knew as well as the back of his own hand, it was his mama. Despite that, he'd still blushed like a schoolgirl the first time he kissed JT in front of Millie, while she giggled and poked him in the belly.
Damn woman.
He was positive Ray had been keeping her informed, since they'd been doing an awful lot of talking on the phone, and sneaking off to the barn to look at the horses when she'd drop by. Far more often than usual, too. JT said they were seeing each other, but Brett couldn't, or maybe refused to, wrap his head around such a thing.
Damn old man better not be messing with Brett's mama.
Besides, Millie had to be more than 10 years older than Ray, and, well, the whole thing made Brett uncomfortable as hell and creeped him the fuck out. JT seemed to quite enjoy his discomfort and bad mood when the four of them were all together, though.
Damn kid.
Brett was proud of the way JT had stepped up his game, and that had nothing to do with his crib game, which he still didn't have hope in hell of ever winning. No, he'd become more verbal when Brett succumbed to one of his moods, and more physical when he thought Brett needed comforting or was trying to step back into his protective shell again. Things weren't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, and Brett still found himself in his office at night once in a while, sometimes stewing over the love he'd almost missed out on because of his own stupidity. Every so often he still apologized for hitting JT too, despite JT repeatedly telling him to knock it off. The biggest difference in his office retreats was the fact his old friend Jack was never invited. It was just him and his thoughts and words on the yellow pad of paper he still kept in his desk. Only he wasn't writing to Walt anymore. Instead, he wrote about his 3 years of grief, something JT had recommended to help the healing process, and it seemed to be working out so far. He'd also started writing a few more songs, not angry or sad songs about the failure of his life, but lyrics that spoke a little closer to hope and love. Their Thanksgiving was small, just the four of them gathered around Brett and JT's kitchen table, the silly flowered placemats prominently displayed so Millie would think they got actual use. It had been a sad month, despite the anticipation of their holiday meal. Old Sal, who had been Walt's dog long before Brett came into the picture, had gone to sleep by the fireplace one night, then never woke up in the morning. All three men had swept away a few tears when they dug a hole by the barn and laid the old boy to rest. JT had been with Brett through the whole thing, encouraging him to talk about Sal and his memories. Brett realized he became more grateful for having the kid in his life every single day. Once they'd sat down around the table, keeping plates of food in front of them, Millie stood up from her chair, folding her napkin carefully alongside her plate. Over the years, it had always been her habit of giving thanks before their meal, even when Walt had been around. Brett cleared his throat, rising so he stood alongside her, nervous smile twitching as he touched her shoulder.
If you don't mind, I'd like to say thanks this year, Mama.
Millie's mouth popped open the tiniest bit, but quickly quirked up into a grin. She flashed a knowing smile at Ray before kissing Brett on the cheek, patting his hand, then settling herself back in her chair again.
I'm not. This isn't usually my job. Saying thanks, I mean.
Brett hesitated with a big intake of breath, unsure of why he was so damn nervous when the only people listening to him were the ones who listened to him ramble every single day. He tucked his hands in his pockets, needing somewhere to put them so they didn't wear holes in the thighs of his jeans where he'd been constantly rubbing his palms over them.
Truth is, I haven't let myself be thankful for a whole lot over the past few years, and more than likely before that too. I've been blessed with having my mama, who has always given me everything I need, even as annoying and bossy as she's always been.
I don't think that should be part of your thankfulness, son. An anxious grin tugged at the corner of his lips. He lifted his gaze from where he'd been concentrating heavily on the pumpkin centerpiece on the table, just in time to see JT cover Millie's hand, then mouth at her to hush. It was that sort of simple gesture that Brett was grateful for, a tiny show of support that still made him blush a little when JT looked at him. His beautiful smile was all Brett needed to continue.
I realize I've had more good than a fella rightly deserves in his life, and I've also lost more than I thought I could survive. But I've been selfish. I've been a terribly selfish man with regards to the gratitudes I should have been celebrating. As I already said, but she loves to hear, I have a mama who's always taken care of me whether I wanted her to or not. Thank you, Mama. I love you very much.
Millie lurched out of her chair, the wetness behind her eyes making them shine like the sun.
Thank you, baby,
she whispered as she cradled Brett's face between her hands.
Welcome,
Brett said once he'd loosed himself from her.
Now sit down so I can finish.
She slapped him lightly, then returned to her seat, grasping JT's hand like a lifeline. The kid had definitely won her over. Of course, that had happened the first night she'd picked him up on a dark highway with nowhere to go, so it shouldn't have been a big surprise that they kept getting closer. Brett was thankful for that, too.
Where was I?
Ray coughed into his hand, blinking charmingly at Brett in a way he'd never seen before or ever wanted to see again.
Yeah, old man. I'm getting to you too. Just hold your damn horses.
You shouldn't swear at the Lord, Brett.
I'm not swearing at the Lord, Mama. I'm swearing at Ray. Now would you all just shush so I can finish my damn speech?
JT winked his support from across the table, and after a slight shake of his head, Brett grinned back.
I'm thankful for old Ray.
He glowered at his foreman, who had finally settled back in his chair, waving a hand at Brett to continue.
He's the only person who stuck by me. The only person who I let stick by me, I guess is more like it. He's like a father and a brother and a best friend all kind of rolled up into one big pain in the ass. But I love him.
Back at you, son. Brett carried on before he lost his nerve.
I won't go back too far in mentioning all the people I'm thankful for, but Walt, I loved him with my whole heart, and I believe he loved me back. I was ready to be planted in the ground with him when he was taken. Think I even tried to do it by way of the bottle, but he wouldn't have wanted that.
Brett paused to take a quick sip of his water while everyone waited silently and patiently. It was a stalling tactic, and it worked just fine to get his emotions back under control.
I have to believe he would have forgiven me for not always being kind or loving or agreeable, and I've come to know that it's okay if I never stop loving him. I regret not saying any words at his funeral. I regret that every day because I was too wrapped up in blaming myself, and with being angry at him, to tell everyone what he meant to me, and how wonderful a man he was. I guess I'm doing that now. Always a day late and $1 short.
Moisture beaded Brett's forehead and hairline. He dragged a hand from his pocket to pull on the collar of his long-sleeved shirt, wobbling a tad when he tried to shift to a less awkward position. JT was on his feet instantly, but Brett held out a hand to him.
I'm fine, kid. JT, I really need you to. Can you sit down, babe? Please?
Millie pushed back her chair, blinking away fat tears, most of which had already streaked down her face along with her smudgy lines of mascara.
That was beautiful, son.
No,
Brett said, his voice as tight as the straight line of his mouth and the harsh set of his jaw.
Just give me a chance. I'm not done.
He refused to look at JT, though he could feel his gaze burning a hole in his forehead. After a deep inhale and slow exhale, he finally looked up again.
So, I'm thankful I had Walt to show me how to live a good life, and to live a good life with me. But I've been blessed this past 6 months or so with a new spirit in my life. A new lease on life, I guess I could say if I wanted to get all corny. He, JT, has shown me I don't have to be huddled down in the dark by myself. I don't have to think I'm a lone damn wolf who doesn't need anyone to take care of him or to take care of. Damn it, Mama, you gotta stop crying or I'm not gonna get through this.
Millie sniffled, then blew her nose, loudly, in a paper napkin. I'm fine. Don't worry about me none. Just keep going. Brett tried not to read a lot into it as Ray leaned across the table and took Millie's hand, a gentle smile on his face as he rubbed his thumb over her knuckles. Keep going, Brett. The lady said she was fine. Brett scowled for a moment, then found his place again.
I have a lot of stuff to work on, and there ain't a damn person in this room who doesn't already know I can be downright moody and disagreeable. And I do not need any reassurance of that, thank you very much.
He paused to stifle a grin while, out of the corner of his eye, he saw his mama purse her lips.
But I am thankful that I found someone who takes all that bad and manages to make something good out of it, most of the time.
Another pause to just freaking breathe. Then Brett pushed on.
I guess what I'd like more than anything else is to renew that fella's contract for a long time. I mean, if he'd be willing to do that with all the moodiness and bullshit I sometimes put him through. I mean, it's not like I'm asking for a wedding or anything like that. Not really the marrying kind, I don't suppose.
He trailed off when Millie brushed a hand over the small of his back.
Brett, she whispered, just say what's in your heart, baby. Nobody needs an explanation.
Exasperation mixed with desperation, and Brett could barely breathe with all the crap buzzing around inside him. Dragging the leather tie from his hair, he swept a hand over his head, then tugged on the long strands.
What I'm trying, Christ almighty, I'm trying to say I love you, JT, and the best way I can think of to repay you for not saying it sooner, and for all your damn patience, is to tell the whole damn room how I feel. I never meant for this to happen in a million lifetimes, but I'd like you to stay at the ranch. Stay here with me, you know, always or for however long you think is right for you. I know what I'm asking isn't part of your job description, and I'm not expecting you to become a damn rancher. I mean, if you don't want to work here, I'm sure there are people around here who might need their heads shrunk. Probably a cesspool of them kind in town.
I'm already unpacked.
Brett stopped to look at JT, steadily following his progress as he stood up and moved to stand behind his chair.
Well, yeah, you did that a few months back, but that's not what...
I never planned on leaving after the first time I saw you, cowboy, despite the moods and bossiness.
You must be talking about my mama now.
Brett! Can I say what I'm thankful for now? JT stared wide-eyed at Brett before turning to ask silent permission from Ray and Millie, too. They both nodded in agreement. I'm thankful to have a woman who means more to me than my own mother ever did. I'm thankful to have a boss, or a guy who thinks he's the boss, to teach me new things and show me the world from a little different perspective. Ray tipped his hat.
Much obliged, son.
JT stepped sideways until he was behind Millie's chair, his focus never faltering from Brett. I'm thankful to have a job that I really like, and yeah, maybe one day I'll see if I can put my schooling to use. But I'm pretty content using my skills to talk to the horses, to psych Ray out of losing once in a while to me and Crib, and to help Brett realize Ray is a fine fit for his mama. Brett wrinkled his forehead.
Well, that's not a damn bit fair.
I'm talking to you now, cowboy. Brett snapped his mouth closed, jaw twitching a little as JT's familiar scent wound around him. JT didn't touch him when he got closer, just stood facing him, his lips tugged up into a smile, wide-eyed and emotional. I love you. And if I want another job or career or whatever, I can go find one. But I'll do it in a way that I can always come home to you, because do you know what I'm most thankful for? Brett looked down at his feet, surmising whether he should make some sarcastic remark to brighten the heavy mood. He didn't have it in him, though.
Go on.
You gave me a home. You gave me Millie and Ray, and old Sal, who I'll really miss. You also gave me your trust, even after I spoiled it a little, and most importantly, you put your heart in my hands so I could try to fix it.
I think you did. Mostly.
Damn it, Brett felt downright bashful in his own damn house. The kid had him whipped for sure, and it felt really damn good.
You know, even if you never found the courage to tell me you loved me, I'd have still known. But now that you've broken that last thread that was holding you back, I'm going to expect to hear it every day.
Now wait just a minute.
JT pulled Brett into his arms, his fake complaint cut off by soft lips and a warm body. The kiss was short, but when Brett held JT tight to his chest, the pressure was returned until...
Are we gonna eat sometime soon or pack up the leftovers and call it a day so you two can slobber all over each other?
Ray groaned loud and long, but the quirk at the corner of his mouth was a direct contradiction to the blustering of his words. They pulled apart with a shared laugh. Millie was out of her chair and wrapped around them both in a blink of an eye. "My boys," she purred. "It's about time you took the rest of your head out of your backside, Brett Samuel."
Mama.
"I feel like I was just at a wedding ceremony or something. I think the food will keep a few more minutes if you have anything else to say to JT. Or maybe something to give him." Brett's face scrunched up in confusion just before his brain nearly fell out his open mouth.
Oh shit, yeah.
He pecked a kiss to JT's lips, then held up a finger before hurrying out of the kitchen. "What's going—" He was back before JT could finish his question, shielding part of his body around the corner after he retrieved the special surprise from his office.
I know your birthday's a couple of weeks away, but it being so close to Christmas and all, I didn't want you to get shortchanged, so I got you something now, too.
"Sorta like an engagement present," Millie offered. She immediately fluttered her eyes innocently at Brett. Yeah, like she'd ever been innocent in her life. JT looked as nervous as Brett had ever seen him. Nervous but damn excited, too. Brett couldn't take the suspense of his own damn surprise very long, so he moved the rest of the way into the kitchen.
You said you never had a dog before, and that's just not right. Every kid should have a puppy of his own.
The worry in JT's face was replaced by bright happiness when Brett double-timed it around the table and handed him the wiggling bundle of fur. "You got me. Holy crap, he's the cutest thing I've ever seen." The puppy was a copper-brown color with some black and white mixed in for good measure. Brett had picked him from the litter because he was the same color as JT's eyes, but he'd never divulged that particular piece of information to anyone. Ever. As JT snuggled the little guy to his chest, his face bright with excitement and so much joy it made Brett want to burst, he wrapped them both in his arms. The puppy squirmed between them, his lapping tongue in constant motion as he yelped and gave their necks and chins a very thorough tongue bath.
I love you,
Brett whispered into the side of JT's head.
I'll say it as often as you want.
Thank you. I love you too.
First we got kissing at the table, and now we got dogs.
Ray slapped his hand on his thigh.
What the hell kind of manners did you raise that boy to have, Millie?
You hush unless you want to see that movie by yourself tomorrow night. Brett spotted Ray with the biggest smile he'd ever seen on his face.
So you two are officially...
Guess you could say I'm courting her.
Brett relaxed his hold on JT, letting him move away with the puppy licking and nipping at his fingers.
Don't I have to approve this little affair?
Hell no,
Ray said with a laugh.
I'll even let you call me Pappy if you like.
Oh, hell no, right back at you, old man. You are not becoming my stepdaddy.
Maybe not for a while, but there's no telling which way courting will lead.
He wiggled his eyebrows, and Brett glared at him. Stop it, you two. Millie slapped her hand lightly on the table to get their attention. I think I have some say in the matter, and I say we're not talking about it anymore. Now, eat your damn supper before I smack you both. Brett grinned, reaching down to where he'd placed the puppy's little crate.
Damn, Ray. If you can put up with her bossiness, you might just be welcome to her.
JT smacked him on the arm, snuffling the top of the puppy's head before he carefully put him in the crate. Leave them alone. We've got plenty of time to razz them after their first official date. I'm starving. Brett stole a kiss before JT headed back to his own spot. He grabbed his water glass and held it out to the middle of the table.
A toast to past loves, new futures, and the best boy to ever come out of California.
After JT and Brett insisted they do the cleanup all on their own, which didn't come with much resistance, Ray and Millie were quickly hustled out the door. Brett grabbed the crate and bounded up the stairs with JT close behind. They were both fuller than a pig in a trough of slop. JT thought he was getting pretty good with his country analogies, but their energies ran high with a newfound degree of intimacy. At least that was the way JT viewed it. Hearing those special words from Brett, and in front of his family no less, had made JT love him even more. He knew how hard admitting his feelings to himself had been for Brett, and saying the words out loud had to be 10 times as difficult. He was proud of his cowboy, and in a way he was proud of himself. He could have given up, just gone back to the ways life had been before the ranch, because Brett was right about a few things. He could be moody and opinionated at times. But that was small pickings compared to how good he'd become at making JT happy, and at making sure JT was happy. After the barn burning, so to speak, Brett had become a different man. He'd maintained a little of the bashful, charming Brett, but he'd also started doing more things without worry clouding his actions and reactions. And in turn, JT had discovered a side to Brett he'd never expected. A fun-loving, almost gushing side that wanted to cuddle and kiss and hold JT even more than he wanted to make love. Not to say their sex life wasn't over-the-roof satisfying, but those other intimate moments were what made Brett so special to JT. He supposed he'd always suspected Brett had that sugary, sappy inner layer, but experiencing it was something he couldn't even explain. Hearing the words, "I love you," had made JT's body shudder, and his heart implode into a ball of mush. But for some strange reason, after the words had been said, he'd barely been able to control himself from leaping over the table during supper. He wanted Brett so bad, wanted to hear whispered "I love yous" in the heat of passion, in the aftermath of release, and in the soft coming down of satiation. Hence the rushing of Ray and Millie out of the house. Despite the flurry of getting each other naked, they made love slowly, the burst of lust replaced by a need to hold each other long and hard, and to just take their time. JT's brain buzzed with unspent emotion when Brett whispered, "I love you," at the exact moment his climax ripped through his body, and he was happy to do that same thing for Brett. Afterward, they lay in a state of bliss, both rolled onto their backs, chests heaving to control the aftershocks and depleted supply of oxygen. JT had never been happier, and the soft puppy snores coming from the kennel by the door just drove the level of happy to the maximum degree. "What should we name him?" he asked, small chuckles filling his throat as Brett's finger played in the drying cum on his belly. Brett knew it tickled, but he always did it anyhow, not that JT minded much. "I think you get that honor, since he's yours and all." "You're just saying that to get out of picking up his poop and taking him outside." Brett smirked, raising up onto one elbow, then leaning down to kiss JT's nose. "You're probably right, but I guess I can share in those duties with you, since I'm the one who bought 'em." Another kiss, and he pulled back. "And because I love you, I think I've created a monster," JT teased. "You might just I love you me to death." "I do have one rule about the pup, though." JT rested his head back into the pillow, staring curiously up at Brett. "And that would be what?" "He doesn't sleep in our bed." "What? But he's so little. He'll get lonely and cry, and you know we'll both feel bad." "One rule is all I ask. Besides, he's been raised to love that little crate of his, and we can keep him up here with us until he's old enough to wander around by himself." JT popped out his bottom lip. Brett snuck forward and bit lightly into it with a laugh. "Nice try, kid. You're a little sticky. Want me to grab a cloth?" After biting and kissing Brett back, JT shook his head. "Think I'll go shower. Keep the bed warm for me?" "Always." The hot water felt good on JT's body after a long day, but he didn't take too much time to enjoy it. He was anxious to get Brett back in his arms. When had he turned into a silly romantic anyway? And he was exhausted from a long day of chores, helping Brett cook, guests, confessions, and great sex. He toweled off quickly, walking naked back into the bedroom. Brett was propped up against the headboard, shit-ass grin spreading across his face as a little tongue bathed the scruff on his chin. "Is that how you follow the rules? By breaking them yourself?" Brett snorted as he ruffled the pup's head. "What can I say? You were right. He was lonely in there." JT crawled to the head of the bed, sliding beneath the cool sheets, beside Brett. "Big softy," he whispered against Brett's ear before kissing him. He moved to snuffle at the puppy's head next.
Keep doing that, and I won't be soft for long, kid.
With a chuckle, JT snaked his arm around Brett's shoulders, then reached for the light. Brett snuggled closer, and the puppy nipped at JT's fingers. Things seemed to settle down, the moonlight basking the three of them as JT's eyes gradually grew heavy, and everything got quiet, until...
Damn it!
JT forced his eyes open, lifting his head to peer down at Brett.
What's... You took a whiz on me, for Christ's sake. I told you he didn't belong in the bed. Here, you take him.
JT slipped his arm away, pushing himself backward so Brett was left alone in the middle of the bed. You're the one who brought him to bed. I just had a shower. No, Brett, get him away from... That's so disgusting. Brett snorted out a big laugh.
Guess we're both having showers now, huh? Damn it, that's it. What now?
JT hissed as he tried to control 5+ pounds of squirming wet puppy.
Whiz,
Brett said proudly. JT watched as he crawled off the side of the bed, big grin on his face while he kept his damp hands out to the sides of his body.
We're gonna call the little fella Whiz. It's dang near perfect.
I'm not calling him Whiz. That's the stupidest name ever. You want me to walk around the ranch yelling, "Come here, Whiz! Time to take your walk, Whiz! Where are you go? Don't you fucking dare go shower and leave me here with a piss-covered dog. Brett, I'm so telling your mama. Brett!"
A song for the kid. 100 miles from Dallas, on a ranch southwest of town, an old heart battered and broken was somehow saved and found. They had nothing much in common. A burnt-out musician and a college boy, one from California, and the other southern as a bell is coy. But an interfering mama and an old cowboy with a quiet way saw fit to toss them together, and the rest is history, as they say. Well, the musician, he was stubborn, determined his heart would never beat again, but the kid was kind and patient, didn't give up on what could have been. I was lucky to find true love once, when I was barely that California boy's age, self-condemned to toss my heart and soul beside my lover in his dark, lonely grave. But now I understand the meaning behind "it's better to have loved and lost," because there's room in my heart for my beloved departed, and for the new feelings that kid has caused. So it's with a hopeful heart and will and spirit I'm begging for a lot more time, because there's nothing as important in my life than needing that kid to be mine. And though I don't believe in marital bliss or in ceremonies trumped up for show, if you'll take my hand, I can promise you I'll never let you go. I don't have a whole lot to offer, someone with so much potential drive, just a bare, open, battered heart, and an old guitar with a long-ago country vibe. But I can vow to love you, with every inch of my soul, with this bandaged heart, and just one important goal. Please be my partner in life, my friend at my side, the one I turn to during the day, the one I hold at night. I want to make you feel as loved as the warmth I have inside. I want to hold you so close to me, our hearts beating side by side. I promise to love and honor and try to see things your way. I promise, darling, to love you forever and a day. So please be my partner in life, my friend at my side, the one I turn to during the day, the one I hold at night. 'Cause without you I'm cold, I'm shut down and alone. I can't seem to function, and my heart turns to stone. So please be my partner in life, my friend at my side, the one I turn to during the day, the one I hold at night. I'll hold back the sun, or steal the moon from the sky. I'll sail you round the world, and together we'll fly. So will you be my partner? Will you be the love at my side? Will you be the one I turn to all day? Will you be the one I hold at night? I love you, kid, with all my heart, from morning to night, from dusk to dawn. All I need is a chance for our hearts to become one. Let me show you how much love you make me feel.